Chapter 68. The terrifying execution of the Emperor Canon, annihilating the forces of two clans. Kill. At the command of the Demon Suppression Emperor, the Celestial Army, numbering in the hundreds of billions, surged forth like a golden tidal wave towards the dark, devouring Imperial clan. Furthermore, the demon-subduing Emperor led a multitude of celestial soldiers to encircle the blood-fiend Imperial clan, which had merely come to spectate. Damn it, this bunch of Heavenly Court scoundrels! Blood Tinya's expression darkened as he realized their escape route had been blocked. Initially, he had intended to watch the clash between the Jun family and the dark-devouring Imperial clan, waiting for them to inflict mutual destruction. However, he never anticipated the intervention of the Heavenly Court, which exacerbated his frustration as they severed the blood-fiend Imperial clan's retreat. Haha, Blood Tinya, did you not relish watching the spectacle? How is it that you have now entangled yourself in it? Such a foolish blood-fiend Imperial clan. It truly brings mirth to this clan leader. Although Dark Sun was ensnared in dire straits, he could not help but burst into laughter upon witnessing the blood-fiend Imperial clan's predicament due to their desire for entertainment. While our blood-fiend Imperial clan may be foolish, we are not as foolish as your dark-devouring Imperial clan, who allow themselves to be treated like dogs by the Jun family. Blood Tinya retorted with a cold laugh. You, Dark Sun, filled with killing intent, could hardly restrain himself from charging forth to tear apart Blood Tinya's insolent mouth. You two clans might as well reminisce in hell. The White Emperor scoffed, his silver spear radiating countless icy glimmers. Pointing directly at Dark Sunday, Heavenly Court generals, slay the enemy alongside me. The Demon Suppression Emperor wielded his golden spear, sweeping forth as billions of golden rays tore through the starry river, targeting the forces of the dark-devouring Imperial clan. Let's clash with the Heavenly Court Jun family. The elders of the dark-devouring Imperial clan rose to action, engaging fiercely with the Jun family. Boom! The battle erupted in its entirety, transforming the celestial starry river into a hellish battleground, where laws shattered, voids obliterated, and divine chains snapped. Countless powerful members of the dark-devouring Imperial clan fell in droves under the concerted onslaught of the Jun family and the Heavenly Court. The Jun family and the Heavenly Court are brazenly oppressive. A furious roar echoed as three exceedingly formidable figures erupted from deep within the ranks of the dark-devouring Imperial clan. In an instant, the black mist surged violently, and three towering Imperial silhouettes, enveloped in vast black fog, gradually emerged. Each figure radiated an aura of supreme emperorship, unmistakably the ancient ancestors of the dark-devouring Imperial clan. Leave the Heavenly Court to me, and you deal with the Jun family. One of the figures, exuding the pinnacle of Imperial aura, cast a glance towards the Heavenly Court as surrounding black mist transformed into millions of soul-devouring demonic crocodiles, charging towards the Heavenly Court's forces. Do you truly believe this Emperor fears you? The Demon Suppression Emperor scoffed, brandishing his golden spear that emanated unparalleled Imperial might. With a swift strike, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked, instantly obliterating those demonic crocodiles that lunged towards the Heavenly Court's army. Then I shall slay you first. Demon Suppression Emperor. The dark figure's eyes glinted with malevolence as he stepped forward, striking towards the Demon Suppression Emperor. Boom! The clash of two Emperor-level powerhouses erupted, with golden light and black mist colliding violently, causing the entire celestial starry river to tremble. Meanwhile, the two ancient ancestors had also engaged the White Emperor and the Phoenix Emperor. I have long desired to match wits with the both of you. Endless black mist coalesced into a massive vortex of darkness, surging towards the White Emperor to devour him. Under the joint assault of the Heavenly Court and the Jun family, the dark-devouring Imperial clan's forces began to retreat in disarray, as the three ancient ancestors were held back, unable to support their own troops. This cannot continue. We must resolve this swiftly. 10,000 ghosts devouring souls. Dark Soul Phantom, entangled with the White Emperor, glanced at his kin continuously falling in battle, his entire being engulfed in swirling black mist, transforming into millions of grotesque specters that tore through the fabric of celestial laws, descending upon the White Emperor. Each specter harbored an intensely potent darkness law. Even the faintest touch could corrode an Imperial body, rendering it a mindless ghost. A mere trifle dares to be insolent before this Emperor. The White Emperor smirked coldly, his spear radiating resplendent, icy brilliance, as millions of spear shadows overwhelmed the universe, instantly annihilating the approaching ghosts. Clan leader, we can scarcely hold on any longer. A blood-soaked quasi-emperor within the dark-devouring Imperial clan bellowed in desperation. A bunch of useless wretches, hold the line for me. I shall first eliminate these wretched things. Dark Sun's visage contorted with fury as he fervently summoned his Imperial divine powers, the black mist coalescing into a colossal shadowy hand that struck towards the world-obliterating fortress, seeking to eliminate this greatest threat first. A single shot from the world-obliterating fortress could obliterate a vast expanse. Not even a quasi-emperor could withstand it, let alone an emperor. The defensive runes on the fortress illuminated, and a protective barrier surged skyward, instantly blocking Dark Sun's assault. What sorcery is this? Its defensive capabilities are formidable. Dark Sun's expression turned fearful, disbelief etched upon his face. We cannot afford to delay any longer. We must strike decisively. The White Emperor surveyed the battlefield and noted that the dark-devouring Imperial clan's Imperial-level powerhouses were still fiercely resisting, particularly the ancient ancestors, who posed a significant threat to the White Tiger Cavalry and the Divine Phoenix Army. With this thought, a glimmer of coldness flashed in the White Emperor's eyes as he forced back Dark Soul Phantom with a spear thrust, then conveyed a message to the warriors within the world-obliterating fortress. Activate the execution of the Emperor Cannon, targeting those Imperial-level powerhouses of the dark-devouring Imperial clan, leaving none alive. Charging the execution of the Emperor Cannon. Upon receiving the command, countless runes on the world-obliterating fortress illuminated, its cannon slowly realigning to lock onto the resilient Imperial-level powerhouses of the dark-devouring Imperial clan. The enormous black cannon's mouth began to amass a terrifying energy that sent waves of dread rippling through the surrounding void, causing it to collapse into oblivion, as an aura that even emperors feared rapidly spread. This is bad. We must stop them. Dark Soul Phantom's expression shifted dramatically upon sensing the world-destroying fluctuations, desperate to halt the charging of the world-obliterating fortress. You are too late. The White Emperor chuckled coldly, manifesting the laws of slaughter that pressed down on Dark Soul Phantom, making it difficult for him to resist. Charging of the execution of the Emperor Cannon complete. Executing the Emperor Cannon. Fire. The first shot of the execution of the Emperor Cannon erupted, a brilliantly destructive energy beam piercing through the starry river, instantly striking the dark-devouring Imperial clan's emperor, engaged in battle with the Heavenly Court. The emperor's physical body and primordial spirit were instantaneously vaporized under the overwhelming might of the execution of the Emperor Cannon, leaving not even a remnant of his corpse. Boom, boom, boom. A succession of execution of the Emperor Cannon shots fired, obliterating the space they traversed, and the Imperial-level powerhouses of the dark-devouring Imperial clan had no time to react before being engulfed by these beams of annihilation. One after another, the emperors of the dark-devouring Imperial clan met their tragic end, their formidable Imperial physiques utterly powerless against the world-destroying force of the execution of the Emperor Cannon. The world-obliterating fortress was indeed a meticulously developed war machine by the Jun family. Once the execution of the Emperor Cannon was activated, its devastating power was beyond imagination. In theory, should there be a sufficient number of annihilation fortresses, even the Celestial Emperor would harbor a semblance of trepidation. No, Dark Sun Tian cried out in despair, forced to witness as one esteemed emperor after another from his clan was marked for obliteration. These beings were the very foundation of his lineage, akin to vital pillars. The loss of each one was a grievous wound. The Jun family dares to conceal such lethal weapons. Dark Miatan bellowed, thrusting his palm to repel the demon suppression Emperor Jun, seeking to aid his comrades, yet was fiercely obstructed by the heavenly generals. Does your celestial court truly wish to wage war against our imperial clans? Are you not afraid of my dark-devouring empire? Do you not fear the eternal empire? Dark Miation threatened. I regret to inform you, but my celestial court harbors no fear of the eternal empire. The demon suppression emperor, undaunted by the threats, scoffed, wielding his long spear to compel Dark Miation to turn and confront him. It is your turn now. Target those three ancient ancestors. Observing the near demise of the dark-devouring empire's emperors, the White Emperor commanded the Annihilation Fortresses to aim their cannons at the three ancient ancestors of the dark-devouring empire, who were still valiantly resisting. 10 Annihilation Fortresses once again trained their weapons on Dark Soul Yu, as torrents of terrifying energy converged within their barrels. This is bad, we must flee. Dark Soul Yu finally panicked. A single execution cannon did not frighten him, but if 10 were to fire simultaneously, even he would have to tread carefully. Attempt to escape? It is easy to enter the celestial Fall Star River, yet difficult to exit. As I mentioned earlier, you are fated to perish here today. The White Emperor, with a violent thrust of his silver spear, forced Dark Soul Yu back, enveloping the surroundings in a shroud of slaughter laws to prevent his escape. Boom! In that instant, 10 execution cannons fired in unison, their radiant beams intertwining to form a light of annihilation, instantly enveloping Dark Soul Yu. The body of Dark Soul Yu began to disintegrate inch by inch, his primordial spirit emitting a chilling wail as he desperately summoned the power of the Imperial Path, black mist swirling around him in a frenzied struggle. Yet, the might of the execution cannons far exceeded his expectations. They were forbidden weapons meticulously designed by the Jun family to eradicate Imperial-level powerhouses. This is the grand endeavor of my dark, devouring empire. True ancestor, avenge my dark devouring empire. Dark Soul Yu's anguished cries reverberated throughout the battlefield, ultimately falling beneath the execution cannons. Thus, an emperor met a tragic end, not at the hands of the White Emperor, nor at the celestial courts, but by the very annihilation fortresses he had consistently overlooked. Third brother, Dark Miation's aura of slaughter surged violently, feeling utterly powerless as he witnessed his kin's ancient ancestor fall. What is the rush? Whether dead, early, or late, what difference does it make? You are not short on time. The White Emperor replied with a mocking smile. The other two ancient ancestors of the Dark Devouring Empire also failed to escape, falling to the execution cannons and meeting their demise on the spot. With the successive fall of 3 ancient ancestors and the continuous deaths of Imperial-level powerhouses, the morale of the Dark Devouring Empire's army collapsed utterly, crumbling to dust. Patriarch, the ancient ancestors have perished. We are done for. The Dark Devouring Empire is finished. An elder of the Dark Devouring Empire knelt in the void, his face a mask of despair. Shut your mouth. Dark Sun Tion's defenses shattered completely, and with a single strike, he eliminated the elder. At that moment, the once mighty army of the Dark Devouring Empire, numbering in the hundreds of billions, had dwindled to mere millions, now ensnared by the Jun family and the Celestial Court. The ensuing battle held no suspense. Bereft of their ancient ancestors' steadfast presence, the remnants of the Dark Devouring Empire and the Blood Fiend Empire were swiftly obliterated under the joint might of the Celestial Court and the Jun family, leaving not a single survivor. The entire Celestial Fallstar River was drenched in the blood of foreign Imperial warriors, countless wrecks of warships, and skeletal remains floating amidst the starry expanse. Report to you, Lord White Emperor, the Dark Devouring Empire and the Blood Fiend Empire have been completely eradicated, with not a soul left alive. Our forces have suffered grievously, with a staggering 20,000 soldiers perishing and 3 quasi-emperors lost. A sorrowful commander of the White Tiger Cavalry approached the White Emperor to report on the dire state of the battle. Chapter 69. The Celestial Court's Intentions, the Emergence of the Eternal Imperial Clan. Upon receiving the battle report, the expression of the White Emperor grew grave as he solemnly commanded. Relay the order to ensure the remains of all fallen soldiers are respectfully returned to the Jun family, without error. We shall grant them the highest honors and burial. They are the finest warriors of my Jun family, and must not be treated poorly. Furthermore, their families must be well cared for. The White Tiger Cavalry commander clasped his hands and replied, "Understood." At that moment, the communication jade slip at the White Emperor's waist suddenly illuminated. He scanned it with his divine consciousness, and his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The young emperor has sent word that the Qilin army has encountered trouble at the Taichu Divine Temple's headquarters and requires our immediate assistance. Hearing this, the Phoenix Empress furrowed her brow slightly. The ancient Qilin emperor is in trouble? Was he not troubling the vacuous Taichu Divine Temple? How could he be in peril? She was perplexed, for the ancient Qilin emperor was the mightiest among their 5 extremes legion, having attained the heavenly emperor realm. It would be reasonable to assume no one could pose a threat to him, aside from the Taichu sovereign and the true ancestors of the foreign ultimate imperial clans. Regardless, the White Emperor did not dwell on such thoughts. Very well, I shall prepare to depart. The Phoenix Empress nodded slightly, and just as the two were about to issue orders to mobilize their troops, the Demon Suppression Emperor approached. My friend, White Emperor, he said with a slight smile. You appear troubled. Have you encountered any difficulties? Is there anything the Celestial Court can assist you with? The White Emperor glanced at the Demon Suppression Emperor in surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, the Qilin army has faced some obstacles at the Taichu Divine Temple's headquarters, and the young emperor has commanded us to proceed immediately to assist. It is acceptable to share this secret with the Celestial Court. The Taichu Divine Temple, you say? The Demon Suppression Emperor's eyes gleamed with a hint of intrigue. How fortuitous, for the Celestial Court has had its share of grievances with the Taichu Divine Temple. Moreover, their betrayal of the immortal realm has brought calamity upon the populace. Our heavenly emperor has long regarded them with disdain. Why not allow our celestial army to accompany you? What say you? The White Emperor and the Phoenix Empress exchanged glances, both registering surprise. It was well known that while the Celestial Court and the Jun family had temporarily allied against the Dark Devouring Imperial Clan, significant animosities still lingered between them, not easily resolved. The Demon Suppression Emperor's eagerness to assist was indeed unexpected. Are we not welcome? The Demon Suppression Emperor chuckled lightly upon noticing their hesitation. The Heavenly Emperor has decreed that in this battle, the Celestial Court shall advance and retreat alongside the Jun family. Furthermore, the Taichu Divine Temple's collusion with foreign forces warrants their eradication. Though we have our differences, we cannot stand idly by while the denizens of the immortal realm suffer. Your words are most gracious. Having the Celestial Army's assistance is indeed a boon. The White Emperor regained his composure and clasped his fists in gratitude, feeling assured that the Celestial Court harbored no ulterior motives. as he had found the Demon Suppression Emperor to be straightforward in their previous encounters. Then it is settled. The Demon Suppression Emperor beamed, turning to the Demon Subjugation Emperor. Prepare troops to scour the battlefield, ensuring no remnants of foreign foes remain. I will lead the Celestial Army alongside the Jun family to quell the turmoil in the Immortal Realm. Understood. The Demon Subjugation Emperor nodded. Soon, both armies were ready, with the White Emperor and the Phoenix Empress leading the White Tiger Cavalry and Divine Phoenix Army, while the Demon Suppression Emperor commanded an immense force of the Celestial Army. Though the Jun family comprised only 20 million warriors, each was a paragon of excellence. Even the Celestial Army, numbering in the hundreds of billions, regarded them with trepidation, particularly due to the devastating capabilities of the Annihilation Artillery, which even struck fear into the hearts of Celestial Emperors. If the Jun family had faced the Dark Devouring Imperial Clan and the Blood Nether Imperial Clan at their peak with a larger force, victory would have been unattainable. Yet the Jun family had achieved this with minimal losses. As both factions assembled, they set forth toward the Taichu Divine Temple in a grand procession. Along the way, the White Emperor could not suppress his curiosity. Demon Suppression Friend, I am intrigued as to why the Celestial Court has suddenly altered its stance to ally with my Jun family. Is it truly merely to quell the unrest? Upon hearing this, the Phoenix Empress shot him a disapproving glance, while the White Emperor was well-meaning. His lack of subtlety seemed to place the Demon Suppression Emperor in a difficult position. The Demon Suppression Emperor's expression grew awkward as he cleared his throat. To speak candidly, this is the decree of His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. The valiant sacrifice of the virtuous Wind Emperor has profoundly affected the entirety of the Celestial Court. Additionally, the invasion from foreign realms is a calamity for all beings in the Immortal Realm. If we continue to engage in infighting and watch from the sidelines, it will only allow the foreign forces to reap the benefits. The Phoenix Empress pondered thoughtfully. It seems that your Heavenly Emperor has finally come to a realization. Indeed. In truth, His Majesty had considered this matter long ago. However, internal factions within the Celestial Court had impeded his resolution. The heroic actions of the virtuous Wind Friend have illuminated the situation for all of us, the Demon Suppression Emperor lamented with a sigh. In that case, we ought to express our gratitude to the virtuous Wind Friend, the White Emperor acknowledged with a nod. By the way, I just heard you mention the term Young Emperor. When did the Jun family gain a Young Emperor? The Demon Suppression Emperor suddenly recalled something and inquired with curiosity. Very few knew of the Jun family's Young Emperor, let alone those in the Celestial Court. Upon mentioning Jun Huaiyun, pride illuminated the White Emperor's face. The Young Emperor possesses unparalleled talent. He orchestrated the strategic deployment against the foreign forces entirely by himself. Had it not been for his ingenious plans, we could not have so easily decimated the Dark Devouring Imperial Clan and the Blood Nether Imperial Clan's armies. At most, we would have only been able to inflict heavy losses, not achieve their annihilation. The Demon Suppression Emperor's eyes glimmered with envy. It appears that your Jun family has birthed yet another extraordinary individual. Just as they conversed, the fabric of the void ahead suddenly trembled violently, and a terrifying wave of energy emanated from the direction of the Taichu Divine Temple's headquarters. Even from countless starry realms away, the devastating aura of annihilation was palpable. This is bad. It is the aura of the ancient Qilin Emperor. It seems they are indeed in trouble. The Phoenix Empress's countenance shifted slightly upon sensing this presence. All troops, accelerate forward. The White Emperor dared not delay and swiftly issued the command. As the White Emperor and his companions raced toward the Taichu Divine Temple, a cataclysmic disturbance erupted from the depths of the Immortal Realm. An ancient star domain shrouded in chaotic mists suddenly detonated, creating a rift that spanned countless starry skies. Boom, boom, boom. A fleet of massive silver-white warships crushed through the endless sea of stars, each vessel emblazoned with the insignia of the Eternal Imperial Clan. On the decks of the warships stood a multitude of eternal sentinels, clad in silver-white armor, their eyes shining with a silvery hue, exuding an aura of eternal indomitability. The Eternal Sentinels are the elite vanguard of the Eternal Imperial Clan, with every member at least a supreme-level warrior, and many commanding the power of quasi-emperors, with some even possessing the might of true emperors. Their eternal war spears can pierce through any defense, and their armor is forged from the rarest eternal crystals, impervious even to the most formidable of supreme-grade weaponry. This formidable army has previously swept through countless forces in the Immortal Realm, instilling terror among many eternal powers. And even the Celestial Court finds itself troubled by the presence of the Eternal Sentinels. The only force capable of contending with the Eternal Sentinels is the Jun family's 5 Extremes Legion, which, while not the Jun family's ultimate elite force, is nonetheless an exceptionally skilled contingent. Nevertheless, the strength of the Eternal Sentinels remains indisputable. In addition to the Eternal Sentinels, the Eternal Imperial Clan had dispatched numerous other armies, totaling over 100 billion in number. At this moment, at the forefront of the warship, a magnificent eternal imperial chariot floated in the void, drawn by 4 ferocious beasts of the imperial realm. A figure, enveloped in layers of eternal celestial light, sat regally atop the chariot. This figure was none other than the Eternal Saint Immortal. Behind the Eternal Saint Immortal stood three colossal figures, larger than the stars themselves, surrounded by an endless aura of eternal light, each exuding a terrifying presence. They were the three ancient ancestors of the Eternal Imperial Clan, along with the Eternal Saint Immortal. The leader of the immortal forces, who was watching from the shadows, was instantly struck with fear, hastily retracting his consciousness, fearful of disturbing the Eternal Imperial Clan. The Eternal Saint Immortal slowly opened his eyes, scenes of the rise and fall of all things manifesting within their depths. He spoke in a calm tone. Has that Jun Huaiyun truly departed from the Jun family? A scout of quasi-emperor caliber knelt on one knee, his expression respectful. My lord, I dare to guarantee with my life that Jun Huaiyun's aura indeed appeared among the forces of the Jun family's young emperor. Furthermore, he has boasted of exterminating our clan's emperors. If I am not mistaken, the Jun family stronghold should currently be inadequately defended. The Eternal Saint Immortal stroked his chin, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The young ones of the Jun family are ultimately too inexperienced, with such meager tactics. They dare to contend with this ancestor. Hear me, everyone. Today, the Eternal Imperial Clan shall raise the ancestral land of the Jun family and unearth their ancestral graves. I want them to return to find nothing but a graveyard. The Eternal Saint Immortal raised his hand slowly, his voice resounding through the starry sky. With the command of the Eternal Saint Immortal, countless warships and chariots of the Eternal Imperial Clan shattered the void, rushing toward the Jun family's stronghold like a silver torrent. Their scouts, having conducted multiple investigations, were already aware that Jun Huaiyun had set out with Jun Huaiyun, leaving the ancestral land of the Jun family vulnerable. This ambush was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If the Jun family's stronghold were to be annihilated, their fortunes would diminish to an unimaginable extent. Even if all three armies of the Jun family were victorious, they could not reverse their fate and would inevitably descend into decline. Countless ancient star worlds shattered under this overwhelming pressure. The Eternal Saint Immortal stood upon the chariot, his gaze frigid as he declared, the Jun family shall be obliterated today. The eyes of the various emperors of the Eternal Imperial Clan gleamed with cruel delight, as if they could already envision the demise of the Jun family. Soon, the silhouette of the Jun family emerged within their sight. Countless divine mountains and palaces flickering into view, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. At this moment, the Jun family was eerily quiet. Even the patrolling disciples were scarcely visible. As if the scouts' reports were indeed true, the Jun family had mobilized their elite forces, rendering their interior extremely vulnerable. Indeed, there is no one to guard. All troops, heed my command. Break the Jun family's defenses, storm into their ancestral land, and leave no survivors. The glint in the Eternal Saint Immortal's eyes surged, and with a wave of his hand, he commanded, kill, annihilate the Jun family. The Eternal Guards roared in unison, their war spears raised high as they surged toward the Jun family's stronghold. Just as the entire army of the Eternal Imperial Clan entered the Jun family's domain, a resplendent barrier suddenly rose, enveloping the entire Jun family. Countless ancient runes flickered and flowed, each imbued with the power to annihilate heaven and earth. Even the aura of the Eternal Saint Immortal was momentarily suppressed. Something was amiss. Even a protective ancestral formation could not possess such formidable power. Could it be that a powerful figure from the Jun family had emerged? The silver pupils of the Eternal Saint Immortal narrowed slightly, as he exclaimed in disbelief. He had presumed that the Jun family's formation would only pose a minor inconvenience to him, but it exceeded all his expectations. The aura of this formation was so potent that it instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Great ancestor, the Jun family is too quiet, suspiciously so. It seems we have fallen into their trap. One of the ancient ancestors suddenly changed color, sensing that something was amiss. The silence was unnervingly eerie. This was impossible. The Jun family should have had no powerful figures left, as he had dispatched numerous scouts. How could such an error occur? Silence. The Eternal Saint Immortal scolded. Eternal Saint Immortal, after many years, you remain as foolish and arrogant as ever. Your intellect pales in comparison to that of your clan's ancestors. A chilling voice echoed throughout the Jun family's domain. From deep within the ancestral land, a towering figure slowly materialized, stepping through the primordial chaos. Beneath the vastness of the heavens, surrounded by layers of celestial mist, a mere glance from him caused the three ancient ancestors of the Eternal Imperial Clan to kneel involuntarily. Jun Huaiyun, were you not leading that young one into battle? Could it be that all of this is a ruse of your making? The face of the Eternal Saint Immortal shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across his features. With such petty tricks, my Jun family's young emperor has already seen through your schemes. Does your Eternal Imperial Clan even have the audacity to plot against my Jun family? Since the Eternal Imperial Clan has come, let them remain. Jun Huaiyun coldly declared. By not releasing such false information, how could you hope to ensnare us all? The Eternal Saint Immortal quickly regained his composure. his eyes gleaming with silver light as the eternal celestial light around him rippled across the universe. Jun Huaiyun. Do you believe this ancestor would come to assault the Jun family unprepared? This time, my eternal guards are on full alert. Even if I am not your match, I can surely delay you long enough. By then, the forces of the eternal imperial clan will be more than sufficient to flatten your current Jun family. The tone of the eternal Saint Immortal was exceedingly cold. Flatten the Jun family. Flatten the Jun family. 1,000,000 eternal guards roared in unison. Their silver war spears emanating a piercing light that shattered the void, the terrifying sound wave directly fracturing millions of miles of space, even causing ripples to emerge in the Jun family's protective formation. Haha, eternal old dog, do you still remember this emperor? A vast celestial voice reverberated across billions of realms. As from the depths of the void, a figure emerged, standing upon a sea of blood, surrounded by the radiance of the great Dao. With each step he took, the entire Jun family trembled, as the primordial chaos unfolded behind him, a cosmic spectacle that sent shockwaves through the hearts of the eternal imperial clan. The Godslayer Sovereign, commander of the Jun family's Godslayer guards. No, you were supposed to be guarding the burial immortal ancient realm against that being. How could you? The expression of the eternal Saint Immortal darkened, a flicker of apprehension flashing in his eyes. Surprised, are you? I was merely bored and decided to take a stroll, coincidentally coming across you rascals attempting to ambush my Jun family. Come, come. Today this emperor shall use your eternal imperial clan's blood to refine this god-slaying halberd in my hand. The Godslayer Sovereign grinned wickedly, gripping the crimson divine halberd stained with the blood of the heavenly emperor. You have not brought the Godslayer guards with you, have you? The eternal Saint Immortal's gaze swept over the Godslayer Sovereign's entourage, his face darkening. You've finally shown some intelligence, in such a grand battle. Those little brats naturally cannot sit idly by. The Godslayer Sovereign looked at the eternal Saint Immortal, his expression one of approval. As his words fell, the void behind the Godslayer Sovereign suddenly split open, revealing a legion exuding an incredibly terrifying aura, stepping forth step by step, clad in pitch-black armor. Each warrior resembled a god of slaughter emerging from the depths of hell, surrounded by wisps of chaotic energy. Merely standing there caused the armor of the eternal guards to start to crack. The Godslayer guards. The voice of one ancient ancestor from the eternal imperial clan trembled, an intense wariness flashing in his eyes. The Godslayer guards, the true trump card legion of the Jun family, composed entirely of the most elite combatants from generations of the Jun family. Each one a supreme being who had trod upon a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even the eternal guards appeared as feeble as ants before them. Though the Godslayer guards numbered less than 10,000, each was a quasi-emperor, and none were weaker than 6 tribulation quasi-emperors, with half-step emperors being commonplace. The leaders were even at the level of behemoths among emperors. Their power far surpassed that of the Jun family's 5 extremes legion. Even the Chilean ancient army could not contend. Moreover, the commander of the Godslayer guards, the Godslayer Sovereign, was a being of the pinnacle level of the heavenly emperor. Excluding the Godslayer Sovereign, even the Godslayer guards alone could easily overwhelm 99% of the foreign forces. And the Godslayer guards were merely one legion among the Jun family's elite forces. Do not panic. Although the Godslayer guard is formidable, their numbers are exceedingly few. This time, we have brought an army of 100 billion, in addition to 1,000,000 eternal sentinels. An overwhelming advantage lies with us. The eternal sage spoke with a composed demeanor. Upon hearing these words, the once despairing members of the eternal imperial clan suddenly felt invigorated. Indeed, with 100 billion soldiers alongside the fully mobilized eternal sentinels, how could we not deal with a force of less than 10,000 Godslayers? Born in the ancient past, fought in the primordial age, buried in the recent past. Another ancient and weathered voice resonated, casting an eerie silence over the entire Jun family. Deep within the celestial realm of the Jun clan, a golden, ancient coffin thunderously opened, unleashing an endless torrent of chaotic energy and a radiant light of the great Dao. The morning army, rise once more to battle. From within the golden coffin, a towering figure slowly rose, enveloped in an aura of annihilating the heavens and extinguishing the eons. Behind him appeared a terrifying vision of collapsing worlds. And at the instant he stood, the entire celestial domain lamented. The Lord of Morning. The expression of the eternal sage transformed drastically. While he could remain composed in the face of a single Godslayer, he could not maintain his calm in the presence of the morning army. The morning army was far more terrifying than the Godslayers. Even facing 100 Godslayers was preferable to confronting a single morning army. They are a taboo. They are a legend, and they are immortal monstrosities. Each time one perishes, they return with memories, reincarnating within the Jun family, their power growing ever stronger. My companions, it is time to awaken. We have slumbered for eons, and it is time to stir. The morning army, born in the ancient past, fought in the primordial age, and buried in the recent past. Today's revival is solely to once again bury the heavens. With the emergence of the morning army, the heavens shall be extinguished. As that towering voice echoed, the ancestral land of the Jun family trembled, and ancient tombs erupted in succession. From each grave emerged figures exuding a terrifying aura. Clad in tattered bronze armor, with ancient blood still clinging to them. This is the blood of the Dao. Chapter 71. The Origin of the Morning Army, the Four Chaotic Beasts. Bury the heavens. Bury the earth. Bury the immortals. Bury all enemies in this world. We have slumbered for countless ages. Now, we shall unleash a slaughter for the Jun family. These figures slowly raised their heads, their eyes ablaze with chaotic fire. As if awakening from an ancient slumber of world annihilation. Each member of the Morning Army bore a tattered battle flag, upon which the four crimson characters "Bury all heavens" could be faintly discerned. The existence of such a legendary legion as the Morning Army was indeed real. Many of the powerful cultivators of the eternal imperial clan trembled, their legs quaking, their eyes filled with boundless dread. The Morning Army, one of the most mysterious and ancient taboo legions of the Jun family, is said to have been born in the ancient past, fought in the primordial age, and buried in the recent past. Each awakening heralds a massive cleansing of the heavens. They are neither living nor dead, but undying war souls imprinted upon the cycle of reincarnation by the Jun family through supreme means. They are all members of the Jun clan, and, of course, all of this is voluntary. No one is forced. The original forms of the Morning Army were once weak, lacking in talent and comprehension, yet possessing an unwavering will to grow stronger, hoping that the Jun family would assist them through supreme means. Thus, the Morning Army came into existence. Although the cost of reincarnation is immensely painful, they willingly accept it, as they are ready to bear any cost for the sake of becoming stronger. This is the true origin of the Morning Army. The Lord of Morning stood amidst the stars, his visage shrouded in layers of radiant Dao light, his eyes capable of annihilating the myriad realms of antiquity clearly visible. "You lot, do you require me to invite you again?" The Lord of Morning directed his gaze deep into the ancestral land, his tone languid. Roar. A roar that shook the heavens and earth suddenly erupted, and a colossal beast entwined with divine chains stepped forth from the largest tomb. It resembled a Tao, yet bore 9 heads, each one grotesque, exhaling powers from different origins. Each scale was imprinted with ancient runes, and its limbs shattered the laws of the universe. With a mere breath, it obliterated numerous warships of the eternal imperial clan, one of the 4 chaotic beasts, the 9 prisons Tao. The faces of the members of the eternal imperial clan turned ashen. This was one of the nightmarish entities from another realm. In the primordial era, the Morning Army rampaged through foreign domains, and a single 9 prisons Tao brought catastrophic slaughter, devouring countless immortal forces. Even the strongest of the eternal imperial clan dared not provoke it. "What are you afraid of? It's merely a birth." The eternal sage reprimanded as he noticed the low morale of his troops. "Birth? Then try and see if you can withstand its assault." At these words, the Lord of Morning could not help but chuckle. How many epochs had passed? And this was the first time he had heard someone declare the birth of the 4 beasts. They? Could it be that you still possess others? The eternal sage's expression changed wildly. Incredulity etched across his face. "Correct, but alas, there are no rewards." The Lord of Morning shrugged slightly. "Roar. Which old fool dares to call us mere births?" A holy black beast shattered the void, resembling a Taotai, sporting 6 pairs of massive black bone wings. Each wing ablaze with chaotic heavenly fire, unleashing a devouring law that ensnared countless soldiers of the eternal imperial clan. One of the 4 chaotic beasts, the devourer Taotai. Before his words fell, 2 more earth-shattering roars erupted from the depths of the Jun ancestral land. Boom, boom. The 3rd beast emerged from the earth, resembling a Yaoxi. Its body covered in crimson scales, with towering blood-red bone spikes sprouting from its back, each spike crackling with scarlet lightning, exuding a pervading aura of slaughter. One of the 4 chaotic beasts, the blood prison Xiongli. The final beast shattered the boundless starry river, taking the form of chaos, devoid of eyes and mouth. Its entire being akin to a black hole devouring all light. Its body twisted and writhed, causing space to collapse and time to stagnate. The warships and cultivators of the eternal imperial clan, even the forces of the eternal light, were silently consumed. The leader of the 4 chaotic beasts, the abyss of return. With the 4 beasts emerging, the heavens and earth changed color. They are the beasts of the Morning Army and the most crucial combat force. Upon witnessing the simultaneous emergence of the 4 beasts, the eternal sage was truly engulfed in panic, not to mention the Morning Army and the Godslayers. They could not even withstand these 4 beasts alone. Each beast possessed power comparable to the pinnacle of the heavenly emperor, and what was even more terrifying was their immortality. Their lack of fear of death. Even if their physical forms were obliterated, as long as the Jun family existed, they could utilize the family's power to reincarnate once more, growing even stronger. This is the most terrifying aspect of the Morning Army, for they cannot be killed. Though the Morning Army is vastly outnumbered, with only 1,000 members, they are far more terrifying than the Godslayers. Damn it, Old Morning. Your Morning Army is out here stealing our chance to stretch our legs. I, the Godslayer, Finally have an opportunity to flex my muscles, and now that you've appeared, what are we to do? They are far too few to engage with us. The Godslayer's sovereign grumbled, wielding his divine spear. Fear not, I shall not intervene, merely allowing my subordinates to play with them for a while. Such insignificant fish do not pique my interest. The Lord of Morning chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping over the direction of the eternal imperial clan as if regarding ants. Since you, Old Morning, have said so, I shall also refrain from intervening. Let my subordinates stretch their limbs a bit. They have been asleep for far too long, and their bones are nearly falling apart. The Godslayer's sovereign nodded slightly, fully agreeing with the Lord of Morning's sentiment. If the two were to truly engage, they could obliterate the eternal imperial clan in an instant. My goal is not the eternal imperial clan, but the entire foreign realm, including that particular entity from beyond. That is the adversary that interests me. Once this matter is settled, we shall venture to the foreign realm. The Lord of Morning spoke with a languid tone, imbued with an air of mystery. Of course. The Godslayer Sovereign's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Jun Huaiyun, standing to the side, shook his head and smiled. These two were indeed restless souls. Do you two truly consider my eternal imperial clan as mere ants to be slaughtered at will? The eternal Saint Immortal could no longer contain himself, his countenance turning a shade of iron as he roared. Is it not so? The God-slaying sovereign blinked. The Master of Heaven's burial, too indolent to even lift his eyelids, pierced through layers of void with his profound gaze, and suddenly chuckled. Since you are all here, why not come in for a visit? Why hide in the shadows? With that, he extended his left hand slightly, as enigmatic cycles of reincarnation flowed between his fingers, directly penetrating the boundless void. A resounding crash echoed as the outer void surrounding the Jun family abruptly collapsed. Two towering imperial figures enveloped in eternal saint light forcibly dragged out. They were two true ancestors. When did they arrive? Splendid, our eternal imperial clan is saved. The powerful members of the eternal imperial clan exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes rekindled with hope. The strength of these two true ancestors was comparable to that of the eternal Saint Immortal. Master of Heaven's burial, you actually managed to discover us. One of the true ancestors' expressions turned exceedingly grim. They were external reinforcements summoned by the eternal Saint Immortal, who feared the Jun family might have a hidden agenda. Hence their presence. Two old specters lurking in the void. Do you truly think this seat is blind? The Master of Heaven's burial scoffed, casually discarding the two true ancestors beside the eternal Saint Immortal as if they were refuse. You are far too audacious. The two true ancestors erupted in fury, their bodies radiating the eternal light, distorting the very laws of the universe around them. Old Zong, ancient slaughter, will this suffice for us three to stretch our limbs? Shall we see who can slay the opponents first? The God-slaying sovereign grinned. I find little interest in such matters, Jun Huaiyun replied with a faint smile. Utterly tedious. I can hardly be bothered to cast a glance at such lowly beings. My sons, it's time to feast. The Master of Heaven's burial remarked nonchalantly, turning to wave at the soldiers behind him. The God-slaying sovereign grimaced. Since the Master of Heaven's burial and Jun Huaiyun chose not to intervene, he too would refrain from action to avoid losing face. Chapter 72. The Feast of Slaughter. Your bell is too noisy. Roar. It is high time to act. I have long found them displeasing. You all hold off. Let us four brothers have our fun. The 9 prisons Tengu roared towards the heavens, its 9 grotesque heads simultaneously unleashing endless beams of destructive divine light, weaving together 9 distinct primal forces into a cataclysmic radiance that instantly enveloped the eternal imperial clan's army. Splatter. Flesh shattered and screams echoed. The million-strong army of the eternal imperial clan could not withstand the onslaught, and in a blink, they were consumed by the 9-colored divine light, leaving no corpses behind. The meticulously crafted silver armor of the eternal guards was instantly torn asunder beneath the breath of the 9 prisons Tengu, countless guards screaming as they turned to ash. Like ants, the 9 prisons Tengu cackled, its massive claws sweeping across, reducing tens of thousands of eternal guards to a mist of blood. Quickly formed the eternal battle array for defense. Hurry. An emperor of the eternal imperial clan bellowed, organizing the eternal guards for protection. You wretched creature. Die at the hands of this ancestor. An ancient ancestor of the eternal imperial clan roared, summoning an imperial weapon, a fearsome imperial might radiating throughout the battlefield. The ancient ancestor swung the imperial weapon towards the 9 prisons Tengu, the sword light tearing through myriad star rivers, collapsing and annihilating the surrounding space. Even this strike could not be withstood by a great emperor. Just an imperial weapon, not even capable of piercing my skin. The 9 prisons Tengu sneered, one of its heads clamping down on the sword light, its fangs crushing it, the weapon's spirit perishing on the spot. What? This is an imperial weapon. Upon witnessing the destruction of the imperial weapon and the demise of its spirit, the ancient ancestor could not help but spew forth a mouthful of blood, suffering severe backlash. He could scarcely fathom the strength of the 9 prisons Tengu, capable of shattering an imperial weapon with its teeth. Die. Another head of the 9 prisons Tengu unleashed a bolt of chaotic divine thunder, instantly obliterating the ancient ancestor, leaving him lifeless. Ha! Is this all the eternal imperial clan is capable of? The 9 prisons Tengu cackled thrice, its 9 heads voraciously devouring the primal forces of the laws, causing the eternal imperial clan's army to collapse and disintegrate. Meanwhile, the devouring abyssal beast's 6 wings flared, casting a shadow that blotted out the sun as it opened its vast maw, unleashing terrifying swallowing laws that engulfed 100,000 eternal guards along with thousands of warships. The taste is delightful, though a bit of a dental nuisance. The devouring abyssal beast licked its crimson tongue, grinning maliciously. Oh, a straggler remains. I wonder how the flesh of an emperor-level powerhouse tastes. The devouring abyssal beast's gaze fell upon a trembling ancient ancestor of the eternal imperial clan, its eyes sparkling with interest. No, I do not wish to die. The ancient ancestor, seeing the devouring abyssal beast's gaze upon him, screamed in terror, desperately fleeing into the distance. But the surrounding void had already been sealed by the Jun family, leaving no means to tear through it and escape. Flee. Am I allowing you to run? The devouring abyssal beast laughed sinisterly, its 6 wings flapping, swiftly catching up to the ancient ancestor and swallowing him whole. Splatter. The ancient ancestor's imperial body burst within its maw, blood and flesh spraying from its teeth. Ah, the flesh of an imperial realm powerhouse is truly delectable. The devouring abyssal beast savored the taste, its crimson eyes scanning the other battlefields, continuing its hunt for prey. Simultaneously, Blood Prison Xiong and the abyssal void of returning darkness also unleashed their slaughter. Blood Prison Xiong, enveloped in crimson blood lightning, left a path of devastation in its wake, beheading both great emperors and emperor-level beings alike with unrelenting strikes, each bone spur resembling a world-ending spear radiating a chilling aura, capable of instantaneously slaying swathes of eternal imperial clan powerhouses. In contrast to the others, Blood Prison Xiong was far more brutal, relishing the act of tearing its enemies apart, a perfect killing machine delighting in the sight of foes being rent asunder by its claws. The final entity, Abyssal Void of Returning Darkness, was even more terrifying and grotesque. It possessed no features, its form twisting like a black hole. Any existence approaching it, be it warships, cultivators, or attacks of laws, including even great emperors, would vanish into silence and oblivion. No. One ancient ancestor watched helplessly as his kin were slaughtered mercilessly, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. What is your haste? The abyssal void of returning darkness silently materialized behind the ancient ancestor, its black hole-like body swiftly enveloping him. The ancient ancestor struggled frantically, pouring forth eternal power and resonating laws. Yet, regardless of the methods employed, none bore fruit. The abyssal void of returning darkness was far too powerful, its form akin to a hellish abyss where any force that entered would be devoured and obliterated. In mere moments, the ancient ancestor's essence, body, laws, and primal source were all consumed entirely. What manner of monster is this? There is simply no way to combat it. True ancestor, save us. The morale of the eternal imperial clan's army plummeted as they crumbled completely. The eternal Saint Immortal observed the slaughter of the eternal imperial clan's forces at the hands of the chaotic 4 ferocious beasts, his expression darkening to the point of dripping water. He had initially believed that with the foundation of the eternal imperial clan, they would be able to contend even against the Jun family's precautions, yet the emergence of the burial army and god-slaying guards utterly shattered his plans. In the brief span of mere moments, 3 or 4 ancient ancestors had fallen. Such losses would be agonizing even for the grandest of families like the eternal imperial clan. This cannot continue. The eternal Saint Immortal roared, his eternal light surging forth, transforming into countless resplendent eternal chains that pierced through the endless void, entwining towards the 9 prisons Tengu. You wish to ambush this emperor? Such despicable tactics, this emperor has long abandoned. The 9 prisons Tengu's 9 heads roared in unison, intertwining 9 different primal forces into a radiant destruction that crushed the eternal chains without mercy. Second brother, third brother, let us strike together and subdue these 4 beasts. The eternal Saint Immortal commanded the 2 true ancestors beside him. Agreed. One of the true ancestors formed intricate seals with his hands, conjuring a resplendent eternal divine ring behind him. The vast and unfathomable power of eternity permeated the air, transforming into an eternal divine spear that pierced through the boundless cosmos, reversing the void to strike at the world-devouring demon. This was his innate imperial weapon, the eternal slaughter emperor spear. Unless a quasi-immortal powerhouse intervened, you would find it utterly impossible to contend with us 4 brothers, let alone your imperial weapon. Confronted with the onslaught of the eternal slaughter emperor spear, the world-devouring demon, with its 6 wings subtly quivering, opened its gaping maw to devour the spear whole. The flavor was delightful. Let us have some more. The world-devouring demon licked its lips, eyes sparkling with gluttonous fervor. You consumed my imperial weapon. The true ancestor's expression shifted dramatically. The eternal slaughter emperor spear was intricately linked to his essence, a manifestation of his very being. At that moment, as the imperial weapon was devoured by the world-devouring demon, even his formidable celestial emperor body was subjected to a devastating backlash, erupting in a torrent of brilliant silver blood. Return my imperial weapon. The true ancestor formed seals once more, unleashing waves of terrifying eternal celestial light from within the world-devouring demon. Return it? Very well. The abdomen of the world-devouring demon swelled slightly, and with a resounding pop, the eternal slaughter emperor spear detonated within its body, shattering into countless imperial weapon fragments, which the world-devouring demon thoroughly refined. You bastard. The true ancestor spat blood once more, his aura waning drastically. Another true ancestor summoned a large silver bell, which swung, sending sound waves that shattered countless starry skies, disrupting the very laws of the universe. This was one of the imperial weapons of the Eternal Imperial Clan, the Eternal Soul-Destroying Bell. This bell was specifically designed to target the primordial spirit. Once struck by its sound waves, even celestial emperor-level beings would experience disorientation. Their powers significantly diminished, or worse, their souls utterly annihilated. How dare a mere beast born in chaos act impudently before my Eternal Imperial Clan? The true ancestor wielding the silver bell steeled himself, his body radiating with eternal light, the bell transforming into a colossal entity that overshadowed the heavens. Dong! The bell's toll resonated, sound waves surging forth like a cataclysmic tide, obliterating the laws of existence in its path, causing the heavens and earth to descend into chaos. Opposite the true ancestor, the entity known as the Abyss of Return hovered silently in the void, its black hole-like form quivering slightly. It works. The true ancestor's expression brightened with excitement. However, to his dismay, the Abyss of Return merely turned over, disregarding him entirely. Wait, why is there no reaction? The true ancestor's brow furrowed deeply as he urged the silver bell again, unleashing sound waves that sliced through the void like countless silver blades, aiming to annihilate the Abyss of Return. This time, the Abyss of Return remained utterly unresponsive, not even a tremor to indicate its presence. This is impossible. Even chaotic beasts cannot completely disregard the attacks of the eternal soul-destroying bell. The true ancestor's expression shifted to one of dread, an ominous premonition rising within him. Utterly foolish. Have you not realized that I possess no primordial spirit? The Abyss of Return's voice echoed, imbued with an air of indifference. What? The true ancestor finally comprehended that the Abyss of Return lacked eyes, mouth, and any discernible features. No soul, no spirit. It was, in essence, the embodiment of nothingness born from chaos, devoid of substance and primordial spirit, rendering the concept of existence profoundly vague. The attack of the eternal soul-destroying bell was akin to assaulting the void with sound, utterly ineffective. Now it is my turn. The Abyss of Return's form suddenly expanded, unleashing an indescribable force of absorption that eclipsed even the world-devouring demon, warping and collapsing the very fabric of the universe. This is bad. The true ancestor's expression shifted wildly as the eternal power surged around him, desperately activating the eternal soul-destroying bell for protection. Alas, in the next moment, crack! Tiny fissures appeared upon the surface of the silver bell. This cannot be. The true ancestor was filled with terror. This was one of their clan's enduring imperial weapons. Having withstood countless epochs, how could it be so easily destroyed by the Abyss of Return? While your bell may be ineffective against me, it is far too noisy. Chapter 73. The Eternal Primordial Spirit. The Abyss of Return will teach him a lesson. The Abyss of Return's body suddenly contracted before expanding once more, unleashing a terrifying storm of absorption. No. The fissures rapidly spread across the surface of the silver bell, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion in the true ancestor's despairing gaze. The fragments of the eternal soul-destroying bell were wholly devoured by the Abyss of Return, delivering an irreversible backlash that left the true ancestor grievously wounded. Brilliant eternal blood erupting from his orifices, staggering backward. I must escape this place. The true ancestor was seized by dread. With the eternal soul-destroying bell consumed by the Abyss of Return, remaining here would spell certain doom. Unfortunately, the Abyss of Return was swifter. Its colossal form loomed like a dark canopy, descending rapidly. Holy Immortal, save me! The true ancestor screamed in terror. No one can save you. The voice of the Abyss of Return rang out suddenly, its vast body splitting open to reveal a gaping maw that consumed the true ancestor along with the surrounding void. In an instant, the myriad stars were rendered to nothingness, not even a trace of dust remaining. This was an erasure from existence itself. Fundamentally different from the world-devouring demon's consumption. Brother! The eternal holy immortal surged with murderous intent, a vertical eye splitting open in his forehead, unleashing a blinding beam of eternal light that froze time and space in its wake. This move will not work against us. The blood prison's endless thunder spines shot up on its back, each one entwined with terrifying blood-colored lightning, like a torrential downpour. They shot forth to collide with the eternal light. Boom! The entire realm of the Jun family collapsed into oblivion as the Blood Prison's endless thunder seized the opportunity to strike, its claws tearing through the endless torrent of energy. Aiming directly for the eternal holy immortal's head, the claws were enveloped in the profound laws of slaughter, causing the protective celestial light of the eternal holy immortal to begin shattering. Eternal indestructible shield. The eternal holy immortal roared, his body adorned with eternal runes. A resplendent beam of eternal imperial light enveloping him, the ultimate defensive divine ability of their eternal imperial clan. TSK. Do you think you can withstand me with that turtle shell? The Blood Prison's endless thunder sneered, its claws crashing against the shield of eternal holy immortal, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy. Eternal runes shattered layer upon layer as the eternal holy immortal grunted, propelled backward for millions of miles. Silver imperial blood cascading through the void. Brother. The last true ancestor attempted to intervene, but was ensnared by the 9 intertwined chaotic order chains spewed forth from the 9 heads of the 9 prisons to will. Tao. This one is mine. That old fool dared to insult my birth. I overheard him. The Blood Prison's endless thunder cackled, abandoning the eternal holy immortal to pursue the true ancestor, its myriad spines launching forth to force the true ancestor into retreat, cries of distress escaping him. The 9 prisons Tao nodded, turning its gaze toward the still struggling eternal holy immortal, cruelty gleaming in its eyes. You wretched spawn, the true ancestor bellowed, forming seals with his hands, unleashing a torrent of eternal power that coalesced into a silver celestial seal, inscribed with countless ancient runes, each containing supreme might to suppress the heavens. I command you to be subdued. The eternal celestial seal crashed down, causing the vast starry expanse to freeze and collapse, even the Blood Prison's endless thunder momentarily stalling. Interesting, but insufficient. The Blood Prison's reincarnation spear. The Blood Prison's endless thunder curled into a ball, its spines erupting in a blinding crimson glow. Countless spines detached, forming a blood-colored gear with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles in the void. As the gear rotated, even time and space ground to a halt. The moment the silver celestial seal made contact with the blood-colored gear, it disintegrated into a cascade of radiant light. How is this possible, this divine ability? The true ancestor barely had time to be astonished before the blood-colored gear bore down upon him, prompting him to hastily activate the eternal indestructible shield for defense. However, in the fleeting moment of contact with the blood-red gear, half of his body was instantly crushed. The silver imperial blood spraying forth as the 6-winged shadow of the devouring demon loomed ominously above him. I haven't savored the flesh of a heavenly emperor-level being in ages. The devouring demon opened its colossal maw, swallowing half of the true ancestor whole before he could even emit a cry, consumed completely. Delicious. Indeed, the higher the realm, the more delectable the flesh. The devouring demon reveled in the moment, silver imperial blood dripping from its lips and crashing down into the void, piercing through dozens of eternal imperial warships below. No. The eternal saint immortal watched in horror as the last true ancestor was devoured, his silver pupils contracting sharply, his entire being trembling. 2 true ancestors had fallen just like that. They were beings of his own caliber. They were the true pillars of the eternal imperial clan. He had never imagined that the eternal imperial clan would suffer such a complete defeat, nor that he would be reduced to this state. TSK, now it's your turn. The 9 pits Tengu grinned with its 9 heads, all 18 eyes fixed intently on the ashen-faced eternal saint immortal. The battlefield fell into a profound silence as the eternal imperial army stared vacantly at the lingering silver imperial blood in the void, the blood of their true ancestor. The true ancestor had truly perished. A leader of the eternal guards accidentally dropped his spear to the ground, his eyes filled with dread and despair. They were not afraid of death. They dreaded this feeling of helplessness. We are finished. Even 3 true ancestors could not withstand those 4 monsters. The Jun clan's forces are merely watching from the sidelines, not even intervening. How can we fight? Flee, quick, flee. Fear spread rapidly among the eternal imperial army like a plague. The once high-spirited eternal guards now turned pale, their silver armor-clad bodies trembling involuntarily. With half of the 1,000,000-strong guard army lost, the remnants had long since lost their will to fight. Who dares to retreat, even a step? Kill without mercy. The eternal saint immortal, observing the crumbling eternal imperial army, struck down those attempting to flee with a single palm, his voice tinged with unprecedented madness. He could not accept such a failure. The glory of the eternal imperial clan could not be tarnished by his hands. He had reasons to never be defeated. Today, he must prevail. The eternal saint immortal erupted in a radiant burst of eternal light, his silver hair standing on end, the silver vertical eye on his forehead fully opening. A terrifying aura far surpassing that of before sweeping over the entire Jun clan. He ignited his bloodline, soul, and the essence of imperial power. This old immortal was prepared to fight desperately. The 9 pits Tengu displayed an unprecedented seriousness for the first time. The other 2 beasts also assumed defensive stances. their expressions grave as they regarded the frenzied, eternal saint immortal. Only the abyssal void remained quietly suspended in the void. With my essence blood, ignite my soul. Summon the primordial true spirit. The eternal saint immortal suddenly erupted into manic laughter, the eternal light around him surging wildly, his silver hair transforming to a blood-red hue. Boom. The entire celestial domain and even the alien starry cosmos suddenly dimmed, as an ancient and chilling aura awoke and erupted from the eternal saint immortal's body. His form began to fracture inch by inch, each crack bursting forth with rich, eternal celestial light. Not good. He is summoning the power of the eternal primordial ancestor. The blood prison's Qiong Lei felt the bone spikes on his back stand on end, crimson lightning swirling with ferocity. Quick, stop him. The devouring demon's 6 wings trembled, the terrifying laws of devouring transforming into a black torrent sweeping forth. Yet it was already too late. The eternal saint immortal's body was exploding inch by inch. A scarlet fissure spanning the entire celestial domain suddenly appearing, from within which a colossal hand entwined with eternal chains slowly emerged. Just a hint of its aura caused the protective formation of the entire Jun clan to begin shaking violently. Oh, a wisp of the eternal ancestor's true spirit? The Lord of Burying Heaven raised his head, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. The true spirit of the eternal ancestor? Quite intriguing. The god-slaying lord tightened his grip on his divine spear, his battle intent surging. That colossal hand was entirely formed from eternal laws. Its surface marked with countless eternal imperial symbols, each bearing the terrifying power to suppress the ages. As the divine chains stirred, the entire celestial domain's laws wailed in lament. The eternal ancestor is one of the oldest existences in the alien realms, the ultimate nightmare of the celestial domain. Ants, feel the despair of eternity. The voice of the eternal saint immortal emanated from the fissure, filled with madness and resentment. The giant hand of the eternal ancestor slowly clenched into a fist, descending to suppress the 4 fearsome beasts. Before the fist's radiance even arrived, the oppressive force made the 9 pits Tengu's 9 heads simultaneously spout blood. The 6 wings of the devouring demon also began to crack, while the blood prison's Qiong Lei fared even worse. His bone spikes were too large, and the pressure he felt was even greater, resulting in several of them shattering. Like ants, a hollow, ethereal voice resonated from the fissure. The 3 fearsome beasts of the devouring demon gritted their teeth, their eyes flashing with intense killing intent. It was the first time they had been treated as mere ants. Yet, one could not deny that the power of the eternal ancestor was indeed overwhelming. Just a fragment of his true spirit, and not even his full strength, was enough to easily suppress them. They were truly no different from ants before the eternal ancestor. Shall we not intervene? The 4 chaotic beasts do not seem to be a match for the eternal ancestor, even if it is just a strand of his true spirit. It far exceeds the heavenly emperor level. The god-slaying lord's expression shifted slightly as he turned to gaze at the Lord of Burying Heaven. No need. The abyssal void will teach him a lesson. The Lord of Burying Heaven remained composed, for he knew all too well the terror of the abyssal void. Chapter 74. The Terrifying Abyssal Void, A Journey Through the Alien Realm. How dare you call us chaotic for beasts, ants? I laugh. The massive form of the abyssal void began to stir slightly. A terrifying aura surpassing dimensions and transcending the laws of the heavens erupted explosively. How dare you claim to label us as ants? You are but a half-step true immortal, not a true immortal. Its voice did not emanate from its mouth, but resonated throughout the laws of the entire universe. Boom. The giant fist of the eternal ancestor descended. Billions of eternal lights intertwining, resembling a celestial expanse crushing down. However, at the very moment the fist's radiance was about to touch the abyssal void, it declared, abyss. Eternal obliteration. Beneath the abyss, even eternity becomes mere dust. The body of the abyssal void suddenly collapsed, transforming into an infinitely small black, followed by a resounding explosion. A pitch-black fissure slicing through the celestial domain tore open suddenly. This was not a spatial rift, but the concretization of the abyss itself. The abyss is the terminus of all worlds, the ultimate obliteration point for all existence, laws, concepts, and time. If the potential of the 3 fearsome beasts of the devouring demon is rated at 10, then the potential of the abyssal void is infinitely greater than 10. It could be 11, or even 1,000,000. The punch of the eternal ancestor shattered layer upon layer, directly being countered by the abyssal void. What? You actually managed to dispel my eternal power? The voice of the eternal ancestor echoed with shock and fury from the fissure, as that colossal hand visibly decayed, crumbled, and ultimately dissipated into nothingness. No, this kind of power is difficult even for true immortals to touch. How could you possibly wield such power? For the first time, the voice of the eternal ancestor exhibited a tremor, as the scarlet fissure slicing through the celestial domain began to quiver violently, as if fearing something. The form of the abyssal void had completely vanished, replaced by an ever-expanding pitch-black rift. This was neither a spatial rift nor the collapse of laws, but pure nothingness. The abyss is the endpoint of all things. It holds no shape, no boundaries, and not even the concept of existence. It simply hovers quietly there, causing the laws of the entire celestial domain to begin to unravel. The nearest few elders of the eternal imperial clan silently and instantaneously vanished, not shattered, not burned, nor even turned to blood mist. Instead, they were directly erased from existence, leaving no trace behind, as if they had never existed at all. Control? You are mistaken. Eternal old dog, I do not wield the power of the abyss. I am the abyss itself. As the words of the abyssal dark resonated, the pitch-black rift abruptly expanded, spanning the entirety of the celestial realm, devouring the colossal hand extended by the eternal ancestor. There was no explosion, no radiance. That hand, capable of suppressing the ages, was simply erased, inch by inch, as if wiped away by an eraser. From the depths of the crimson rift came the anguished roar of the eternal ancestor. And then the rift instantaneously closed, shaking the entire otherworld at that moment. Countless ancient beings of the otherworld awoke from their slumber, gazing in terror towards the celestial realm. The ancestor has been wounded? What kind of power is this? Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, the eternal saint immortal was utterly stunned. Had the summoned true spirit of the eternal ancestor been consumed just like that? Could it be true that the true spirit of the eternal ancestor was devoured so easily? Even the god-slaying lord's eyes bore a trace of astonishment. Even he had never witnessed such a bizarre occurrence. He sensed that the aura of the abyssal dark merely reached the pinnacle of the heavenly emperor. Yet its power was overwhelmingly formidable, far more terrifying and peculiar than that of an average quasi-immortal. Old Zong, what manner of beast are you? The god-slaying lord swallowed hard, nudging the Zongtian master beside him. The abyssal dark was, after all, the essence of annihilation brought back by the Zongtian army from the end of the abyss. It possessed no life, no physical form, nor even the concept of existence. It symbolized the end of all things. No matter how powerful the true spirit of the eternal ancestor was, it remained merely a part of existence, while the abyssal dark was designed to obliterate such existence. You may comprehend it this way. The strength of the abyssal dark is perpetually above that of its enemies. It is boundless. If you are strong, it becomes stronger. If you are weak, it still remains powerful. The Zongtian master stated, hands clasped behind his back, his tone nonchalant. No wonder I have heard you speak of it before. It is soulless and formless, a true void, an entity that does not exist. The god-slaying lord gasped in disbelief. But wait, old Zong, how did your Zongtian army manage to subdue such an existence as the abyssal dark? And what of those three formidable beasts? The god-slaying lord suddenly posed this question, curiosity piqued. Upon hearing this, the Zongtian master's eyes flickered with reminiscence. This matter dates back too long. At that time, a true ancestor of my clan was nearing the end of his essence and journeyed to the end of the abyss in search of a solution. Just as despair set in, he discovered the nascent abyssal dark. At that time, it was merely a mass of chaos, devoid of consciousness. The god-slaying lord abruptly interjected. The end of the abyss. Isn't that a forbidden realm that even true immortals and celestial kings dare not tread? Indeed, it is a forbidden place. But that true ancestor's strength was extraordinary. Such trifling prohibitions were of no concern to him. In his moment of dwindling essence, he infused his divine soul and source into the abyssal dark. Fortunately, the abyssal dark lacked consciousness, and with the true ancestor's formidable power, the endeavor was successful. The Zongtian master nodded, his gaze imbued with an enigmatic quality. So, does that mean the abyssal dark is akin to my clan's true ancestor? The god-slaying lord exclaimed in disbelief. Not entirely, but you may perceive it as such. That true ancestor ultimately perished, and his primordial spirit merged with the abyssal dark, achieving the goal of immortality. The Zongtian master replied coolly. As for the other three beasts, the nine hells Tengu was subdued by me deep within the chaotic cosmic sea. The devouring fiend was even more extraordinary. It was originally a peerless beast under the command of a forbidden power from the otherworld. After I vanquished that forbidden power, it willingly released its soul, allowing me to inscribe a slave mark and bring it under my control. The Zongtian master paused, a peculiar smile breaking across his face. As for the blood abyss Zhonglei, it sought me out, claiming to have glimpsed the future of my clan within the river of time, insisting on coming to pledge allegiance. The god-slaying lord was left utterly dumbfounded. Surely this is too outrageous. Even more outlandish is the nature of the abyssal dark. Let me simplify it. It grows stronger in the presence of strength. If the opponent is a true immortal, it surpasses them. This is why it is said that beneath the abyss, eternity is but dust. The Zongtian master remarked with a mysterious smile. Old Zong, how will they handle the eternal imperial clan? Will they kill or capture? The abyssal dark approached the Zongtian master and said, wait, I am willing to submit. I am willing to align with your clan. I am a powerful heavenly emperor. The eternal saint immortal suddenly shouted. And what of being a heavenly emperor? Is my clan in dire need? The Zongtian master scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. The abyssal dark signaled, and in an instant, it consumed the figure of the eternal saint immortal. Even the true ancestor of the saint immortal has fallen? The surviving members of the Eternal Imperial clan were left aghast, their weapons clattering to the ground. The three most powerful true ancestors among them had perished, leaving no suspense in this battle. You may act, leave none alive. The God-slaying lord commanded coldly. God-slaying guards, follow me in pursuit. A commander of the God-slaying guards led his troops into the ranks of the Eternal Imperial Guard. Stab, stab, stab. The God-slaying guards charged like tigers among sheep, each swing of their long halberds claiming dozens of Eternal Imperial Guards. While the weapons of the Eternal Imperial Guards posed no threat whatsoever to the God-slaying guards, though they numbered only 10,000, each was a peerless warrior upon engagement. The Eternal Imperial Guards suffered catastrophic losses. Splatter, splatter, blood splattered, severed limbs and dismembered bodies flew as the God-slaying guards swept through, leaving the Eternal Imperial Guards no chance to resist. We, the Eternal Imperial Guards, are an elite legion. How can this be happening? One of the guard commanders screamed in terror, only to be cleaved in half by a God-slaying guard commander. Elite legion? I am precisely fighting an elite legion. The God-slaying guard commander wiped the blood from his face, his expression one of disdain. You all should join in. Don't just stand there. Soon, there will be no heads left. The Zongtian master urged the Zongtian army behind him. Kill. The Zongtian army shall bury all enemies of the world. The Zongtian army waved their battle flags, and wherever they passed, the strong of the Eternal Imperial clan transformed into blood mist, their very primordial spirits obliterated. We surrender, we surrender. I will fight you to the end. The cries echoed through the starry sky of the Jun clan, as the Eternal Imperial army completely crumbled. The 100 billion strong force reduced to almost nothing under the rampage of the four fearsome beasts, with the Zongtian army and God-slaying guards slaughtering relentlessly. Within the span of a mere incense stick, the entire Eternal Imperial army was annihilated, with not a single survivor. Easily overwhelmed, the Zongtian master shook his head, turning to Jun Huaiyun and the God-slaying lord. Next, we shall venture into the other world. The blood of my clan cannot be shed in vain. For every life lost from my clan, they shall pay with their entire lineage. Chapter 75. The ancestors of the otherworld shocked, yet it is too late. The news of the annihilation of the Eternal Imperial army swept through the celestial and otherworld realms like a storm. In the primordial celestial realm, at the temporary headquarters of the Taichu Divine Hall's allied forces, the dark universe was devoid of light, with countless wrecks of warships drifting amidst the stars. The bodies of fallen otherworldly forces and Taichu Divine Hall cultivators strewn throughout the starry expanse. At this moment, within the hastily erected headquarters of the Taichu Divine Hall, 7 towering figures of emperors sat upon thrones, each emanating an unparalleled imperial might, their mere presence causing the surrounding void to collapse and reconstitute. They were the 6 ultimate ancestral figures of the otherworldly allied forces, the Starfall Emperor, the Nine Hells Demon Lord, the Shadowkill Emperor, the Reincarnation Emperor, the Blood Abyss True Ancestor, and the Dark Devouring True Ancestor. Not to mention the master of the Taichu Divine Hall, the Taichu Emperor. Each of these 7 beings was a top-tier powerhouse, their strength reaching the terrifying realm of the Heavenly Emperor. With 1 or 2 even faintly brushing against the threshold of quasi-immortality, their might exceedingly fearsome. At this moment, they were discussing the intelligence of the battlefield. Report. Bad news. Esteemed ancestors, bad news. A scout from the otherworld stumbled into the camp, his face ashen, trembling as he knelt on the ground. The Blood Abyss and Dark Devouring allied forces have been completely annihilated, with no survivors. The Bloodfiend True Ancestor and the Dark Devourer True Ancestor abruptly rose to their feet, their imperial might reverberating violently, the terrifying pressure instantaneously reducing the entire camp to rubble. Could you repeat that? The Bloodfiend True Ancestor demanded, his voice laced with fury. This time, the Bloodfiend Empire boasts an army of 300 billion, alongside 3 Emperor-level ancestors and numerous elders of our clan to assist. Not to mention the Dark Devourer Empire standing by us. How could we suffer total annihilation? You had better elucidate this matter clearly. Grasping the scout by the throat, he lifted him off the ground, his eyes ablaze with bloodlust. 300 billion soldiers, gone without a trace. How could he possibly remain composed? It is indeed true. My lord, the Bloodfiend Empire and the Dark Devourer Empire, embroiled in conflict, were utterly vanquished by the Jun family's White Tiger Cavalry and Divine Phoenix Army in the celestial Falling Star River. As for the 3 ancestors you mentioned, they all perished in the battle. The scout stammered in sheer terror. Impossible. How could the celestial court intervene? Aren't they afraid of our retaliation? The Bloodfiend True Ancestor roared, exerting a slight pressure that reduced the scout to a mist of blood, his gaze fixed toward the direction of the Jun family, brimming with murderous intent. Indeed, apart from the Bloodfiend Empire, the Dark Devourer Empire also commands hundreds of billions of soldiers and 3 ancestors. How could we have been completely annihilated? When did the Jun family acquire such formidable strength? The Dark Devourer True Ancestor shook his head, unable to fathom that the Jun family possessed the capability to obliterate their allied forces. If they had been defeated, he could comprehend, But total annihilation was an exaggeration. Defeat and extermination were entirely different matters. Not only the Blood Fiend True Ancestor and the Dark Devourer True Ancestor, but the expressions of all present darkened ominously. Fear not. We still have 2 armies remaining. As long as one succeeds, we can prevail. The Primordial Emperor attempted to reassure them, but before he could continue, a scout rushed in, trembling and kneeling on the ground, exclaiming, "Esteemed true ancestors. The Starfall Empire and the Nine Nether Empire were ambushed by the Jun family in the 10,000 Armies universe and have been utterly annihilated. The ancestors of the Starfall Empire are all dead, and only one head of the 9 Nether ancestors escaped, only to be slain by the Jun family's Azure Dragon army midway." As soon as the words left his mouth, the ancestor of the Starfall Empire and the 9 Nether Demon Lord both stood up, a trace of imperial might emanating from them that threatened to shatter the very starry sky. Where did the Jun family muster such forces? Furthermore, wasn't the 10,000 Armies universe brimming with Jun family war machines? How could they possibly set an ambush there? The ancestor of the Starfall Empire's gaze turned icy. The Jun family detonated all the war machines, causing the 10,000 Armies universe to collapse into a void black hole, with no survivors among our forces. The scout quaked as he spoke. Outrageous. What ruthless methods the Jun family employs, detonating the war machines within the 10,000 Armies universe. The ancestor of the Starfall Empire roared, striking the scout with a palm that reduced him to blood mist, his eyes filled with palpable murderous intent. However, even more terrifying news followed. A third scout crawled in, nearly collapsing as he cried out, "Esteemed ancestors, it is dire. The Eternal Empire has launched a sneak attack on the Jun family stronghold, only to fall into their ambush and suffer total annihilation. The Eternal Holy Immortal has perished." At that moment, all 6 true ancestors, including the Primordial Emperor, stood up in shock, disbelief etched across their faces. If they could comprehend the defeat of the other 2 armies, the Eternal Empire was no ordinary force. It was the most powerful ultimate imperial clan from their realm. Moreover, the Eternal Empire had sent out their entire Eternal Guards, making it inconceivable that they could be ambushed and exterminated. The Eternal Holy Immortal has fallen? Are you certain? The one who could threaten the Eternal Holy Immortal, Jun Huaiyun, is among the younger generation of the Jun family. Could there be other powerful entities present? The Primordial Emperor's expression darkened, as the complete rout of all 3 armies, including the Eternal Empire, offered no hope for victory. The Jun family deployed the Godslayer Guards and the Graveyard Army. Moreover, Jun Huaiyun himself is at the Jun family's main stronghold, not among the younger generation's forces. The scout hastily clarified, sensing the growing tension among the true ancestors. How could the Godslayer Guards be at the Jun family? Aren't they stationed at the ancient grave of the immortals? Do they not fear that monstrous entity emerging? The Shadow Kill Emperor's pupils constricted, his voice trembling. Upon hearing the term Godslayer Guards, the 6 true ancestors exchanged glances, their eyes filled with horror. They were aware that the Godslayer Guards were the Jun family's elite corps, composed entirely of quasi-emperors, commanded by the ruthless Godslayer's sovereign. Yet, the Graveyard Army was an unfamiliar term to them. This was not surprising, as the existence of the Graveyard Army dated back to ancient times and was seldom seen. Only a handful knew of their existence across the realms. Could this be yet another hidden trump card of the Jun family? The Eternal Holy Immortal possesses far greater strength than any of you. If even he has fallen, can we still hope for success in this campaign against the Jun family? The Bloodfiend True Ancestor's expression darkened considerably as he spoke. At this proclamation, the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. The Primordial Emperor surveyed the gathering, observing the fluctuating expressions of the assembly, before suddenly sneering. "Are you all considering retreating now? It is far too late for that. With the arrow drawn, it must be released, my esteemed colleagues. Even if you wish to withdraw, it is already too late." The Primordial Emperor spoke slowly, the light of the primordial radiating around him. He paused momentarily before continuing. "Given the Jun family's modus operandi, even if we were to acknowledge our faults and withdraw now, they would undoubtedly seek retribution against us one by one in the future. Rather than waiting helplessly for our doom, it is better to fight with all we have. There lies our only glimmer of hope." Upon hearing this, the Dark Devourer True Ancestor displayed hesitation, but even the Eternal Empire has fallen, along with the other 2 armies. Do not forget, we still possess our final trump card. As long as we can endure and seize the primordial mirror, we may yet awaken that being. Even if all 3 armies fall, what of it? The Primordial Emperor's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. "You speak of awakening that being, yet we must not overlook the cost of such an awakening. What makes you think you can acquire the primordial mirror from those youngsters?" The Reincarnation Emperor raised an eyebrow. "How can we know without attempting? Do you wish to wait for the Jun family to come to your doorstep and annihilate you?" The Primordial Emperor's voice sharpened. The 6 true ancestors exchanged glances, their expressions fraught with uncertainty, regretting their decision to wade into these troubled waters. Just as they hesitated, the entire camp began to tremble violently, and a thunderous battle cry erupted from outside, sending countless forces of the primordial temple's otherworldly coalition into a frenzied retreat. It is bad. The Jun family has launched a full-scale assault. A blood-soaked elder of the primordial temple stumbled into the camp, fear etched across his face. What? They are coming again? The 6 true ancestors' expressions shifted simultaneously. The primordial emperor's eyes glinted as he tore through the void, and the assembled leaders exchanged glances before stepping out in unison. At the edge of the starry sky, colossal annihilation fortresses, each the size of a starfield, crushed through millions of stars, surrounded by countless Jun family cultivators standing resolutely. Their murderous aura reverberating throughout the heavens and the earth. Atop the foremost annihilation fortress stood a young man clad in dark robes. Exuding a celestial beauty akin to an otherworldly immortal, his gaze icy enough to send shivers down one's spine. This young man was Jun Huaiyun, and at this moment, numerous indistinct figures swirled around him, each radiating an unparalleled imperial aura. The 5 ancestors of the Jun family were also in attendance. Before the Jun army, 7 towering imperial figures stood proudly, positioned at the forefront of the otherworldly primordial temple forces. Their gazes riveted upon the overwhelming Jun army at the edge of the starry sky, their eyes ablaze with boundless hatred. It is solely due to this impetuous junior that the 2 formidable armies have met with total annihilation. Undoubtedly, the principal object of enmity remains the primordial emperor. The emperor, reduced to barking like a dog, has seen his son perish indirectly at the hands of Jun Huaiyun, and the primordial mirror has been seized, culminating in the loss of 10 imperial artifacts and the exquisite drunken immortal brew. The accumulation of these grievances has propelled the primordial emperor's hatred for Jun Huaiyun to unprecedented heights. Jun Huaiyun. The primordial emperor forced these 3 syllables through clenched teeth, his entire being radiating with an intense primordial light. Jun Huaiyun, undeterred by the cannibalistic glare of the primordial emperor, cast his gaze downwards upon the coalition from the foreign realms, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Why must you all scurry about in hiding? Since you dare to trespass upon the territory of the Jun family, you ought to display some competence. Why have you all turned into timid tortoises now? Upon uttering these words, Jun Huaiyun's gaze shifted to the primordial emperor, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Isn't this little Chushin? You've polished that mirror quite brilliantly. It serves me well for reflection. Little whelp, how I long to slay you. The primordial emperor trembled with rage. Calm yourself, primordial. The ancestral emperor of Starfall narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that the shadow enveloped in layers of profound mist behind Jun Huaiyun could only be Jun Huaiyun. Though merely a projection, the terrifying aura that suppressed the epics was palpably real. It appears we have indeed been deceived. Jun Huaiyun's true form is within the Jun family. While this projection is here, the eternal holy immortal fell victim to this child's stratagem. We must tread carefully. The reincarnation ancestral emperor conveyed telepathically to the others. Oh, isn't that the old dog of primordial? Have you grown so ragged in just a few days? I hear you are willing to serve the foreign realms to reclaim the primordial mirror. TSK. A sovereign of one realm reduced to a mere hound for the foreign realms. Such disgrace. At that moment, a white figure sprang forth from behind Jun Huaiyun, revealing a completely snow-white canine humanoid standing upright, paws on hips, its mouth curled in mockery. White sovereign. The primordial emperor's eyes blazed crimson, the space around him fracturing in layers. This detestable hound had once pilfered 3 pillars of the immortality elixir from the primordial temple, and upon being discovered, it had the audacity to accuse them of animal cruelty, inciting them to send pursuers through the night. Don't be so fierce. I heard you were recently seeking a mate. Why not allow me to introduce you to some bitches? I guarantee their lineage is pure. The white sovereign wiggled its rear playfully, its tail wagging with a resounding thump. I should have personally dispatched you, you wretched dog. The primordial emperor could no longer restrain himself. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a torrent of primordial light, transforming into a colossal hand that sought to crush the white sovereign with the weight of eons. Ouch! You're going to kill the dog. Little Yunzi, save me. The white sovereign exclaimed dramatically, hiding behind Jun Huaiyun, paws covering its eyes, tail tucked between its legs, feigning abject terror. However, a keen observer would detect a sly grin at the corner of its mouth. Impudence. The divine beast of the Jun family cannot be trifled with by mere insects like you. The projection of Jun Huaiyun snorted disdainfully, stepping forth. In that instant, the entire cosmos trembled violently. A force that commanded the submission of all paths surged forth. He merely raised a hand, gently slapping towards the primordial emperor's direction. Boom. The clash of 2 terrifying powers erupted, shattering the primordial emperor's colossal hand instantaneously. The imprint of Jun Huaiyun continued unabated, crashing against the primordial emperor's chest, propelling him billions of miles away, shattering countless ancient stars along the way, before he ultimately crashed into a distant star system. An immediate silence enveloped the battlefield. The 6 true ancestors' pupils constricting sharply, their faces etched with shock. They were aware of Jun Huaiyun's might, yet did not anticipate such overwhelming power emanating from merely a projection. The 9 hall masters of the primordial temple and their ilk were rendered utterly paralyzed, their legs trembling and faces pale. Is this the prowess of the ancient ancestors of the Jun family? A mere projection can effortlessly overpower an esteemed emperor. One of the hall masters stammered, his voice quavering. Haha, is this it? Just this? Old primordial, I am right here. If you possess any courage, come and seize me. The White Sovereign, witnessing the primordial emperor being sent flying, began to revel in its triumph. Boom. The primordial power within that star system thrashed violently, shattering before the eyes of all present. The primordial emperor emerged, clutching his chest, his countenance darkened to the point of dripping water. He regarded the projection of Jun Huaiyun with a mixture of fury and profound trepidation. All forces, heed my command. Slay them. Leave no one alive. Jun Huaiyun raised his hand, issuing a decree. Slay. Slay. Countless troops of the Jun family roared in unison, their battle cries shattering the endless star river. Boom. The Annihilation Fortress and the Annihilation Cannons unleashed a barrage of devastation, brilliant beams of light piercing through the heavens, instantly dismantling the defensive lines of the foreign coalition. Haha. What a delight. Charge forth, my minions. Pumpkin Face, follow closely behind. The White Sovereign snatched the Jun family battle flag from Chu Yundao and waved its paw as it charged towards the coalition, an army of Jun soldiers trailing behind. Seeking death, I shall fulfill your desires. Let us engage. The foreign emperors of the primordial temple unleashed their might, the laws surged forth, and dark power roiled. Their imperial might shaking the vast expanse of the cosmos. Neither the foreign realms nor the primordial temple would resign themselves to fate, with no path of retreat. They pressed onward into the abyss. Meanwhile, the elders of the Jun family also took action, unleashing boundless imperial might, with some even invoking quasi-immortal artifacts, radiating an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure. Chapter 77, Jun Wuwang takes action. The Jun family's might is but a projection of power. The two sides had long since exhausted any possibility of negotiation, as the formidable forces of the Jun family launched an all-out assault against the reincarnation ancestral emperor and others. Waves of energy obliterated countless ancient stars, causing the very heavens to collapse. The terrifying fluctuations of power rippled across the entire celestial domain and into the foreign realms, startling every ancient powerhouse. Numerous cultivators trembled in fear, their faces drained of color, as mere waves of energy shattered their souls. The Jun family was too powerful. Facing 6 ultimate imperial clans and the primordial temple, their strength was simply overwhelming. Who mentioned the 6 ultimate imperial clans? The eternal imperial clan has also intervened, deploying 100 billion troops, only to be met with the Jun family's ruthless counterattack. I have only just learned of this. Let me quietly inform you. The eternal holy immortal also made a move, yet ultimately met his demise. Truly, the Jun family is an existence we are unworthy to even gaze upon. The leaders of various immortal forces expressed, their eyes wide with terror and disbelief. The eternal holy immortal was a true ancestor of the eternal imperial clan, immensely powerful. That he too fell to the Jun family was a testament to their might, leaving all present in astonishment. What a pity, we cannot witness such a clash of titans. An ancient emperor lamented. Battles of the celestial emperor's caliber are not something even the emperors dare to scrutinize lightly, for fear of retribution. All beings within the celestial domain could only perceive the overwhelming imperial might sweeping across the realm, ancient stars and galaxies shattering one after another, as the fabric of reality threatened to unravel. Damn it! A furious roar echoed from the depths of the cosmos, shaking the hearts of countless factions. The reincarnation ancestral emperor and others found their bodies continually disintegrating, blood spurting from their mouths. While these emperors were being suppressed, other battlefields were witnessing unilateral slaughter. The Annihilation Fortress firing cannon after cannon, resulting in countless casualties, as spatial war chariots rampaged through the chaos. The entire starry expanse lay in ruins, the laws collapsing, and the great paths wailing in despair. Primordial Emperor, it is time for reckoning. I had once been too merciful towards your primordial temple, which has led to today's predicament. This time, I shall not allow you to escape. The ancestor Jun Dishi struck down upon the primordial emperor, an unbearable force surging into him, causing him to spew blood and fly backward. Before he could regain his senses, Jun Dishi formed a sword with his fingers, chaos energy enveloping him, a blue lotus blooming. And with a single stroke, he severed the primordial emperor's left hand. Jun Dishi, since the ascension of this emperor, I have never endured such indignity. Were it not for your young scion from the Jun family, how could the Taichu Divine Hall have fallen to such depths? All of this is your fault. The Taichu Emperor roared, clutching his severed arm, his entire being enveloped in the ethereal essence of Taichu. Little scion, even if I perish today, I shall take you to the grave with me. The Taichu Emperor's gaze turned to the rampaging Jun Huaiyun, who was wantonly slaughtering the legions of the Taichu Empire. And he bellowed. From his severed arm surged brilliant Taichu light, coalescing in the void into a golden divine sword that pierced the galaxy. The sword was adorned with countless Taichu runes, each strand of sword energy emanating forth, obliterating the endless cosmos. This was his innate imperial weapon, the Taichu Imperial Sword. Taichu Annihilation. The divine sword struck towards Jun Huaiyun, millions of Taichu sword energies cascading down like a cosmic river, warping time and space, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Many Taichu Divine Hall cultivators, unable to evade in time, were shredded into crimson mist by the sword energy at this juncture. He no longer cared for the survival of the Taichu Divine Hall. All he desired was Jun Huaiyun's demise. You seek death. Jun Emperor Shi's eyes flickered with boundless killing intent as he raised his hand, unleashing an overwhelming surge of chaotic universe, infused with the breath of primordial suppression. Crashing towards the Taichu Imperial Sword. Boom. The two titanic forces collided violently, the shockwave sweeping across the expanse, rendering numerous nearby star domains into nothingness. And the Taichu Emperor himself was forced to retreat repeatedly, blood spurting from his mouth once more. You all must act swiftly to slay this scion, and seize the Taichu Divine Mirror. Do not concern yourselves with others. Jun Emperor Shi, I shall hold him back. With the Taichu Emperor's stern command, the Starfall Emperor Ancestor and others exchanged glances, their eyes flickering as they turned towards Jun Huaiyun, gritting their teeth and charging forth. Little scion, come forth and meet your end. The blood-fiend Ancestor transformed into a vast sea of blood, myriad souls manifesting. Where do you think you're going? Old dog of the blood family? An elder from the Jun family forcefully intervened to block the blood-fiend Ancestor. Little scion, you are undoubtedly doomed today. The Shadowkill Emperor's form fragmented into countless ghostly apparitions, each exuding a terrifying aura of celestial extermination. The Lord of the Nine Hells summoned the Nine Hells Yellow Spring, merging it with a river of corrupted essence that eroded all creation. The two of them abandoned their respective opponents and advanced towards Jun Huaiyun, who remained unperturbed in the face of their assault. Just as the lethal strikes from Shadowkill Emperor and the Lord of the Nine Hells were about to reach Jun Huaiyun, boom. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie stillness, all laws momentarily freezing, as an aura that sent tremors throughout the myriad realms emanated from the depths of the celestial domain. Ah, you have finally returned. It is not too late. It seems my presence is no longer required here. Just as Jun Shitian was preparing to intervene, his gaze flickered slightly, and a profound smile graced his lips. The others also ceased their actions, their eyes drawn towards the depths of the celestial domain. My son, Jun Wuwang, is not someone you rabble can lay a finger on. A voice, cold and detached, resonated through the universe. Though not loud, it caused all present, including the Emperor-level cultivators, to feel their souls tremble. Suddenly, a vast spatial rift cleaved through the void before Jun Huaiyun. A slender, jade-like hand emerged, and with a gentle grasp, the laws of the entire realm began to unravel, countless strands of lawlight flickering into existence, only to be instantaneously extinguished. Shatter. With the utterance of a single word, the myriad ghostly apparitions of the Shadowkill Emperor erupted simultaneously. His true form was sent flying as if struck by countless bolts of lightning, his chest caving in. The Shadowkill Emperor smashed through countless ancient stars, ultimately crashing heavily into a great world, shattering its heavenly path into fragments. The Lord of the Nine Hells fared even worse. His summoned river of yellow spring disintegrated in an instant, the tremendous backlash causing blood to spurt from his 7 orifices. Filthy wretches, you dare to strike at my son. Jun Wuwang. That massive hand struck towards the Lord of the Nine Hells, obliterating half of his demonic form, exposing ghastly white bones, a most horrifying sight. This is impossible. Jun Wuwang, your power is merely at the Emperor level. How could you have grown this formidable? The Taichu Emperor's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze filled with deep trepidation. He was acutely aware of the Shadowkill Emperor and the Lord of the Nine Hells strengths, formidable individuals not inferior to himself. Yet they were grievously injured by Jun Wuwang's casual gesture. Moreover, how had Jun Wuwang, previously only at the Emperor level, become so powerful? Crack. The void shattered completely, and a towering imperial figure emerged, clad in celestial robes, wearing the 9 Emperor's crown, surrounded by boundless celestial radiance. With each step, endless cosmic pathways came into being and vanished. This individual was none other than Jun Wuwang, the patriarch of the Jun family and father of Jun Huaiyun. Father. A gleam of joy flickered in Jun Huaiyun's eyes, quickly replaced by confusion. Wasn't Jun Wuwang always within the Jun family? And what did the ancient ancestor Jun Shitian mean when he said that Jun Wuwang had finally returned? The figure of the Jun family was merely a projection of my power. It is not my true form. Jun Wuwang smiled softly, fully aware of the thoughts swirling in Jun Huaiyun's mind. His true self had remained deep within the burial of a mortal's ancient realm. The figure associated with the Jun family was merely a projection of his power. Merely a projection? Not the true self. But father at that time. Jun Huaiyun's expression grew increasingly perplexed. Why hadn't Jun Wuwang revealed this truth to him before? It was not an unspeakable secret. Once this matter is resolved, I shall certainly disclose the truth to you. Jun Huaiyun affectionately ruffled Jun Huaiyun's hair, then turned his gaze towards the projection of Jun Shirtian, slightly cupping his hands in greeting. Ancestor Shirtan, Huaiyun has returned from the burial of immortals. I shall take over from here. Ha ha ha, splendid. From the resonance of your aura, you must have taken that step. Ancestor Shirtian smiled slightly, his projection dissipating into specks of celestial light. The other elders of the Jun family, witnessing this, also withdrew, having realized that Jun Huaiyun was genuinely enraged this time. When a person reaches the pinnacle of fury, they seldom reveal it easily. Only blood can cleanse such rage. You old fools dare to covet my son. Since you have made your move, then let none of you escape. Jun Huaiyun's voice was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet it caused the faces of the Taichu Emperor and others to change instantaneously. Chapter 78. A single palm annihilates armies, raising a hand to suppress 7 emperors. The Taichu Emperor and others exchanged glances, each observing a hint of gravity and wariness in the other's eyes. The strength Jun Huaiyun had just exhibited instilled a profound sense of caution within them all. No one dared to be the first to act. Damn it. What is happening with Jun Huaiyun? How has his aura become so terrifying? Has he truly stepped into that realm? The Starfall Emperor ancestor and others were internally shaken, a tinge of regret flashing in their eyes. Had they known, they would not have come, gaining nothing but attracting trouble instead. But the die was cast. Retreat was no longer an option. They must fight to the death. Fellow cultivators, we must not hold back any longer. We must unite our strengths for battle. The Taichu Emperor roared, his body radiating fierce Taichu light, the essence of Taichu swirling around his reformed severed arm. Unite? With your ragtag band of uselessness? Jun Huaiyun's gaze was icy, his hand slightly raised, 5 fingers unfurling. In an instant, the entire fabric of space-time was ensnared within his grasp. The light of countless stars dimmed instantaneously, and a wave of panic washed over every heart. Not good, retreat quickly. The Starfall Emperor ancestor's pupils dilated in terror, and without hesitation, he retreated billions of miles. Yet it was already too late. Jun Huaiyun pressed down gently with his palm, causing the entire starry sky to collapse. Infinite laws shattering, and billions of star rivers to fall. From the shattered spatial rifts, torrents of ancient chaotic essence surged forth, transforming into a vast imperial hand that bore down upon the Taichu Emperor and the others. The Primordial Emperor was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Immediately struck by a palm that sent him hurtling backwards, spitting blood, with half of his imperial body exploding into pieces. In the midst of his flight, he frantically channeled the power of the Primordial to mend his flesh. I couldn't even withstand a single blow. The gaze of the Primordial Emperor turned filled with dread, while the other celestial beings suffered varying degrees of injury. The foreign pests had gathered a ragtag army to invade my Jun family. Since they have come, they shall all perish here. Jun Huaiyun's eyes were cold as he slightly clenched his left hand towards the direction of the foreign forces. Ah, Lord True Ancestor, save me. I do not wish to die. Countless cultivators and experts from the foreign coalition, including those from the primordial divine hall, were instantly transformed into a mist of blood, without even a scream escaping their lips. Hundreds of billions of troops suffered catastrophic losses in an instant. Below the emperor, all were like ants, and at this moment, with Jun Huaiyun's grasp, even the emperors were as fragile as straw. In a mere instant, numerous emperors were annihilated, including several ancient ancestors from the Shadow Kill and Reincarnation clans, who met a grim fate on the spot. The situation was even worse for the primordial divine hall, where 80% of the hundreds of billions of troops were annihilated, and 7 out of the 9 hall masters perished, leaving only 2, who were constantly coughing blood. Everyone, attack together, kill. The primordial emperor, enduring excruciating pain, unleashed a surge of primordial energy, transforming it into a resplendent imperial halo. Blood Sea Imperial Soul. Blood Ming True Ancestor morphed into a vast blood sea, from which a towering blood demon emperor emerged, wielding a crimson blood spear entwined with countless vengeful souls. The aura of slaughter shattering boundless cosmos. Sky devouring darkness. Dark Devourer True Ancestor's body was enveloped in surging black mist, transforming into a colossal darkness that obscured the sky, its gaping maw exuding an overwhelming devouring force. All stars silent. Starfall Emperor Ancestor raised his hand, summoning a cosmic rain of falling stars, each one imbued with the power to annihilate worlds. River of Death. 9 Nether Demon Lord gritted his teeth, channeling the power of the 9 Nether, conjuring a murky river of death that traversed the void, corroding all beings and the very heavens. Dark Annihilation Shadow Kill. Shadow Kill Emperor's form became ethereal, with illusory imperial shadows floating in the void, radiating a vast imperial might. 6 Paths of Heaven's Reincarnation. Reincarnation Emperor Ancestor, the most enigmatic among them, gestured with his hands, manifesting the 6 reincarnation gates above Jun Huaiyun, the power of reincarnation spreading to envelop Jun Huaiyun entirely, attempting to drag him into an endless cycle of rebirth, to obliterate his soul. The seven supreme powers unleashed their utmost divine abilities, causing the entire celestial realm to wail in agony, laws crumbling and great paths fading. Even the river of time manifesting under the weight of this overwhelming aura. As the waves of the river of time surged, they reflected countless shards of time and space. Father. Sensing this overwhelming aura of annihilation, even Jun Huaiyun, who held absolute confidence in Jun Wuwang's strength, could not help but feel a pang of worry. These were seven celestial beings, and a united strike from them could rival a quasi-immortal. Fear not. To me, they are but ants. In response to Jun Huaiyun's concern, Jun Wuwang merely smiled faintly, his gaze unervingly calm. Jun Wuwang, arrogance comes at a price. Hearing Jun Wuwang's dismissive remark about them being ants, Blood Ming, true ancestor, and the others roared in fury, their celestial powers simultaneously erupting, merging into an endless torrent of annihilation as they surged towards Jun Wuwang. The ensuing tremor swept through both realms, turning the boundless universe to dust, with fissures tearing across the two realms before everyone's eyes. Faced with this world-ending strike, Jun Wuwang remained unmoved, simply extending his left hand, his gaze chillingly indifferent. Is this all you can do? Then perish. As his words fell, he exerted a forceful downward pressure with his left hand, instantly shattering the combined world-destroying strike of the seven, causing them to simultaneously spurt blood. Their forms propelled like meteors into the distance. The seven ultimately crashed into a desolate ancient realm, their auras diminished to the utmost degree. Hiss. At this moment, both the foreign army and the Jun family forces collectively inhaled sharply, their gazes vacant as they beheld this scene. This is utterly absurd. These are celestial beings. And seven of them at that. Is this truly happening? Brother Jun, our father is invincible. Chu Yundao, standing behind Jun Huaiyun, exclaimed in admiration, his eyes gleaming. Indeed. Ahem. Who is your father? That is my father. Do not misidentify your parentage. Jun Huaiyun's face flushed slightly as he raised his head, instinctively responding, but quickly realized and corrected himself. Hearing Chu Yundao's audacious claim, the members of the Jun family twitched at the corners of their mouths. They had encountered oddities before, but nothing quite like this. Even Jun Wuwang's body trembled slightly, though he quickly regained his composure. TSK, pumpkin face, your pretentious skills have not improved. Yet your shamelessness is honed to perfection. Do not mention me to others. I cannot afford to be associated with that dog face. Bai Huang held his nose in disdain, looking at Chu Yundao with contempt. Jun Wuwang. Chapter 79. Ascension to Quasi-Immortal. With a gesture, subduing 6 emperors. Have you truly taken that step? The primordial emperor clutched his chest, blood gushing forth, his complexion ashen, eyes filled with horror. At the utterance of these words, the scene fell into silence. As Dark Devourer, true ancestor, and the others struggled to rise from the ruins, their eyes also shimmering with fear. They understood all too well what that step entailed, transcending the emperor realm, entering the supreme domain of quasi-immortality, and ascending to true immortality. They knew better than anyone what quasi-immortality signified. It was the ultimate existence that truly touched the threshold of the immortal path, capable of crushing any emperor, even if it were merely the first stage of quasi-immortality. In the face of the trepidation from the primordial emperor and others, Jun Wuwang bore a faint, enigmatic smile. Not quite yet. He paused, and just as the others were about to breathe a sigh of relief, he added, though I have not yet ascended to true immortality, I have already attained the status of quasi-immortal. I am now a first-stage quasi-immortal. What? First-stage quasi-immortal? This is impossible. Even if you are a first-stage quasi-immortal, you could not so easily defeat all 7 of us. Starfall Emperor Ancestor bellowed in disbelief. The fighting power of a first-stage quasi-immortal is hardly inferior to that of a half-step true immortal. We are utterly finished. Reincarnation Emperor Ancestor and the others trembled in despair, filled with regret for involving themselves with the Jun family. On the periphery of the battlefield, the various powerful factions secretly observing were utterly astounded. The head of the Jun family had already stepped into the realm of quasi-immortality. Who in the 2 realms could balance the Jun family now? Even the heavenly court might not stand a chance. An ancient imperial clan's leader turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Indeed, this is a first-stage quasi-immortal. I have lived through countless eras and have never encountered a living quasi-immortal. Another elder from an immortal lineage stammered, his voice quaking. No wonder the Jun family dared to confront the 7 ultimate imperial clans simultaneously. They have such a formidable being. Even ancient emperors murmured to themselves, their eyes flickering with intrigue. At this moment, across the celestial realm, countless powerful beings were observing with their divine senses. And upon hearing that Jun Wuwang had stepped into the quasi-immortal realm, tidal waves surged within their hearts. How old is Jun Wuwang? He cannot be more than a few thousand years old. Deep within the heavenly court, the celestial emperor sat upon his imperial throne, his gaze deepening as his fingertips trembled slightly. First-stage quasi-immortal, Jun Wuwang has indeed reached this step. Such talent is truly astonishing. Some Star Lords who bore grievances against the Jun family swallowed hard, their voices trembling. Your Majesty, with such a being in the Jun family. How shall we proceed in the future? Hearing this, the heavenly court slowly closed its eyes, letting out a long sigh. The heavenly court has never had much conflict with the Jun family. We are not like those from the primordial divine hall. Issue a decree. From this day forth, the heavenly court shall maintain an eternal friendship with the Jun family. This subject obeys the decree. Apart from the heavenly court, several ancient beings deep in the foreign realms suddenly awoke, their consciousness piercing through the void, fixating on Jun Huaiyun. Another extraordinary individual from the Jun family has stepped into the quasi-immortal realm. This person must not remain for long. If yet another true immortal emerges, our foreign realm shall be in grave peril. Summon the various clans. We shall advance and retreat alongside the ultimate imperial clans, such as the Dark Devouring Imperial Clan. First, we shall annihilate the Jun clan, and then the Celestial Realm. A few ancient beings exchanged hushed dialogues in the shadows. You need not search for me, Jun clan. We shall naturally come to find you. Jun Huaiyun's indifferent voice echoed across the alien domains, causing those ancient entities to retract their thoughts in fright, no longer daring to steal even a glance. Among them, the strongest was merely at the Celestial Emperor level, while the rest were either Imperial Lords or Grand Emperors, all feeling inferior to Jun Huaiyun, akin to ants. They dared to boast only a few words. Should they be faced with him, they would kneel and beg for mercy in an instant. This is impossible. The path to the immortals has been severed. It is inconceivable that a quasi-immortal could emerge in this era. Meanwhile, within the Jun clan, Blood Fiend True Ancestor and others shook their heads furiously, their eyes bloodshot. For me, nothing is impossible. Jun Huaiyun's gaze remained indifferent as he slowly raised his hand. No, Lord Jun Huaiyun, spare me. I am a Celestial Emperor. Your Jun clan requires my strength. The Shadow Killer Emperor suddenly knelt, his voice trembling. Does my Jun clan lack Celestial Emperors? With a slight press of his left hand, Jun Huaiyun froze all laws across the starry sky, even halting the flow of time and space. The likes of the Primordial Emperor and others felt their surroundings completely sealed off, unable to escape. Die! Jun Huaiyun's indifferent words rang like the decree of death. The Shadow Killer Emperor and others trembled violently as they witnessed Jun Huaiyun's left hand slowly converge, causing the laws of the entire cosmic galaxy to collapse frantically. No. The Shadow Killer Emperor let out a piercing scream as his imperial body shattered piece by piece, black imperial blood spraying across the starry sky, staining tens of thousands of ancient stars a pitch black. With a single gesture, Jun Huaiyun's expression remained impassive as the Shadow Killer Emperor's form completely exploded under the weight of his overwhelming power. The Shadow Killer Emperor has fallen. The first. With his words still echoing, Jun Huaiyun turned his gaze to Blood Fiend True Ancestor, raising his hand to unleash a tremendous imperial palm toward him. I am indestructible. The Blood Shadow is eternal. I am an immortal being. Blood Fiend True Ancestor roared, transforming into countless tiny blood shadows to flee into the distance. Indestructible blood shadows? Dare you claim such before me? A glimmer of mockery flashed in Jun Huaiyun's eyes as his celestial light pierced forth, obliterating innumerable blood shadows and impaling Blood Fiend True Ancestor's true form, pinning him in the void. I am willing to submit. I shall swear an oath to the heavenly path. Blood Fiend True Ancestor's pupils constricted as he hastily begged for mercy. Jun Huaiyun's expression remained indifferent as he condensed a wisp of celestial fire at his fingertip, gently dropping it onto Blood Fiend True Ancestor, the once dominant Celestial Emperor burning before the eyes of all. The cries of Blood Fiend True Ancestor lasted merely 3 breaths before he dissipated into a wisp of blue smoke. The second, Jun Huaiyun turned to face the Dark Devouring True Ancestor, whose complexion changed drastically as he frantically tore at the fabric of space to escape. You cannot flee. Old dog of the Dark Devouring clan. In the past, your clan targeted the younger generation of my Jun clan relentlessly. Today, all grievances shall be settled. Jun Huaiyun pointed, and beams of celestial light pierced through the Dark Devouring True Ancestor's brow, causing this unparalleled sovereign, famed for the path of devouring, to be consumed by his own laws. His imperial body deflated like a punctured balloon. I am being devoured by my own path. The voice of the Dark Devouring True Ancestor grew faint as his massive form transformed into countless black specks, ultimately scattered by Jun Huaiyun's gentle breath. The third one. Dear guests, the game has begun. Jun Huaiyun's gaze swept over the Starfall Emperor Ancestor, who, upon seeing this, frantically burned his essence and summoned a star disk. Jun Huaiyun merely snapped his fingers, and that disk, reputed to traverse hell and tear through endless time and space, shattered instantly. Starfall Old Dog. While your clan may lack other skills, your ability to flee surpasses even that of the Shadow Killer Old Dog. With a grasp of his right hand, the starry sky surrounding Starfall Emperor Ancestor twisted violently, and countless stars emerged from the void, forming a colossal starry prison spanning millions of miles. To perish by the very laws one has cultivated, such a unique flavor it must be. As Jun Huaiyun pressed down with his palm, thousands of stars converged, shattering the protective starlight surrounding Starfall Emperor Ancestor in an instant. His imperial body was crushed beneath the weight of countless stars, ultimately ground to dust before the eyes of the onlookers, leaving no trace, not even his primordial spirit. The fourth one, who shall come first? Jun Huaiyun's gaze fell upon the trembling primordial emperor and others, a light laugh escaping his lips. Fleeing means certain death. Only fighting to the death offers a glimmer of survival. The reincarnation emperor ancestor suddenly erupted, transforming into 6 gates of reincarnation that enveloped Jun Huaiyun. Again with this trick? You think to escape via the path of reincarnation? A commendable idea, but alas, this tactic is futile against me. Jun Huaiyun merely lifted his foot and stomped down, causing the 6 gates, which were said to doom all living beings, to crumble into pieces instantly. Reincarnation, I shall have you reincarnate. Jun Huaiyun waved his hand slightly, and a misty celestial river emerged, radiating vast reincarnation energy, the river of reincarnation. Within it, a phantom of a primordial spirit frantically fled, that being the reincarnation emperor ancestor, seeking to feign death and borrow the river for a cycle. With a sweeping motion, Jun Huaiyun forcibly pulled the reincarnation emperor ancestor's primordial spirit from the river. Annihilate. Jun Huaiyun clenched his hand slightly, denying the reincarnation emperor ancestor any chance to utter threats, directly shattering his primordial spirit. This time, the reincarnation emperor ancestor was utterly erased, his form and spirit obliterated, with no opportunity for reincarnation remaining. Unlike the other beings of the reincarnation emperor clan, those exceptionally powerful beings could utilize the river of reincarnation to cycle through a life. However, conversely, with cause comes effect. If the primordial spirit is shattered, reincarnation becomes impossible. This differentiates them from other beings, as they might still have a chance for reincarnation despite the destruction of their primordial spirit. Yet, for the reincarnation emperor clan, it is different. To some extent, the reincarnation emperor clan is even harder to eradicate than other strong clans, as it requires a master of the path of reincarnation to summon the river of reincarnation to locate and completely annihilate their primordial spirits. Jun Huaiyun happened to be well versed in 3,000 laws. Although he could not utilize the river's powers for himself, he could summon it to track down and eliminate the reincarnation emperor ancestor. The fifth one, the Lord of the Nine Hells, was now utterly terrified, kneeling in the void and fervently bowing. Lord Jun Huaiyun, spare me. I am willing to offer all of my clan's assets. Before the Lord of the Nine Hells could finish speaking, Jun Huaiyun struck him down with a single palm. You should be grateful that your Nine Hells Imperial clan has no great enmity with my Jun clan. Otherwise, you would have no opportunity for reincarnation. Jun Huaiyun spoke with indifference. Chapter 80, Ultimate Elevation, 3 Strikes to Annihilate the Foe. The primordial emperor's face was ashen, a bitter smile gracing his lips, his eyes filled with boundless regret. At this juncture, he would not beg for mercy nor bow down to the Jun clan. He regretted it. Had he known, he would not have sent someone to redeem the so-called Emperor of the Nine Abyss. Otherwise, the primordial divine mirror would not have fallen into the hands of his waste of a son due to gambling. One misstep leads to another. The primordial emperor murmured softly, his eyes bloodshot. Had I known this day would come, I would have never acted so rashly. Your primordial temple should never have crossed paths with my Jun clan. Do you have any last words? If you reveal your plans and the reason why the Eternal Emperor clan covets the primordial divine mirror, my father may grant you a swift end. Is this not the treasure of your primordial temple? How could you allow others to touch it? Jun Huaiyun stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the trembling beings of the alien realms, speaking languidly. How could I possibly divulge such secrets to a mere junior like you? Even if I did, would your Jun clan allow me to leave? Does your Jun clan have a habit of offering mercy? The primordial emperor scoffed. Indeed, even if you spoke, you would still face death, but at least it would not be as agonizing, and you would have a chance for reincarnation. Jun Huaiyun nodded, stating that he was not one to play the hypocrite nor engage in such tricks. Jun Huaiyun, for countless years, I, the Emperor of Taichu, have traversed the celestial realms without ever imagining that I would fall at your hands. Even in death, I shall not grovel for mercy like those cowardly wretches. I shall fight to the bitter end. I represent the honor of the Taichu Divine Hall. The Taichu Emperor let out a cold snort, his gaze fixated upon Jun Huaiyun, a grim smile curling at the corners of his lips. Let us engage in a battle of utmost ferocity. If I am to perish at the hands of the most formidable prodigy of the Jun family, it would not be in vain. As his words faded, an explosion of countless Taichu lights erupted from the Taichu Emperor, his aura surging uncontrollably, his imperial physique fracturing inch by inch, only to be reconstituted by the resplendent Taichu radiance. At that moment, every fiber of his flesh, every bone, and every strand of hair ignited, transforming into the purest essence of Taichu power. Everything burned, ascending to the pinnacle of sublimation. The Taichu imperial sword in his grasp blazed fiercely. Ancient Taichu runes writhed and blossomed upon its blade, emanating a dazzling divine radiance that pierced the heavens, illuminating the entire cosmic expanse. Jun Huaiyun, I demand that you unleash your full might and engage me in battle. The Taichu Emperor howled to the heavens, his entire being suffused with brilliant light, resembling a blazing universe as he charged toward Jun Huaiyun. In that instant, his speed transcended the confines of time and space, trailing countless fragments of time behind him. Stars vaporized in his wake, creating a blinding path of white light across the sky. Indeed, compared to those earlier pitiful beings who could only plead for mercy, you possess a modicum of spirit. I shall exert merely 10% of my strength to contend with you. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Jun Huaiyun's eyes. 3 strikes will suffice to deal with you. Witness now, this is the first strike. With his words, Jun Huaiyun slowly raised his right hand, revealing a microcosmic image within his palm. The galaxies within that universe spun, the very fabric of existence twisted, the sun and moon sank, emanating an overwhelming power that could send tremors through the heavens. With a gentle motion, Jun Huaiyun unleashed a strike, and the entire starry sky fell into an eerie silence. The Taichu Emperor's blazing assault was instantly dismantled, the brilliant Taichu light forcibly compressed back into his body. Poof! The Taichu Emperor's chest caved in, internal organs bursting forth alongside a spout of blood, his figure violently retreating for billions of miles. So formidable. He gazed at his nearly collapsed chest, his expression flashing with deep shock. Even in his utmost sublimation, he was no match for Jun Huaiyun's single hand. This is the second strike. Jun Huaiyun's voice echoed from all directions as he appeared before the Taichu Emperor, his palm radiating resplendent celestial light as he struck toward the Emperor's body. The Taichu Emperor's complexion changed drastically as he raised his sword to block. Crack! The sound of shattering bone reverberated across countless universes as half of the Taichu Emperor's form was obliterated into a mist of blood, his remaining left arm desperately clutching the soon-to-be extinguished Taichu Imperial sword. His shattered Imperial body hung suspended in the vastness, the Taichu light flickering erratically. Even the fire of life in his eyes dimmed significantly. It was evident that the Taichu Emperor had reached the brink of exhaustion. The final strike. Jun Huaiyun gently approached the Taichu Emperor, this palm appearing slow, yet it had already transcended the limitations of time and space, appearing atop the Taichu Emperor's crown in the blink of an eye. Poof! The Taichu Emperor opened his mouth as if to utter something, but the brilliance in his pupils had already vanished, his entire being dissolving into a mist of blood, mingled with flickers of Taichu light. The Taichu Imperial sword, which had accompanied him through countless battles, let out a sorrowful wail upon sensing its master's demise. The sword spirit activated its self-destruct mode, the blade fracturing inch by inch, transforming into countless motes of light that dissipated into the void. The Taichu Emperor had fallen, a brave man, yet regrettably lost on the wrong path. Jun Huaiyun retracted his hand, shaking his head as he spoke. Chapter 81. The Qilan army in a bitter struggle. The method of soul incineration. The battlefield fell into an immediate silence, the remaining emperors of the alien coalition appearing ashen-faced, some collapsing directly into the void. Our leader is mighty. Our leader is invincible. The Jun family's army erupted into thunderous cheers, each face alight with fervor. To annihilate 7 heavenly emperors with but a mere gesture. Who else could accomplish such a feat? It was not a matter of indulgent pleasure, but a swift execution. We, the Taichu Divine Hall, are willing to surrender, willing to submit. Even if it means becoming slaves, we have no objections. The last 2 lords of the Taichu Divine Hall fell to their knees, bowing to Jun Huaiyun, their faces etched with terror and despair. I, the Jun family, do not desire traitorous curs. Strike, leave none alive. Jun Huaiyun's expression remained cold and devoid of emotion as he faced the pleas for mercy from the Taichu Divine Hall. We shall obey your command. At Jun Huaiyun's command, the Jun family's army surged forth like a tidal wave against the alien coalition that had lost all will to fight. Lacking the high-level combatants to restrain them, the alien coalition could muster no effective counterattack. Boom! The main cannon of the extermination fortress fired in unison, instantly obliterating hundreds of millions of enemy troops, while the space war chariots rampaged through their ranks, leaving a path of carnage in their wake. The Jun family's troops, driven into a frenzy, cut down swathes of the Taichu Divine Hall's experts, disregarding their pleas for mercy. Run, it's futile to resist. With even the true ancestors dead, how could we possibly fight back? The alien coalition offered only token resistance before beginning to crumble and flee, countless cultivators discarding their armor and weapons. Fortunately, the Jun family had already laid an intricate web of traps, with their ferocious army surrounding them from all sides. This is exhilarating. Chu Yundao wielded a chaos brick, striking with unrestrained vigor, dispatching a saintly king with each blow. Meanwhile, on the battlefield's periphery, numerous powerful figures from various factions displayed shock upon witnessing the demise of the 7 heavenly emperors. The Taichu Divine Hall too had suffered, with 9 lords annihilated and the Taichu Emperor slain. Henceforth, the celestial realm would belong solely to the Jun family. Indeed, even the celestial court will likely steer clear of their wrath. You know nothing. My cousin's brother's uncle's grandmother's son just informed me that the Celestial Court is already inclined to negotiate with the Jun family, perhaps even forming an alliance. Is that true? Why would I deceive you? Meanwhile, Jun Wuwang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze piercing through the endless void toward the depths of the alien realm. His eyes radiating a chilling intensity. Within 3 days, if the alien realm does not provide me with an explanation, my Jun family shall pay you a visit to discuss matters. As his words fell, a violent rumbling echoed from the direction of the alien realm, causing countless beings within to tremble in fear of the Jun family's wrath. In the pitch-black depths of the cosmos, at the outskirts of the Taichu Divine Hall's territory, flames of war raged, laws shattered, and countless remnants of warships floated in the void, blood staining the entirety of the cosmic expanse. At this moment, the ancient Qilin Emperor, drenched in blood, his single eye of vivid crimson, wielded a bloodied Qilin spear that pierced through boundless galaxies. Beneath him, a 9-colored Qilin let out a roar that shook the heavens, surrounded by an aura of unrelenting slaughter. Before him stood 3 ancient and forbidden supreme beings of the Taichu Divine Hall, each a heavenly emperor, their auras as deep as a chasm, exuding an air of terror. They represented the last vestiges of the Taichu Divine Hall's strength, relics of a bygone era, tasked with guarding the stronghold and not having followed the main army into battle. Alongside them stood a true ancestor from the Eternal Imperial Clan, the Eternal Xianxian. Together, the 4 encircled the ancient Qilin Emperor, their eyes gleaming with profound astonishment. Despite their combined heavenly emperor-level strength, they found themselves at a disadvantage against the ancient Qilin Emperor. Failing to subdue him, they had lost one of their own instead. Realizing the gravity of the threat he posed, they exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with a chilling resolve. Such a menace must be eradicated here and now. He could not be allowed to escape, lest he jeopardize the safety of their forces. The news of the complete annihilation of the frontline alien army had yet to reach them. They were unaware of it, only knowing that the ancient Qilin Emperor was far too perilous. Ancient Qilin Emperor, do you have any final words? One of the Taichu Divine Hall's heavenly emperors coldly inquired. His entire being suffused with Taichu light, transformed into myriad divine chains that sealed the void. Final words? Ha, where's the Qilin army? Upon hearing these words, the ancient Kirin Emperor broke into a grin, his fighting spirit soaring to the heavens. Here, the hundreds of Kirin warriors responded in unison, their voices shattering the very fabric of the universe. Despite their numerous injuries and tattered armor, they remained undaunted, resolutely refusing to surrender to the Taichu Divine Temple. Utterly foolish. The Jun clan shall surely face defeat this time. Why sacrifice your lives for a clan on the verge of extinction? The Eternal Mystic remarked with a disdainful sneer. If you and the Kirin army were to yield to my Eternal Imperial clan, I could bestow upon you unparalleled resources. Even granting you command over my legions would be within my power. Moreover, although your Kirin army is formidable, you are now encircled by my forces. Escape is no longer an option. The moment these words left his lips, the assembled troops from other realms erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. The Mystic Lord intended to recruit this individual? The ancient Kirin Emperor was the leader of the Jun clan's 5 Extremes Legion. How could he possibly submit? The onlookers murmured among themselves, and the expressions of the 3 heavenly emperors from the Taichu Divine Temple shifted slightly. Truth be told, they wished to eliminate the ancient Kirin Emperor, for one of their own had already perished at his hands. Yet, they refrained from voicing their dissent. Wary of the Eternal Imperial clan's overwhelming might, the ancient Kirin Emperor, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, let out a derisive laugh. Eternal old fool. What are you? Do you think you are worthy of making the Kirin army bow? We are born of the Jun clan and will be buried with it. Even if we fight to the last man, we shall never yield to the rabble of other realms. Today, you will either step over my corpse or I will annihilate you. As his words echoed, the ancient Kirin Emperor shattered the void beneath him, brandishing his spear in a sweeping motion, unleashing a colossal beam of spear light that pierced through the cosmos, aimed directly at the Eternal Mystic. If you were at your peak, perhaps you could contend with me, but in your current state, how can you hope to withstand my might? The Eternal Mystic scoffed, his countenance betraying disdain as he raised his hand to dismiss the attack. A myriad of eternal divine chains intertwined, coalescing into a colossal palm that met the ancient Kirin Emperor's strike head-on. Boom. The clash of these 2 titanic forces caused the entire cosmic expanse to collapse into oblivion. Countless warriors from other realms being reduced to a mist of blood by the residual shockwaves. Kill. The other Kirin soldiers roared. Seizing the opportunity presented by the disarray in the ranks of the opposing forces, they charged forward with fervor. Though their numbers were exceedingly few, merely a few hundred, each warrior was of quasi-emperor caliber. Under such strength, unless the enemy produced correspondingly powerful adversaries, they could not be obstructed. In an instant, carnage ensued. With blood and flesh scattered everywhere, the Kirin army posed a significant threat. They could not be allowed to escape today. The 3 heavenly emperors of the Taichu Divine Temple sprang into action, their auras immense, stirring the very heavens and earth. as torrents of profound Taichu energy swirled through the starry sky. Taichu Annihilation Finger, Taichu Annihilation Seal, Taichu Reincarnation Technique. The three imperial arts erupted simultaneously, aimed at the Kirin army, seeking to obliterate them in a single strike. Three old fools, your opponent is me. The ancient Kirin emperor's eyes widened in fury, pushing back the eternal mystic. In a flash, he positioned himself before the Kirin army, his spear sweeping across to withstand the trio's divine techniques. Coughing, the ancient Kirin emperor spat blood, his gaze fixed fiercely upon the eternal mystic and his companions. He was pushing himself to the brink. Ancient Kirin emperor, why must you resist so stubbornly, even while gravely injured? What benefits has the Jun clan afforded you to compel such devotion? The eternal mystic sighed, still reluctant to kill the ancient Kirin emperor, as a heavenly emperor and hundreds of Kirin warriors were worth his effort to sway. Words are futile. Eternal emperor's law. Soul ignition technique. The ancient Kirin emperor cackled, crimson flames of imperial essence enveloping him, his previously waning aura surging once more. Die! The ancient Kirin emperor bellowed, his eye blazing like blood as he wielded his spear, causing the starry river to collapse and the universe to tremble. The expressions of the three heavenly emperors shifted dramatically as they hurriedly prepared to counter. In an instant, their advantage evaporated, and they found themselves being pushed back by the ancient Kirin emperor alone. This madman dares to use the soul ignition secret technique, a method that severs one's own foundation. A formidable character indeed. What a pity he has chosen the wrong path. He cannot be of use to my eternal imperial clan. Witnessing this, the eternal mystic's eyes flickered with a trace of regret, but it swiftly morphed into unyielding coldness. If he cannot be of service, then he must die. With this thought, he slowly raised his hand, and a grand cauldron radiating eternal, celestial light manifested. Exuding the essence of imperial Dao, the eternal mystic stepped forward, wielding the cauldron, and struck directly at the back of the ancient Kirin emperor. Ancient emperor, be careful. A Kirin army captain, his eyes wide with alarm, repelled the enemy before him and unhesitatingly lunged to shield the ancient Kirin emperor with his own body. Humph. The eternal mystic's countenance grew ever colder as the cauldron crushed down upon the captain, his flesh exploding in an instant. Though he only delayed the inevitable for a brief moment, it provided the ancient Kirin emperor with a fleeting opportunity. Ah, eternal old dog, I will have your life. The ancient Kirin emperor roared, pivoting his spear to clash fiercely against the cauldron. Bang! The resounding clash of metal reverberated across the cosmos, the ancient Kirin emperor's grip faltering, his form slightly swaying, while the eternal mystic staggered back 1,000 miles, astonishment flooding his eyes. Having burned such a secret technique, he still possessed this level of power. What a shame, you shall still perish here. Just as the eternal mystic prepared to unleash a forbidden killing move, the starry expanse abruptly split apart, as colossal world-destroying fortresses ground the void into dust. The Kirin army holds firm. The Azure Dragon Army and the Black Tortoise Guard are here to provide support. And we, the Divine Phoenix Army and the White Tiger Riders. And of course, our heavenly host. Boom. As the rifts in space widened, the world-destroying fortresses continued to emerge, each one stained with the still-drying blood of otherworldly emperors, radiating an overwhelmingly oppressive aura. The Four Extremes Legion had arrived just in time, and naturally, the demon-suppressing emperor of the heavenly court and his companions were also present to assist. This cannot be. Wasn't it reported that the White Tiger Riders and the Divine Phoenix Army were engaged in combat with the Blood Abyss Imperial Clan? How have they appeared here? And what of the Azure Dragon Army and the Black Tortoise Guard? Could it be that both armies have suffered defeat? The expressions of the three heavenly emperors of the Taichu Divine Temple turned ghostly pale. This is utterly impossible. I recall the Blood Abyss Imperial Clan boasting hundreds of billions in forces, with each Imperial Clan having several Emperor-level powerhouses stationed. How could this be? The eternal mystic erupted with fury, his body awash in eternal light, boiling like a starry river. Report. A chilling shriek interrupted his words. As an elder from the Taichu Divine Temple rushed in, his face stricken with terror, clutching a shattered life token in his hands, tears streaming down his cheeks. My lords, the Emperor's life token has shattered. Furthermore, the entire frontline army has been obliterated, with not a single survivor. What? In that moment, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence, all eyes darting between one another, disbelief etched across their faces. Not only has the Emperor fallen, but reports from the front lines indicate that all 7 ultimate Imperial clans, including our Taichu Divine Temple forces, have been annihilated. The Elder trembled, his voice laced with unending dread. The Emperor has actually perished. Our Taichu Divine Temple's forces have been completely wiped out. It is all over. This news struck like a thunderbolt in the hearts of all present. One of the heavenly emperors from the Taichu Divine Temple suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of blood, staggering back a few steps, his complexion draining of color, leaving him ghostly pale. You must be lying. How could it end so swiftly after such a short period of conflict? What of our eternal Imperial clan forces and the eternal Holy Immortal? The eternal mystic howled in a frenzy, His roar reverberated through the boundless starry river, causing the eternal celestial river beneath him to boil violently, reflecting fragments of time and space. At that moment, his eyes brimmed with a murderous intent that seemed almost palpable. The three true ancestors have fallen. The eternal guardians have been obliterated, and the army of the eternal imperial clan has been utterly vanquished. Who could possibly bear such a catastrophic loss? Even if the eternal imperial clan boasts great wealth and power, they are merely a handful of true ancestors, perhaps 5 or 6 at best, yet half of their strength has been annihilated in such a manner. What difference does it make if you few arrive? Mere emperor lords are hardly worthy adversaries against us. If you all have come, then let you and the Chilan army be buried here together. And you, celestial court, how dare you meddle in the affairs of my realm? This grudge will not be forgotten by the eternal imperial clan. Today, my ancestor shall reclaim a portion of the interest owed. The eternal Xian immortal's gaze was frigid, radiating an overwhelming chill. Oh, is that so? A voice, cold and detached, suddenly resonated through the void. A vast spatial tunnel was forcibly opened by some unseen power, and an army shrouded in layers of chaotic mist emerged, shaking the very fabric of the starry sky with each step they took. The funeral army is here. I am the funeral sovereign. The leader, donned in bronze imperial armor, possessed a gaze devoid of emotion, exuding an aura of immense imperial might. Beside him, the 4 chaotic beasts materialized, releasing earth-shattering roars. The god-slaying guards are here, and this time, I shall take action myself. Suddenly, another portion of the void shattered, revealing the god-slaying sovereign, who stepped forth while wielding a crimson divine spear. Behind him, 10,000 god-slaying guards surged with a murderous intent, each radiating the aura of quasi-emperors. 10,000 quasi-emperors, no less, many of whom were at the 4th or 5th tribulation level. The powerful entities from foreign realms, and even the eternal Xian immortal, could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. They struggled against a few hundred Chilan soldiers, and now faced an even stronger and more numerous god-slaying guard legion. What hope did they have now? If I am not mistaken, these should be the Jun family's god-slaying guard, and they are indeed the funeral army. The eternal Xian immortal's gaze shifted toward the funeral sovereign. But weren't the god-slaying guards stationed in the ancient funeral realm? One of the most powerful members of the Taichu Divine Hall could not contain his disbelief. They had prepared meticulously before departing, gathering intelligence before taking action. How could the god-slaying guards have been summoned? The ancient funeral realm? That monster will not awaken anytime soon. Does this emperor not deserve a little respite? The god-slaying sovereign scoffed. Enough. I am not here to chat with you. Save your words for the afterlife. Chapter 83. The Power of the God-Slaying Sovereign and the Fall of the Eternal Xian Immortal. Kill. With a single command from the God-Slaying Sovereign, 10,000 God-Slaying guards unleashed a tide of murderous intent. Clad in armor and wielding blood-red long spears, they descended like vengeful deities emerging from the depths of hell, tearing through the void and plunging into the enemy ranks. The remaining 5 Extremes legions and the Celestial Court's forces also mobilized, engaging in fierce combat with the alien armies and the garrison of the Taichu Divine Hall. Do you truly believe the Jun family regards my realm as mere ants? The eternal Xian immortal roared, his eternal immortal cauldron radiating brilliant celestial light as countless eternal laws intertwined. Haha, old man, don't flatter yourself. Not even the entire heavens contain many who warrant our Jun family's attention. Who do you think you are? The god-slaying sovereign mocked, his crimson divine spear slicing through the universe and sending the eternal Xian immortal tumbling back 100,000 miles. Soldiers clashed, generals dueled, and every emperor-level powerhouse engaged in battle deep within the void, wary of the repercussions their conflicts might have on their own forces. This is dire. Matters have descended to such a low point that we find ourselves trapped in a predicament. The members of the Taichu Divine Hall wore grim expressions. Despite their numerical superiority, they could not hope to match the quality of the Jun family's warriors, let alone the Celestial Court, which left them at a significant disadvantage. In this situation, achieving a safe retreat would be considered a monumental victory. What troubled them most was the funeral sovereign, who had yet to make a move. His aura was far more terrifying than that of the god-slaying sovereign, instilling a sense of despair and suffocation. Quickly form a battle array and intercept them. A powerful emperor from the Taichu Divine Hall frantically organized their defenses, yet before they could establish their formation, the 5 Extremes Legion had already cut through the ranks. Azure Dragon shatters the heavens. The Azure Emperor wielded an imperial spear, striking down with a blow that engulfed the entire star domain in a vast azure light. The Emperor, attempting to organize the defense, hastily defended himself, but the strike shattered his left arm, sending imperial blood spraying into the void. Black Tortoise suppresses the world. The Black Emperor stood upon a chaotic black tortoise, raising his hand as myriad black and mysterious divine patterns manifested in the void, intertwining to form the Black Tortoise Great Array that pinned another emperor in place, rendering him immobile. The chaotic black tortoise inhaled deeply, turning all enemies within 1 billion miles into ice sculptures. White Tiger roars to the heavens. The White Emperor was even more ruthless. Each thrust of his spear carried the might to obliterate myriad realms, the aura of slaughter permeating the heavens and earth, forcing one emperor to retreat in defeat. His body riddled with bloody holes. We cannot fight back. We must flee. Many foreign cultivators cast their weapons aside and fled into the distance. Divine Phoenix cleanses the world. The Phoenix Empress waved her hand slightly, and a sea of flames transformed into countless fire phoenixes, incinerating those foreign cultivators attempting to escape into ashes. The temperature of the entire cosmos surged dramatically. Haha, you have come at a good time. Today, let us engage in a fierce battle. Though the Qilan ancient emperor was gravely injured, his fighting spirit remained unyielding as he charged toward the emperors of the foreign realms. When did your strength become so formidable? Meanwhile, the eternal Qian immortal was in a wretched state, his imperial armor shattered. Ugh! The eternal Qian immortal spat out blood, his eyes filled with terror. What? Surprised? The god-slaying sovereign sneered, his crimson divine light radiating millions of blood hues, each glimmer imbued with a terrifying intent to annihilate the heavens. Eternal old dog. Do you think I have been idly guarding the ancient funeral realm all these years? Today, I shall show you what true god-slaying power looks like. As his words fell, the god-slaying sovereign's aura surged violently, enveloped in a torrent of blood energy that coalesced into countless blood-red divine chains, each etched with ancient god-slaying runes. God-slaying destruction. The god-slaying sovereign swept his spear horizontally, and the entire universe was instantly shrouded in a massive blood-red spear light. With millions of blood-red divine chains intertwining to form a colossal, slaughtering imperial dragon that surged toward the eternal Qian immortal. Eternal indestructible shield. The eternal Qian immortal's complexion shifted dramatically as he frantically activated the eternal immortal cauldron, unleashing a torrent of radiant eternal light that formed a barrier spanning the starry cosmos. Do you think a turtle shell will suffice? The god-slaying sovereign remarked with a cold laugh. The immense blood-red spear light slicing through the eternal shield as if it were mere tofu, the blood-red divine chains ensnaring the eternal Qian immortal and savagely constricting him. The massive slaughtering imperial dragon then crashed into the eternal Qian immortal. The eternal Qian immortal was driven back 1 billion miles, experiencing excruciating pain that compelled him to emit a heart-wrenching scream. The members of the Taichu Divine Hall were horrified by this agonizing cry, their gazes shifting toward the eternal Qian immortal. They beheld the imperial body of the eternal Qian immortal being mercilessly struck by the slaughtering imperial dragon. Silver imperial blood raining down upon the starry sky, each droplet infused with vast imperial might, capable of piercing ancient stars upon impact. Eternal Qian immortal. From a distance, the members of the Taichu Divine Hall turned pale at the sight, unable to restrain themselves from rushing to his aid. Yet they were forcibly repelled by the White Emperor and others. What's the rush? Seeking death is not a matter to be hurried. The Qilan ancient emperor grinned savagely, wielding his spear to pierce through the endless cosmos, causing galaxies to collapse and the heavens to tremble. Damn it! The members of the Taichu Divine Hall roared furiously. Even as they exerted all their strength, they could not breach the blockade set by the White Emperor and his allies. Meanwhile, the eternal Qian immortal lay bloodied and mangled, his silver bones exposed, his aura diminished to the brink of collapse. Eternal old dog, weren't you quite arrogant just now, boasting about annihilating my Jun family? Why the silence now? The god-slaying sovereign sneered. I preferred your defiant demeanor. Do make an effort to restore it. The god-slaying sovereign raised his divine spear high, its tip gathering shimmering points of blood-red light to an exquisite degree. God-slaying finality. The god-slaying lord thrust forth his spear, unleashing a burst of crimson light that transformed into a cataclysmic blood beam piercing through countless galaxies, aimed directly at the heart of the eternal profound immortal. Wherever the sanguine radiance traversed, even the fabric of time and space was torn asunder, creating a pitch-black rift that shattered the laws of the celestial order beneath the weight of that spear. The eternal profound immortal's eyes contracted in horror as he frantically urged the eternal immortal cauldron to shield him, its surface illuminated by a myriad of eternal runes, exuding an aura of timelessness. However, with a crunch, at the moment of impact between the blood spear and the eternal immortal cauldron, an artifact reputed to withstand any assault from a being of the heavenly emperor realm, it began to fracture. Piece by piece, the artifact's spirit emerged, emitting a mournful wail, only to be obliterated into the void shortly thereafter. Boom. The eternal immortal cauldron was utterly shattered. No, my cauldron. The eternal profound immortal screamed, helplessly witnessing the relentless blood spear pierce through his chest. Uft, Jun family, I loathe you. Silver imperial blood splattered, mingled with bits of flesh, as the eternal profound immortal let out a wretched howl before exploding completely. His primordial spirit was unable to escape, ensnared and annihilated by the slaying runes upon the spear. The eternal profound immortal perished. Gasp. Even the esteemed eternal profound immortal has fallen. The remaining powerful figures of the primordial divine hall turned pallid, their bodies trembling. No, this is untenable. We must retreat. Scatter and run, every man for himself. Agreed. The three heavenly emperors of the primordial divine hall exchanged glances, disregarding their pride, and tore through the void in frantic flight in different directions. Chapter 84. Clearing the battlefield. A strange existence. Think you can flee? The world-devouring beasts sought to obstruct them, but were halted by the god-slaying lord. Don't move. These are my prey. I've come out for a rare occasion. How could I not relish the kill? The god-slaying lord chuckled coldly at their retreating figures. Very well. The nine hell's beasts, including the world-devouring beasts, halted their pursuit, watching with keen interest. The god-slaying lord's expression grew increasingly frigid and domineering as he lightly shook his spear, causing droplets of imperial blood to transform into three crimson chains that pierced through the boundless void, ensnaring the three fleeing heavenly emperors of the primordial divine hall. The first target. The god-slaying lord's gaze fixed upon an elder clad in white robes, a heavenly emperor adept in the laws of destruction. A heavenly emperor specializing in the laws of destruction? I wonder if you can withstand a strike from me. A cruel smile crept across the god-slaying lord's lips as he took a step forward and vanished from sight, reappearing above the elder's head. God-slaying starfall. The god-slaying lord raised his spear skyward as the cosmic laws of slaughter converged violently, forming a blood-red meteor spanning billions of miles, its surface etched with countless slaying runes, emanating a murderous aura that made the heavens tremble. Descend. The blood-red meteor plummeted, and the elder, adept in the laws of destruction, roared in defiance, his hands forming seals. The primordial power and destructive force around him surged, coalescing into a massive silver heavenly wheel that pushed upwards in retaliation. At the moment of collision between the silver wheel and the blood-red meteor, the star field where the god-slaying lord resided was instantly obliterated, unleashing a tempest of energy. The silver wheel held its ground for merely 5 breaths before being crushed by the meteor, which then struck down upon the elder's imperial form. With a heart-wrenching scream, the elder's physical body disintegrated piece by piece, his primordial spirit eroded by the slaying runes, dissipating into wisps of blood mist, completely devoured by the blood-red meteor. Now it's your turn. After extinguishing this heavenly emperor, the god-slaying lord turned his gaze toward another heavenly emperor from the primordial divine hall, one who specialized in the laws of death. I am not the same as him. I am a peak heavenly emperor. The death emperor's countenance darkened as he clasped his hands together, a brilliant essence of blood erupting forth, revealing a gigantic gate of death behind him, which gradually opened, revealing a sinister and eerie world of death beyond. Death's banishment. The death emperor howled, as boundless power of death and primordial force coalesced into a murky river of death that surged toward the god-slaying lord. Within the river, countless wailing souls echoed, and even the emperor dared not touch it. One from the primordial divine hall who does not cultivate the primordial path. What do you even know of the path of death? Is it a matter of lacking talent or simply disdain for your own hall? Moreover, it matters not whether you are a peak heavenly emperor in my eyes. It's merely a matter of one strike. The god-slaying lord scoffed, thrusting his spear into the void. God-slaying break. The spear erupted with countless blood-red lightning bolts, transforming into a colossal crimson spear shadow that cleaved toward the river of death. Crack. The river of death was severed, and the gate of death crumbled with a thunderous roar. The death emperor stifled a groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with dread. Even a peak heavenly emperor like me cannot withstand the god-slaying lord's might. It is time to conclude. The god-slaying lord flickered, appearing before the death emperor, seizing him by the throat and lifting him high. God-slaying soul refinement. The blood-red runes erupted from the palm of his hand, the murderous force surging as the death emperor's primordial spirit was forcibly extracted, vanishing amidst his pitiful cries. The final opponent was a heavenly emperor adept in the laws of space, who had already fled billions of miles away. On the verge of slipping into a rift in the void, suddenly, a ghostly voice whispered in his ear, "Think you can escape?" The god-slaying lord chuckled coldly, making no movement other than raising his spear, aiming at the back of the fleeing emperor. God-slaying soul rend. The spear was cast forth, transforming into a streak of crimson light that pierced through endless time and space, accurately impaling the back of the heavenly emperor. Uft! How could you hit me from such a distance? The heavenly emperor froze, slowly lowering his gaze to see the blood-red spearhead protruding from his chest. Disbelief etched across his features. Explode. Across the vast expanse of time and space, the god-slaying lord uttered a single word. Boom. The murderous force on the spear erupted instantaneously, combined with the slaying runes, obliterating the heavenly emperor's body and annihilating the surrounding cosmos into nothingness. Hisses. The entire battlefield descended into a deathly silence. The remaining members of the alien coalition ashen-faced and trembling. The 3 heavenly emperors of the primordial divine hall and the eternal profound immortal had been ruthlessly slaughtered by the god-slaying lord in various manners, utterly incapable of retaliation. More terrifyingly, from beginning to end, the ordeal lasted but a brief half an incense stick's time. Is this the true might of the god-slaying lord? Indeed, a terror beyond comprehension. The demon sovereign of the heavenly court muttered to himself, his eyes filled with astonishment. Ha ha ha, how exhilarating. The god-slaying lord laughed heartily. Summoning back his spear, his gaze sweeping over the remaining forces of the alien coalition. Kill them all, leave not a single one behind. The god-slaying lord declared coldly. At his command, the god-slaying guards, the Five Extremes Legion, the Heavenly Court Army, and the Graveyard Army surged forth, mercilessly slaughtering the remnants of the alien coalition. I surrender, I surrender. The entire universe transformed into a hellish slaughterhouse, blood staining billions of stars, the wails of the dying echoing through the heavens and the earth. After exterminating the alien coalition, the territory of the primordial divine hall lay completely ravaged, as the Jun family and the heavenly court began to scour for spoils of war, pulling forth various divine techniques, artifacts, and sacred medicines. At that moment, deep within the innermost sanctum of the primordial divine hall, an ancient altar, sealed by endless ages, suddenly began to tremble violently. The altar's surface was etched with bizarre runes, now glowing with an intense black light, as if some eerie entity were about to break free from its confinement. I sense a familiar aura. The god-slaying lord furrowed his brow slightly. Did you sense it too? The lord of the graveyard, having noticed the anomaly, appeared beside the god-slaying lord, his gaze contemplative. If I am not mistaken, this aura belongs to the Calamity Emperor of the End. The god-slaying lord's expression turned grave. Chapter 85. The Retreat of the Grand Army. The end of the battle with the Lord of the Abyss. Everyone retreat. The Lord of the Abyss commanded coldly, prompting the god-slaying guards, the Abyssal Legion, and the Five Extremes Corps to withdraw swiftly. The Celestial Army, witnessing this, also took defensive measures. The aura emanating from the Lord far surpassed that of the Celestial Emperor. The ancient Chilan Emperor, drenched in blood, felt the terrifying and heart-stopping surge of power. Buzz. The bizarre altar materialized before everyone's eyes. Its surface shimmered with an increasingly intense black light, causing the surrounding starry skies to warp, as dark fissures rapidly spread outward from the altar's center. As if something horrifying was crossing dimensions. Boom. Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, the altar exploded, revealing an unfathomably deep black hole. Immediately, a foul, dark, suffocating aura surged forth, plunging the entire cosmic expanse into a deathly silence, instilling fear even in the laws of heaven and earth. What is this abominable thing? The White Emperor tightened his grip on his spear, his gaze turning grave. Emerging from the black hole was a figure, slowly stepping forth. Upon seeing it, the crowd's expressions shifted to utter astonishment. Having witnessed countless spectacles, they were encountering such a bizarre entity for the first time. Indeed, it was bizarre. It was a being with only half a body. Its left side was intact, with skin as pale as that of a corpse, while the right side was a grotesque mass of decaying flesh, black blood dripping incessantly, corroding the void into dark pits. Its face was obscured, as if shrouded by some mysterious power, with only one eye glowing with a ghostly blue light. He cackled with a chilling laugh, his voice hoarse and grating, reminiscent of many voices amalgamated. This presence transcended the Celestial Emperor, likely reaching the realm of a seven-turn quasi-immortal. The god-slaying sovereign's expression turned serious. Gripping his divine spear as murderous intent surged within him. Members of the Jun family? You should know me. I am the Lord of Endgame Catastrophe. I had initially wished to remain in the shadows, but the incompetence of the otherworldly and the primordial divine hall has left me utterly disappointed. They cannot even seize a primordial divine mirror. What utter uselessness. The grotesque figure spoke slowly. However, it matters not. I had no expectations of that group to begin with. The primordial divine mirror shall be mine. The Lord of Endgame Catastrophe paused, letting out a sinister laugh, as his decaying body suddenly expanded. Countless streams of black blood transforming into a tidal wave, engulfing the Jun family's celestial army. Those celestial soldiers who could not evade in time, upon contact with a single drop of black blood, were instantly transformed into putrid corpses. Form a formation, the Xian Emperor commanded sharply, and the Xuanwu guards quickly established a defensive array. The moment the black blood wave collided with the formation, it shattered instantly. This is bad. The Xian Emperor watched helplessly as the black blood consumed the army. Just then, a detached voice emerged. Return to the void. Suddenly, the darkness of Return to the Void expanded into a black canopy that obscured the sky. The black blood from the Lord of Endgame Catastrophe crashed into this canopy, only to be devoured within it. The power of Return to the Void. In a sense, we are quite similar. The Lord of Endgame Catastrophe narrowed his single eye slightly, speaking with a hint of surprise. I shall meet you. The god-slaying sovereign's battle spirit surged, and blood-red runes enveloped him. Just as he was about to strike, a broad hand pressed firmly on his shoulder. You should retreat. Your strength has yet to return to its peak, and you are no match for him. Leave this to me. Your presence here will only hinder my performance. A seven-turn quasi-immortal is barely sufficient to stretch my limbs. The Lord of the Abyss, adorned in ancient bronze armor, gazed calmly at the Lord of Endgame Catastrophe. Very well. I entrust it to you. We shall withdraw. The matter concerning the primordial divine hall is concluded, and there is no need to linger here. The god-slaying sovereign led the troops in retreat. Among those present, only the Lord of the Abyss was capable of confronting the Lord of Endgame Catastrophe. Seeing this, the Demon Suppression Emperor and others also withdrew with the celestial army, understanding that their presence would only complicate matters for the Lord of the Abyss. Truly arrogant. The Lord of Endgame Catastrophe remarked coldly, gesturing slightly, as more black blood surged forth, sweeping towards the Lord of the Abyss. The Lord of Endgame Catastrophe. A sinister entity that should have been obliterated in the ancient era has unexpectedly concealed itself within the primordial divine hall. The Lord of the Abyss was enveloped in chaotic mist, as beneath him, the silhouette of a vast bronze coffin spanning the starry realms emerged. The moment the coffin lid opened, billions of annihilating lights erupted forth, evaporating the encroaching tide of black blood. The Abyssal Emperor's coffin? You possess such an artifact? The Lord of Endgame Catastrophe's decaying half-body trembled in disbelief. You are yet unaware of many things. The Lord of the Abyss raised his foot gently, and billions of burial runes emerged throughout the universe, causing even time and space to decay and wither in their wake. The black mist surrounding the Lord of Endgame Catastrophe was violently torn apart, revealing a stark skeleton. No more probing. Reveal your true abilities. The Lord of the Abyss stated nonchalantly. Humph. The Lord of Endgame Catastrophe snorted coldly, as his rotting half-body suddenly writhed. Countless tendrils of black blood coalescing into millions of grotesque appendages, each entwined with the endless laws of Endgame, lunging towards the Lord of the Abyss. Unfazed, the Lord of the Abyss conjured a nebulous cosmos behind him, numerous tombs manifesting within, each exuding boundless burial power, transforming into torrents of gray energy. Boom. The moment the two formidable forces collided, the entire universe trembled violently, with the point of impact collapsing layers of space, forming a void black hole with a diameter of millions of miles. In the aftermath, countless star realms were instantly vaporized. Your power surprisingly seems to counter my endgame force. The Lord of Endgame Catastrophe, filled with rage and astonishment, watched as the tendrils infused with endgame energy disintegrated inch by inch within the gray torrent. What was more alarming was that the disintegrated sections appeared to be entirely buried by some force, unable to be reconstituted. This is unusual. Your power is not ordinary. The force of annihilation should not suppress my endgame energy. Who exactly are you? The Lord of Endgame Catastrophe retreated abruptly, his singular blue eye flaring. The Lord of the Abyss, uninterested in responding, retracted the Abyssal Emperor's coffin beneath him. With each step he took, an illusory river emerged, within which countless cosmic phantoms floated, each world moving towards oblivion. This is the legendary river of world burial, the sword of celestial burial. The Lord of the Abyss formed his fingers into a sword, lightly slicing towards the Lord of Endgame Catastrophe. The river of world burial beneath him surged violently, and the phantoms of millions of worlds erupted simultaneously, transforming into a gray sword light that descended upon the Lord of Endgame Catastrophe. This sword appeared slow, yet transcended the boundaries of time and space. Despite the Lord of Endgame Catastrophe having reversed time to defend, he was still struck by this blade. A transparent fissure burst open in his chest, and more terrifyingly, thick gray mist coiled around the wound, incessantly eroding his immortal essence. This is indeed the power of celestial burial. The Lord of Endgame Catastrophe emitted a cry that was anything but human, frantically channeling his endgame energy to expel the celestial burial force within, only to discover that the gray mist clung to him, impossible to dispel. Even the strength of a seven-turn quasi-immortal could not eradicate it, underscoring the terrifying might of the Lord of the Abyss. Chapter 86. The Lord of Endgame Catastrophe's scheme, the other half of his body. The Lord of the Abyss's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes upon the decaying half of the Lord of Endgame Catastrophe, stating coolly, "You are but a remnant of a body, and yet you dare to act insolently before me." As his words fell, the Lord of the Abyss formed hand seals. The burial energy swirling around him surged violently, coalescing into billions of gray burial runes, each exuding a terrifying aura capable of annihilating the heavens. Burial of heaven. All worlds return. The Lord of the Abyss struck out with a palm, revealing a miniature universe in his hand, where countless beings floated, the myriad immortals bowing in reverence. Before transforming into a chaotic void, this seemingly languid strike harbors an immense power that transcends the very fabric of time and space, directly locking onto the end of all Catastrophe's Emperor. Even should it attempt to reverse time and flee, such efforts would be futile. Though I exist merely as a remnant of my former self, you are incapable of subduing me in your current state. You must be newly emerged, still unaccustomed to the laws of this era, yet I am different. I have remained ever vigilant, never once succumbing to slumber. The touch of ultimate malevolence. The end of all Catastrophe's Emperor's singular eye flared with a surge of azure light, as its decaying right arm suddenly erupted, transforming into a grotesque black tentacle, adorned with eerie crimson orbs. Each orb emitted a radiance that signified the decay of all existence. Boom. The black tentacle collided violently with the palm imprint of the Burial Sky Sovereign, plunging the entire celestial realm into an abyss of chaos. As laws shattered and the heavens lamented, futile, the end of all catastrophes, Emperor scoffed coldly. Is that so? The Burial Sky Sovereign interjected with a slight smile. The power of the Burial Sky Sovereign evidently surpassed that of the end of all catastrophes Emperor, as the burial runes surged along the tentacle, consuming the force of end. A shriek of anguish escaped the end of all catastrophes Emperor as the tentacle disintegrated, transforming into a deluge of black blood cascading through the cosmos. Your power. The end of all catastrophes Emperor was consumed by a blend of rage and dread, a flicker of wariness igniting in its singular eye. It had never suffered defeat before anyone, save for that one. Beneath the burial sky, all laws are but illusions. Only chaos and the abyss can rival the burial sky. Even your end falls beneath my dominion. The Burial Sky Sovereign spoke with indifference, as the river of burials beneath his feet surged once more. His power manifesting as the might of the burial sky, surpassing that of all ends. If I can bury the heavens, what can the end do to me? Burial sky. The twilight of all realms. The Burial Sky Sovereign clasped his hands together with fervor, unleashing a torrent of chaotic worlds from the river of burials. A gray flood sweeping toward the end of all catastrophes Emperor, a single strike potent enough to obliterate a quasi-immortal. Witnessing this, the end of all catastrophes Emperor retreated in madness, its decaying form trembling violently, sensing the breath of death. This was no ordinary power but the force of the burial sky, capable of utterly burying its end. Desperate, the end of all catastrophes Emperor bit its tongue, spewing forth a jet of pitch-black blood, which morphed into a sinister rune within the void. Ultimate end, all souls silenced. The rune detonated, unleashing a cacophony of mournful wails. As the end of all catastrophes Emperor summoned the phantom of the river of end using its own lifeblood. A murky black river stretched across the void, afloat with countless decayed imperial corpses, each exuding an oppressive aura of demise. The two powers collided violently, the gray flood intertwining with the black river, tearing the entire celestial realm asunder. Even the heavens cried out in sorrow. Thud! Half of the end of all catastrophes Emperor's form exploded, black blood spraying forth, its aura waning to an extreme. Meanwhile, the Burial Sky Sovereign remained steadfast in the void, enveloped in the power of the burial sky, though his countenance bore a hint of pallor. The end of all catastrophes Emperor was not wrong. He had indeed just emerged, still unacquainted with the laws of this era, unable to unleash his peak prowess. Otherwise, in his prime, he would have easily vanquished the current end of all catastrophes Emperor. You have been defeated. The Burial Sky Sovereign stated coldly. The end of all catastrophes Emperor fixed its singular eye intently on the Burial Sky Sovereign, suddenly breaking into a sinister laugh. Do you think this is the end? I have schemed for eons, and I shall not lack for a contingency. Before its words could fade, the end of all catastrophes Emperor abruptly raised its hand, revealing a pitch-black crystal embedded within its decaying palm, within which flickered a strand of crimson light, the source crystal of the primordial divine mirror. The Burial Sky Sovereign's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, this is the source crystal of the primordial divine mirror. While it may merely be a crystal, not the mirror itself, it is sufficient to awaken the other half of my sealed body. Even if the two bodies cannot merge, with the strength of both, what can you do against me? I concede that I cannot match you with this body alone, but with two? The end of all catastrophes Emperor cackled madly, shattering the crystal. Boom. A vast power of end erupted from the crystal, instantly permeating the boundless void, as if summoning something. In the next moment, from the depths of a distant realm, a crimson beam shot skyward, within which a fragmented body began to stir. Not good. It is summoning the other half of its body. We must stop it. The Godslayer's expression shifted dramatically. The Burial Sky Sovereign's gaze turned icy, just as he prepared to act. Suddenly, rumble. The distant starry sky ruptured. As countless annihilation fortresses crushed through the void, battle flags fluttering, an aura of slaughter ascending to the heavens. Jun Huaiyun stood atop the annihilation fortress, flanked by Jun Huaiyun on his left and the White Emperor, who was toying with Chu Yundao, on his right, while behind them stood the ancient ancestor Jun Huaiyun, along with a host of formidable members from the Jun clan. The end of all catastrophes Emperor? I never expected you to still be alive. The ancient ancestor Jun Huaiyun's gaze fell upon the end of all catastrophes Emperor, his brow knitting together. The end of all catastrophes Emperor's singular eye turned toward Jun Huaiyun. A cold smile creeping across its features. Jun Huaiyun, it has been a long time. In the past, the inaugural emperor of the primordial, in collusion with the strongest of the celestial realm, besieged me, splitting my body in two, one half confined within the primordial divine temple, the other lost to the void. Today, I shall reclaim all that belongs to me. Jun Huaiyun's gaze deepened as he spoke slowly. So, your pursuit of the primordial divine temple and the foreign realm is solely for the primordial divine mirror? Precisely. The primordial divine mirror is the only key capable of unlocking the seal on my corporeal form. Once I reclaim the other half of my body, I shall restore my peak power, and the entire celestial realm shall bow before my feet. The end of all catastrophes emperor cackled incessantly. Jun Huaiyun, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. Foolish delusions. The end of all catastrophes emperor's singular eye swept toward Jun Huaiyun, a glimmer of greed flashing within. Young one, you bear the aura of the primordial divine mirror. Hand it over, and I will depart from here immediately. Depart from here? You think you can with this half-rotted body? Have you lost your mind? Jun Huaiyun scoffed. Chapter 87. The Union of Two Bodies. Upon hearing Jun Huaiyun's words, the decayed half of the end of all catastrophes emperor suddenly swelled, countless black blood bubbling and roiling. As a tide of murderous intent erupted from its singular eye, you seek death, young one. Boom. The entire star domain plunged into an abyss of darkness. As the end of all catastrophes emperor's power surged chaotically, manifesting as myriad black chains piercing the void. Those chains were entwined with decaying runes of end, each exuding a terrifying aura that could suffocate even the heavenly emperors. Today, allow the Jun clan to witness what true end looks like. The end of all catastrophes emperor howled to the heavens as its rotten right arm plunged into its chest, extracting a pulsating black heart. The surface of the heart was adorned with crimson patterns, each beat resonating throughout the cosmos. With my heart as the beacon, I summoned my body to return. The black heart detonated with a resounding explosion, transforming into a blood-red beam that transcended the two realms. Where the beam passed, the void collapsed layer upon layer, revealing a passage leading deep into the foreign realm. The burial sky sovereign's gaze turned icy, poised to intervene, but was halted by Jun Wuwang's raised hand. Let me handle this. Stepping forward, Jun Wuwang radiated celestial light, the ethereal forms of the nine heavens swirling behind him. He did not act immediately, but instead awaited something, his eyes glimmering with profound insight. Father, Jun Huaiyun hesitated. No worries. This opportunity is perfect for those lurking in the shadows of the foreign realm to witness the consequences of provoking the Jun clan. Jun Wuwang smiled faintly. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the foreign realm. Emerging from the blood-red beam was a fragmented body, the other half of the end of all catastrophes emperor. This half of the body appeared entirely different, its form radiant like jade, exuding a luminous white glow, with a countenance as beautiful as a celestial being. Save for a pitch-black void where the left eye should be. The two halves of the body resonated across the boundless void, and the power of end surged wildly. Ha ha ha. Once the two bodies unite, I shall make the Jun clan the end of all catastrophes emperor declared coldly. Foolish. Jun Wuwang abruptly interjected, his voice, though not loud, instilled an immediate silence across the battlefield. The Jun family truly exhibited an audacious arrogance. The countenance of the Calamity Emperor darkened in an instant. The two halves of his form finally traversed the endless void, colliding with a resounding crash within the crimson light. In that fleeting moment, the entire star domain trembled, as the terrifying force of annihilation surged forth like a tsunami in all directions. Jun Wuwang, today, allow me to demonstrate to you what true annihilation power is. The two halves of his form began to merge under the influence of this apocalyptic force. One side decayed while the other shone like jade, gradually becoming one. Although the fusion was not complete, with black blood seeping from the fissures, the aura emanating from him had far surpassed the previous level of the 7 transformation quasi-immortal, approaching that of the 9 transformation quasi-immortal. Father, be careful. Jun Huaiyun sensed the overwhelming pressure and could not help but call out a warning. Yet, Jun Wuwang merely raised a hand gently, signaling everyone to retreat. He gazed calmly at the merging Calamity Emperor, a faint, elusive smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What a pretender. The Calamity Emperor bellowed in fury, and the merged body suddenly expanded, transforming into a terrifying entity towering 10,000 feet high. On the body, where decay and sanctity coexisted, countless symbols of annihilation whirled, each inscribed with the dreadful power capable of extinguishing myriad realms. The annihilation of all realms. The Calamity Emperor clasped his hands together, and the symbols of annihilation around him blazed to life, coalescing into a vast river of annihilation that surged toward Jun Wuwang across the starry sky. Wherever the river passed, stars were extinguished, laws disintegrated, and even time and space began to rot. In the face of this cataclysmic strike, Jun Wuwang simply raised his right hand, fingers spread wide. Break. Chapter 88. Jun Wuwang's sword sends the Calamity Emperor flying. A single, simple word, yet it contained the essence of the supreme path's truth. Behold, a miniature universe emerged in his palm, within which the sun, moon, and stars revolved, creation and destruction intertwined. This cosmic illusion swelled in the wind, instantly transforming into a chaotic universe with a diameter of billions of miles, colliding thunderously with the river of annihilation. Boom. In that moment of collision between the two supreme forces, the entire celestial realm trembled. To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly invincible river of annihilation was gradually consumed and assimilated by Jun Huaiyun's cosmic illusion, ultimately turning into a void. What? The Calamity Emperor's single eye widened in disbelief. Is this all you can do? It seems your millennia-long schemes amount to nothing. Jun Huaiyun stood with hands clasped behind his back, his expression impassive, betraying no sign of emotion. Seeking death, the Calamity Emperor roared in rage, his decayed right arm suddenly elongating, transforming into a grotesque tentacle adorned with sharp spikes. Countless crimson eyes simultaneously opening and unleashing a barrage of annihilation rays. Simultaneously, his jade-like left arm executed a spell, summoning a long spear of bone entwined with annihilation power. Dual annihilation. The tentacle and bone spear launched simultaneously toward Jun Huaiyun, one from the left and the other from the right, sealing off all avenues of retreat. This strike embodied the entirety of the Calamity Emperor's life cultivation. Even a 9-transformation quasi-immortal would not dare to confront it head-on. Yet, Jun Huaiyun remained composed, merely raising his left hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, and lightly slicing through the air. Sever. A dazzling sword light suddenly manifested, resembling the first ray of light that split the heavens and the earth. Wherever the sword light passed, time and space fractured, laws disintegrated, and the grotesque tentacle and bone spear were simultaneously severed. The Calamity Emperor let out a wretched scream, black blood gushing from the severed arm. Your annihilation power is but child's play in my eyes, Jun Huaiyun remarked coolly, his right hand forming a gentle grasp, and a translucent long sword gradually materialized. The blade was as clear as crystal, yet within it, countless stars revolved, depicting the rise and fall of myriad beings. This sword is named Emperor's Universe. Today, I shall use it to guide you on your journey, Jun Huaiyun stated with a detached demeanor. Impossible. Though I have not completely fused my two bodies, my strength has reached the realm of 9-transformation quasi-immortal. How could this be? The Calamity Emperor, having had his arms severed by Jun Huaiyun's sword, spewed black blood across the starry sky, his decayed half-body trembling violently, the blue light in his single eye flickering wildly. That is your weakness, Jun Huaiyun remarked indifferently, gently shaking the Emperor's Universe sword in his hand, igniting the myriad stars within it, unleashing a terrifying sword intent that transcended all realms. Emperor Starfall. With a single stroke, the sword light transformed into a brilliant galaxy that traversed the starry river. Each star became a sword energy capable of annihilating heavenly emperors, now cascading down like a torrential storm, engulfing countless universes and shattering the fabric of time itself. The annihilation barrier. The Calamity Emperor howled in fury, his body, interwoven with decay and sanctity, suddenly contracting, as the annihilation power formed a pitch-black barrier around him, countless crimson eyes opening to unleash annihilating rays that corroded all. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between the sword energy and the rays of death caused the entire universe to collapse, sending shockwaves of terror through the ranks of observers from various factions. Retreat. The aftermath of a battle of this level could obliterate our very souls. An ancient emperor cried out in fear, retreating frantically with his kin. In the direction of the celestial court, the celestial emperor abruptly rose, his eyes filled with shock. Jun Huaiyun's strength has likely surpassed that of a half-step true immortal. Your Majesty, could it be? A nearby star monarch's voice trembled, as if he had grasped something. This strength is at least that of a half-step true immortal, perhaps even higher. The Calamity Emperor had reached the 9-transformation quasi-immortal realm after merging his two bodies, yet he was still being suppressed. To suppress the Calamity Emperor at the level of a 1-transformation quasi-immortal, his talent is indeed monstrous. The Celestial Emperor inhaled sharply, his tone laced with incredulity. Beyond the quasi-immortal realm, the difference between the levels is not trivial. To transcend a transformation is more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Not to mention that those who reach this realm are all prodigies, rare talents among millions. The difficulty of surpassing levels in the quasi-immortal realm far exceeds that of the Celestial Emperor. As he pondered this, the Celestial Emperor's gaze fell upon Jun Huaiyun, as if he were calculating something. Meanwhile, at the heart of the battlefield, the Calamity Emperor's barrier finally could no longer withstand the relentless assault of the myriad star sword energies and shattered with a resounding crash. The Calamity Emperor screamed in agony, retreating as countless transparent holes appeared on his body, each containing a miniature star spinning within, incessantly eroding his source of annihilation. Jun Huaiyun, do you truly intend to eradicate me completely? Why not we each take a step back? To be honest, I bear no significant grudge against your Jun family. Let us conclude this here. The Calamity Emperor gasped for breath as he spoke. Having already taken action, how could there be any retreat? Jun Huaiyun replied coolly. Jun Huaiyun, if I self-destruct, I can take half of the celestial realm down with me. At that time, your Jun family cannot escape unscathed. The Calamity Emperor's single eye burned with a blood-red fury. Jun Huaiyun's gaze turned icy, and his left hand suddenly formed a seal, freeze. With this word, myriad paths converged. The Calamity Emperor was horrified to discover that the space around him had completely solidified, even his thoughts slowed. This immobilization was not a mere spatial confinement, but a fundamental freezing of the very concept of space. Huaiyun, the Taichu Divine Mirror is yours to use, my son. Jun Huaiyun turned to his son. Jun Huaiyun understood and retrieved the ancient copper mirror. At that moment, the mirror trembled violently, radiating an unprecedented radiant white light. Father, the Taichu Divine Mirror seems to. Before he could finish, the copper mirror suddenly slipped from his grasp, hovering above the Calamity Emperor's head. A hazy figure emerged from the mirror, transforming into a silver-haired maiden. Her silver-white hair flowed like a vast starry river, emanating an ethereal light of primordial brilliance. Her dual pupils containing images of the rise and fall of the universe, the birth of all things. She was the spirit of the Taichu Divine Mirror. Chu. Why have you come out? Jun Huaiyun was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the figure, confused as to what Chu intended. Is this figure? The god-slaying lord and the others looked on in astonishment, unaware that the Taichu Divine Mirror had recognized Jun Huaiyun as its master. Master. It seems a bit regrettable for the Calamity Emperor to be extinguished like this. Chu gazed at Jun Huaiyun, bowing slightly and speaking softly. Do you mean? Jun Huaiyun's brow furrowed slightly, sensing the intentions of the initial entity. The primordial emperor of the Taichu Divine Palace had sealed the end of all things emperor not solely for the safety of the immortal realm, but rather to harness the power of the Taichu Divine Mirror to fully control the end of all things emperor once the mirror was completely refined. Even if the power of the end of all things emperor could not be obtained, gaining a formidable ally was still worthwhile. This was the grand scheme of that primordial emperor, but unfortunately, he was unable to refine the Taichu Divine Mirror at that time, and coupled with my subsequent slumber, the plan ultimately fell through. He could only forcibly split the end of all things emperor in two, awaiting a future opportunity to exert control. As these words escaped his lips, those present were instantly taken aback, astonished by the sheer ambition and audacity of the primordial emperor. Not only did he aspire to dominate the end of all things emperor, but he also yearned to seize the emperor's unparalleled power, a feat fraught with peril. So, it was true, that old dog of Taichu was indeed despicable. I had long suspected that his seemingly benevolent intentions of not completely obliterating my imperial form were merely a guise to control me through the Taichu Divine Mirror. A flicker of vengeful hatred ignited within the single eye of the end of all things emperor. Jun Wuwang remained silent, quietly observing Jun Huaiyun, eager to see what choice he would make. So what you mean is? Jun Huaiyun's gaze deepened as he looked at the initial entity. Now that I have acknowledged my master and awakened, I can wield a significant portion of the Taichu Divine Mirror's power. With my current strength, I can subdue and control the end of all things emperor, seizing his power for the benefit of the young master. The initial entity smiled faintly. Jun Huaiyun frowned, remaining contemplative. Fear not, young master, there will be no risk of backlash. The initial entity explained with a gentle smile, fully aware of Jun Huaiyun's concerns. System. Is there any danger? None. The Taichu Divine Mirror can indeed control the end of all things emperor. But refining the source of the end of all things within him is still beyond your reach. The rest poses no issues. After a moment of contemplation, Jun Huaiyun nodded at the initial entity. Very well. With his father, the esteemed ancestors of the Jun clan, and the ancient master Jun Shirtian present, he felt no fear of potential repercussions. Chapter 89. The contract is sealed, but the end of all things emperor's anomaly? To think you would dare to control me? Such foolishness. Upon hearing Jun Huaiyun's intent, the end of all things emperor's single eye erupted with an inferno of rage. His decayed, yet sacred form suddenly swelled, unleashing countless end of all things runes that transformed into menacing black chains entwining around him. A being of such unparalleled strength could never be reduced to a mere puppet. Endless and indestructible. With a furious roar, the end of all things emperor's body detonated, scattering into countless shards of black light. Each fragment contained a trace of his essence. Should even one escape, he could be reborn. This technique was just employed against me by that old man blood fiend. It will not work on me. Jun Wuwang scoffed, raising his right hand, weaving a net of interlocking laws that instantly enveloped the entire cosmic expanse. Seal the heavens and earth. With a single word, the entirety of space-time froze, celestial bodies halting in their orbits. No. The terrified cries of the end of all things emperor echoed from every fragment of light. Realizing he was immobilized, unable to summon even the most basic of his powers. Huaiyun, it is your turn. Jun Wuwang turned to Jun Huaiyun, his eyes filled with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Jun Huaiyun summoned the Taichu Divine Mirror. At that moment, the mirror radiated an unprecedented blinding light. Young master, please let a drop of your essence fall upon the mirror's surface, the initial entity softly instructed. Forming seals with her hands as countless ancient Taichu runes emerged on the mirror, releasing waves of immense Taichu energy. Jun Huaiyun bit his fingertip, allowing a single drop of brilliant blood to fall onto the mirror's surface. The blood was instantly absorbed, causing the Taichu divine mirror to tremble violently. Ripples cascading across its surface. Taichu, seal the myriad paths. With a commanding shout from the initial entity, the Taichu divine mirror expanded, transforming into a colossal bronze mirror that overshadowed the heavens. Within the mirror's surface appeared an ethereal river, the very source of Taichu, the beginning of all things. End of all things, Emperor. Do you understand why the Taichu divine mirror can subdue you? The initial entity's voice transformed, echoing with a timeless quality. As if resonating from eons past, the end of all things Emperor remained silent. For the essence of Taichu and the end of all things were two sides of the same coin. Taichu represents the origin of all, while the end signifies the conclusion of all. You mistakenly believe that mastering the power of the end makes you invincible. Yet you remain oblivious to the fact that the true power lies in Taichu. Before her words could fade, the river within the mirror surged forth, transforming into countless crystalline chains that firmly bound every fragment of the end of all things Emperor. This is impossible, he screamed in a harrowing wail, as the chains began to siphon the very essence from his being. Even more terrifying was the fact that the extracted essence flowed continuously into the Taichu divine mirror through the chains. Thus it is, Jun Huaiyun realized, sensing the increasingly vast essence of the end of all things within the Taichu divine mirror. The reason the mirror could control the end of all things Emperor was that Taichu and the end were inherently unified manifestations. As a manifestation of Taichu's power, the Taichu divine mirror naturally exerted absolute dominance over the end's power. No, I have traversed the ages. I shall not be reduced to another's puppet, especially not that of a mere junior. The end of all things Emperor thrashed violently, his imprisoned black light surging with ferocity, clearly preparing for self-destruction. Stubborn to the end. Jun Wuwang's eyes glinted coldly as he clenched his right fist. Waves of immense power surged forth, forcibly compressing all of the end of all things Emperor's black light together. Consolidate. With a sharp command, billions of light fragments reformed into the end of all things Emperor's body, now ensnared by countless Taichu chains, resembling a trapped beast. Young master. This is the pivotal moment. The initial entity appeared gracefully, cradling a translucent rune in her hands. This is the Taichu contract. Once it is embedded within the end of all things Emperor's essence, control will be complete. Jun Huaiyun received the rune, feeling a wave of warmth radiate from his palm. The rune, seemingly simple, contained ineffable profundities, as though it were the embodiment of the ultimate truths of the universe. End of all things Emperor. I offer you one final chance, submit, or face obliteration. With measured steps, Jun Huaiyun advanced, his gaze shimmering with determination. Ha ha ha, you think this will compel me to yield? I would sooner destroy my own essence. The end of all things Emperor snarled, a glint of madness flashing in his eye. Before he could finish, Jun Wuwang suddenly raised his hand, a golden light piercing into the end of all things Emperor's forehead. You have sealed my essence. The end of all things Emperor froze, the madness rapidly dimming from his gaze. Father? Jun Huaiyun looked at Jun Wuwang, perplexed. I have temporarily sealed his movements. Such an ancient being, having lived through the ages, possesses self-destructive capabilities. Direct control is far too risky. It is wiser to seal him first, and then refine him gradually, Jun Wuwang explained calmly. Jun Huaiyun, enlightened, wasted no time in pressing the Taichu contract rune against the end of all things Emperor's forehead. Taichu as the guide, the end as the contract, everlasting, eternally submissive. As the incantation was recited, the rune gradually merged into the Emperor's brow. In an instant, countless luminous patterns illuminated the end of all things Emperor's form. These patterns moving as if alive until they coalesced into a distinct mark upon his chest. A fusion of the Taichu divine mirror's design and a miniature representation of the end of all things Emperor's essence. No, the end of all things Emperor writhed in a frenzy. His decayed half began to dissolve, transforming into a viscous black ichor, while the crystalline half gradually turned transparent, revealing the swirling runes of the end within. With blood as the guide and the mirror as the medium, the origins of Taichu and the end unite. With a sharp exclamation, Chu Qing suddenly brought her hands together in prayer. This Emperor schemes for all realms. The end of days disaster Emperor emitted a sound that was far from human, a harrowing cry as his two halves began to merge under the strain of the chains. Decay and sanctity permeated one another, blackened blood and white light intertwined, ultimately transforming into a complete form. The newly reborn end of days disaster Emperor stood over 10 feet tall, his body a dark silver hue, with a surface that shimmered like the stars. His visage was as striking as that of a fallen celestial, yet his left eye remained a pitch-black void, while his right glowed with an eerie silver blue. Most notably, embedded in his chest was a miniature bronze mirror, the very projection of the primordial divine mirror. The mirror spun slowly, each rotation emanating a vast aura capable of suppressing the ages. I pay homage to my master. The end of days disaster emperor knelt on one knee, his voice gravelly. As he lifted his gaze to Jun Huaiyun, the silver-blue light in his right eye flickered slightly, betraying an instinctual resistance, though it was swiftly subdued by the radiance of the mirror upon his chest. Is it successful? Jun Huaiyun sensed the peculiar bond between himself and the end of days disaster emperor, as if a mere thought could determine the other's fate. Chu slightly inclined her body. I am relieved not to have failed, but to fully master the power of the end of days, the current realm of the young master is still insufficient. Though he is now bound by the primordial divine mirror, there remains a possibility of backlash. Hearing this, Jun Wuwang raised his hand to cast a thread of celestial light into the end of days disaster emperor's brow. I have sown a restriction within his primordial spirit. Should he dare to rebel, he shall be annihilated in an instant. Upon hearing this, the end of days disaster emperor trembled slightly, bowing his head in silence. Jun Wuwang cautioned, Yuner, at your current level, it is still too ambitious to seek to completely control the end of days disaster emperor. I estimate that you must reach the quasi-emperor realm to exert full control. Thank you for the guidance, father, I understand. Jun Huaiyun nodded earnestly. He was well aware that such a being could not truly submit. Only strength was fundamental. However, there was no immediate cause for concern. With the restriction left in his primordial spirit, he will not stir any tumult for at least 1,000,000 years. Jun Wuwang smiled faintly. Thank you, father. A warmth spread through Jun Huaiyun's heart. With such a powerful father and backing, he could grow and act without restraint. Now that this matter is settled, we should return to the Jun family. I imagine those old fellows from the foreign lands are utterly terrified and will not dare to act again anytime soon. With your father breaking through to the quasi-immortal realm, and you receiving the ancestral inheritance to become the young emperor of our Jun family, such double happiness should be proclaimed to the world. Jun Wuwang turned his gaze toward the distance, his tone profound. Father, what shall we do about those affiliated forces from the primordial divine hall that intervened? Should we slay them or reduce them to slaves? Jun Huaiyun suddenly interjected, noting that, aside from the primordial divine hall, many other affiliated forces had also taken action. All forces that intervened must be executed without mercy. Those that did not act need not be addressed. With Jun Wuwang's decree, the Jun family army commenced the battlefield cleanup. The affiliated forces of the primordial divine hall that had engaged were utterly incapable of withstanding the Jun family's iron cavalry, requiring no guidance from Bai Di and others. Even a small squad could obliterate them. In this battle, the Jun family emerged victorious. At that moment, the end of days disaster emperor suddenly let out a muffled groan, the mirror on his chest flashing violently. He curled up in pain, his surface revealing alternating patterns of decay and sanctity. Chapter 90. The end of days shares the same origin, completely mastering the end of days disaster emperor. This is bad. Chu's expression changed dramatically, the primordial divine mirror trembling violently in her palm. The end of days disaster emperor's form was visibly disintegrating, the patterns of decay and sanctity crawling over his surface like maggots, each collision unleashing a jarring surge of chaotic energy. The power of the end of days is rejecting the primordial contract. The two primal forces clashed violently within him. If balance was not achieved in time, he would be utterly devoured by his own power of the end of days. At that moment, his entire body would explode. A detonation potent enough to obliterate the entire immortal domain. Chu's fingertips glided across the mirror's surface, creating ripples as waves of overwhelming primordial energy erupted, working with the primordial divine mirror to suppress the end of days disaster emperor, to annihilate the entire immortal domain. Such overwhelming power. Jun Huaiyun's pupils constricted slightly. The end of days disaster emperor was now a ticking time bomb. The end of days disaster emperor knelt in the void, his dark silver body fracturing, blackened blood and silvery light erupting from the fissures, intertwining in the cosmos to form bizarre runes. The silver-blue glow of his right eye flickered erratically, and a beast-like growl resonated from his throat. Father. Jun Huaiyun turned to look at Jun Wuwang, only to see his father shaking his head gravely. The conflict between the primordial and end of days powers exceeds my expectations. My restrictions can only lock his primordial spirit, but they cannot harmonize this primal level rejection. Jun Wuwang's sleeves fluttered, strands of celestial light surged into the end of days disaster emperor in an attempt to suppress the raging energy, but found it utterly ineffective, inadvertently exacerbating the turmoil. Let me handle this. The ancient ancestor Jun Shirtian stepped forward, his fingertips radiating the vast essence of the great Dao and chaos. His broad palm pressed against the end of days disaster emperor's crown, his eyes glimmering slightly. Huaiyun, in this situation, no one else can help but you. Only you can construct balance with the three supreme powers. Upon hearing this, Jun Huaiyun's heart quivered slightly. The primordial, chaos, and creation, these three powers were indeed intimately connected to him. When the primordial divine mirror recognized its master, his physique had already transformed into the primordial chaos body. And the core of the Jun family's ancestral inheritance was precisely the power of creation, capable of manifesting all things. What must I do? Jun Huaiyun inquired, puzzled. Master, you must once again drip your blood into the primordial divine mirror. Your current level is too low to unleash the mirror's power. You must rely on your blood to activate it. Chu suddenly turned the bronze mirror over, revealing a vast cosmic star map on its reverse side. Then turned to give a slight nod to Jun Huaiyun. Jun Huaiyun nodded in response, his finger slicing through the air to carve a cross-shaped fissure in the chest of the End of Days Disaster Emperor. The blackened essence of the End of Days surging like dark magma. I understand. Jun Huaiyun bit his fingertip again. A drop of golden blood tinged with chaotic mist falling onto the star map on the mirror's back. The primordial divine mirror emitted a clear humming sound. The light projected from its surface weaving into a chaotic blue lotus, a manifestation of the power of creation and the primordial light. Now is the time. Activate the ancestral inheritance technique. Jun Huaiyun bellowed. Jun Huaiyun nodded, forming hand seals. The clan markings on his brow emerged, and waves of the overwhelming powers of the primordial chaos and creation surged into the fissure in the End of Days Disaster Emperor's chest. Roar! The End of Days Disaster Emperor suddenly howled toward the heavens, his entire form cracking like porcelain. The silver of the primordial, the black of the End of Days, the gold of creation, and the gray of chaos clashed violently within him, each impact causing countless stars to tremble and fall. Chu pressed her hands firmly against the mirror's surface. Master, use the primordial chaos body as a medium to jointly suppress the power of the End of Days. Upon hearing this, Jun Huaiyun thrust his left hand into the swirling four-colored energy vortex in the End of Days Disaster Emperor's chest. The three supreme powers erupted from his palm, forcing the End of Days power within the End of Days Disaster Emperor to merge with the three supreme powers residing within Jun Huaiyun. Merge for me. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Jun Huaiyun's mouth, his eyes shining with brilliance as the primordial chaos body was pushed to its limits. The End of Days Disaster Emperor's form suddenly contracted violently, the four colors of light merging in an instant, ultimately coalescing into a four-colored crystal core at the location of his heart. The universe fell into an abrupt silence. The Emperor of Catastrophe slowly opened his eyes, and from the once hollow socket of his left eye, a new pupil in a chaotic hue emerged. The silver blue of his right eye harmoniously complemented the chaos of his left, as the mirrored projection on his chest stabilized, slowly rotating and enveloping the four-colored crystalline cores. A balance of the four sources, with the convergence of four supreme powers within him, in his current state. Even the original Emperor of Primordial might not have anticipated such a transformation. Taking a deep breath, the Emperor of Catastrophe successfully fused the four powers, and an unimaginable metamorphosis was occurring within him. Once he fully mastered this force, surpassing the pinnacle and breaking through to the true immortal realm would pose no challenge. Suddenly, Jun Wuong pressed down on Jun Huaiyun's shoulder, exclaiming, "Yunner, look at your hand." Jun Huaiyun raised his bloodied left hand, discovering remnants of the power of catastrophe mingling with his own blood, coalescing into dark patterns on the surface of his skin. Was this assimilation by catastrophe? What a clever boy. During the harmonization of the four energies, you managed to intercept a portion of the original force of catastrophe. The god-slaying master gasped in astonishment. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that a junior not yet at the quasi-emperor level could withstand the corrosive nature of the power of catastrophe. The power of catastrophe, indeed. Jun Huaiyun's mind stirred, and the patterns on the back of his hands suddenly glowed. A wisp of black radiance flickered, and the wreckage of a distant battleship instantly decayed into ash. This was undeniably the power of catastrophe. Thus, it meant that in addition to the primordial chaos creation within him, he now also possessed the power of catastrophe, albeit in an incomplete form, vastly inferior to the vast original force within the Emperor of Catastrophe. However, this mattered little to him. Once he ascended in rank and could endure the original force of catastrophe, he could simply request it from the Emperor of Catastrophe. Congratulations, Master. From this moment forth, you are not only the master of the Emperor of Catastrophe, but have also successfully mastered the power of catastrophe. Most importantly, when the Emperor of Catastrophe assimilated your essence blood, even his primordial spirit and soul bore the mark of your bloodline. This means that even without the constraints of the primordial contract, the Emperor of Catastrophe cannot betray or resist you. In fact, even commanding his death would be but a thought away. With a smile, she leaned in. Chapter 91. A fallen true immortal proclaims to the world. Suddenly, the Lord of Burial Heaven burst into laughter. What a splendid dual achievement. Not only have you acquired the Emperor of Catastrophe as a formidable aid, but you have also gained a portion of the original force of catastrophe, mastering its power. Young Emperor Huaiyun, you have struck a tremendous bargain. Without needing to be told, Jun Huaiyun could distinctly feel the magnitude of this change. His gaze turned towards the Emperor of Catastrophe, who now knelt humbly before him, speaking with utmost reverence. Master, I am now stable. From this day forward, the Emperor of Catastrophe shall serve you. Jun Huaiyun nodded slightly. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring a powerful aid for free. However, for the Emperor of Catastrophe to fully master the four supreme powers, some time would still be required. Qi suggested that the master first place the Emperor of Catastrophe within the divine mirror for nurturing, waiting for the opportune moment to refine the original force of catastrophe. Very well, Jun Huaiyun agreed, and with a thought, the Emperor of Catastrophe transformed into a streak of flowing light, entering the primordial divine mirror, which now bore a dark silver silhouette on its back. That is how it's done. Just as I was about to record this monumental event with the projection stone, it came to an abrupt and bewildering conclusion. The White Emperor gaped, seemingly still in shock. He had anticipated that Jun Huaiyun would take some time to subdue the Emperor of Catastrophe. Yet this speed surpassed even Jun Wuwang's initial enlightenment on the 9-turn immortal jade toilet. White Emperor, you seem quite eager to see me stumble, Jun Huaiyun teased, playfully waving the primordial divine mirror before the White Emperor with a smirk. How could this emperor be that kind of dog? The White Emperor retorted, directing a threatening expression at the chuckling Chu Yun beside him. Yes, the esteemed White Emperor is absolutely right. Haha, I simply cannot contain myself. Ouch. Why does this balding dog insist on biting that particular area? That place is off limits. As they began to frolic, the Jun family members exchanged glances of exasperation, caught between laughter and tears. At that moment, the various powerful factions in the distance were left utterly dumbfounded, contemplating numerous possible outcomes. For instance, the Emperor of Catastrophe might flee, be suppressed, or even annihilated, yet they never imagined that he would genuinely be subdued by the Jun family, and by a junior at the Supreme Realm, no less. And so, the Emperor of Catastrophe was indeed subdued by the Jun family. Just how formidable had Jun Wuwang and the others become? The secrets of the primordial divine mirror were beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, in the direction of the heavenly court, upon witnessing the events unfold, the heavenly emperor could not help but sigh slightly. The might of the Jun family has become unstoppable. Isn't the young emperor of the Jun family hosting a banquet for the young lords? Let us send someone to congratulate them and present our gifts. Upon hearing these words from the heavenly emperor, some of the star officials who held grievances against the Jun family furrowed their brows, hesitant to speak further. The heavenly emperor's statement was clearly an attempt to curry favor with the Jun family. Had they been in a position to do so, they would have advised the heavenly emperor otherwise. But now, not only was the Jun family out of their reach, even the Emperor of Catastrophe was beyond their capability to contend with, save for the heavenly emperor himself. This rebellion of the primordial divine palace, alongside the large-scale invasion from the foreign realms, culminated in a comprehensive victory for the Jun family. Jun Wuwang returned, effortlessly suppressing and subduing the Emperor of Catastrophe. And this news would echo throughout both the immortal realm and the foreign realms. In the immortal realm, within the territory of the Jun family, the vast army returned triumphantly under the expansive starry sky, battle flags fluttering, the air still thick with the scent of battle. The obliteration fortress crushed trillions of voids. War chariots roared, divine beasts howled, and countless Jun family cultivators marched back in victorious procession. Welcome back, young emperor. Welcome back, patriarch. Within the ancestral grounds of the Jun family, countless clansmen had long awaited their return, their voices shaking the heavens and resounding through the 9 skies. Standing atop the obliteration fortress, Jun Huaiyun gazed down at the jubilant crowd, his eyes deep and inscrutable. This battle had firmly established the Jun family's supremacy in the immortal realm, leading to the collapse of the 7 ultimate imperial clans from the foreign realms, the annihilation of the primordial divine palace, and the subjugation of the Emperor of Catastrophe. All of this was enough to ensure that the Jun family would be remembered throughout the ages, leaving an indelible mark upon the heavens. Deep within the Jun family, in an ancient hall, Jun Huaiyun entered alone. Inside, only Jun Wuwang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing away from him. Father, I have returned. Jun Huaiyun spoke softly. Jun Wuwang slowly turned, a warm smile gracing his lips. Yuner, you have come. I have a question that troubles me. Father, you have been away from the Jun family for many years. Why did you leave only a projection of your power? Had it not been for this great battle, I would not have known that your true self was absent from the clan. Jun Huaiyun gazed steadily at Jun Wuwang, his tone earnest. After a moment of silence, Jun Wuwang raised his hand with a wave, and a hazy image of a vast river of time and space manifested within the hall. Yuner, do you know of the burial of a mortal's ancient realm? Jun Wuwang pointed towards the illusory ancient realm deep within the river of time and space. Jun Huaiyun focused his gaze, his brow furrowing slightly. I have heard whispers. The ancestors spoke of it as one of the most mysterious forbidden grounds in the immortal realm, where even true immortals risk falling. Indeed. But do you know that within the burial of a mortal's ancient realm lies a true immortal? Jun Wuwang nodded slowly. What? A true immortal? Jun Huaiyun's pupils dilated, his heart filled with astonishment. Jun Wuwang's gaze deepened. To be precise, it is a fallen true immortal. He once unleashed catastrophic havoc during the primordial era, subsequently provoking our Jun family, who severely wounded and suppressed him within the burial of a mortal's ancient realm, sealing him away. Over the years, the seal has weakened, and the power of that fallen true immortal is beginning to awaken. The reason I left the Jun family was to reinforce the seal while also seeking an opportunity to break through to the realm of true immortals. Jun Huaiyun pondered for a moment before speaking. Father, having already stepped into the quasi-immortal realm, is it not possible for you to suppress the fallen true immortal who was heavily injured by our ancestors? In accordance with the conventional tropes of invincible fantasy narratives, is it not a trivial endeavor for the protagonist's father to surpass a significant realm? In response to Jun Huaiyun's perplexity, Jun Wuwang, unusually, shook his head. The distinction between a quasi-immortal and a true immortal, though seemingly slight, is as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Moreover, this is no ordinary true immortal. While I may temporarily withstand his power, should that fallen true immortal fully awaken, there would be no one in the immortal realm capable of opposing him. Thus, I must comprehend the rules of the immortal path and attain the rank of a half-step true immortal before his complete revival. After a moment of silence, Jun Huaiyun inquired, "Why, then, did you not disclose this to me, father? Additionally, why do the other ancient ancestors not intervene?" Jun Wuwang smiled faintly. "At that time, your strength was insufficient. Knowing too much would have been counterproductive. Furthermore, the matter of the buried immortal ancient realm is deeply intricate. Should this information leak, it could provoke upheaval in both the immortal realm and the foreign domain. Of course, beyond these realms lie other mysterious ancient domains that have yet to manifest, their collective strength not inferior to that of the foreign domain or our immortal realm. Rest assured, our Jun family remains the most formidable, standing above the heavens. And there will be no one to instill fear in us, neither in the past, present, nor future. Now that you have matured, being the young emperor of our Jun family, you are naturally entitled to know everything. Moreover, the reason those ancient ancestors do not intervene is to hone our capabilities. If they were to resolve all matters for us, how could we ascend to the pinnacle of the great path?" Upon hearing Jun Wuwang's explanation, Jun Huaiyun took a deep breath and nodded. "I understand now." Jun Wuwang patted his shoulder, smiling. "Very well, let us set this matter aside for now. Next, our Jun family shall host a banquet for you, the young emperor, to announce it to the world. This time, I shall ensure that the entire immortal realm knows the name of our Jun family's young emperor." Chapter 92. The Princess of the Heavenly Court, Yaoxi, emerges from the chaos ancient universe. On the third day following the triumphant return of the Jun family army, a piece of news that would reverberate throughout the immortal realm emanated from the ancestral grounds of the Jun family. In 3 days, the Jun family will hold a grand banquet for the young emperor, proclaiming it to the world. This succinct announcement reverberated through every corner of the immortal realm like a thunderclap from the heavens. Countless ancient factions awakened from their slumber. The heads of various immortal sects emerged from their secluded retreats, and even those reclusive old monsters opened their murky eyes. The banquet of the Jun family's young emperor? Is it that Jun Huaiyun who subdued the end of all disasters emperor? The Jun family is indeed making a declaration to the world. But what is this young emperor? Does not the Jun family only possess a young master? Regardless, it matters not what it is. Quickly, prepare lavish gifts. We must make haste to visit the Jun family. If we can earn the favor of the young emperor, even if it is merely as a follower, it would be sufficient for our clan to rise. In an instant, the major factions of the immortal realm mobilized. Countless warships, ancient beasts, and celestial vessels traversed the starry skies, converging towards the Jun family. Within the palace of the Jun family's young master, Jun Huaiyun sat upon the throne crafted collaboratively by the ancestors. Before him floated tens of thousands of golden invitations. Each invitation bore the emblem of the Jun family, emanating an overwhelming pressure that struck awe into the heart. "Young emperor, as per your instructions, all invitations have been prepared," an elder of the Jun family respectfully reported. Jun Huaiyun lightly tapped his fingertips, a wisp of chaotic power swirling around the invitations. "Thank you, Elder 7. Please arrange for someone to deliver these invitations to the major factions of the immortal realm." Understood. At Jun Huaiyun's command, thousands of powerful beings from the Jun family soared into the sky, carrying the golden invitations to various locations across the immortal realm. In the eastern part of the immortal realm, at the ancestral ground of the eternal dynasty, the ruler Qin Wu Dao was in seclusion when he suddenly sensed a suffocating pressure descending upon him. He abruptly opened his eyes to see a beam of golden light piercing through the void, hovering before him. "Is this a Jun family invitation?" With trembling hands, Qin Wu Dao accepted the invitation, and upon discerning its contents, the ruler of billions of territories was so overwhelmed with excitement that he trembled all over. "The Jun family's banquet for the young emperor has graciously invited our Qin dynasty." He immediately dashed out of his seclusion, shouting to the guards outside the hall, "Hurry, open the national treasury. Bring forth the 9-turned dragon emperor ginseng from 10,000 years ago, and prepare 2 imperial weapons as gifts." Simultaneously, atop a mysterious ancient sacred mountain, the mountain lord gazed at the golden invitation in his hand, his expression fluctuating. "The Jun family intends to establish their authority." Beside him, an elder cautiously remarked, Mountain Lord. We have long-standing grievances with the Jun family. This time. Silence. Some things are best left unsaid. Do not bring up past grievances. The Mountain Lord commanded sternly. You all, prepare generous gifts immediately, and bring the ancestral chaotic divine stone. Remember, once at the Jun family, everyone must conduct themselves with humility. Anyone who dares to act recklessly shall not expect mercy. With a sharp reprimand, the Mountain Lord asserted his authority. Within the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, a group of white-haired elders gathered around a colossal star map. Pavilion Master, the Jun family's actions. The Jun family's might has solidified, their fate obscuring the heavenly mechanisms. Relay the command. I shall personally visit to offer my congratulations, declared the Pavilion Master, gazing at the chaotic celestial patterns with a deep sigh. Meanwhile, significant activity was also afoot in the Heavenly Court. In the central immortal realm, at the Heavenly Court stronghold, a majestic assembly of celestial palaces floated above the 9 heavens, radiating brilliance and auspiciousness. At this moment, the once bustling Heavenly Court was steeped in solemnity. The Heavenly Emperor sat upon the dragon throne, a golden invitation from the Jun family hovering before him. The 12 celestial emperors flanked him on either side, their faces brimming with delight. Your Majesty, the Jun family's actions are clearly aimed at establishing their dominance in the immortal realm. They may even seek to unify the primordial immortal domain. If it were merely collaboration, there would be no issue. However, if we were to submit to the Jun family without taking action, it might invite dissent. One of the Star Lords could not restrain himself from voicing concerns. The Heavenly Emperor's gaze deepened as he lightly tapped the armrest. Jinma Emperor, you have had the most contact with the Jun family. What is your opinion? The Jinma Emperor stepped forward respectfully. Your Majesty, I believe the Jun family's might is formidable, and it would be unwise to be their enemy. Moreover, in the recent conflict, our cooperation with the Jun family was fruitful, yielding significant benefits. Why not seize the opportunity? That aligns with my thoughts. The Heavenly Emperor replied with a smile. I never intended to oppose the Jun family. We are not as scheming as the Taichu Divine Palace. Having said this, he rose slowly and proclaimed, convey my decree. Open the Heavenly Court's treasury and retrieve that gift as a congratulatory offering. Additionally, the Heavenly Emperor paused, a glint of profound meaning flashing in his eyes. Fetch Yaoxi. At the Yaoxi Palace within the Heavenly Court, ethereal blossoms danced in the air. A stunning maiden clad in a moon-white celestial gown was playing the guqin, the melodious notes enchanting cranes and phoenixes alike. She was none other than the Heavenly Court's sole princess, Yaoxi. Princess, the Emperor summons you. A maid rushed in. Yaoxi paused, her fingers halting on the strings. Is it father? What matter does he wish to discuss? The maid lowered her head, speaking softly. I am not entirely certain, but it seems to be related to the banquet of the Jun family's young emperor. Upon hearing the title of the Jun family's young emperor, a glimmer of intrigue sparked in Yaoxi's beautiful eyes. As she rose, her gown billowed. I understand. I shall seek out father at once. Upon arriving at the Heavenly Emperor's palace, she found him standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the clouds outside. Child, I salute you, father. Yaoxi greeted the emperor with a graceful bow. The Heavenly Emperor turned, his stern visage softening with affection. Sierra, in 3 days, the Jun family will host a grand banquet for the young emperor. Would you accompany your father? Yaoxi's heart skipped a beat, her gaze evasive, her cheeks flushing slightly. I shall follow father's arrangements. The Heavenly Emperor regarded his daughter with a knowing look, a smile gracing his lips. The young emperor of the Jun family possesses extraordinary talent, having subdued the end of all disasters emperor at such a young age. His future prospects are boundless. Yaoxi, do you have any thoughts on this matter? The implication in the emperor's words was unmistakable, causing Yaoxi to shyly lower her gaze, her delicate fingers inadvertently entwining. Father, I merely wish to witness the event. As for that matter, I currently have no thoughts. Very well. Let it be decided. Prepare yourself, and in a few days, we shall journey to the Jun family. The Celestial Emperor laughed heartily, fully aware of Yaoxi's intentions. If the two of them could find common ground, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his own dignity. Just as the entire immortal domain buzzed with excitement over the invitation from the Jun family, no one noticed that a colossal rift, spanning millions of miles, suddenly tore through the void in the far north of the immortal domain. Boom! Chaotic energy surged forth from the fissure, revealing a vast universe gradually materializing. The outer layers of this universe were shrouded in dense chaotic mists, while within, countless worlds and stars could be faintly discerned, among which were a few extremely powerful beings emanating an aura comparable to that of the ultimate imperial clans from other realms. Is this truly the immortal domain? After all this time, it remains unchanged. We assert that the immortal domain should be under the dominion of our chaotic ancient universe. Above the chaotic universe, a pitch-black ancient warship bore hundreds of young figures. At the forefront stood a young man clad in a purple robe, a chaotic mark emblazoned on his brow, his eyes flickering with the annihilation of myriad stars. Young Master Yunjiao. We have gathered intelligence indicating that the most talked about news in the immortal domain recently is the appearance of a young emperor from the Jun family. An elder respectfully reported. Currently, this young emperor is inviting various factions as guests, but beneath the surface, it is merely a feast of treachery. The young man named Yunjiao scoffed dismissively, his expression revealing disdain. A young emperor from the Jun family? What an audacious title. To assume the title of young emperor before truly ascending to that status. Does he not fear the consequences of the heavenly Dao? Even our chaotic imperial clan, with its legacy spanning countless epochs, would not dare to act so recklessly. Upon hearing this, the others erupted into laughter. Why should young Master Yunjiao be so incensed? They are merely native inhabitants of the immortal domain. No matter how powerful the Jun family may be, they can only reign supreme within their own territory. Once our chaotic imperial clan intervenes, that so-called young emperor will surely kneel and beg for mercy. Perhaps we could even seize this opportunity to recruit him as a follower, thereby indirectly controlling the Jun family, and in turn, the entire immortal domain, remarked a young man clad in white, chuckling softly to Yunjiao. These individuals were the prodigies of the chaotic ancient universe, with Yunjiao being the sixth among the 7 holy sons of their clan, while the young man in white was the 7th holy son, known as Di Wangba. Chapter 93. When did the Jun family emerge? Is the young emperor merely a title? Yunjiao disregarded Wangba's words, instead turning his gaze toward the silent young man in black beside him. This young man was the 5th holy son of the chaotic imperial clan, named Di Mingchen, bearing the weight of the dual pupils, a formidable prodigy blessed with the fortune of heaven and earth. Despite the derision from Yunjiao and the others, he remained uncharacteristically silent. Mingchen, what is your perspective? Yunjiao inquired, his tone laced with subtle provocation. Mingchen's brow furrowed slightly, an unusual glimmer flashing within his dual pupils. I recall during my last descent to the primordial immortal domain, our records did not mention the Jun family. At that time, only the primordial divine hall, the celestial court, and the netherworld were recognized as supreme powers. It seems as though the Jun family has appeared out of nowhere. And to have annihilated the primordial divine hall and repelled the 7 ultimate imperial clans from other realms in such a short span, it raises significant concerns. At this, Yunjiao could not suppress his laughter. Ha! Mingchen, when did you become so timid? In my view, the Jun family is merely an emerging clan. Our chaotic imperial clan has endured for countless epochs. Have we ever feared anyone? Moreover, do you genuinely believe that they repelled the 7 ultimate imperial clans? That is clearly an inflated claim. I could just as easily declare myself the sovereign of all realms, the supreme celestial emperor, and thus become one. Yunjiao evidently dismissed any notion of the Jun family's strength, believing that even if they possessed some power, it could not compare to their time-honored, indomitable imperial clan. Indeed, young Master Yunjiao is correct. That young emperor from the Jun family is surely just a wet-behind-the-ears child. Why should we, the chaotic imperial clan, be in any way apprehensive? Wangba chimed in agreement. Mingchen chose not to retort, though a flicker of worry and unease shone in his dual pupils. He harbored a persistent feeling that the suddenly ascendant Jun family might conceal secrets unknown to them. Let us proceed to meet this so-called young emperor of the Jun family and discern what abilities they possess, Yunjiao declared, waving his sleeve with a mocking glint in his eyes, already envisioning the young emperor kneeling before him. Let us hope so. Mingchen sighed, observing the arrogant demeanor of Yunjiao. The chaotic warship tore through the void, racing toward the Jun family. Simultaneously, various factions from the immortal domain began to arrive at the Jun family estate. Before the Jun family stood the magnificent white jade staircase, consisting of 9,999 steps leading to the sky, each inscribed with ancient runes that exuded an overwhelming aura. Flanking the staircase were white tiger knights clad in silver armor, radiating an intimidating presence. This staircase was designed to assess the talents and strengths of the younger generation. The Jun family sought to seize this opportunity to recruit some exceptionally gifted prodigies, nurturing them toward the direction of devotion to the Jun family. Each faction had its own means of tribute, including the celestial court and the Jun family as well. Is this truly the foundation of the Jun family? An elder from a minor faction trembled, his legs quaking as he stood at the foot of the staircase, struggling to breathe. It is said that the runes on these steps were inscribed by an ancient ancestor of the Jun family. Only those with exceptional talent and powerful bloodlines can ascend to the summit, enduring immense pressure with each step. A companion whispered in explanation. In the sky, splendid warships and chariots anchored, and representatives from various factions disembarked. There were ancient clan leaders riding 9-headed lions, masters of Dao sects guiding celestial cranes, and sovereigns of immortal dynasties arriving in bronze chariots. Look, that is the celestial court's 9-dragon palanquin, someone suddenly exclaimed, pointing toward the distance. The crowd followed the gaze, beholding 9 colossal golden dragons drawing a resplendent palanquin through the air. Within the palanquin stood the celestial emperor, hands clasped behind his back, alongside a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in moon-white robes, Princess Yaoxi. Is this the Jun family? How magnificent! Yaoxi's enchanting gaze swept over the grand palatial structures, her heart racing uncontrollably. The celestial emperor smiled gently. Sierra, when you meet the young emperor of the Jun family, do not forget your manners. Yaoxi's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly replied. Rest assured, father, I understand. At that moment, the sky suddenly split open, revealing a massive rift from which a pitch-black warship emerged. Its bow adorned with several imposing young geniuses. That is the aura of the chaotic ancient universe. How could they appear at this time? The celestial emperor's pupils constricted, his expression growing grave. If it were merely a chaotic imperial clan, the celestial court would naturally have no fear. But the chaotic ancient universe encompasses more than just one imperial clan. The entire immortal domain lacked any advantage against the chaotic ancient universe, and worse still, the chaotic ancient universe had unified. They were not factions of the immortal domain fighting separately. Yunjiao stood at the bow of the ship, his purple robe billowing in the wind, casting a disdainful gaze upon the crowd below. I am Yunjiao of the chaotic imperial clan, here to pay a visit to the young emperor of the Jun family. His voice resonated like thunder through the void, causing many weaker cultivators to wince in pain from the reverberation. Deep within the Jun family, Jun Huaiyun was conversing with his father, Jun Wuwang, when he suddenly sensed the disturbance from outside. Chaotic imperial clan? What sort of formidable faction is this? Jun Huaiyun furrowed his brow, his tone laced with confusion. A flicker of intrigue flashed in Jun Wuwang's eyes. If I am not mistaken, they should be a dominant imperial clan from the chaotic ancient universe. It seems, my child, your grand banquet as the young emperor is about to become quite lively. Jun Huaiyun's lips curled into a smile. A lively occasion is always welcome, father. I shall go and meet them. As Jun Huaiyun stepped out of the grand hall, the entire Jun family was immediately enveloped in radiant light, accompanied by celestial music filling the air. He donned a majestic robe of deep black, crowned with the ethereal nine heavens diadem, and adorned with a golden jade belt at his waist. The ancestral patterns between his brows shimmered, and with each step he took, celestial lotuses blossomed, as if an ancient deity had descended upon the world. Having ascended to the status of the young emperor of the Jun family, a change of attire was only fitting. Long live the young emperor! The multitude of the Jun family members chorused in unison, their voices reverberating through the heavens. Di Yunxiao squinted, scrutinizing the legendary young emperor of the Jun family, secretly astonished by the profound aura emanating from him, despite his apparent cultivation being merely at the supreme realm. Jun Huaiyun made no effort to conceal his presence. The old ruse of feigning weakness had long since lost its charm for him. It appears that the Chaos Imperial clan has not been formally invited to this banquet. Your uninvited presence seems rather unbecoming, he stated calmly, standing atop the white jade steps with arms crossed behind his back. For some reason, the gaze of Jun Huaiyun unsettled Di Yunxiao, akin to that of a giant observing mere ants. Suppressing his displeasure, Di Yunxiao sneered. I have heard that the Jun family has produced a young emperor, and I, Yunxiao, have come to witness this for myself. However, it seems you are nothing more than a name without substance. His scornful glance swept across the talented members of the Jun family, dripping with disdain. This remark sent shockwaves through the crowd. How dare he mock the young emperor in front of the Jun family? Is he courting death? Hush! Keep your voice down, are you mad? We cannot afford to offend either side. Let us observe in silence. The various factions present buzzed with speculation. Even the powerful beings at the imperial realm exchanged glances filled with uncertainty, yet the overwhelming presence of the chaos ancient universe left them hesitant to voice their thoughts. From the direction of the heavenly court, Princess Yaoxi furrowed her brows slightly. Father, this man is exceedingly rude. The heavenly emperor remained silent, curious to see how Jun Huaiyun would handle the situation. Oh, merely at the supreme realm? Upon hearing this, Jun Huaiyun's gaze turned icy, exuding an aura of boundless frost that instantly chilled the air above the Jun family. He took a deliberate step forward, causing the void beneath his feet to erupt violently, freezing the entire realm in an instant. A terrifying pressure that compelled the very laws of the universe to submit erupted forth, illuminating the myriad intricate patterns on the white jade steps, transforming them into countless divine rays that pierced the vast firmament. I am quite curious as to what realm I must attain to earn your respect, he declared. And the Chaos Imperial clan lacks the stature to speak to my Jun family in such a manner. My title as young emperor is not something that ants like you can question. One must learn to be humble. As his words fell, the ancestral patterns on Jun Huaiyun's brow radiated with boundless transformative light, the primordial chaos body awakening autonomously, with strands of magnificent chaotic energy cascading from the depths of the void. Behind him, a vast cosmic shadow intertwined, illuminated by the light of the primordial, where forces of creation and the power of finality collided and entwined, emanating an unparalleled aura that suppressed the ancient world. This is the power of chaos, the essence of the primordial and the force of creation. Could that dark energy be the power of finality? How could one individual possibly possess four supreme powers? Di Yunxiao's pupils constricted suddenly, the expression of disdain on his face freezing into shock. The other members of the Chaos Imperial clan behind him were equally taken aback. Such an anomaly had never before been witnessed in the Chaos Ancient Universe. You Chaos Imperial clan shall kneel as you speak. A vast and overwhelming pressure exploded from within Jun Huaiyun, shattering the battle vessels beneath the feet of Di Yunxiao and his companions, sending hundreds of elite members of the Chaos Imperial clan plummeting from the skies like dumplings. What is this pressure? We cannot move at all. The members of the Chaos Imperial clan cried out in terror, pinned down as if by an unseen force, their foreheads striking heavily against the white jade steps. Their knees sank deeply into the steps, the sounds of cracking bones mingling with cries of agony and shock. Di Yunxiao's complexion shifted dramatically as chaotic energy surged wildly around him, desperately attempting to resist Jun Huaiyun's overwhelming aura, but to no avail. His knees buckled uncontrollably, and he ultimately fell to the ground. Impossible. I am the sixth holy son of the Chaos Imperial clan, possessing a pure chaotic bloodline. How could I be subdued by your mere aura? Veins bulged on Di Yunxiao's forehead, disbelief etched across his features. He was indeed the pinnacle of the Supreme Realm, yet now he found himself kneeling before a mere youth who had only recently ascended to the Supreme Realm. This must be some sort of cheat. Indeed, one must possess self-awareness. If your Chaos Imperial clan truly came to celebrate, my Jun family would naturally welcome you. However, if you come seeking conflict, my Jun family shall respond in kind. Jun Huaiyun stated nonchalantly. Let it not be forgotten that Jun Huaiyun bore the bloodline closest to the progenitor of the Jun family, a figure of immense renown. In many respects, Jun Huaiyun mirrored the youthful essence of the Jun family ancestor, and in certain facets, he surpassed even that legendary figure, for throughout history, no individual had ever possessed four supreme powers within them. Jun Huaiyun was the singular exception. As these words echoed, the venue fell into a profound silence. Countless individuals left dumbfounded. The Jun family was as formidable as ever. How astonishing! Princess Yaoxi gazed in awe, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. The Heavenly Emperor observed the admiration in Yaoxi's eyes, shaking his head with a bemused smile. All members of the Chaos Imperial clan knelt, except for Di Mingchen, who hunched over, his dual pupils radiating brilliance as he struggled against the oppressive force. His back was bent at a 90-degree angle, his legs trembling incessantly. Yet he refused to kneel. Ah, there is still one with some spirit. Jun Huaiyun's gaze flickered with surprise, though it was merely a fragment of his aura, logically. No one at the Supreme Realm should have been able to withstand it. Interesting. A smile danced upon Jun Huaiyun's lips, his eyes shifting like a kaleidoscope, leaving no one privy to his thoughts. What manner of physique do you possess? Where do those four powers originate? Di Yunxiao, braving the pressure, glared defiantly at Jun Huaiyun atop the dais, his eyes brimming with resentment and jealousy. Though the Chaos Imperial clan wielded chaotic power, it was not pure. Furthermore, Jun Huaiyun was not of their bloodline, yet possessed a purity of chaotic energy that eclipsed theirs. Additionally, the presence of three other powers, each as potent as chaotic energy, yet equally pure, only fueled his envy. Suddenly, a derisive laugh pierced the air. There stood Chu Yundao, garbed in golden attire and wielding a chaotic palm, shaking his head in mockery. Oh dear, who is this bumpkin? Weak in strength, yet boasts a hardened tongue, once incinerated. All that remains is a stubborn mouth. With that, he turned to his companion, Bai Huang. Baldy, what do you think? Why do we always see these ignorant cats and dogs seeking their own demise? Bai Huang leapt up, paws on hips, speaking in a sarcastic tone. You pumpkin-faced fool. Do you not understand? They are the Chaos Imperial clan. Though I wonder if this title of Imperial clan was self-bestowed or begged for on their knees, he continued with exaggerated mockery. I suspect the Chaos Imperial clan has gone mad from poverty, unable even to afford a mirror. Did they not take a moment to reflect on their own worth before arriving? The last few words dripped with scorn, lingering in the air. You. Di Yunxiao's face turned ashen, the chaotic energy around him roiling violently. Being mocked in such a manner as the holy son of the Chaos Imperial clan was a humiliation he could scarcely bear. Seeking death. I shall strip you of your skin today. Di Yunxiao's restraint crumbled, and the most volatile among them, the Emperor Ba, roared, unleashing the aura of the Supreme Realm. Boom. The entire realm fell into an eerie silence. Jun Huaiyun slowly raised his gaze, his pupils swirling with myriad celestial and demonic images, the cosmos collapsing into an illusion. With but a single glance, the entirety of Di Wangba's being, along with his soul, was obliterated in an instant. Have I shown you too much leniency? Even my brothers dare to insult? Jun Huaiyun's voice was soft, yet it sent tremors through the hearts of all present. Stepping forward with deliberate grace, an overwhelming pressure immediately intensified, causing every member of the Chaos Emperor clan, including Emperor Yunxiao, to involuntarily spit forth a mouthful of chaotic blood. Even Emperor Mingchen could not withstand it, kneeling on one knee as crimson chaos seeped from the corner of his mouth. Ding! Emperor Yunxiao and others' defenses have been breached. Reaching 80, collectively earning 360,000 editing points. Ding. Killing Emperor Ba has granted 30,000 modification points. How exhilarating, little Yunzi. They ought to be thoroughly humiliated. The White Emperor's paw flailed wildly, its tail thrashing with fervor. You dare to slay my brother. The moment Emperor Yunxiao uttered these words, he instantly regretted it. Fu Yundao seized the initiative, his figure flashing as he appeared before Emperor Yunxiao, delivering a resounding slap of chaotic energy across his face. Smack! The crisp sound resonated throughout the venue, sending Emperor Yunxiao spinning through the air, half of his face quickly swelling with bruises. Brother Jun, this feels absolutely delightful. No wonder you used to enjoy slapping my face, Chu Yundao remarked, caressing the chaotic palm with an expression of fondness. You dare strike my face? Emperor Yunxiao exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his features. It was one thing for Jun Huaiyun to humiliate him, but how could an outsider, who wasn't he even of the Jun lineage, have the audacity to strike him? Did he not fear the retribution of the Chaos Emperor clan? What is wrong with hitting you? Not only will I slap your face, but I shall also berate you. Chu Yundao scoffed, showing utter disdain for the Chaos Emperor clan. Such a pathetic display. You boast of strength, yet possess none. Your pride is as brittle as your bones. If I were your ancestor, I would slap you all into oblivion. Laughter erupted from the Jun clan, their mirth echoing through the air. Even the leaders of the visiting faction struggled to suppress their amusement, their lips twitching in barely contained laughter. Meanwhile, the members of the Chaos Emperor clan wore expressions of utter humiliation, wishing they could vanish from sight. Jun Huaiyun, with a slight smile, lifted the oppressive atmosphere, regarding Emperor Yunxiao and his cohorts as nothing more than jesters. Chapter 95, Jun Xiaoyao battles Emperor Mingchen, the dual-pupiled against the primal saint body. Enough. At that moment, Emperor Mingchen finally broke his silence, stepping forward, his dual pupils shimmering with an unusual light. Young master of the Jun clan. This matter stems from our Chaos Emperor clan's prior indiscretion. However, since Yunxiao is our sacred son, might we conclude this matter amicably? Conclude? Jun Huaiyun replied, a bemused smile gracing his lips. You come in force to provoke my Jun clan, and now, feeling outmatched, you wish to retreat? Is there such a convenience in this world? Emperor Mingchen's brow furrowed slightly. Then what does the young master propose? Jun Huaiyun pointed a finger at Emperor Yunxiao and the others. It is quite straightforward. You will duel one of my Jun clan's prodigies. If you emerge victorious, you may leave. However, they must perish. Conversely, should you lose, you shall remain as a servant in my Jun clan, and they shall still die. Regardless, their fate is sealed, and you need not plead for their lives. Upon hearing this, the members of the Chaos Emperor clan erupted in uproar. How could they accept death? Such arrogance. The Chaos Emperor clan's members were infuriated. To have their lives decided with a mere statement, and to be reduced to servants? This was an utter disgrace. I do not have the luxury of time for your deliberation. It is best you decide before I change my mind, otherwise. Jun Huaiyun's tone was chilling. Emperor Mingchen narrowed his eyes, contemplating before finally nodding. Very well, I accept. Mingchen, how can you agree to this? He seeks our lives. Emperor Yunxiao exclaimed urgently. Silence. Is there not enough shame already? You brought this calamity upon yourselves. Emperor Mingchen coldly interrupted. Emperor Yunxiao's face shifted between shades of green and white, ultimately gritting his teeth as he stepped aside. Once the attention of the crowd shifted away from them, he discreetly shattered the communication jade slip hidden in his sleeve. At this juncture, he had no choice but to summon a powerful ally from the clan. Otherwise, they would all perish here today. Intriguing. You are increasingly to my liking. Your temperament, strength, and talent far surpass those who merely wield words. Although you still fall short of my expectations for a follower. Serving as my Jun Huaiyun's servant would be acceptable. Just a messenger, perhaps, or a doorkeeper. Jun Huaiyun's gaze remained fixed on Emperor Mingchen, a glimmer of appreciation evident in his eyes. With each of Jun Huaiyun's movements, he exuded an air of regality that compelled all present to feel an innate sense of submission. Father, the young master of the Jun clan is so dashing and domineering. Princess Yaoxi exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling, her heart racing uncontrollably. She had never encountered a man so breathtakingly imposing. A mere glance, a single word, left the Chaos Emperor clan too frightened to utter a sound. Observing this, the Heavenly Emperor chuckled knowingly. Yaoxi, it seems bringing you here was indeed a wise decision. Yaoxi's cheeks flushed, surprisingly refraining from countering the Heavenly Emperor's words. Taking a deep breath, Emperor Mingchen straightened his disheveled robes and bowed respectfully to Jun Huaiyun. May I inquire which of the Jun clan's prodigies shall take the field? Emperor Mingchen had discerned that Jun Huaiyun responded better to gentleness than aggression. The more defiant one was, the more Jun Huaiyun would humiliate them. Jun Huaiyun nodded slightly, his gaze turning to the eager Jun Xiaoyao. Brother Xiaoyao, this challenge is yours. Jun Xiaoyao nodded, excitement radiating from him as he stepped forward. Upon seeing the challenger, Emperor Mingchen's brows knitted deeply. It was not out of fear of Jun Xiaoyao, but rather because Jun Xiaoyao's realm was far too low. He was merely at the peak of the Saint King realm. While Mingchen had already reached the pinnacle of the supreme realm, an entire realm above Jun Xiaoyao, he suspected Jun Huaiyun was simply sending someone to mock him. Young master, this. Emperor Mingchen could not help but voice his concern. What? Do you look down on my Jun clan's prodigy? He possesses the primal saint body. Jun Huaiyun retorted with a smirk. At this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The primal saint body? Is that not a legendary physique? It is said that a fully realized saint body can rival an emperor. Who would have thought the Jun clan harbored such a prodigy? Emperor Mingchen's pupils constricted, a flicker of shock illuminating his dual pupils. The primal saint body was indeed a legendary existence, even within the chaotic ancient universe. He inhaled deeply, speaking with gravity. I was blind. I humbly request your guidance. Jun Xiaoyao grinned widely. Now you're speaking my language. Come, let me see what makes your dual pupils so special. As his words fell, Jun Xiaoyao's entire being erupted in a surge of golden radiance, unleashing an overwhelming aura befitting a saint body. He appeared as though he were forged from gold, every inch of his skin shimmering with resplendent golden runes, his vital energy soaring skyward, dyeing the heavens a brilliant gold. Let us engage in battle. Jun Xiaoyao bellowed, a magnificent golden ocean manifesting behind him, waves crashing with a weight that felt immense. This was the unique power of the primal saint body, imbued with unparalleled suppressive force. Emperor Mingchen dared not underestimate him. His dual pupils suddenly ignited, splitting into two distinct sets, each housing a miniature universe in motion. Open the heavens of the dual pupils. Two beams of chaotic divine light erupted from Emperor Mingchen's eyes, collapsing the void and annihilating the laws in their path. This was the supreme ocular technique of the dual pupils, said to possess the potential to create worlds at its pinnacle. Boom! The golden ocean collided with the chaotic divine light, causing the very fabric of the heavens to tremble. Buzz! Numerous ancient runes materialized above the Jun clan, absorbing the residual waves. Otherwise, such a strike alone could obliterate a radius of 100,000 miles. Delightful. Again. Jun Xiaoyao laughed heartily, stepping onto the golden ocean and launching a straightforward punch. A simple yet direct strike, infused with the unparalleled physical strength of the primal saint body, shattered the space around it with every inch the golden fist traversed. Emperor Mingchen floated gracefully, his dual pupils flickering as he anticipated each of Jun Xiaoyao's movements. With both hands forming intricate seals, a primordial long knife of ancient design materialized, coalescing from the chaotic energy within his palms. Chaotic Emperor's technique, slash of the Dao. The long knife cleaved through the void, exuding a terrifying might that threatened to sever myriad paths as it descended upon Jun Xiaoyao. Though the strike appeared languid, it had already transcended certain spatial limitations. One moment, it was 1,000 miles away. The next, it was poised before Jun Xiaoyao. Come at me. Jun Xiaoyao stood resolute, not flinching nor evading. As golden radiance enveloped him, ancient Dao patterns flaring across his skin. The long knife struck him, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, leaving merely a white mark upon his flesh. What? Mingchen's countenance shifted dramatically. This strike, capable of severing even ordinary supreme Dao weapons, could not breach Jun Xiaoyao's corporeal defenses? Was a Saint King's physical form truly more formidable than a supreme Dao weapon? It's my turn. Seizing the opportunity, Jun Xiaoyao grasped the long knife with one hand, while the other delivered a powerful punch to Mingchen's chest. In a panic, Mingchen conjured an ancient shield of chaotic energy to defend himself, yet was still sent flying thousands of miles, chaos-infused blood spilling from his mouth. Brother Mingchen. The members of the chaotic Emperor clan gasped in astonishment. Even a mere genius from the Jun clan was able to overpower their clan's holy son? This was defiance against the heavens. Chapter 96. Mingchen's defeat. Do not expect rescue. This individual's strength was astonishingly formidable, capable of developing the primordial sacred body to such an extent. Mingchen steadied himself, wiping the blood from his lips, a grave expression flickering in his deep-set eyes. Drawing a deep breath, the chaotic energy surged around him, transforming into countless ancient chaotic runes that swirled about him. He had initially believed that, as the fifth holy son of the chaotic Emperor clan, with a peak supreme cultivation level, the invincible physique of the heavy pupil, and a relatively pure chaotic bloodline, he would naturally dominate any peer. However, the seemingly inconspicuous genius of the Jun clan had, through sheer physical prowess at the peak of the Saint King realm, withstood his chaotic emperor technique, a display of strength that genuinely instilled fear in him. Come again. Jun Xiaoyao beamed, his golden vitality surging like an ocean. As he stepped forward, shattering the void, his fist descending like a golden star towards Mingchen. I refuse to believe this. Mingchen dared not be negligent. His heavy pupil flashing with luminescent brilliance, emanating an ancient and eternal aura, as chaotic energy surged around him. Heavy pupil's profound chaos catastrophe light. Two grayish divine lights erupted from Mingchen's eyes, and wherever they passed, the void collapsed, laws dissolved, and even the flow of time around them decelerated significantly. This was one of the ultimate techniques that the heavy pupil possessed, legend had it that when cultivated to the utmost, it could alter the very fabric of the world and shatter the depths of the underworld. Very well, then, you shall experience the manifestation of my primordial sacred body. Celestial Emperor shatters the heavens. Jun Huaiyun's eyes blazed with battle intent, his golden radiance swelling as a towering golden imperial figure slowly emerged behind him, resembling an immortal deity descending upon the realm. With a single punch, he collided fiercely with the chaotic catastrophe light. Boom. Fortunately, they were within the Jun clan, where formations absorb the residual energy. Otherwise, this single strike would have resulted in calamity for at least 6 or 7 of the cultivators present. The various powerful figures observing from afar held their breath, their eyes wide with terror. This young man's heavy pupil technique was indeed formidable. Had it been any other supreme power, they would have long since perished. The might of the heavy pupil was undeniable. Yet the Jun clan's prodigy was even more astonishingly powerful, able to withstand the heavy pupil's force with sheer physical strength. Was the primordial sacred body truly so formidable? At this moment, many strong figures pondered deeply. From the direction of the celestial court, Princess Yaoxi's beautiful eyes flickered with intrigue as she softly remarked, "Father, how extraordinary is Jun Huaiyun to confront a peak supreme with a Saint King realm. There is no one in our celestial court capable of such a feat." Upon hearing his daughter's words, the heavenly emperor's gaze grew profoundly contemplative as he slowly replied, "The fully realized primordial sacred body can indeed rival an emperor. It is only natural for the Jun clan to cultivate such a caliber of genius. Rather than attributing the strength to the primordial sacred body, it is more fitting to credit the Jun clan's prowess. The development of the same physique varies with each individual. My observation reveals that this young man's cultivation of the primordial sacred body far exceeds that of the chaotic emperor clan's holy son with the heavy pupil. And only the Jun clan could cultivate the primordial sacred body to such an extent." As the heavenly emperor concluded, he sighed deeply, lamenting that if the primordial sacred body had fallen into the hands of their celestial court, their own strength and heritage would not suffice to reach such heights. "Is that so, father?" Yaoxi inquired, her curiosity piqued. Meanwhile, the elders of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion exchanged grave glances, murmuring, "The current generation of geniuses from the Jun clan is far more terrifying than we had imagined. The chaotic emperor clan has truly encountered a formidable opponent." As the discussions among the various factions ensued, the members of the chaotic emperor clan turned ashen, especially Di Yunxiao, who trembled uncontrollably, disbelief written all over his face. How could Brother Mingchen be suppressed to such an extent by a Saint King? Even the primordial sacred body could not be so astonishingly overwhelming. They had expected Di Mingchen's intervention to at least compel the Jun clan's young emperor to intervene personally. Yet they never anticipated a mere Saint King prodigy from the Jun clan could dominate their holy son to such a degree. What manner of monstrous family was the Jun clan? This was a collective thought shared by all factions. To think he could still withstand that. Then let us see how you fare against this move. My final trump card. Heavy Pupil Chaotic Domain. On the other side, Di Mingchen had begun to grasp Jun Huaiyun's strength and was ready to unleash his ace. With a low shout from Di Mingchen, the entire void darkened abruptly. The surrounding space twisted as chaotic mists billowed forth. Within this domain, the laws became chaotic, gravity reversed, and even the flow of time was affected, slowing significantly. A domain constructed from chaotic power, heavy pupil, and the force of laws. Quite intriguing. However, to think you could suppress my physical form with this domain is a rather fanciful notion. Though Jun Huaiyun found himself enveloped within the domain, his expression revealed no fear. Golden radiance burst forth from his being, the power of the primordial sacred body shattering the heavens as he forged a golden ocean within the chaotic domain. Second manifestation of the sacred body, eternal divine kingdom. Surrounding Jun Huaiyun, towering golden divine kingdom apparitions emerged, within which countless golden divine generals stood firm, each exuding a terrifying aura that threatened to suppress the very universe. The clash between the divine kingdom and the chaotic domain resulted in cataclysmic waves, causing the entire void to collapse and reconstitute. Is this truly the power possessed by a Saint King? The primordial sacred body is indeed fearsome. A mere genius from the Jun clan could battle beyond their level. How could the other factions possibly survive? Among the observing factions, many gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with shock. Especially those young prodigies from the imperishable dynasty and ancient lineages, their faces turned pale as a sense of powerlessness coursed through them. The Jun clan was indeed still the Jun clan. The master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion sighed deeply, a complex light flickering in his eyes. Even without Jun Huaiyun, the Jun clan's foundation remained unfathomable. Any random prodigy could crush the so-called unparalleled geniuses from the outside world. You are indeed powerful, but I shall not concede so easily. I will fight with all my might. In the heart of the battlefield, Di Mingchen's eyes reflected no fear. Taking a deep breath, profound runes danced within the depths of his heavy pupil as he formed seals with his hands, the chaotic energy coalescing into a grayish, ancient long spear. Chaotic Emperor Technique. Spear of Annihilation. The spear tip crackled with chaotic black lightning, thrusting forward to pierce through the endless void, aimed directly at Jun Xiaoyao's brow. Jun Xiaoyao laughed heartily, standing firm and unyielding. Empowered by the manifestation of the eternal divine kingdom from the primordial sacred body, his strength was now terrifyingly formidable. With a powerful punch, the golden fist clashed violently with the spear, producing an earth-shattering roar. Jun Xiaoyao grew increasingly emboldened in battle, his entire being aglow with golden brilliance. Each punch imbued with a terrifying force capable of suppressing the annals of time. Despite his superior realm, Di Mingqian found himself relentlessly suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao, retreating step by step as all his divine abilities were shattered by a single punch from Jun Xiaoyao. The ultimate essence of the dual pupil, the time-space confinement. Di Mingqian coughed up blood as his heavy dual pupils erupted with brilliant divine light, instantly solidifying the space around Jun Xiaoyao. However, before Di Mingqian could catch his breath, he heard Jun Xiaoyao's cold snort as his blood surged violently, shattering the confinement of time and space with sheer force. Your dual pupils cannot bind me now. Stepping forward, Jun Xiaoyao unleashed a radiant golden fist, piercing through the vast void and striking fiercely at Di Mingqian's chest. With a dull thud, Di Mingqian spewed forth chaotic blood. His body sent flying, crashing heavily onto the white jade steps before the members of the Chaos Imperial clan, fracturing the steps beneath him. The scene fell into an eerie silence, as everyone stared in shock, unable to believe that the esteemed son of the Chaos Imperial clan, a being at the pinnacle of supremacy, had been so thoroughly beaten. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have deemed it impossible. What struck them most was the stark contrast between Di Mingqian's disheveled state and Jun Xiaoyao's composed demeanor, devoid of any dust or injury. This indicated that Jun Xiaoyao had effortlessly defeated Di Mingqian, rather than through a strenuous battle. Of course, the most unbearable truth lay with the Chaos Imperial clan. How could this be possible? How could our clan's holy son suffer such a humiliating defeat? Di Yunxiao and the others trembled, their voices quaking as their worldviews shattered. Jun Xiaoyao paid no heed to their desperate wails. He slowly approached Di Mingqian, grinning. I concede, yet your dual pupils possess potential. However, their development is lacking. Should you cultivate them to the same height as my primal sacred body, defeating you would not be as effortless as it is now. Upon hearing this, Di Mingqian struggled to rise, wiping the blood from his lips, his expression revealing a bitter smile. A defeat is a defeat. There is no need for excuses. I have fully accepted my loss. Do as you wish, whether to kill or maim. Jun Huaiyun smiled faintly and stepped forward, shifting his gaze from Di Mingqian to the despairing members of the Chaos Imperial clan. Now, do you have any final words to say? Do not expect your clan's powerful members to come to your rescue. I have been observing your earlier antics all along. Chapter 97. The young generation lacks discipline, and the old generation is even more unruly. Hearing Jun Huaiyun's intent to execute them, Di Yunxiao and the others turned ashen, trembling as they knelt upon the ground, their foreheads striking heavily against the white jade steps with a dull thud. Spare us, young emperor. We acknowledge that we spoke too loudly. Please forgive our ignorance. They pleaded. We are willing to offer our clan's treasures in exchange for your mercy. Brother Mingqian, quickly intercede for us. I do not wish to die. I still have a bright future ahead. Tears streamed down their faces, their earlier arrogance obliterated as they crawled to Di Mingqian's feet, clutching at his garments with desperate pleas. Only now do they seek mercy? Weren't they just so arrogant? Jun Huaiyun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the group, a mocking smile curling at his lips. With that, Jun Huaiyun gradually approached Di Mingqian, a profound smile gracing his lips. These individuals are yours to deal with. Whether to slay or spare, it is entirely up to you. At his words, the members of the Chaos Imperial clan erupted in joy, their hopeful gazes directed towards Di Mingqian. Brother Mingqian, we are kin, sharing the same chaotic bloodline. You cannot turn a blind eye to our plight. Your father and my father were close friends. You cannot abandon me. Brother Mingqian, should you speak, we will honor you as the next clan leader. None of this matters. I have my elderly mother waiting for me to return. Di Yunxiao clung to Di Mingqian's leg, pleading with tears streaming down his face. Standing there, Di Mingqian surveyed his shameless kin, his gaze flickering with complex emotions. He glanced at the sycophantic Di Yunxiao, and then at Jun Huaiyun's tranquil expression. Finally, he slowly closed his eyes, his voice turning chillingly cold. Young Emperor, these people are at your mercy. I, Mingqian, harbor no grievances. His nonchalant declaration resonated in the ears of the Chaos Imperial clan like the thunder of a million storms. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. Jun Huaiyun's expression grew increasingly benevolent. What? Di Mingqian, you traitor. How dare you abandon us in our time of need? Are you no longer a member of the Chaos Imperial clan? Di Mingqian, I will haunt you even as a ghost. I await you in hell. The members of the Chaos Imperial clan turned pale, their faces contorted in rage, spewing a torrent of curses and insults. Amidst the chaos, The space above the Jun family suddenly trembled violently, for terrifying auras tearing through the void. Who dares to bully my grandson? A furious roar echoed across the heavens, revealing an elder clad in chaotic imperial robes, his eyes filled with boundless killing intent, exuding an overwhelming imperial aura that swept across the vast expanse. Following him were three immensely powerful quasi-emperors. It's my grandfather. He is finally here. We are saved. Di Yunshao's face lit up with joy as he scrambled towards the elder. Grandfather 7, you have finally arrived. Di Mingshun, this traitor, stood idly by as our kin were humiliated. You must. Grandfather 7 interrupted Di Yunshao with a furious roar. You worthless fool. Be quiet. After chastising Di Yunshao, his somber gaze fell upon Di Mingshun. Mingshun, what on earth is happening? You better explain yourself clearly. Just as Di Mingshun was about to speak, Di Yunshao interjected, sobbing. Grandfather 7, this villain Di Mingshun not only refused to help us, but sought to kneel and acknowledge the Jun family's young emperor as his master. He even wished for the young emperor to slay us. I told you to shut your mouth. Grandfather 7 thundered, his fury palpable as he sent Di Yunshao flying with a slap. Without needing Di Yunshao's words, Grandfather 7 and the others could discern the situation. You. Explain what has transpired. Grandfather 7 casually seized a talented member of the Chaos Imperial clan and demanded. The terrified youth quaked in fear, hastily recounting the recent events. Scoundrel. Di Mingshun, as the holy son of the Imperial clan, how dare you beg for mercy and acknowledge another as master? You traitor, where's your sense of shame? You disregard the lives of your kin. Had I not arrived in time, this act alone would suffice to condemn you to death. Upon my return to the clan, I will report this to the elders and have you expelled from the Chaos Imperial clan. The fury in Grandfather 7's eyes intensified. Grandfather. Di Mingshun's complexion turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly. Coward. Unworthy to be a dual pupil. You have brought disgrace upon our Chaos Imperial clan. Just like your timid father, utterly useless. The three quasi-emperors behind Grandfather 7 wore equally cold expressions, scolding him in unison. As Di Mingshun endured their relentless insults, a flicker of pain passed through his eyes. He slowly lowered his head, remaining silent as he allowed them to berate him. At that moment, a light-hearted chuckle broke the heavy atmosphere. Jun Huaiyun stepped forward, positioning himself before Di Mingshun, his gaze calm as he fixed his eyes on the elder of the Chaos Imperial clan, who was shouting like a harpy. Old man, who do you think you are to dare shout in front of the Jun family? Impudence. The emperor must not be insulted. Grandfather 7 erupted in rage, the chaotic energy around him erupting like a volcano, instantly darkening the skies. His murky old eyes fixed intently on Jun Huaiyun, his voice frigid. Youngster, do you know who I am to speak so disrespectfully? Jun Huaiyun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. What business do you have here, old dog? In front of the Jun family. Even a mutt should know its place. You. The seventh ancestor trembled with rage, his imperial might erupting uncontrollably, causing the surrounding space to shatter inch by inch. Di Mingshun stared blankly at the figure blocking his path, a flicker of indescribable complexity flashing in his dual-colored eyes. It had been years since anyone had stood up for him. Ever since his father's demise, he had been alone. Were it not for his formidable dual pupils, the chaotic emperor clan would have shown no concern for his existence. Very well. Today, I shall teach you what it means to understand hierarchy. The seventh ancestor laughed in fury, his emaciated hand suddenly raised. That withered palm transformed into a colossal hand that blotted out the sky, a net of destructive laws weaving together, descending upon Jun Huaiyun with lethal intent. This strike contained the full power of the emperor, clearly aimed to end Jun Huaiyun's life. Young emperor, be careful. Di Mingshun instinctively moved forward. Yet, Jun Huaiyun remained unmoved, a cold glimmer rising in his eyes. Is that all you've got? Just as that colossal hand was about to descend, a resounding boom echoed through the heavens. A piercing azure light, like a spear of fate, shot forth from the depths of the Jun family, causing time and space to freeze and all things to lose their color. The spear struck precisely at the wrist of the seventh ancestor, severing his withered hand as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. The seventh ancestor let out a harrowing scream, chaotic blood gushing forth from his severed wrist. He gazed in horror toward the source of the spear, where a towering figure radiating boundless imperial brilliance shattered the very fabric of reality, exuding a terrifying sovereign might. It was none other than the Azure Dragon Army commander, the Azure Emperor. The Azure Emperor, wielding the Azure Dragon spear, emanated an icy gaze. Old man, who gave you the audacity to touch the young emperor of the Jun family? An emperor-level powerhouse. The seventh ancestor's expression changed drastically. An emperor was the ultimate foundation for their chaotic emperor clan. Just who was the Jun family? How could they casually produce an emperor? Seeing the fear etched on the seventh ancestor's face, Jun Huaiyun smirked coldly, stepping onto the severed hand and grinding it lightly. It seems the chaotic emperor clan not only fails to educate its younger generation, but the old also lack the decorum of a dog. This scene made every onlooker's heart race. That was the hand of an emperor, and it was being trampled before everyone. Azure Emperor, do not leave any survivors. Chapter 98. Establishing the Young Emperor's Guard, eager to join. At your command, Young Emperor. The Azure Emperor's eyes turned icy, the Azure Dragon's spear bursting forth with countless cold beams, enveloping the entire realm in azure light. He took a slow step forward. The oppressive aura of the Emperor sweeping across the desolate heavens, instantly crushing the three quasi-emperor powerhouses of the chaotic Emperor clan, reducing them to a mist of blood scattered in the void. This is bad. I cannot die here. The seventh ancestor's face turned pale, disregarding his grandson Di Yunxiao. As long as he could save his own life, everything else was worth it. With that thought, he turned to flee. Could he escape? The Azure Emperor snorted coldly. Sweeping the Azure Dragon's spear through the air, countless azure beams piercing through the fabric of time and space, sealing off the surrounding area for millions of miles. Chaotic Emperor technique. Indestructible through 10,000 calamities. The seventh ancestor frantically burned his essence blood, layers of chaotic light, shields appearing around him, each containing imperishable chaotic laws. The Azure Emperor's expression remained indifferent as he swung the Azure Dragon spear downwards, shattering the so-called light shields that could withstand even the might of an emperor. No. The seventh ancestor screamed in terror, watching helplessly as the Azure Dragon's spear loomed larger in his vision. The seventh ancestor's agonizing cry echoed as his imperial body was gradually crushed within the Azure spear light, even his primordial spirit unable to escape. The remaining prodigies of the chaotic Emperor clan were similarly annihilated, reduced to dust. Only Di Yunxiao was left with a breath of life, spared by the Azure Emperor. Please don't kill me, young Emperor. I am willing to be your servant. Di Yunxiao, now collapsed on the ground, urinated himself in fear, desperately bowing and begging for mercy. His eyes filled with despair. He could not comprehend why the Jun family dared to slaughter members of the chaotic Emperor clan so brazenly. Did they not fear retribution from the chaotic Emperor clan? Did they not fear the anger of the ancient chaotic universe? Jun Huaiyun slowly approached Di Yunxiao. Looking down at his pitiful state, to my Jun family, members of the chaotic Emperor clan are no different than ants. Do not think that simply because you are backed by the chaotic Emperor clan, you can act with impunity. You are not worthy. With that, Jun Huaiyun lifted his foot and gently stomped down. Pop! Di Yunxiao's head exploded like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. All present were left in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. The current Jun Huaiyun exuded an aura of cold, tyrannical dominance, reminiscent of an immortal emperor overlooking the ages, indifferent to life. That was a lineage of immortal emperors, and they were slain without a hint of hesitation. I apologize for interrupting your enjoyment, Jun Huaiyun remarked, now clearing away the few audacious flies that dared to disturb the occasion. Now, let the banquet continue. With a smile, he addressed the guests from all sides. As his words fell, a thunderous symphony of celebratory music erupted from the depths of the Jun family, countless celestial cranes, divine phoenixes, and true dragons soaring into the sky, showering the scene with a cascade of floral rain. Floating celestial islands emerged from the clouds, adorned with rare fruits and exquisite delicacies. Is this the legendary dragon and phoenix immortal essence? Could this table be made of enlightenment stones? The Jun family certainly spares no expense. Various factions marveled, realizing this feast was a rare spectacle throughout the entire celestial realm. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The elders of the Jun family stepped forward, guiding representatives from various factions to their places. Those who had been stunned by the Jun family's cold and tyrannical methods now regained their composure, faces adorned with eager smiles once more. The Jun family was indeed formidable. The chaotic Emperor clan was nothing but weak in comparison. That emperor from the Jun family who had just acted must be the Azure Emperor, right? His power was astonishing, effortlessly dispatching an emperor. As the guests made their way to the banquet, they whispered amongst themselves, their eyes filled with reverence. At that moment, an unusual wave emanated from the depths of the Jun family. The laws of the entire realm began to distort, and the flow of time seemed to slow. Everyone looked up in astonishment to see a figure stepping through the river of time, emerging from the void. The layers of time and space twisted around him, creating an illusion of transcendence over the realm. It was Jun Wuwang. Patriarch, we pay our respects. The entire Jun family immediately bowed deeply, their voices echoing throughout the space. Representatives from various factions hastily rose, their eyes sparkling with astonishment. They could distinctly feel that the aura emanating from Jun Wuwang had surpassed the ordinary, making the very realm itself seem incapable of bearing his presence. Is this the might of a quasi-immortal? The master of the celestial mechanism trembled, his old eyes filled with shock. The celestial emperor's pupils constricted, waves of tumultuous emotion surging within him. As the ruler of the celestial court, he understood better than anyone what Jun Wuwang's current state signified. It was a symbol of having touched the threshold of the immortal path. Thank you all for traveling from afar to attend my son's grand banquet as the young emperor. I, Jun, express my gratitude here. Jun Huaiyun smiled gently, his voice soft yet resonating in every ear. He raised his hand lightly, a gentle force lifting everyone. Today, in addition to celebrating my son becoming the young emperor of the Jun family, there is one more matter to announce. Jun Huaiyun surveyed the crowd, slowly declaring, from this day forth, the Jun family shall establish the young emperor's guard, under the full command of my son, Jun Huaiyun. The young emperor's guard will operate independently from the Five Extremes Legion and will answer directly to the young emperor. Should anyone wish to join the young emperor's guard, there is no need to report to the Jun family. They need only seek my son's approval. As these words fell, a chorus of gasps filled the air. The young emperor's guard. The announcement by Jun Huaiyun regarding the establishment of the Xiaodi Guard was akin to a seismic event, instantly igniting the atmosphere within the banquet hall. The Xiaodi Guard, directly obedient to the Xiaodi, operating independently from the Five Extremes Legion? Does this not imply that Jun Huaiyun's status within the Jun family has risen to a level comparable to that of the ancient ancestors, if not higher? My heavens! The Jun family is evidently making a concerted effort to cultivate the Xiaodi. Representatives from various factions exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with shock and envy. The establishment of the Xiaodi Guard signifies that Jun Huaiyun not only possesses the title of the Jun family Xiaodi, but also commands a personal faction of loyalists. This is an extraordinarily rare occurrence in any power structure, especially for a young prodigy who is yet to step into the imperial realm. It is well known that typically, apart from the clan leaders and a select few of formidable strength, no one is permitted to possess their own loyal military force, let alone a junior. Those who command their own armies are invariably individuals of immense power and depth, yet Jun Huaiyun stands as a notable exception. The Jun family's regard for the Xiaodi exceeds all expectations. To join the Xiaodi Guard would be tantamount to securing a powerful patron in the Jun family. In an instant, countless prodigies began to stir, particularly those young talents hailing from the immortal factions, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Jun Huaiyun's innate gifts and potential are beyond dispute. He is destined to be the future ruler of the Jun family. To follow him now would undoubtedly lead to boundless prospects. Xiaodi, I am Yi Lianchun, the holy son of the Dao sect, and I wish to follow the Xiaodi and join the Xiaodi Guard. A youth clad in white, bearing an ancient sword, stepped forward and bowed respectfully. His presence was enveloped in a swirling aura of sword energy, exuding an unmistakable strength, clearly marking him as a rare talent in the sword arts. Xiaodi, I am Xiao Lin, the young master of the 10,000 Beast Mountains, endowed with an ancient battle physique, and I am willing to serve the Xiaodi. A robust young man strode out, his muscles taut and his blood surging like a dragon, radiating an indomitable fighting spirit. Xiaodi, I am Yin Ryu, the saintess of the 100 Flowers Valley, well-versed in alchemy and formations, and I wish to alleviate the Xiaodi's burdens. A mesmerizing woman in a colorful skirt gracefully curtsied, her voice melodious and fragrant, drawing the attention of many male prodigies around her. In the span of mere moments, dozens of prodigies from various esteemed factions eagerly volunteered to join the Xiaodi Guard. Each one was a prominent figure within their respective powers, some even belonging to the ranks of holy sons and holy maidens. Jun Huaiyun surveyed the crowd, a smile gracing his lips. Esteemed guests, I appreciate your intentions. However, the Xiaodi Guard is not a commonplace organization and requires rigorous selection. Those interested may proceed to the Jun family's training grounds later for assessment. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, their eyes sparkling with fervor. The mere opportunity to join the Xiaodi Guard, even as a servant of the Jun family, was enough to compel them to give their utmost effort. With the establishment of the Xiaodi Guard, the banquet reached its zenith. Various factions presented their gifts, demonstrating their sincerity. Our immortal sword sect offers 19 Extremes Sword Embryo, a relic left by our ancestral master, infused with supreme sword intent. We hope the Xiaodi will graciously accept. An elder from the heavenly sword sect held forth a crystalline sword embryo, within which swirled a cosmic essence, radiating an overwhelming sword intent that deterred gazes. From the 10,000 Beast Mountains, we present 10 drops of blood essence from the ancient ferocious beast Zhu Yan, capable of refining the body and enhancing bloodline strength. The chief of the 10,000 Beast Mountains produced a jade vial, within which the blood bubbled, faintly echoing the roars of the ferocious beast. We, the 100 Flowers Valley, offer a bottle of dragon pattern Linglong pills, which may assist the young master in breaking through bottlenecks and solidifying his foundation. An elder from the 100 Flowers Valley handed over an exquisite jade box, its contents exuding an invigorating fragrance that refreshed the mind. One precious item after another was presented, each capable of inciting fierce competition from the outside world. However, the most astonishing gifts came from the Celestial Court. We, the Celestial Court, have little of value to offer, but we present a few small gifts. We hope the Xiaodi will not find them lacking. The Celestial Emperor smiled slightly, waving his sleeve, and 3 radiant beams of light instantly traversed the heavens, hovering steadily before Jun Huaiyun. Each beam contained a heart-stirring energy, with celestial runes swirling around, intertwining in a magnificent display. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Those were indeed primordial seeds, the essence of the supreme divine tree, which, if cultivated successfully, could birth a primordial universe and potentially lead to the attainment of the unparalleled body of the primordial Tao. The value of such a gift was incalculable. Moreover, there was the immortal elixir, which could reconstruct the body even if the physical form were to perish and the soul to disperse, effectively granting a second lease on life. And what of that? Was that not the Celestial Court's Tiger Talisman? The bearer of the Tiger Talisman could command the armies of the Celestial Court, standing on par with the Celestial Emperor. Each of these items was a supreme treasure. Was the Celestial Court depleting its resources? Even the Tiger Talisman was bestowed. Was the Celestial Emperor bestowing gifts or power? The esteem of the Jun family Shao Di is evidently immense. All factions gazed in astonishment. Their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. They longed to usurp Jun Huaiyun's position. Even the ancient immortal lineages could not suppress their salivation at the sight of these treasures. Any one of them would be enough to incite a frenzy among all the powers in the immortal domain. Jun Huaiyun himself was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated such lavish gifts from the Celestial Emperor. Turning to the Celestial Emperor, he smiled gently. Your Majesty, such generous offerings leave me feeling unworthy. The Celestial Emperor laughed heartily. The Shao Di's talents are unparalleled. You are destined to become the supreme being of the immortal path. These treasures are merely embellishments. After a moment, the Celestial Emperor shifted his tone, his gaze deepening. However, today, I have one matter to request. Jun Huaiyun raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, please, do speak. Esteemed Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor smiled faintly and turned to the Princess Yaoxi beside him, saying slowly, I wish for the Shi clan to become in-laws with the Jun family. I wonder what the Shao Di's thoughts on this matter are. The Shi clan? Jun Huaiyun's gaze flickered, a hint of confusion crossing his features. The attendees were likewise taken aback. Was Princess Yaoxi not a princess of the Celestial Court? How did she become associated with the Shi clan? Seeing their astonishment, the Celestial Emperor explained with a booming voice. What you may not know is that in addition to being a princess of the Celestial Court, Yaoxi also holds another title. She is the saintess of my Shi clan. And I, the current clan leader of the Shi clan. What? The Celestial Emperor is actually the leader of the Shi clan? Princess Yaoxi is also the saintess of the Shi clan? The revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly, leaving everyone stunned by this earth-shattering secret. The Shi clan is one of the most enigmatic ancient clans across the myriad realms. It is said that the Shi clan possesses a unique bloodline, innately close to the Tao, particularly excelling in the dual cultivation path. A union with a member of the Shi clan would not only exponentially increase one's cultivation speed, but could also cleanse the bloodline and enhance potential. What is even more alarming is that although the Shi clan has few members, each one is an unparalleled powerhouse, boasting extraordinarily long lifespans, nearly immortal. There were tales that during the Shi clan's peak, even true immortals and immortal kings would not dare provoke them lightly. Jun Wuwang's eyes sparkled as he discreetly transmitted a message to Jun Huaiyun. Yuner, the Shi clan is indeed extraordinary. Their bloodline offers significant benefits to the strong. Particularly, the stronger the bloodlines on both sides, the greater the advantages gained in mutual cultivation. A union with them would greatly benefit your future attainment of an unparalleled immortal foundation. Jun Huaiyun felt a stirring in his heart, his gaze involuntarily drawn to Princess Yaoxi. At that moment, Princess Yaoxi's delicate face flushed slightly, her eyes lowered. Her slender fingers nervously entwined, clearly feeling both shy and expectant regarding this proposal. Observing Jun Huaiyun's hesitation, the Celestial Emperor continued, Fear not, Shao Di. While the Shi clan may not match the Jun family's might, we are certainly a significant power across the myriad realms. If the Jun family is willing, the Shi clan will stand with you in times of adversity, providing our utmost assistance against any formidable foes in the future. These words carried substantial weight, signifying that the Shi clan would be irrevocably tied to the Jun family's chariot. Jun Huaiyun smiled faintly, turning towards Princess Yaoxi. Princess Yaoxi, what are your thoughts on this matter? Upon hearing those words, Princess Yaoxi's ears instantly flushed crimson. She lifted her gaze and furtively glanced at Jun Huaiyun, softly murmuring, I shall entirely rely on my father and the young emperor's decisions. Observing this, Jun Wuwang let out a hearty laugh, directing his gaze towards the heavenly emperor. Since the heavenly emperor extends such goodwill, how could I, Jun, possibly refuse? This union shall be accepted by my family. Excellent. Haha. Today brings double happiness. It is indeed a momentous occasion. The heavenly emperor expressed his joy, clapping his hands in laughter. Congratulations to the young emperor. Congratulations to Princess Yaoxi. The guests present rose in unison to offer their felicitations, their eyes brimming with envy. To be united with the Jun family would greatly augment the future potential of the Shi clan. Upon hearing Jun Wuwang's agreement, Princess Yaoxi's eyes sparkled with profound delight. But my father hasn't spoken yet. Jun Huaiyun, witnessing the scene, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Yuner, in time. you shall comprehend the formidable nature of the Shi clan. As for your sentiments, they may develop gradually. There is no need to rush. Who does not start from zero? Emotions are the same. Jun Wuwang conveyed discreetly to Jun Huaiyun. After their clandestine exchange, Jun Wuwang nodded in satisfaction and addressed the Heavenly Emperor with cupped hands. Since the Heavenly Emperor has presented a generous gift, my Jun family must likewise prepare a worthy return. Upon finishing his words, Jun Wuwang gestured with his hand, and a jewel radiating a profound aura emerged. This is the bloodline Dao Pearl, imbued with pure Daoic power, capable of assisting the Shi clan in transforming their bloodline. I now bestow it upon Princess Yaoxi. May the bond between our two clans endure eternally. Jun Wuwang proclaimed. The Heavenly Emperor accepted the bloodline Dao Pearl, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. Indeed, clan leader Wuwang is magnanimous. While this artifact may hold little significance for others, it wields considerable power for the Shi clan, particularly for one with such a pure bloodline as Princess Yaoxi. Chapter 100. Severing Obsessions. May I walk with you? Brother Wuwang, since the two children have no objections, why not select an auspicious day to formalize the engagement? The Heavenly Emperor pondered for a moment before speaking. Jun Wuwang's eyes deepened thoughtfully, and he nodded slightly. Does the Heavenly Emperor have a suitable date in mind? A mysterious glint flickered in the Heavenly Emperor's eyes as he slowly replied, 3 months hence. The celestial realm shall witness a rare convergence of the 7 stars and a chaotic tidal phenomenon, an event that occurs but once in an era. If the engagement banquet is scheduled for that day, it will surely bless both clans. Jun Wuwang's eyes sparkled with excitement at this proclamation. Very well. Let it be set for 3 months later. He then turned to Jun Huaiyun beside him. Yunner, what do you two think? I shall leave it entirely to my father and the esteemed Heavenly Emperor's arrangements. Jun Huaiyun replied with a serene smile. His gaze inadvertently flickered towards Princess Yaoxi, who was shyly fiddling with the hem of her garment, her earlobes, as white as jade, tinged with a delicate blush. Seemingly sensing Jun Huaiyun's gaze, Princess Yaoxi mustered her courage to approach him, her voice barely above a whisper. Young Emperor, I. Before she could finish, a faint flush adorned her cheeks. There is no need for formalities, Your Highness. Jun Huaiyun replied gently. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a solitary figure in the corner. At that moment, Di Mingchen sat against the wall, a look of sorrow etched upon his face. Princess Yaoxi, please wait a moment. Jun Huaiyun's eyes glimmered with intent as he took a jade cup from a nearby maid and slowly walked towards Di Mingchen. What does the young emperor intend to do? Some guests nearby displayed expressions of surprise. In the distance, Bai Huang and Chu Yundao exchanged glances, following suit. Hey, pumpkin face. What do you think little Yunzi is up to? Bai Huang prodded Chu Yundao with his paw. Brother Jun has always possessed a keen eye. Di Mingchen's character and strength are commendable. Brother Jun likely intends to truly recruit him. Chu Yundao mused thoughtfully. Come, share a drink. Jun Huaiyun arrived beside Di Mingchen, extending the jade cup towards him, then unceremoniously sat down on the ground, regardless of the dirt. Di Mingchen looked up, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Young Emperor. What? The illustrious scion of the Chaos Emperor clan, a prominent wielder of the dual pupil, intends to wallow in despair here? Jun Huaiyun's tone remained exceedingly calm. There is no need for the young emperor to mock me. I am now without a home. The title of scion of the Chaos Emperor clan is but a grand joke to me. Di Mingchen replied with a bitter smile. Young man, cease wearing that sorrowful expression. The Chaos Emperor clan is not worthy of your grief. Bai Huang approached Di Mingchen, patting his shoulder with a paw. Indeed, take a look at me. I was once part of the primordial divine hall, yet I was eventually subdued by Brother Jun's formidable presence. Moreover, it is they who are ungrateful, not you. Chu Yundao chimed in with a grin. I appreciate your kindness, but I am ultimately a member of the Chaos Emperor clan. I currently possess no family. Di Mingchen took the jade cup, a look of despair on his face. Currently what? They have not regarded you as kin in the slightest. To them, you are merely a tool. From today's event, when your clan's ancestors sought your life, it should be evident that they harbor no true feelings for you. Jun Huaiyun interjected firmly. Indeed, what do those people even merit to be called family? They can easily insult and abandon their own. Such a clan is not worth having. Bai Huang scoffed, smiting his paw against Di Mingchen's shoulder. Chu Yundao also smiled broadly. Exactly. Look at how Brother Jun protects his own. Following him is surely preferable to enduring oppression within the Chaos Emperor clan. Di Mingchen remained silent for a long while, finally taking a deep breath and raising his gaze to Jun Huaiyun. Young Emperor, why do you go to such lengths for me? I am of no significance to the Jun family. I assist you because you possess great potential. What I value is your unyielding spirit beneath my pressure. Your courage to fight even when you know you cannot win, not your identity as a member of the Chaos Emperor clan or a wielder of the dual pupil. Jun Huaiyun stood, his voice resonant. The path of cultivation is inherently one of defiance against the heavens. Bloodlines and origins are merely starting points. What truly determines one's heights is the steadfastness of the Dao heart. Your dual pupil possesses boundless potential. Should you let trivial clan matters sway your Dao heart? That would indeed be a grave pity. Di Mingchen gripped the jade cup tightly, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Jun Huaiyun continued, "Today, your defeat at the hands of Xiao Yao was not due to your weakness, but rather your excessive concern for the gaze of the Chaos Emperor clan, which has hindered your true potential. You give the impression that you do not live for yourself, but rather for others. In other words, you are overly concerned with the feelings of those around you. A true powerhouse must possess the audacity to command their own fate, not be a puppet in the hands of others, subject to their whims. Your incessant mention of your kin reveals just how deeply you care for their feelings. If they were indeed your true relatives, I would refrain from further comment. But are they truly? They threaten your life at every turn, listening only to the feeble justifications of a select few, disregarding your explanations. I fail to comprehend why you place such importance on their sentiments." These words struck like a thunderclap within Di Mingchen's heart. Jun Huaiyun continued, "A family that suppresses its own prodigies is destined for a short existence. Di Mingchen, your greatest shackles are not the limitations of your dual pupils, but your obsession with the Chaos Imperial clan." Di Mingchen's body swayed slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. Suddenly, Bai Huang leapt before him, his canine visage grave. "Kid, do you know why your dual pupils have never reached fruition? It is because you harbor a knot within your heart, a knot planted by those stubborn elders of the Chaos Imperial clan." Chu Yundao surprisingly refrained from retorting Bai Huang, adding instead, "Jungu offers you this opportunity not out of charity, but because he recognizes your potential. Drink this cup and bid farewell to your past." Just as Di Mingchen was about to speak, he was interrupted by Jun Huaiyun, who rose to his feet. "You need not say more, if you wish. You may remain with the Jun family, or you may depart. However, should you choose to stay, you must prove your worth. My family does not support idleness." Di Mingchen gazed at the jade cup in his hand, the haze of confusion gradually dissipating, replaced by a newfound resolve. He tilted his head back and drained the cup, kneeling on one knee, and solemnly declared, "The favor of the young emperor's rebirth shall be eternally remembered by me, Mingchen. Excellent. My efforts in teaching you were not in vain. From this day forth, you shall be a member of the young emperor's guard." Jun Huaiyun nodded with satisfaction, extending a hand to help him up. "I shall not disappoint the young emperor's expectations." Di Mingchen stated earnestly, Come. I shall take you to experience the culinary delights of the Jun family, which are guaranteed to surpass those of your pitiful imperial clan by 1,000-fold. Bai Huang chuckled, leaping onto Di Mingchen's shoulder, his dog head leaning close to whisper conspiratorially, "Kid, stick with Jun Ge and you'll enjoy a life of luxury. But first, you must call me Chu Ge, and as for this mutt, refer to him as Baldy. By the way, let me secretly inform you that Jun Ji's storeroom is filled with treasures. We must find an opportunity." Chu Yundao shoved aside the dog head, lowering his voice. "You pumpkin-faced rascal, are you plotting to steal something?" Bai Huang slapped his paw against Chu Yundao's head, and the two immediately became embroiled in a playful scuffle. This comical scene finally coaxed a long-lost smile from Di Mingchen. Princess Yaoxi stood a short distance away, observing the spectacle with a gentle smile in her eyes. She softly remarked, "The young emperor is truly gentle." Jun Huaiyun glanced at her, raising an eyebrow. "Gentle?" Yaoxi smiled shyly, not elaborating, and simply approached Jun Huaiyun, whispering, "Would the young emperor accompany me for a stroll?" Jun Huaiyun regarded her for a moment. Her clear gaze held a hint of anticipation. He smiled faintly, "Very well." Chapter 101. It turns out you're just like me. When invited by a princess, how could Huaiyun refuse? Having just emerged from battle, he too wished to unwind. Jun Huaiyun inclined slightly, gesturing for her to proceed. Yaoxi lifted her gaze. A glimmer of surprise sparkled in her watery eyes as she hurriedly followed in step with Jun Huaiyun. The two traversed the banquet hall side by side, drawing curious glances and whispers from numerous guests. It appears that the young emperor and the heavenly court princess make a splendid match. Should the Shi clan and the Jun family unite, the realms may soon witness a significant upheaval. Hush, keep your voices down. Do not disturb their leisurely stroll. Upon hearing such remarks, Yaoxi's cheeks flushed crimson, nearly burying her face in her chest. Observing this, Jun Huaiyun discreetly quickened his pace, guiding her through the crowd until they arrived at the Jun family's celestial garden in the rear mountain. This place, far removed from the clamor of the mundane world, was enveloped in ethereal mist, with extraordinary flowers and herbs exuding a delicate fragrance. "It's so beautiful," Yaoxi exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment at the dreamlike scenery before her. "This is the back garden of my Jun family. I often came here as a child. Whenever I encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation or faced reprimands from my father, I would retreat here to find solitude." Jun Huaiyun's tone softened slightly. Although the Jun family's background was a product of systemic editing, the authenticity of such memories felt palpable, as though he had genuinely lived through them. Yaoxi stole a glance at the young man beside her. At this moment, Jun Huaiyun had shed the imposing aura of the young emperor, his brows softening with a rare gentleness. Does even the young emperor face reprimands? Yaoxi couldn't help but inquire, quickly realizing her indiscretion and hastening to add, Forgive me. I meant to say, the young emperor possesses such extraordinary talent. Jun Huaiyun chuckled lightly. There is no need for such formality, princess. In my father's eyes, I shall always be that child who makes mistakes. He plucked a luminescent blue spirit flower and handed it to Yaoxi, much like this star spirit flower, which appears flawless. Yet each petal bears tiny markings, revealing its true nature. Yaoxi cautiously accepted the flower, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against Jun Huaiyun's hand, causing her to recoil as if scalded. Her cheeks rapidly reddening. I am sorry. Jun Huaiyun waved his hand, the mirth in his eyes deepening. It's quite all right. Does the princess enjoy admiring flowers in the heavenly court? Yaoxi shook her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Though the gardens of the heavenly court are beautiful, they seem to lack something. She took a deep breath, summoning the courage to look at Jun Huaiyun. If the young emperor does not mind, may I call you Yaoxi? The title of princess feels too distant. Jun Huaiyun paused momentarily, then nodded with a smile. Very well, Yaoxi, and you need not call me young emperor. Simply call me Huaiyun. Huaiyun. Yaoxi softly repeated the name, her eyes sparkling with delight. The two meandered along a starlit path, the surroundings so tranquil that only their breaths could be heard. As Yaoxi gradually relaxed, she began sharing amusing tales from the heavenly court, her eyes and brows lighting up with joy as she recounted. So that celestial crane chased the white feather star lord around the Lingxiao palace 3 whole circles, ultimately snatching away his official hat. That scene was absolutely hilarious, but alas, father forbade me from sharing it. Yaoxi stifled a laugh, her eyes glinting with mischief. Jun Huaiyun, watching her animated expressions, couldn't he help but smile. I never imagined the heavenly court had such amusing incidents. I always thought it was a place of solemnity. He had always assumed the heavenly court to be a serious realm, unaware of the delightful occurrences hidden within. Not at all. The heavenly court is filled with interesting people and events, but they simply remain unseen by outsiders. Yaoxi quickly shook her head, pausing before lowering her voice. Just as others perceive Huaiyun as the imposing young emperor of the Jun family, what I see is... What do you see? Jun Huaiyun suddenly halted, turning to gaze at Yaoxi with curiosity. Startled by his abrupt movement, Yaoxi took a half step back, inadvertently stepping on her gown and losing her balance. Be careful. Jun Huaiyun, quick as lightning, grasped her wrist to steady her. Their proximity diminished in an instant, breaths mingling, and Yaoxi could even catch a whiff of Jun Huaiyun's faint fragrance. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. Yaoxi's eyes widened as she beheld his handsome face so closely, her heart racing as though it might leap from her chest. Even Jun Huaiyun found himself momentarily dazed, having never observed the heavenly court princess from such a distance before. Thank you. Yaoxi stammered her gratitude, realizing she was still in Jun Huaiyun's embrace, her neck flushing a deep pink. It was only then that Jun Huaiyun snapped back to reality, hastily releasing his grip and stepping back. I sincerely apologize. The atmosphere between them grew somewhat awkward. Clearing his throat, Jun Huaiyun shifted the subject. You mentioned earlier what you see in me? Yaoxi took a moment to steady her heartbeat, lowering her gaze to adjust her skirt and conceal her blush. What I see is a person who cares for his subordinates, stands up for his friends, and quietly appreciates flowers in the garden. She summoned her courage and lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with genuine light. Not merely the young emperor of the Jun family, but a flesh-and-blood individual. A subtle tremor coursed through Jun Huaiyun's heart. During his time back at the Jun family, whether it was his kin or outsiders, they only perceived his status, talent, and power. Scarcely anyone truly recognized him as a person. Fearful of his status, they hesitated to engage in conversation. Intimidated by his decisive nature, they dared not confront him. This sentiment resonated equally among both family and strangers, as if they were all terrified of him. He understood that this was a consequence of his altered identity. Yet Jun Huaiyun remained, after all, merely a youth in his teens, and he detested this feeling. At this moment, Yaoxi's simple remark struck precisely at the softest corner of his heart. Jun Huaiyun gazed into Yaoxi's clear, water-like eyes, a peculiar ripple stirring within him. Yaoxi, do you know? You are the first to speak such words to me. Jun Huaiyun's voice softened slightly. Is that truly the case? Yaoxi shook her head gently, a strand of hair slipping down from her temple. Within the Jun family, I am the young emperor, in the eyes of outsiders. I am the future ruler of the Jun clan. Everyone sees only my status and strength, yet no one has ever regarded me as a friend. They all fear me and refrain from approaching. Every gaze directed at me carries a hint of trepidation, well concealed, yet I can still sense it. Jun Huaiyun stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze cast towards the distant, hazy silhouettes of the mountains. Aside from the venerable Bai Huang and a few like Jun Xiaoyao, none could engage with him. Others regarded him as a cat would a mouse. This transformation wrought by status, though it brought comfort, always left him feeling as if something vital was missing. So, Huaiyun, you share my plight. Chapter 102, Exchanging Gifts. The chaotic imperial clan seeks a person. Yaoxi let out a soft sigh, her eyes reflecting a shared melancholy. In the celestial court, everyone regards me as an exalted princess, even failing to meet my gaze when they speak. At every banquet, Those so-called talented youths either flatter excessively or tremble in fear. This renders my existence rather dull. Her delicate fingers absent-mindedly caress the petals of a star spirit flower, her voice exceedingly gentle. Sometimes, I yearn to laugh freely like an ordinary girl, to cry indulgently, to not have to maintain an air of decorum at all times. Jun Huaiyun glanced at her. Under the radiant celestial light, Yaoxi's profile appeared extraordinarily delicate. He suddenly chuckled. And what of now? Before me. You have cast aside the airs of a celestial court princess entirely. Recalling recent events, Yaoxi's cheeks flushed slightly, before she broke into a smile. Because you, Huaiyun, are different. This statement stirred something within Jun Huaiyun's heart. The two exchanged smiles, dissipating the previously awkward atmosphere. Allow me to take you somewhere. You shall surely adore it. Jun Huaiyun declared suddenly, a flicker of mystery igniting in his eyes. Yaoxi, intrigued, followed in his footsteps as they traversed the winding path to the depths of the Jun family's rear mountain. There lay a sinuous, flowing celestial river, its waters shimmering with ethereal light, mist swirling dreamily above its surface. This is, Yaoxi's eyes widened in astonishment. The Spirit River, one of the Jun family's hidden realms. The river's waters embody a pure, celestial essence, making cultivation here remarkably effective, Jun Huaiyun elucidated. The riverbank was adorned with various wondrous celestial herbs and spirit flowers, radiating a soft glow under the sun. Unable to resist, Yaoxi crouched down, gently touching a blue flower resembling a butterfly. It's beautiful, she murmured in awe. Jun Huaiyun observed her focused profile, and suddenly, an idea sparked within him. He approached the riverbank, retrieving a crystal-clear jade stone from the waters and collecting several star-glimmering celestial herbs. What are you doing? Yaoxi inquired, her face filled with curiosity. Jun Huaiyun smiled mysteriously, a strand of chaotic fire flickering in his palm, enveloping the jade and herbs. To Yaoxi's astonishment, the jade gradually melted, merging with the herbs, ultimately transforming into an exquisite hairpin. The hairpin was entirely translucent, its head shaped like a butterfly poised to take flight, adorned with patterns reminiscent of starlight, sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight. This is for you. Consider it a gift for our first meeting. Jun Huaiyun offered the hairpin to Yaoxi. She accepted it, her fingers trembling slightly. Never had she received such a heartfelt gift, not one of those cold, invaluable treasures, but rather a handcrafted piece infused with sentiment. This gift serves as a subtle foreshadowing, just sharing with you. Can I wear it now? She asked softly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Certainly, Jun Huaiyun replied with a gentle smile. Yaoxi carefully pinned the hairpin into her hair, the blue butterfly fluttering amidst her dark tresses, enhancing her radiant beauty. Does it look good? She twirled around, her skirt billowing, her eyes filled with joy. Jun Huaiyun found himself momentarily entranced, eventually stating softly, it is beautiful. For some inexplicable reason, in that fleeting moment, a pang of heartache gripped him, rendering him breathless. Yaoxi beamed with delight, her smile more radiant than the galaxy. Wonderful. I shall wear it always, never to take it off. Thank you, Huaiyun. Today marks my happiest day. It has been ages since I felt such relaxation. Me too, Jun Huaiyun replied warmly. Suddenly, Yaoxi recalled something, unfastening a luminous white jade pendant from around her neck. The pendant resembled a crescent moon, its surface flowing with a starry halo. Huaiyun, this is our Shi clan's life jade pendant, I believe, she stammered, her fingertips trembling slightly. Before Jun Huaiyun could react, Yaoxi stood on her tiptoes and pressed the pendant into his hand. The moment the pendant touched his palm, it melted away, forming a crescent-shaped imprint. Instantly, Jun Huaiyun felt a surge of power within him, and not only that, the four energies circulating in his body flowed more smoothly than before. Although he was unaware of the nature of this object, he could sense that this gift held great significance for her. Jun Huaiyun grasped her wrist. Yaoxi smiled brightly, her eyes reflecting a reverse galaxy. Compared to the hairpin you crafted, this is nothing. She suddenly lowered her voice. Moreover, I have concealed a secret technique of the Shi clan within it, which will activate autonomously should you encounter danger. Thank you. Jun Huaiyun gently ruffled Yaoxi's hair. Smiling warmly, the two continued their leisurely stroll along the Spirit River, Yaoxi, like a child discovering a new world, filled with curiosity about every celestial herb lining the banks. Jun Huaiyun patiently explained the uses and characteristics of various herbs, often amused by her innocent questions. Naturally, all this knowledge was sourced from the system. What is that? It looks like a little lantern. Yaoxi pointed at a glowing red plant. That is the qixia grass. It can be used to refine. Just as Jun Huaiyun was elucidating, a sudden commotion erupted from afar. The two turned to observe as the space above the Jun family was torn asunder, a massive black warship slowly emerging, its hull emblazoned with the insignia of the chaotic Imperial clan. The chaotic Imperial clan? How bothersome. Why are they here again? Yaoxi's cheeks paled slightly. Jun Huaiyun's gaze hardened. They seek information regarding those from the previous encounter with Di Yunxiao, and they are also here for Di Mingqian. He gently took hold of Yaoxi's soft hand. Let us return and see. Upon their return to the banquet scene, the atmosphere had grown tense, charged with hostility. On the warship of the chaotic imperial clan stood dozens of powerful presences. Leading them was an elderly man with white hair and beard, enveloped in a terrifying imperial aura. You possess tremendous audacity to slay our clan's great emperor and detain our sacred son. The old man's voice thundered like the roar of the heavens, shaking the very fabric of reality. The Azure Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene. The chaotic imperial clan arrives uninvited and dares to speak arrogantly before my esteemed family, looking down upon us. If you wish to kill, then do so. What can you do to my family? The elder, consumed by rage, countered with a mocking smile. What a fine family you have. If you do not surrender dimension today, do not blame me for being impolite. Jun Huaiyun and the Heavenly Emperor exchanged glances and merely chuckled, remaining silent. Oh, you, an emperor, dare to act so recklessly in my family's presence? A cold glint flashed in the Azure Emperor's eyes. At that moment of confrontation, Jun Huaiyun approached with Yaoxi by his side. Upon seeing this, Dimension immediately knelt on one knee. Young Emperor. Jun Huaiyun inclined his head slightly, then turned his gaze to the elder of the chaotic imperial clan, sneering, Old dog, what great bravado you possess. Your holy son provokes us at my family's doorstep and meets his demise. That is his own doing. As for Dimension, he is now a member of my family's young emperor's guard, and has no further ties to your chaotic imperial clan. He cast a glance at the kneeling Dimension. The elder, upon hearing this, was filled with even greater fury. You insolent child, how dare you speak so boldly? Dimension bears my clan's blood. Can he simply be dismissed at your whim? Unperturbed, Jun Huaiyun retrieved a recording stone from his robes and activated it, displaying the earlier humiliations inflicted upon Dimension by the seven ancestors. Is this how your chaotic imperial clan treats its prodigies? You claim Dimension belongs to you, yet publicly humiliate him and even seek to expel him from the clan. Now that he has joined my family, you dare come demanding him back? How utterly laughable. Jun Huaiyun scoffed. The elder's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. Evidently caught off guard by Jun Huaiyun's move, he suppressed his anger and replied with a low voice. That is an internal matter of my clan. It is not for an outsider like you to meddle. If you do not surrender Dimension today, and if we do not, Jun Huaiyun interrupted, his eyes flashing with cold light. If it comes to battle, does my family fear you? As his words fell, terrifying auras erupted from deep within the Jun family. As powerful figures such as the White Emperor and the Phoenix Emperor made their appearances, their imposing presence overwhelming the members of the chaotic imperial clan, leaving them gasping for breath. The elder's face paled significantly, clearly unprepared for the sheer number of emperor-level strongholds that the Jun family possessed. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Very well, what you have done today, my chaotic imperial clan will remember. With that, he gestured to depart. Hold on. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you take my family for a mere place? Jun Huaiyun suddenly interjected. The elder halted, turning back warily. What do you intend? Jun Huaiyun smiled coldly. Since you are here, you must leave something behind. How about this? Receive one of my strikes. If you can withstand it, you may depart in peace. The members of the chaotic imperial clan were enraged at his audacity. For Jun Huaiyun was merely at the sovereign level. Arrogance. How dare a mere sovereign speak thus? Before they could finish, Jun Huaiyun waved his hand slightly, and the figure of the Catastrophe Emperor manifested. How is that possible? The Catastrophe Emperor was said to have been subdued by the one from the primordial divine hall. The members of the chaotic imperial clan were struck with terror. Chapter 103. A single palm to annihilate. Fear grips the crowd. The Catastrophe Emperor? The elder of the chaotic imperial clan's pupils constricted suddenly, his voice faltering. The powerful figures behind him turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. That was the legendary Catastrophe Emperor, a fearsome being that once made the entire immortal domain tremble. Impossible. This cannot be. The elder staggered back. Disbelief etched across his face. The Catastrophe Emperor was clearly subdued by that figure from the primordial divine hall. How could he be here? If the Catastrophe Emperor were in the Jun family, they would not dare approach. Jun Huaiyun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Old dog, it seems your chaotic imperial clan is not well informed. Catastrophe, let them witness what true despair means. The Catastrophe Emperor nodded slightly, his dark silver form slowly ascending. His left eye, a chaotic eye, and his right, a silver blue eye, both flared to life. And the primordial divine mirror at his chest began to spin rapidly. With both hands raised, the very heavens dimmed, and an aura of suffocating terror swept forth. The void crumbled inch by inch, countless black fissures spreading like a web. From each fissure poured forth a viscous black liquid, the pure essence of annihilation, corrupting the very laws of nature in its wake. No, run. The elder of the chaotic imperial clan finally reacted, screaming in terror. He frantically burned his essence blood, attempting to tear through the void to escape. But alas, it was already too late. The Catastrophe Emperor's palm pressed gently, and the black liquid transformed instantaneously into a colossal hand that blotted out the sun, descending upon the members of the chaotic imperial clan. Before the massive hand could fully descend, the terrifying pressure caused the warship of the chaotic imperial clan to disintegrate. The formations and runes aboard reduced to dust in an instant. Cries of agony erupted as the strong members of the chaotic imperial clan began to rot. Their primordial spirits eroded by the essence of annihilation, dissipating into wisps of black smoke. The elder desperately summoned several imperial artifacts to defend, but under the erosion of the annihilation essence, those artifacts crumbled into scrap metal in less than a breath. Jun family, you will regret this. In his final moments, the elder uttered a chilling curse. Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, his body was entirely engulfed by the black colossal hand, leaving not a trace behind. Boom. The colossal hand finally struck the ground, yet it caused no destruction, for all that the essence of annihilation touched was completely erased from existence. As the black hand gradually dissipated, the very spot where the members of the chaotic imperial clan had stood was transformed into pure nothingness. There were no corpses, no bloodstains. Not even a trace of space remained, only a vast black void spanning millions of miles. This was the catastrophe emperor showing restraint. Otherwise, that strike unleashed with full force would have obliterated half of the immortal domain. At this moment, silence enveloped the entire venue, every guest wide-eyed and mouths agape, unable to utter a sound. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, filled with terror and shock. That had been an elite faction of the chaotic imperial clan, featuring even an emperor-level powerhouse. Just like that, they were annihilated by a single strike? Was this the power of annihilation? So terrifying. The master of the heavenly mechanism trembled in his voice, dropping his feather duster to the ground. The lord of 10,000 beasts collapsed to the ground in utter disarray, muttering, "How terrifying. This is a power beyond human comprehension." Even Princess Yaoxi, witnessing such horror, clutched Jun Huaiyun's sleeve tightly, her face pale, though she knew the catastrophe emperor was now Jun Huaiyun's servant. Witnessing this power firsthand still sent chills down her spine. "Fear not." Jun Huaiyun gently patted her hand, speaking softly, "The catastrophe emperor is one of us now." With that, he turned to the catastrophe emperor, nodding in satisfaction. "Well done." The scene left everyone gasping in astonishment. The formidable catastrophe emperor, showing such deference to Jun Huaiyun? What methods had the young emperor employed? Many factions remained unaware of how Jun Huaiyun had subdued the catastrophe emperor, and fewer still understood the means by which he accomplished it. Ladies and gentlemen, Jun Huaiyun surveyed the crowd. His voice resonant. "I apologize for the shock you have experienced today, but rest assured, as long as you are friends of the Jun family, the catastrophe emperor will never set his sights upon you." He paused, his tone turning cold. "Of course, should anyone dare to provoke the Jun family, let this be the fate that awaits them." His words struck like a hammer upon the hearts of all present. Those factions that had once harbored ulterior motives towards the Jun family now abandoned such thoughts entirely. What folly it would be to provoke them, especially with the catastrophe emperor as their servant. Long live the young emperor. The Jun family shall endure through the ages. After a brief silence, the venue erupted with thunderous applause. All the guests bowed in complete reverence, their eyes filled with awe. Jun Wuwang and the heavenly emperor exchanged a knowing smile, utterly satisfied with the outcome. Thus, the farce drew to a close, and the banquet continued. With a grand gesture, Jun Wuwang summoned a dazzling display of fireworks above the Jun family estate, as countless celestial birds and divine beasts danced in the air, showering a cascade of colorful petals. The atmosphere grew lively once more, though every gaze inadvertently drifted toward the end of days disaster emperor, who stood quietly behind Jun Huaiyun, eyes shadowed with deep apprehension. "Huaiyun, you played that beautifully. After this incident, it seems no one in the chaotic ancient universe will dare to show disrespect to the Jun family again," remarked the heavenly emperor. Approaching with a soft chuckle, Jun Huaiyun offered a slight smile. "Senior, you flatter me. I merely seized the opportunity." "No, this is your true talent," the heavenly emperor replied, his gaze laden with significance. "To have tamed the end of days disaster emperor, you are the first in history. I have a premonition that the celestial realm will be transformed by your influence." Yaoxi, listening nearby, was captivated. This was the first time her father had so praised a junior. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, the banquet lasted a full 3 days. During this time, various factions vied to present lavish gifts, eager to forge connections with the Jun family. The recruitment for the young emperor's guard was particularly fervent, as countless prodigies scrambled to join. As the final wave of guests departed, Jun Huaiyun finally exhaled in relief. At last it was over. Rubbing his temples, he reflected that managing the various factions over these 3 days had been more exhausting than a battle. Chapter 104. Seclusion, Refining the Primordial Seed. Young Emperor. Di Mingchen approached respectfully, bowing. "The preliminary selection for the young emperor's guard has been completed. 100 individuals have passed the assessment. Here is the list for your review." Jun Huaiyun accepted the jade slip, scanning it with his consciousness, nodding in satisfaction. "Well done. Take these individuals for training. If you need anything, directly consult the Qing Emperor and the others. They are far more skilled in guidance than I am." "Yes, Di Mingxin responded earnestly, his eyes gleaming with determination. Since joining the Jun family, he felt as if he had been reborn, no longer burdened by the chaos of the imperial clan. Huaiyun. Yaoxi softly called as she approached gracefully. After 3 days together, they had grown quite familiar. I must return to the heavenly court. My father said there is much to prepare before the engagement. She lowered her head, her voice dwindling, clearly reluctant. Jun Huaiyun smiled gently. 3 months will pass swiftly. When the time comes, I will personally come to the heavenly court to fetch you. Yaoxi's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded, then shyly produced a communication jade talisman, placing it in Jun Huaiyun's hand. This is for you. If you miss me, you can use it to contact me. Without waiting for a response, she turned and fled. Her face aglow. Jun Huaiyun held the still warm jade talisman, shaking his head with a smile. This princess of the heavenly court was becoming increasingly endearing. Once the crowd had dispersed, Bai Huang, emerging from nowhere, wore a face full of gossip. Hey, did you see that? You're quite taken with Princess Yaoxi, aren't you? Want me to teach you a few tricks? Get lost. Jun Huaiyun chuckled as he pretended to strike. Oh no, Jun bro is going to hit me. Baldy dog. Help me out. Let go. My fur is genuinely going to thin. Chu Yundao quickly ducked behind Bai Huang, and the two began their usual playful banter. Observing this heartwarming scene, Jun Huaiyun felt a surge of warmth within. This was what he wished to protect. Family, friends, and this rare tranquility. You two stop it. Jun Huaiyun exclaimed, exasperated as he separated the bickering Bai Huang and Chu Yundao, each looking like a pair of squabbling schoolchildren. Bai Huang's fur was a mess, and Chu Yundao's collar was askew, both panting as they glared at one another. Jun bro, look at this bald dog. It bit my backside. Chu Yundao complained. Adjusting his clothing, Bai Huang rolled his eyes. Who told you to keep grabbing my fur? If you hadn't bitten me there, I wouldn't have reacted. Nonsense, you're slandering me. Just as the two were about to argue again, Jun Huaiyun quickly interjected. Stop, stop. I have important matters to discuss. He cleared his throat, his expression turning serious. I will be entering seclusion for a month to refine the primordial seed and the immortal elixir. Seclusion? Little Yun, you're going into seclusion so soon? Bai Huang's ears perked up. Jun Huaiyun nodded. Both the primordial seed and the immortal elixir need to be refined promptly, especially the primordial seed. I must study it thoroughly. Chu Yundao's eyes brightened. Jun bro, rest assured. I will keep an eye on this bald dog and prevent it from causing any trouble. I say, you're supposed to be watching over me, not the other way around. If you hadn't bitten me in that place, I wouldn't have clung to your fur. Bai Huang retorted, his tone defensive. That was an accident. As the two began to bicker again, Jun Huaiyun sighed in exasperation. During my seclusion, you both need to behave. Especially you, Bai Huang. He crouched down, gazing earnestly into Bai Huang's eyes. You are not to leak the news about my father attaining enlightenment on the 9-turn immortal jade toilet. Last time, you let that secret slip to Jun Xiaoyao. And it took me ages to clarify. Bai Huang averted his gaze, feeling guilty. I just wanted everyone to see what the 9-turn immortal jade toilet was like. And you? Chu Yundao, Jun Huaiyun, turned to the innocent-looking Chu Yundao. In just 3 days, you took Di Mingxin and stole the ancestral spirit herbs. Stealing is one thing, but getting caught? Don't lead him astray. Chu Yundao's face turned red. Jun bro, how did you know? It spread throughout the entire Jun family. The young emperor's follower, accompanied by a dual-eyed individual, stole 18 ancestral spirit herbs and was subsequently caught and hung from the ceiling to receive punishment. Does that headline not sound explosive enough? Jun Huaiyun flicked his forehead in annoyance. Bai Huang laughed so hard he rolled on the ground. Haha, serves you right, pumpkin face. I told you before. The 18 ancestral spirit herbs are too risky to steal. If you're going to steal, aim for the 17 ancestral ones. Jun Huaiyun sighed, retrieving a jade slip from his robe and handing it to Chu Yundao. Here is what you wanted. I brought it back. Your realm should be breaking through soon. Chu Yundao said earnestly as he accepted the jade slip, unusually serious. Yes, Jun bro. By the way, while I'm away, make sure to look after Di Mingxin. He just left the chaotic imperial clan and must be feeling unsettled, Jun Huaiyun suddenly recalled. Bai Huang patted his chest. Leave it to me. I'm the best at guiding people. Hearing this, Chu Yundao could not help but scoff. Give me a break. You guiding someone? Last time you tried to counsel a female disciple, you ended up breaking her spirit. She didn't sleep for 3 days. That was because her mentality was too fragile. Bai Huang protested, looking defensive. Jun Huaiyun shook his head, pulling out a delicately crafted food box from his storage ring. Inside are the spirit meat crystal buns I had the kitchen specially prepare. If you miss me, spirit meat crystal buns. That's my favorite. Bai Huang's eyes lit up like light bulbs as he lunged for the food box. Jun Huaiyun swiftly raised it high, 1/2 each, no fighting. Watching the two cheer and bounce like children, Jun Huaiyun couldn't help but smile. Taking a deep breath, he slowly announced, I will be entering seclusion now. Do not cause any trouble for me. See you in a month. In the young emperor's palace, the site of Jun Huaiyun's seclusion. He sat cross-legged upon a white jade lotus pedestal, surrounded by a misty aura of celestial energy. Before him, 3 treasures floated in the air, the primordial seed, the immortal elixir, and the heavenly quartz tiger talisman. Indeed, These are all splendid treasures. Jun Huaiyun nodded, extending his hand to cradle the immortal elixir, which resembled a small dragon, in his palm. The elixir radiated a crystalline brilliance, exuding an alluring fragrance that invigorated the spirit merely upon inhalation. It is said that this immortal potion grants its user an additional life. However, its effects on my primordial chaotic body remain uncertain, mused Jun Huaiyun. Chapter 105. Transcendence to the Supreme Forbidden Physique, Refining the Primordial Dao Body. There was no rush for the immortal elixir. The paramount concern was the primordial seed. Jun Huaiyun's gaze shifted towards the primordial seed beside the elixir. The seed shimmered in deep violet, its surface swirling with thick primordial mists, where faint glimpses of cosmic stars flickering in and out of existence could be discerned. System, how many editing points and modification points do I currently possess? Jun Huaiyun suddenly inquired. Host, you currently have 141, 452, 004 editing points and 15, 874, 626 modification points. You amassed such a wealth of editing points because you orchestrated the suppression of the Taichu Divine Palace conflict, indirectly causing many to be mentally shattered. As for why I did not report this sooner, you understand. It was indeed so. To amass wealth, one must instigate great strife. A gleam flickered in Jun Huaiyun's eyes. He reached out to touch the primordial seed, feeling the vast primordial power coursing within it. This seed, seemingly no larger than a thumb, contained the essence of a nascent universe, with countless violet orbs swirling inside, emanating an unfathomable primordial aura. System. How many modification points are required to cultivate the primordial seed directly into a primordial tree? Ding. Calculating. Primordial seed to primordial tree sapling requires 60 million modification points. Mature primordial tree sapling to primordial tree requires 90 million modification points. Total, 150 million modification points. Jun Huaiyun furrowed his brow. He currently possessed only 10 million modification points, far from reaching the sapling stage. Just then, the system emitted a clear prompt. Detected outstanding recent performance from the host. Activating new feature. Editing points can be converted into modification points at a ratio of 1, 1, 1. What? Jun Huaiyun's eyes brightened as he promptly checked his editing points. 140 million editing points, coupled with over 10 million modification points, totaling more than 150 million, sufficient to allow the primordial seed to grow directly into a primordial tree. With this thought, Jun Huaiyun unhesitatingly commanded, System. Convert all editing points into modification points. Ding. Conversion successful. Current modification points, 150 million. Would you like to immediately use the 150 million modification points to cultivate a primordial tree? Confirmed. With Jun Huaiyun's command, his modification points were instantly depleted. Simultaneously, the primordial seed suspended in the air erupted in a dazzling violet light, casting the surrounding void in a dreamlike purple hue. Crack. A fine crack appeared on the seed's surface, and a tender sprout slowly emerged. Though seemingly frail, the sprout exuded an oppressive force that made the very heavens tremble. The sprout grew at a visible rate, soon transforming into a 3-foot-tall sapling. The sapling gleamed in shades of purple and gold. Its leaves adorned with intricate patterns of the cosmos, each line pulsating with profound primordial principles. Is this the primordial tree sapling? Jun Huaiyun extended his hand, cautiously touching the sapling. The moment his fingertip brushed against a leaf, a surge of vast primordial power flowed into his body. Wow, this sensation is exquisite. He couldn't help but let out a low groan, feeling as if every meridian in his body was being cleansed. The primordial chaotic body autonomously began to operate, intertwining with the primordial power, resulting in a remarkable transformation within him. Ding. Resonance detected between the primordial power and the hostess physique. The primordial tree sapling resumed its growth, its trunk thickening, and its leaves becoming increasingly lush. When the tree reached a height of 10,000 feet, it suddenly burst forth with billions of violet rays, with countless cosmic star patterns manifesting upon its trunk, as if the very night sky had been imprinted upon it. Boom. The void began to warp, and chains of purple light extended from the primordial tree, entwining around Jun Huaiyun. These chains were not physical, but rather condensed from pure primordial laws. The primordial tree has entered its mature phase, beginning to nourish the host. As the system's prompt concluded, Jun Huaiyun felt an unprecedented surge of power flooding his limbs. Every inch of his skin radiated light, and flecks of purple sparkled in his blood. This was the formation of the primordial Dao body. Jun Huaiyun gritted his teeth through the pain, channeling the chaotic creation technique to guide the primordial power in circulation within his body. Gradually, the purple light enveloping his exterior began to recede, ultimately forming a faint layer of purple patterns on his skin. A dense primordial purple aura engulfed the entire Shaodi Palace, wrapping Jun Huaiyun in its richness. At this moment, his physique was undergoing a profound transformation with the assistance of the primordial tree. The primordial chaotic body seemed to be on the verge of evolution. Isn't the primordial chaotic body merely a beginning? Feeling the trend of evolution, Jun Huaiyun marveled. Boom. Jun Huaiyun sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by a surging sea of primordial purple mist. The towering primordial tree floated above him, cascading billions of violet rays, each infused with the power of creation. Primordial Dao body, condense. Jun Huaiyun shouted, fervently circulating the chaotic creation technique, as the four supreme powers of Taichu, chaos, creation, and endings surged through his meridians, colliding and merging with the primordial force. His bones emitted crisp sounds, every inch of flesh and blood reconstituting, while a dense array of purple Dao patterns manifested upon his skin. In the outside world, above the Jun family, the previously clear sky was suddenly shrouded by endless purple clouds, as colossal purple lightning tore through the heavens, shaking the entire immortal realm. At the center of the purple clouds, a vortex spanning billions of miles slowly rotated, within which a nascent primordial universe could be faintly discerned, embodying the cycles of creation and destruction. Is this the manifestation of the primordial Dao body? Could it be that Yuner has successfully refined the primordial seed and cultivated it into a primordial tree? Deep within the Jun family, Jun Wuwang abruptly opened his eyes, stepping forth and instantly appearing in the void. He gazed up at the terrifying phenomenon, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Patriarch, what is this? Qing Di, by Di, and other formidable members of the Jun family emerged, their faces awash with shock as they beheld the celestial spectacle above. The primordial Dao body. Yuner is merging with the primordial Dao body, perhaps evolving into a supreme physique that has never been seen before. Jun Wuwang spoke gravely, noting that the primordial chaotic body was already unparalleled, and if Jun Huaiyun succeeded in refining the primordial Dao body, he might achieve an extraordinary miracle. Boom. As Jun Wuwang's words echoed, a pillar of purple light, piercing through heaven and earth, suddenly descended from the center of the primordial vortex, straight into Jun Huaiyun's shouty palace. Where the light passed, countless purple lotus flowers blossomed in the void, each bloom resonating with the sounds of the Dao. This is the manifestation of the primordial Dao body. The primordial purple lotus. It seems Yuner has indeed successfully refined the primordial Dao body. Jun Wuwang expressed his profound relief. Chapter 106. Physique Fusion. Is Emperor Mingchen corrupted? Just as Jun Wuwang's words fell, the shouty palace began to tremble violently, the intricate patterns on its surface illuminating. Yet still unable to contain the terrifying energy that seeped forth. Such a powerful energy aura. Judging by this, it will likely take a month. 10 months inside the shouty palace equate to a month outside. That should be sufficient time. We shall return in a month. Jun Wuwang's eyes were profoundly deep. Agreed. Bai Di and others nodded in unison before dispersing, as they were not pressed for time. After everyone departed, only Jun Wuwang remained, vigilant and watching over the site, anxious for any unforeseen occurrences. I hope nothing goes awry. Jun Wuwang's tone was exceedingly grave. He could not intervene, leaving it all to Jun Huaiyun. As time inexorably ticks away, a month has elapsed in the outside world, yet the terrifying phenomenon above the Shao Emperor Palace remains unabated. Within the palace, amidst a vast expanse of purple haze, a solitary figure stands with an air of defiance. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberates through the void, as a pillar of purple gold light erupts, sending the palace roof flying. Within this radiant column, the figure of Jun Huaiyun gradually materializes, enveloped by four supreme powers. The Hongming Dao body has been formed. Jun Wuwang's eyes blaze with intensity, his voice betraying his excitement. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurs. The primal chaos body within Jun Huaiyun seems to sense the threat posed by the Hongming Dao body, awakening autonomously and unleashing a brilliant chaotic divine light that fiercely clashes with the Hongming purple aura. The two supreme powers collide violently within him, his meridians, bones, and flesh enduring unimaginable shocks. An extremely unstable aura wafts forth, shrouding the entire Jun family. This is not good. The two physiques are repelling each other. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, let alone the unparalleled Hongming Dao body. Sensing this aura, the Qing Emperor and others manifest, their expressions shifting dramatically. Patriarch, should we intervene? Bai Di inquires urgently. Jun Wuwang's gaze deepens as he slowly shakes his head. No need. This is Yuner's own destiny. If he can merge these two physiques, he may carve an unprecedented path. At this moment, Jun Huaiyun's consciousness plunges into the universe within his body. Observing the rampant Hongming purple aura and chaotic divine light, his brow furrowing in concentration. The primal chaos body cannot merge. There might still be a solution. With my form, I shall forge an unparalleled celestial body. Merge for me, he intones, his mind focused as he channels the Chaos Creation Sutra and the Great Dao Creation Scripture, activating the five supreme powers within him simultaneously. With a sudden burst, Jun Huaiyun opens his eyes wide, his pupils reflecting the scenes of Hongming's creation and chaos evolution. His hands move rapidly, forming seals in an attempt to forcibly fuse the five powers within him. Boom. In the outside world, The very laws of the celestial domain wail in anguish, the Hongming vortex above the Jun family spiraling wildly as countless purple thunderbolts descend. Though the Jun family's formidable members manage to hold it at bay. Heavens, what is the young emperor attempting? Is this the Hongming Dao body? The young emperor is forcibly merging two supreme physiques? How could this be possible? No one has ever succeeded before. The members of the Jun family are left aghast. Even the ancient ancestors, including Jun Huaiyun, are stirred by this terrifying spectacle, tearing through the void to arrive. Huaiyun. Jun Dishi, the ancient ancestor, speaks with concern. Jun Huaiyun shakes his head gravely. He is treading an unprecedented path. If successful, he may surpass all physiques throughout history. As everyone holds their breath, a crisp cracking sound emanates from within Jun Huaiyun, followed by the sudden eruption of numerous small wounds across his body, his aura becoming wildly chaotic. Has he failed? A heavy silence descends upon the crowd. Yet, in the next instant, Jun Huaiyun erupts in an unprecedented, resplendent divine radiance. The 5 colors intertwining as the 5 powers achieve perfect harmony. Every inch of his skin shimmers with esoteric patterns. His left eye transforms into a chaotic vortex while his right eye reveals the stars of Hongming, strands of terminal power swirling through his hair, even the surrounding void obliterating in layers. At this moment, Jun Huaiyun appears as an unparalleled deity, the very embodiment of creation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully fused the primal chaos body with the Hongming Dao body. This new physique shall be named. A new physique? Then let it be called the primal Hongming body. Jun Huaiyun murmurs to himself. Primal Hongming body, surpassing all physiques, capable of manifesting Hongming, commanding chaos, creating all things, and annihilating the heavens. The system's notification resonates within Jun Huaiyun's mind. Boom. With the successful fusion of the Hongming Dao body, Jun Huaiyun's realm experiences a sudden surge. His original peak sovereign aura skyrocketing, shattering through the barriers of celestial sovereign and continuing to rise uncontrollably. From the initial stage to the mid-stage, then the late stage of celestial sovereign, he finally halts at the pinnacle of mystic sovereign, just a step away from Dao sovereign. This feeling is exhilarating. With a thought, a 5-colored lotus flower materializes in his palm, slowly rotating, each petal harboring a supreme power, breathtakingly beautiful. Meanwhile, the outside world has fallen into a profound silence. Everyone stands transfixed, gazing at the figure standing within the purple gold pillar, as if beholding a living myth. Mystic sovereign pinnacle? He has leaped directly from sovereign to mystic sovereign pinnacle. How is this possible? Moreover, why does his aura give me the impression of facing an unparalleled quasi-emperor? The strong members of the Jun family tremble in their voices. Even Jun Wuwang displays an unusual shock. He had anticipated that Jun Huaiyun would merely break through to the initial stage of mystic sovereign, but the outcome far exceeds his expectations. Yinner. Jun Wuwang's voice brings Jun Huaiyun back to reality, where he finds his father and a host of Jun family experts standing not far away. Their eyes filled with astonishment and pride. Father, Jun Huaiyun begins, but is abruptly interrupted by a cacophony of exclamations. Wow, Brother Jun, you look incredibly handsome. Little Yun, are you defying the heavens? 5 supreme powers can merge. My eyes are about to go blind. Bai Huang and Chu Yundao rush forward from either side, followed by the dazed Di Mingchen. What in the world are you wearing? Jun Huaiyun chuckles helplessly at the trio. Bai Huang's fur is bristled like a porcupine. Chu Yundao's clothes are askew, and Di Mingchen sports dark circles under his eyes, clearly exhausted from their antics. Brother Jun, did you realize how dazzling you look just now? Chu Yundao exclaims, darting around Jun Huaiyun. That aura, that visage, Princess Yaoxi might just throw herself into your arms. Get lost. Jun Huaiyun laughs and scolds, giving him a playful kick, but Chu Yundao nimbly dodges. Bai Huang stands tall, placing a paw on Jun Huaiyun's shoulder with utmost seriousness. Little Yun, tell me the truth. Did you secretly use an external aid? 5 supreme powers? This is utterly absurd. Exactly. Chu Yundao leans in, raising his eyebrows. Brother Jun, the commotion from your breakthrough nearly scared us to death. Di Mingchen thought the Jun family was about to explode and almost packed his bags to flee. You all better not say such nonsense. I didn't. Di Mingchen's face turns crimson as he stammers in defense. It was Senior Bai Huang who said the Shao Emperor Palace was going to explode, urging me to prepare for escape. Observing Di Mingchen's flustered state, Jun Huaiyun cannot help but laugh heartily, patting Di Mingchen on the shoulder. He can sense that this once reticent scion of the Chaos Imperial clan has become much more cheerful under the influence of Bai Huang and Chu Yundao. Shao Emperor. Di Mingchen scratches his head, slightly embarrassed, then solemnly bows. I would like to congratulate the Shao Emperor on breaking through to Mystic Sovereign and consolidating the Hongming Dao body. Jun Huaiyun pats his shoulder once more. You've worked hard during this time. Seeing you like this, you must have suffered quite a bit following these 2 mischief makers, right? Hey, little Yun, that is not right. It's clearly this emperor teaching him how to be a proper member of the Jun family. Bai Huang immediately protests. Indeed, Just the other day, I took him to borrow the spiritual medicine from the 18th ancestor, although we ultimately got caught. Chu Yundao puffs out his chest with pride. Jun Huaiyun facepalms, utterly speechless. You two have become addicted to stealing the 18th ancestor's spiritual medicine? He then turns his gaze toward Di Mingchen, earnestly advising, Mingchen, in the future, keep your distance from these two. Don't let them lead you astray. Xiao Emperor, actually. Di Mingchen hesitates for a moment, then suddenly reveals a mischievous smile. Stealing spiritual medicine is quite thrilling. I've never been this happy in the Chaos Imperial clan. Cough cough. Jun Huaiyun nearly chokes on his own saliva, clutching his chest as he coughs violently, scarcely believing his ears. Di Mingchen has been led astray? Chapter 107. The Gift of the Battle Array. A man and his dog are jealous. Haha, did you see that? Even that rascal Ming Chun has been swayed by this emperor. The White Emperor proudly wagged his tail. Chu Yundao exaggeratedly wiped away tears, exclaiming, the child has grown up and will now steal spirit herbs on his own. Observing the harmonious banter between the man and the dog, Jun Huaiyun shook his head helplessly. Yet his heart swelled with warmth. This was the ordinary life he wished to protect, simple yet beautiful. Alright, enough of this. During my seclusion, has there been any news from the outside? Jun Huaiyun's expression turned serious. Indeed. The news of your engagement to the princess of the heavenly court has spread throughout the immortal domain, and many female celestial prodigies are weeping inconsolably. The White Emperor immediately raised his paw. Moreover, Chu Yundao added, Princess Yaoxi has been using communication jade talismans every few days to inquire about your situation. Her anticipation is palpable. Clearing his throat, Jun Huaiyun redirected the conversation. How is the training of the young emperor's guards progressing? As soon as the topic turned serious, Di Mingchen's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. Reporting to the young emperor, as per your instructions, the training of 100 young emperor's guards has taken initial shape. Among them, 32 have broken through to the supreme realm, while the others are at the Saint King level. Excellent. Take me to see them. Hearing this, Jun Huaiyun nodded in satisfaction. Yun'er, your chaotic primordial body and Hongming Dao body are now merging smoothly. With your current strength, you must be on par with an average quasi-emperor, if not stronger. Jun Wuwang and others approached Jun Huaiyun, their eyes filled with admiration and pride. The Green Emperor chuckled. During this retreat, the fortunes of the entire Jun family have risen significantly. That Hongming phenomenon was even startling to me. The White Emperor jested. With the Hongming Dao body and the primordial chaotic body, such a physique is unprecedented. The young emperor's future achievements will likely far surpass that of the ancestor. Jun Huaiyun humbly smiled. Esteemed seniors, you flatter me. Without the family's nurturing, I would not have achieved such success today. Ha ha, good. Not arrogant, not impatient. This is the demeanor of my Jun family's young emperor. Yun'er, since you have emerged from seclusion, your father has pressing matters to attend to. The seal of the ancient burial of immortals has recently shown signs of disturbance, and I must investigate. Jun Wuwang laughed heartily 3 times before adopting a serious tone. Jun Huaiyun frowned slightly. Father, do you require my assistance? Unnecessary. Your current realm is too low to be of help. Besides, you have just broken through. You should focus on stabilizing your cultivation. Take things slowly. Furthermore, your engagement ceremony with Princess Yaoxi is imminent. You must prepare accordingly. Jun Wuwang waved his hand dismissively. With that, Jun Wuwang and the White Emperor transformed into streaks of light and departed. After watching his father leave, Jun Huaiyun turned to Di Mingchen. Let us go and observe the training of the young emperor's guards. Yes. Di Mingchen clasped his hands. The group arrived at the Jun family's training grounds, where they could hear the thunderous battle cries from afar. Upon entering, they saw 100 young emperor's guards clad in golden battle armor practicing battle formations. Their movements were synchronized, each strike imbued with terrifying lethality. Quite impressive, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Jun Huaiyun's eyes. Di Mingchen smiled slightly, reporting to the young emperor. I have discovered that although these prodigies possess varied talents, with proper coordination, they can unleash combat power that far exceeds their individual strengths. Thus, I have focused on training their cooperation and synergy. Chu Yundao interjected, Brother Jun, you have no idea. Mingchen can be quite ruthless during training. On one occasion, when a team member was a beat slow, he made them run around the Jun family's training grounds 100 laps. The White Emperor nodded in agreement. Indeed, this lad may seem gentle, but he trains like a devil. However, the results are undeniable. This young emperor's guard might even stand their ground against a Xian Zun level expert. Stand their ground against a Xian Zun level expert? 100 individuals, most of whom are at the Saint King level. Yet they can unleash power surpassing that of a celestial lord. Jun Huaiyun observed closely for a moment, noting that the young emperor's guards formed small battle arrays in groups of 3. 9 groups combined to create a larger formation, intricately layered, embodying both offense and defense. What was more remarkable was their coordination, having reached a level of mutual understanding. Well done, Mingchen. I did not expect you to possess such military talent. Jun Huaiyun couldn't help but praise. Di Mingchen scratched his head, looking modest. I merely adapted some training methods from the chaotic imperial clan. The real credit goes to these talented members who are willing to endure hardship. Upon hearing this, Jun Huaiyun pondered for a moment, then took out a jade slip. This is the Baishao Shirshan formation, created by an ancestor of my Jun family who specialized in battle arrays. Today, I bestow it upon the young emperor's guards. I hope you will study it diligently. Di Mingchen accepted it with both hands, his consciousness sweeping over it. And he was immediately astounded. This formation can perfectly merge the strength of 100 individuals, reaching an ultimate level where they can even slay immortals and gods. Di Mingchen could sense the profound intricacies of this technique, far surpassing any they had practiced before. Indeed, if perfected, 100 Dao lords working together could slay a great emperor, but mastering it is exceedingly challenging, requiring absolute trust and synergy among the practitioners. Jun Huaiyun nodded in agreement. The members of the young emperor's guards ignited with fervent combat spirit upon hearing this. To receive the ancestral formation personally bestowed by the young emperor was an immense honor. We shall not disappoint the young emperor's expectations. Di Mingchen bowed solemnly. The young emperor's guards echoed in unison. We pledge our lives and loyalty to the young emperor. Train diligently. I expect to see your progress at the engagement ceremony in 2 months, Jun Huaiyun concluded, turning to leave the training grounds. The White Emperor and the others hurriedly followed, chattering incessantly along the way. Brother Jun, you are too generous. You just give away formations like that. Can you also bestow upon me some astonishing techniques? Chu Yundao expressed envy. And me, if I learn this, it will be even easier to stealthily borrow spirit herbs in the future. The White Emperor raised his paw. Jun Huaiyun cast a sidelong glance at them. I do not trust you two. These two, one man and one dog, were equally unreliable. He feared that any techniques he bestowed upon them would only lead to the reckless consumption of ancestral spirit herbs. Disregarding their banter, Jun Huaiyun turned to Di Mingchen. Mingchen, your heavy pupil is highly compatible with the power of chaos. I can guide you personally, as I have experience in this area. Di Mingchen was overjoyed. Thank you, young emperor. Hey, that is not fair. Brother Jun, you are being partial. Chu Yundao immediately raised his hand in protest. The White Emperor dramatically flopped onto the ground. Rolling around, I can't go on living. Little Yunzi has forgotten his old dog for a new companion. Observing the antics of these two lively characters, Jun Huaiyun and Di Mingchen exchanged amused glances. What do you two want then? Jun Huaiyun rubbed his temples, his expression one of exasperation. Chapter 108. The Secret Realm of the Return to the Void, Peering into the Future. I want to be the captain of the young emperor's guards. With my wisdom, I can definitely whip those little brats into shape. The White Emperor sprang up from the ground like a carp, striking a heroic pose with his paw on his hip. His tail held high. Chu Yundao seized the White Emperor's tail. Nonsense. You, a bald dog, want to be captain? Brother Jun, I want to be the chief instructor of the young emperor's guards. By the way, can you introduce me to Princess Yaoxi's friends? I hear the 7 celestial maidens of the heavenly court are all quite enchanting. He rubbed his hands together, inching closer with hopeful anticipation. Woof, you pumpkin-faced rascal. Do you still have any shame left? I called dibs on being captain first. The White Emperor swatted Chu Yundao's face with a paw. The chief instructor is obviously a more significant position, as it appeared that the man and dog were about to clash again. Jun Huaiyun suddenly pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds and casually handed half to Di Mingchen. Here, let us enjoy the show. Di Mingchen held the seeds, bewildered. Young Emperor, what is this? These are sunflower seeds, something you can eat. Get used to it. They can't go a day without arguing at least 3 times. Jun Huaiyun calmly began to shell the seeds. Sunflower seeds? Edible? Could it be a type of mysterious immortal item? But why does it lack any spiritual energy? Di Mingchen examined the seeds in his hand, realizing that the more ordinary something appeared, the more extraordinary it seemed. His eyes sparkled with wisdom. Oh, there is a subtle charm about it. He delicately pinched a sunflower seed, bringing it to his nose for a whiff. Indeed, this is a relic of the ancient deities. Do savor its flavor. Jun Huaiyun's cheeks flushed crimson as he stifled a laugh. Di Mingchen solemnly placed the seed into his mouth, shell and kernel alike, only to contort his face in dismay. Is this bitter flavor intertwined with a hint of roasted aroma perhaps a divine artifact for refining one's heart? With a burst of laughter, Chu Yundao exclaimed, Fool, that's a sunflower seed shell. You must crack it this way. He seized the seed and adeptly cracked it with his incisors, the motion fluid as flowing water. Bai Huang's eyes widened in astonishment. When did you, pumpkin face, master such a secret skill? It was taught to me by Brother Jun. What do you think? Chu Yundao replied, brimming with pride. Di Mingchen gazed at Chu Yundao in astonishment. So that's it. Removing the shell to obtain the kernel aligns with the profound truths of the universe. He then popped another seed, shell intact, into his mouth, crunching loudly. Observing Di Mingchen's furrowed brows, Jun Huaiyun couldn't contain his laughter any longer. Stop, stop, stop. This is merely ordinary food. As he demonstrated the correct method, the 3 of them, along with the dog, formed a picturesque circle as they cracked sunflower seeds, drawing the attention of passing disciples from the Jun family. Look, is that in the young emperor's hand some kind of divine object? That black item must be an ancient treasure. They marveled. Truly, the young emperor is generous, willing to share even such divine delicacies. If it were me, I would surely hoard it for myself. Jun Huaiyun couldn't help but chuckle at the envious gazes of the surrounding disciples. With a flick of his wrist, he exchanged a bounty of sunflower seeds from the system's shop, pouring them into a small mountain before the crowd. Come, come, all who see shall partake. Today, I shall teach you a new way to enjoy them. Long live the young emperor, cheered the Jun family disciples, flocking eagerly towards him. Even a few elders passing by couldn't resist the allure, curiously inspecting the pile of black morsels. This is called a sunflower seed, and it should be eaten this way. Jun Huaiyun patiently demonstrated, and soon the air was filled with the delightful sound of cracking seeds. Ah, how delectable! This flavor is exquisite. Where did the young emperor procure such a delightful treat? Though devoid of any spiritual energy, its taste was truly divine. Bai Huang clumsily pawed at the seeds, impatiently wagging his tail. Pumpkin face, hurry and shell some for this emperor. Chu Yundao rolled his eyes. Help yourself to your own sustenance. Di Mingchun, with a grave expression, examined the patterns on the seed shells. These patterns resonate with the heavenly principles. Each line embodies profound truths. Just then, a graceful figure appeared in the distance. The crowd turned to find Princess Yaoxi, who had approached unnoticed, holding a box of pastries. Today, she wore a gown of ethereal yellow, adorned with a butterfly hairpin gifted by Jun Huaiyun, glimmering in the sunlight, radiating a splendid brilliance. What is this gathering for? She wondered, observing the 100 or so people encircled, each with a handful of dark objects, incessantly crunching, the scene undeniably peculiar. Yaoxi? Jun Huaiyun stood, brushing the seed shells from his attire. What brings you here? Yaoxi blinked, pointing at the mound of sunflower seeds. What is this? Oh, these are sunflower seeds. A type of snack. Would you care to try? Jun Huaiyun explained with a smile. Curiously, Yaoxi accepted a seed, mimicking Jun Huaiyun's actions, and upon cracking it, her eyes lit up, so fragrant. Indeed, this is my special creation. Jun Huaiyun beamed with pride. Observing this, Bai Huang scampered over, clutching a handful of seeds. Princess, these are specially shelled for you by Little White. Chu Yundao shouted from behind. Shameless mutt, those were clearly shelled by me. Yaoxi, amused, covered her mouth with a soft giggle, her smile captivating the surrounding Jun disciples. The princess's smile is truly enchanting. She is certainly a worthy match for the young emperor. Hearing the whispers around her, Yaoxi's ears flushed slightly. She tugged at Jun Huaiyun's sleeve, whispering, Huaiyun, I need to speak with you. Understanding her intent, Jun Huaiyun gestured to the crowd. Continue without us. I have matters to discuss with the princess. They stepped away from the lively throng, retreating to a secluded garden. Yaoxi retrieved a delicate jade box from her robes, shyly presenting it to Jun Huaiyun. Here, these are pastries I made myself. Peering inside, Jun Huaiyun discovered uniquely shaped confections, exuding a gentle osmanthus fragrance. You made these pastries? He asked, genuinely surprised. Yaoxi lowered her gaze, a hint of shyness creeping in. I learned from the palace's cooks. I hope they suit your taste. Tasting one, Jun Huaiyun's eyes brightened. Delicious. At the compliment, Yaoxi's eyes curved into crescents. Really? Then I shall make them for you often. Absolutely. Jun Huaiyun replied with a gentle smile. Suddenly, Yaoxi slapped her forehead, recalling something of importance. Oh, Huaiyun, I almost forgot the matter at hand. In 3 days, the heavenly court will open the Tianshu secret realm, and my father specifically sent me to invite the Jun family to participate. As she spoke, she produced a jade slip from her sleeve, handing it to Jun Huaiyun. This contains detailed information about the Tianshu secret realm. Accepting the jade slip, Jun Huaiyun's expression shifted as surprise flickered in his eyes. A treasure that glimpses the future? Such a divine artifact exists within the Tianshu secret realm? The slip detailed that the Tianshu secret realm is among the most enigmatic of the heavenly court's realms, opening only once every 10 millennia. This time, it is said that a treasure known as the Destiny Mirror, capable of revealing the future, will manifest. Chapter 109. The Underwater Forces, Testing Grounds. Yaoxi nodded, her face serious. According to ancient texts, the Destiny Mirror can unveil the 3 most significant fragments of the future. My father mentioned that this opening is marked by extraordinary phenomena, likely heralding the appearance of this treasure. Pausing, she lowered her voice. Moreover, I've heard that the chaotic ancient universe, the primordial royal clan, and even some hidden forces from beneath the surface will send representatives. Jun Huaiyun raised an eyebrow. Oh? It seems the allure of the Destiny Mirror is quite substantial. Beyond the visible powers of the heavenly court, the Jun family, and the primordial divine hall, there exist formidable hidden forces, not inferior in strength to the primordial divine hall, such as the underworld, the Qing clan, and the shadow realm. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly asked, Yaoxi, do you believe the future can be altered? Taken aback by the question, Yaoxi tilted her head in thought. If the future is already predetermined, what significance does foresight hold? I believe the Destiny Mirror only reveals one of countless possibilities. At her words, appreciation flickered in Jun Huaiyun's eyes. Well spoken. The future is never set in stone, and it is precisely for this reason that we should strive to shape it. He tucked the jade slip away. Speaking earnestly, please convey my gratitude to the Heavenly Emperor. The Jun family shall certainly honor our appointment in 3 days. Yaoxi nodded enthusiastically, then suddenly recalled something. Her cheeks flushing. Oh, my father also mentioned that he hopes we can form a team for this secret realm exploration. Observing her bashful demeanor, Jun Huaiyun couldn't help but chuckle. I would be honored to have Princess Yaoxi as a comrade. Really? Her eyes sparkled, but she soon looked down, fidgeting with her clothing. But my strength is not very formidable. Will I be a burden to you? Gently patting her shoulder, Jun Huaiyun reassured her. Do not worry. I will be by your side. Those simple words warmed Yaoxi's heart. She lifted her gaze to admire Jun Huaiyun's handsome profile, feeling her pulse quicken. By the way, are there any special rules for the Tianqiu secret realm? Jun Huaiyun suddenly recalled something. Yaoxi snapped back to attention, quickly responding, yes. There are restrictions on age for the secret realm. Only cultivators under 100 years can enter, and the use of magical artifacts and formations is prohibited. Even spatial laws are disrupted, causing teleportation artifacts to fail. An age restriction? So, those ancient beings cannot enter, Jun Huaiyun mused thoughtfully. Yaoxi nodded. Thus, Father Emperor places such great importance on this, believing it to be an opportunity for the younger generation. The two continued their discussion of the details regarding the secret realm, until the sun dipped below the horizon, at which point Yaoxi reluctantly took her leave. I shall return to the celestial court to prepare. We shall meet again in 3 days. She waved her hand and turned to step onto a cloud of auspiciousness. Jun Huaiyun watched her depart until her figure vanished into the vast sky before turning back to the Shaodi Palace. Within the palace, Jun Huaiyun convened Bai Huang, Chu Yundao, and Di Mingqian. What? A treasure that can foresee the future? Bai Huang erupted with excitement, his eyes widening in astonishment. Xiao Yunzi, we must acquire this. I want to see if I can marry 100 beautiful bitches in the future. Chu Yundao smacked him on the head. Focus. Brother Jun, this celestial mirror sounds formidable. It would be troublesome if it fell into hostile hands. Fear not. No one can obtain the celestial mirror. It will only appear briefly before vanishing. Jun Huaiyun shrugged nonchalantly. What? It will disappear? Then I must go. I absolutely must see how many bitches I can marry in the future. Bai Huang, upon hearing that the celestial mirror was unattainable and would vanish, became anxious. Jun Huaiyun rubbed his temples in exasperation. Senior Bai Huang, the Tianqiu secret realm has age restrictions. Only cultivators below the age of 100 may enter, given your age and your imperial cultivation level. What does a mere age restriction matter? Bai Huang dismissed it with a flick of his tail, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. My racial talent can perfectly resolve this issue. As he spoke, he suddenly stood upright on his hind legs, his front paws weaving a complex seal. Bloodline technique, reversal of time. With a light exclamation, Bai Huang's form began to shrink at a visible pace, his fur shifting from pure white to a brilliant golden hue. In the blink of an eye, a majestic large dog transformed into a fluffy golden puppy, no larger than a palm, its bark now a soft, babyish woof. Such a secret technique. Jun Huaiyun stared in astonishment at the adorable little puppy on the ground, sensing that Bai Huang now appeared younger than anyone present. How do I look now? Do I not resemble a mere 3-month-old pup? Bai Huang proudly raised his head, only to stumble and roll twice on the ground due to his diminutive size. Ha ha ha. Chu Yundao burst into laughter, pointing at Bai Huang as he rolled. Baldy, you are perfectly suited to be a pet now. Woof. You dare. The miniature Bai Huang leapt at him, only to be pinned down by a single finger from Chu Yundao, its tiny legs flailing helplessly in the air. Di Mingqian looked on in shock. To think this talent can truly reverse the traces of time. It is utterly astonishing. Jun Huaiyun, equally curious, crouched down and poked Bai Huang's soft belly. What of your cultivation? The celestial court surely possesses formations to assess one's cultivation level. Little Bai Huang wriggled free from Chu Yundao's grasp, proudly lifting its head. My racial secret technique not only alters my appearance, but also suppresses my cultivation. Now I appear as an ordinary spirit beast, not even at the supreme realm. As he spoke, the imperial pressure surrounding him indeed vanished without a trace. Then, Jun Huaiyun pondered for a moment before nodding. Let us go together. However, Senior Bai Huang, you must promise me not to act recklessly in the secret realm. Woof woof. No problem. The little puppy twirled in excitement, only to trip over its own tail. Chu Yundao leaned in mischievously. Brother Jun, look, Bai Huang is going, then I. You were already on the list. Jun Huaiyun shot him a glance. You cannot stay in the Jun family and laze about. Your Taichu's sacred body, while formidable, still requires practical experience. This time, I will bring along Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Xiuling. Mingqian, you shall join as well. Di Mingqian solemnly clasped his fists. I shall not disappoint the expectations of the young emperor. Very well, then prepare yourselves. Jun Huaiyun nodded. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. A gigantic flying ship, shimmering with crystal clarity, broke through the clouds and soared forth, its body sparkling like the stars, with a lifelike golden dragon sculpted at the prow, emanating an overwhelming celestial majesty. It was the Star River divine ship of the Celestial Court. Before the Jun family's mountain gate, a disciple exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 110. The First Celestial Child, Yi Guqing. Princess Yaoxi stood at the bow of the ship, her moon-white, celestial gown dancing gracefully in the wind. And the butterfly hairpin in her hair sparkled brilliantly under the sun, radiating a dazzling light. Beside her stood hundreds of talented youths from the Celestial Court, each exuding immense power, with the weakest among them possessing the cultivation of the Saint King realm. Yet, these once arrogant elites, upon seeing the Jun family's guards arrayed in welcome, instinctively tempered their pride, some even taking a half-step back. We pay our respects to Her Highness the Princess. The Jun family's guards and several elders stepped forward to bow. Yaoxi smiled gently and returned the gesture. There is no need for such formalities, esteemed elders. I come at the behest of my father, the Heavenly Emperor, to escort the members of the Jun family to the Celestial Court. Behind her, the young elites of the Celestial Court disembarked in succession. These once haughty talents now appeared particularly reserved, their gazes occasionally drifting towards the depths of the Jun family, filled with awe. That is the Jun family. I have heard that even the end of days catastrophe emperor has been subdued by them. Hush, keep your voice down. Do you wish to die? Speaking so loudly. A single glance from the young emperor could turn you to ashes. The elites whispered among themselves, their tones barely above a whisper. However, amidst this respectful gathering of Celestial Court talents, an incongruous figure stood out. It was a young man with white hair, clad in a black robe, his countenance exceedingly stern. He lingered at the back of the group, glaring intently in the direction of the Jun family, his eyes glimmering with a cold light. Brother Yiyu. A nearby Celestial Court disciple noticed his unusual demeanor and was about to offer a reminder when a single glance from him silenced the warning. The white-haired youth was named Yi Guqing, one of the rising talents of the Celestial Court in recent years. On the surface, he appeared to be an ordinary core disciple, but he harbored a tremendous secret. He had gained the legacy of an ancient powerhouse during a trial, containing within him a powerful imperial soul. Furthermore, he possessed a formidable physique, greatly favored by the Heavenly Emperor. Jun Huaiyun, why must you appear? Yi Guqing silently chanted this name in his heart, his eyes filled with boundless hatred. Originally, he was meant to be the Celestial Court's most radiant genius, destined to win the favor of Princess Yaoxi. Under normal circumstances, the Heavenly Emperor would have married Yaoxi to him to win him over, allowing him to absorb the bloodline of the Shi clan and transform into an even more powerful physique. But now, everything had been ruined by Jun Huaiyun. Ever since Jun Huaiyun's emergence, everything had changed. The princess's eyes were only for that Jun family young emperor, and even the Heavenly Emperor spoke highly of him. Master, what should I do? Yi Guqing's face was filled with urgency. Wait for an opportunity. The Jun family is too powerful for you to provoke at present. You may attempt to gauge that Jun family young emperor's strength in the Tianshu secret realm, but remember, do not let your emotions cloud your judgment. A voice, steeped in weariness, echoed in Yi Guqing's mind, carrying an air of indifference. Understood, Master. In the Tianshu secret realm, I shall make him aware of who the true celestial child is. Yi Guqing clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. At that moment, a clear chime suddenly resonated from deep within the Jun family. Dong dong dong. The bell tolled 9 times, resonating with the heavens and the earth. Immediately afterward, a resplendent golden pathway extended from within the Jun family, spanning the sky and reaching the Star River divine ship. On either side of the pathway, countless 5-colored lotus flowers bloomed, each embodying the rhythm of the great Dao. Welcome, young emperor. The Jun family members called out in unison, their voices reverberating through the heavens. Upon the golden pathway, Jun Huaiyun descended from the sky. Today, he donned a black and gold imperial robe, the flowing fabric shimmering with the illusion of vanishing stars and the embodiment of the cosmos. Most astonishing was the 5-colored divine light swirling around him, Taichu light, chaos light, and 3 other brilliant lights, 5 supreme powers perfectly fused, forming a resplendent divine halo behind him. Behind him, Chu Yundao Di Mingchen, and a group of celestial prodigies from the Jun clan followed in succession. Most striking was a golden puppy perched on Jun Huaiyun's shoulder, the diminutive form of the White Emperor, transformed through secret arts. Woof woof, this emperor has arrived. The little White Emperor squeaked excitedly, but in its fervor, it lost its grip and tumbled from Jun Huaiyun's shoulder. Fortunately, it was caught deftly by Chu Yundao. Clumsy mutt, can't you be a bit more stable? Chu Yundao remarked disdainfully, grasping it by the scruff of its neck. Woof, let go of this emperor. The little White Emperor flailed its tiny legs in the air. Senior White Emperor remains ever so amusing, Princess Yaoxi chuckled, covering her mouth. This comical scene alleviated the previously tense atmosphere significantly. However, upon perceiving the peculiar gazes from those around, the White Emperor's face flushed with embarrassment. As soon as Yaoxi spotted Jun Huaiyun approaching her, her eyes sparkled, and she hurriedly stepped forward. Huaiyun. Jun Huaiyun smiled slightly. Yaoxi, thank you for coming to greet me personally. They exchanged a knowing smile, their rapport evident. Yet, This moment pierced Yi Guqing's heart like 1,000 arrows. He stared at Jun Huaiyun, his eyes brimming with jealousy and hatred that seemed almost palpable. Jun Huaiyun, sensing something, looked over the crowd and directly locked eyes with Yi Guqing, their gazes colliding in the air like invisible sparks. Fascinating. Such profound fortune. Could this be that so-called child of destiny? Has Yaoxi come to loathe me? A teasing smile crept upon Jun Huaiyun's lips. He could discern the overwhelming aura of fate surrounding Yi Guqing, far surpassing that of others present, with only Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Xiuling being comparable. If he was not mistaken, this was a quintessential child of destiny, one who had endured silently for years, gaining fortuitous encounters and bearing rare treasures, and because of Yaoxi. This child of destiny had indirectly grown to despise him. System, surely in this fantastical realm, there are no circumstances where such a child of destiny is difficult to kill? Jun Huaiyun inquired of the system. No. The notion of them being hard to kill is merely a contrived excuse perpetuated by mindless novels that aim to drag on the plot. The idea of heavenly protection and thick fortune is sheer nonsense. The notion that children of destiny are difficult to slay simply does not exist. With your fortune, host. Any child of destiny in this world is no different to you. If you wish to kill, you may do so without the ludicrous pretext of heavenly protection. By the way, host, do not rear pigs. I have warned you before to refuse that path. True strength does not come from such trivial pursuits. The system kindly reminded. I am well aware of that. Jun Huaiyun began to stride towards Yi Guqing, each step amplifying the pressure radiating from him. The previously clamorous scene fell into a profound silence, as everyone instinctively parted to create a pathway. Yi Guqing's expression shifted slightly upon seeing Jun Huaiyun approach. But he quickly regained his composure, straightening his back to meet Jun Huaiyun's gaze. Princess Yaoxi stood by, her brow slightly furrowed, yet she said nothing. Regardless of Jun Huaiyun's actions, she would unconditionally support him, without questioning the reasons behind it. This esteemed friend appears to possess an extraordinary constitution. May I inquire your name? Jun Huaiyun asked with a warm smile, though his eyes held an icy detachment. Yaoxi quickly introduced. This is Yi Guqing, one of the most outstanding prodigies of the heavenly court in recent years. Ah, so it is Yi, my esteemed friend. I noticed you were quite fixated on this humble emperor. Do you have any insights to share? Jun Huaiyun nodded. Yi Guqing's heart trembled. He had not anticipated his subtle actions being noticed. He feigned calmness, clasping his fists. I have long heard of the illustrious reputation of the Jun family's young emperor. Seeing you today, it truly lives up to its name. I merely admired from afar. I hope the young emperor can forgive my indiscretion. Is that so? Jun Huaiyun maintained his smile, yet a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Chapter 111. Yi Guqing kneels, the secret realm resolves him. Boom. An invisible pressure descended upon Yi Guqing like an ancient mountain, bearing down upon him. Thud. Taken unawares, Yi Guqing's knees crashed against the ground, fracturing the hard jade floor beneath him into a spiderweb of cracks. His complexion instantly turned ghostly pale, veins bulging on his forehead as beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks. Young Emperor, Brother Yi. The crowd from the heavenly court gasped in alarm. Yet no one dared to step forward to assist him. Princess Yaoxi was also taken aback, although she did not comprehend Jun Huaiyun's intentions. Her trust in him kept her from speaking impulsively. Is this how the Jun family treats our heavenly court's prodigies? Is this their hospitality? Yi Guqing gritted his teeth, a blaze of fury igniting in his eyes. He secretly activated his techniques to resist the pressure, only to be horrified to find it utterly futile. Jun Huaiyun gazed down at him from above, his voice eerily calm. This emperor detests deceit. The hatred in your eyes is evident. Do you truly think I cannot see it? With that, the pressure intensified further. Crack. The ground beneath Yi Guqing shattered completely, his knees sinking into the stone. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Young Emperor, please temper your wrath. An elder from the heavenly court hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Yi Guqing is young and impetuous. If he has offended, I hope the young emperor will show mercy. Other prodigies from the heavenly court also lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet Jun Huaiyun's gaze. Yaoxi hesitated briefly before softly saying, Huaiyun, after all, Yi Guqing. Jun Huaiyun waved his hand, interrupting her. He leaned down, whispering in Yi Guqing's ear, I know what you harbor in your heart. Yaoxi is not someone you can covet. Suppress those thoughts, or I will not hesitate to end your life in public. Do not think that the incomplete imperial soul within you can protect you. This was a statement only Yi Guqing could hear, sending chills down his spine. Afterward, Jun Huaiyun straightened, the oppressive force dissipating instantly. He truly hoped Yi Guqing would retaliate, as that would provide him with a justified reason to eliminate him. However, Yi Guqing did not dare to act. After all, Yi Guqing was a core prodigy of the heavenly court. To kill him without cause would inevitably draw criticism from certain factions within the court. Although Jun Huaiyun was indifferent to such opinions, it would inevitably cast a shadow over Yaoxi. Now that everyone is gathered, let us set forth. He turned and strode towards the Star River divine vessel, as if nothing had transpired. Yi Guqing struggled to rise from the ground, his hatred intensifying, yet he feigned fearfulness. "Thank you for your mercy, young emperor." He kept his head lowered, concealing the murderous intent that flickered in his eyes. "Jun Huaiyun, just wait. Within the Tianshu secret realm, I will make you wish for death." The interior of the Star River divine vessel was exceedingly spacious, reminiscent of a celestial palace, adorned with opulent decorations. Though it paled in comparison to the Jun family's divine vessel, the members of the Jun clan were arranged in the highest standard of guest quarters, a testament to the heavenly court's regard for them. In the main chamber, Jun Huaiyun stood by the window, surveying the swiftly passing cosmos below. "Brother Jun, that Yi Guqing is suspicious. Just now, I sensed something odd within him using the Taichu sacred body. It seems unlike the powers of the immortal domain." Chu Yundao whispered as he leaned closer. The little white emperor, resting on the table, also raised its head. "Woof woof, this emperor feels it too. That fellow is not simple." Hearing this, Di Mingqian's eyes flickered slightly. "Young emperor, if you are unwilling to act, I can take care of him." Di Mingqian understood Jun Huaiyun's hesitation to act due to the lack of suitable justification, as killing with just a glance would invite unnecessary criticism. Jun Huaiyun shook his head. "No need. He is merely a clown, incapable of stirring any significant waves." He turned to the still silent Yaoxi. "Yaoxi, what is the background of that Yi Guqing?" Yaoxi slightly furrowed her brow. "Yi Guqing joined the heavenly court a month ago. He is said to hail from a small family, yet his talent is extraordinary, quickly becoming a core disciple valued by my father. He usually keeps a low profile, but I never expected today. A month ago? This marks the very moment of the emergence of the chaotic ancient universe." Jun Huaiyun, lost in thought, gazed intently, his eyes shimmering with contemplation. "Xiao Yunzi, are you harboring doubts?" Bai Huang's ears perked up. "It's nothing," he replied, "merely a sense of coincidence." Jun Huaiyun chuckled softly. Just then, the hatch opened. "Your Highness, the young emperor, and her royal highness, we are about to arrive at the heavenly court," a celestial guard announced respectfully. Jun Huaiyun nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood." He then turned his gaze towards the others. "Are we all prepared? The Tianshu secret realm is far from ordinary. Wang Wang, this emperor can hardly wait." The little white emperor rolled excitedly on the table. Chu Yundao cracked his knuckles. "Rest assured, Brother Jun, I shall not bring you shame this time." Di Mingqian nodded earnestly. Yao Shi, however, looked at Jun Huaiyun with a hint of perplexity. "Huaiyun, do you suspect that Yi Guqing is from the chaotic ancient universe?" "Fear not. I have it under control. As long as he does not seek his own demise, I shall not trouble him." Jun Huaiyun gently patted her hand. Yao Shi shook her head slightly, a flicker of coldness in her eyes. "Huaiyun, you misunderstand. I am not concerned about you killing him. Rather, I ponder whether to dispatch someone to deal with him now. In my eyes, you are paramount. Yi Guqing is of little consequence to our heavenly court, far less significant than a single hair from the Jun family. Moreover, his identity is shrouded in mystery, leaving us uncertain if he is friend or foe." Jun Huaiyun was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a smile, surprised to discover this seemingly delicate princess possessed such a decisive nature. He ruffled Yao Shi's hair playfully. "Silly girl, to kill him now would only alert the snake in the grass. Following the usual protocol, a person who lurks in the shadows will certainly strike at me within the secret realm. At that moment, we can deal with him justly and uncover his plans. I do not believe he would dare to act against me alone. He must have allies." Yao Shi blinked, suddenly bursting into laughter. "Huaiyun, your words are truly entertaining. What do you mean by usual protocol?" "Wang Wang, Xiao Yunzi, Yao Shi, what are the two of you whispering about? This emperor wants to hear too." The white emperor, clutching a small spirit fruit, tumbled onto Yao Shi's shoulder, his face brimming with curiosity. Chu Yundao immediately jumped up. "Hey, featherbrain dog, give me back my fruit." Di Mingqian observed the playful banter between the two, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Since arriving at the Jun family, he felt as though he had finally found his true home. At that moment, the entire divine vessel shuddered slightly. "We have arrived." Jun Huaiyun turned his gaze towards the window, where majestic heavenly palaces floated in the celestial expanse, surrounded by auspicious clouds and soaring cranes. Resembling the ethereal heavenly court of dreams, countless golden-armored heavenly soldiers lined up to greet them, their imposing presence awe-inspiring. "We welcome the young emperor of the Jun family and her royal highness." The thunderous cheers penetrated the layers of clouds, echoing throughout the realms. Chapter 112. The clown Yi Guqing is about to break. The crowd's gaze was drawn to a vast celestial city, suspended in the skies. Its palatial structures resplendent in gold and jade, a continuous spectacle amidst swirling auspicious clouds and flying golden dragons and colorful phoenixes. Most striking was the central heavenly gate, constructed entirely of white jade, towering at 10,000 feet, with 9 vividly lifelike 5-clawed golden dragons coiling around its pillars, exuding a terrifying aura of power. This was indeed the heavenly gate of the heavenly court, even grander than the legend spoke. Chu Yundao leaned over the ship's railing, his eyes wide with astonishment. The little white emperor perched atop his head, pointing into the distance with his paw. "Wang Wang, look over there, before the heavenly gate." Tens of thousands of golden-armored heavenly soldiers stood in formation, their long halberds gleaming with a chilling light, emanating an overwhelming aura of frost. Even more astonishing was that these heavenly soldiers were all at least of the Holy King realm, with the 36 heavenly generals at the forefront radiating the vast pressure of quasi-emperors. Behind them, hundreds of celestial officials stood with jade tablets in hand. The foremost figures among them were all of the Emperor realm, including the Heavenly Emperor and the Demon-Suppressing Emperor, all standing there. We welcome the young Emperor of the Jun family. We welcome the young Emperor of the Jun family. As a star official's voice rang out, the multitude of heavenly beings bowed in unison, their voices crashing like waves across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Wow, the Heavenly Emperor himself is here to welcome us. This scene is simply overwhelming. Chu Yundao's pupils constricted in shock. Even Yaoxi's eyes were filled with astonishment. I have never seen my father welcome anyone with such grandeur. Upon hearing this, Jun Huaiyun's gaze flickered, a profound smile gracing his lips. Numerous familiar faces were present, including those from the 10,000 Beasts Mountain and the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. The Heavenly Emperor and others slowly approached Jun Huaiyun, their faces adorned with smiles. This was the might of the Jun family. Even the heavenly court bowed before them. Many leaders of various factions trembled, their eyes filled with awe. It was their first time witnessing a leader of a powerful faction personally welcome a younger generation, and that faction was none other than the heavenly court. Yi Guqing stood at the back of the crowd, watching this scene, his fists clenched tightly, cracking with tension. He fixed his gaze on Jun Huaiyun's back, jealousy and hatred almost materializing in his eyes. Master, I can no longer endure this. Why? Yi Guqing roared silently in his heart, his nails digging deep into his palm, blood trickling down between his fingers. Disciple, you must remain calm. Do not act recklessly. A weathered voice echoed in his mind, reminding him of the peril of losing control. Master, how can I remain calm? How can I possibly stay composed? I feel like a jester. Yi Guqing's thoughts spiraled in madness. I have endured for so long, finally gaining the Heavenly Emperor's favor, now poised to approach Yaoxi, only to be thwarted by this Jun Huaiyun. Now that he has arrived, the entire heavenly court bows and scrapes before him. Even the Heavenly Emperor himself comes to greet him. What am I? What am I? Yi Guqing's mind was a tempest of despair. Small grievances lead to great plans. The Tianshu secret realm is your opportunity. As long as you can acquire that item, you will have the chance to eliminate the Jun family's young heir, and Yaoxi will ultimately be yours. The voice spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, Yi Guqing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fury within him, though the coldness in his gaze deepened. At that moment, Jun Huaiyun seemed to sense something, his gaze cutting through the throngs of people, locking onto Yi Guqing with precision. In the instant their eyes met, Yi Guqing's pupils widened. An overwhelming pressure bore down on him, as if the weight of the entire universe was upon him. Puchi. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, Yi Guqing once again uncontrollably fell to his knees, this time unable to even lift his head. Reduced to the most humiliating posture, prostrating on the ground. Senior Brother Yi, a nearby disciple of the heavenly court, gasped in shock. Yet none dared to step forward to assist him, fearing repercussions from Jun Huaiyun. Ding. Yi Guqing's defenses have been breached, reaching 70. You have received 200,000 editing points. Gazing at the furious Yi Guqing, Jun Huaiyun's smile grew ever brighter. He relished watching these so-called children of destiny, proud and aloof, find themselves in such a wretched state, a feeling of delight beyond compare. The Heavenly Emperor observed this occurrence, his brow furrowing slightly before relaxing, choosing to ignore Yi Guqing's humiliation as though he were not even a member of the heavenly court. The Jun family has traveled a great distance and endured much hardship. I have prepared divine nectar for you all. Please, follow me into the palace to refresh yourselves. The Heavenly Emperor boomed with laughter, stepping forward to speak. Your Excellency, you are too kind. Jun Huaiyun withdrew his gaze, nodding with a smile. Before him, Yi Guqing was nothing but a clown, easily disposed of at any moment. Perhaps once they found a secluded spot, he could simply eliminate him, ridding himself of the eyesore. As the two walked side by side towards the heavenly gate, the celestial officials of the heavenly court immediately parted to either side, bowing in reverence. Even more astonishingly, the 9 five-clawed golden dragons coiling around the gate's pillars awakened simultaneously, emitting a thunderous roar as they soared down, forming a celestial pathway beneath Jun Huaiyun's feet. 9 dragons paving the way signified the potential for the young emperor of the Jun family to become the sovereign of all realms. Witnessing this spectacle, an ancient ancestor of a venerable sect could not help but gasp in astonishment. 9 dragons paving the way, golden light fills the sky. At that moment, the entire heavenly court seemed to be suspended in time, as all the celestial officials and heavenly generals gazed in disbelief at the astonishing scene before them. The 9 five-clawed golden dragons, emblematic of the highest authority in the heavenly court, were now docilely prostrating themselves at Jun Huaiyun's feet, forming a resplendent golden pathway. How is this possible? The dragons paving the way, It is a portent of the sovereign of all realms from legend. Such an extraordinary phenomenon has never occurred in our heavenly court since its inception. An elderly Star Lord, his hair as white as snow, spoke with a quivering voice. Witnessing this spectacle, the heavenly emperor's gaze deepened with profound meaning, and a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. Meanwhile, Princess Yaoxi stood beside Jun Huaiyun, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration, filled with affection as she looked at him. Woof woof. Little Yunzi is amazing. Did you see? This is my little brother that I brought along. The White Emperor hopped excitedly atop Chu Yundao's head, waving his golden little paws. Chu Yundao yanked the White Emperor from his head and rolled his eyes. Bald dog, have some dignity. What does this have to do with you? However, he turned to witness the breathtaking scene, pride filling his eyes. Jun Ji's status is unparalleled in the entire celestial realm. Even being his little brother brings me honor. Far more than being a core disciple of the primordial divine palace. At the back of the crowd, Yi Guqing struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Upon seeing the look of affection in Yaoxi's eyes directed at Jun Huaiyun, his jealousy intensified. Jun Huaiyun. He ground his teeth, a murderous intent surging wildly within him. A voice, weathered and ancient, echoed in his mind. Disciple, you must remain calm. The phenomenon of the 9 dragons does not signify everything. The sovereign of all realms is merely a legend. True strength relies on ability, perseverance. The Tianshu secret realm is where you can prove yourself. Taking a deep breath, Yi Guqing forcibly suppressed his rage, but when he looked forward again, his pupils dilated sharply. Jun Huaiyun seemed to sense something, abruptly turning back, his gaze piercing through the throngs of people, locking onto Yi Guqing with a hint of amusement. As if observing a mere court jester. What sent Yi Guqing into despair was that, right before his eyes, Jun Huaiyun gently took Yaoxi's delicate hand, and instead of resisting, Yaoxi shyly lowered her head, her ears turning a charming shade of pink. I haven't even touched her. Yi Guqing's heart roared silently, his consciousness swirling violently, nearly succumbing to madness. Ding. Yi Guqing's defenses have been breached, reaching 90, earning 80,000 editing points. Hearing the system's prompt, the smile on Jun Huaiyun's face deepened. He deliberately slowed his pace, holding Yaoxi's small hand, as they slowly walked towards the heavenly gate under the gaze of the multitude. Huaiyun, there are so many people watching. Yaoxi murmured softly, her cheeks flushed. Jun Huaiyun chuckled lightly. What, feeling shy? Upon hearing this, Yaoxi's earlobes reddened to the point of seeming as if they might bleed, and she shot a furtive glare at Jun Huaiyun, which only elicited an even more intimate reaction from him. Jun Huaiyun, in front of everyone, suddenly kissed her softly. This action struck like a thunderbolt, leaving Yi Guqing's mind blank. He stared intently at their intimate figures, bloodshot eyes brimming with rage. Master, I can't endure this any longer. I want to kill him right now. Yi Guqing howled silently within. How foolish. A woman has caused you to lose your senses. You must realize that with your current strength, acting rashly will only lead to your demise, the voice admonished sternly. Fine, I will continue to endure. Yi Guqing trembled all over, ultimately suppressing his murderous intent, lowering his head as he followed the crowd into the heavenly gate. No one noticed that his hand, concealed within his sleeve, had been torn to shreds by his own nails. Chapter 113. More concerned about the fate mirror than the jester. At the grand banquet, tens of thousands of celestial maidens, each wielding jade pitchers, poured exquisite celestial nectar for the guests. These maidens, all possessing the cultivation of Saint Kings, would be considered formidable warriors in the outside world, yet here they were merely serving wine. Jun Huaiyun occupied the foremost position to the left of the heavenly emperor, with Yaoxi seated beside him, occasionally pouring wine and arranging dishes for him, embodying the image of a devoted fiancé, drawing the attention of the assembled celestial beings. Indeed, the young emperor of the Jun family possesses extraordinary grace. He and Princess Yaoxi are truly a match made in heaven. Yes, I have heard he has subdued the end of Calamity Emperor, and now enjoys the favor of the Shi clan. His future achievements are boundless. These remarks pierced through Yi Guqing's ears like sharp daggers, each word carving into his heart. At the corner of the banquet, Yi Guqing sat at a table devoid of companions. No one dared to sit with him, as it was clear to all that he had a conflict with Jun Huaiyun. Just then, the jade cup before Yi Guqing suddenly shattered with a crack, spilling the celestial nectar across the table. He kept his head down, concealing the murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Enjoy it while you can. Once we enter the Tianshu secret realm, I will show you what true suffering is. Come, Huaiyun. Try this. It's the unique moonlight celestial fruit from the heavenly court. It only bears fruit once every 1,000 years. Yaoxi picked up a piece of the translucent celestial fruit and brought it to Jun Huaiyun's lips. Jun Huaiyun opened his mouth to receive it, playfully biting the tip of Yaoxi's chopsticks, causing the little princess to blush once more. Sitting further down, Chu Yundao grinned widely. Wow, Jun Guo is quite the charmer. Woof woof. I want some too. The White Emperor leaped onto Yaoxi's lap, eagerly gazing at the celestial fruit in her hand. Unable to contain her amusement, Yaoxi fed the White Emperor a piece, Little Bai is so adorable. Hey, bald dog, know your limits. That's the love fruit from Princess Yaoxi for Jun Go. Do you have the gall to snatch it? With so many watching, you want to embarrass yourself, but I will. Chu Yundao pulled the White Emperor back, muttering under his breath. The White Emperor rolled his eyes. Woof woof. What do you know? I'm just helping little Yunzi test if the food is poisoned. Di Mingqian, sitting nearby, watched the playful antics of the boy and dog, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Ever since coming to the Jun family, he had smiled more than in the past several decades combined. After several rounds of drinks, the Heavenly Emperor cleared his throat, and the grand hall fell silent. Everyone, tomorrow the Tianshu secret realm will open. This time, the realm is extraordinary. According to ancient texts, there may appear the fabled treasure of Destiny Mirror, which can glimpse into the future. The Heavenly Emperor rose, surveying the assembly with an air of authority. The Destiny Mirror? Isn't that a legendary celestial artifact? It is said to reveal the three most significant fragments of the future, if one could obtain it. Stop dreaming. Such treasures are not meant for ordinary mortals to covet. The hall erupted with gasps of astonishment. The Heavenly Emperor raised a hand to silence the crowd. Although the Destiny Mirror is magnificent, the secret realm is fraught with peril. In addition to our celestial domains forces, ancient chaotic universes and hidden royal clans will also send representatives. Thus, his gaze fell upon Jun Huaiyun. I hope all factions of the celestial realm can unite, especially the younger generation, to support one another. Upon feeling the gaze upon him, Jun Huaiyun smiled slightly, raising his cup in acknowledgement. Rest assured, esteemed Emperor. My Jun family has always valued harmony and will stand with the celestial realm. Just as he finished speaking, Chu Yundao unexpectedly spewed out a mouthful of celestial wine, hurriedly waving his hands to the crowd. Sorry, I choked. Value harmony. Chu Yundao inwardly scoffed. Jungu, don't you feel any guilt saying that? It hasn't been long since the grave of the primordial divine palace hasn't even sprouted grass. The Heavenly Emperor's lips twitched slightly, but soon returned to normal. With the young Emperor's assurance, I am at ease. Now, let us all drink to celebrate the smooth opening of the Tianshu secret realm. The banquet continued until deep into the night. Yaoxi personally escorted Jun Huaiyun to the grand hall arranged by the Heavenly Emperor, reluctantly saying, Huaiyun, the secret realm will open tomorrow. You must be careful. Jun Huaiyun ruffled her hair affectionately. Don't worry, you know my strength, don't you? No, not at all. I am concerned about Yi Guqing. His recent behavior has been rather peculiar. Coupled with today's events, I fear he may pose a threat to you within the secret realm. Yaoxi shook her head hastily. Jun Huaiyun chuckled softly, suddenly pulling Yaoxi into his embrace. Silly girl, with his meager skills, he cannot harm me. Taken by surprise, Yaoxi fell into that warm embrace, her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. She struggled symbolically for a moment, but ultimately nestled against Jun Huaiyun's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Huaiyun, upon our return from the Tianshu secret realm, our engagement ceremony will commence, she murmured softly. Jun Huaiyun gazed down at her rosy cheeks, a surge of protectiveness welling up within him. Yes, I shall ensure that the entire immortal domain knows you are my fiancé. This declaration sent Yaoxi's heart racing. Summoning her courage, she tiptoed and gently kissed his cheek, then darted away like a startled rabbit. Jun Huaiyun touched the spot where she had kissed him, shaking his head with an amused smile. This girl, on the brink of engagement, yet still so shy. Without further contemplation, Jun Huaiyun returned to the great hall, discovering that Bai Huang and Chu Yundao were already waiting inside. What brings you here at such a late hour? Haven't you rested? Jun Huaiyun asked with a faint smile. Brother Jun, there is definitely something amiss with Yi Guqing. He is not from the immortal domain. If I am not mistaken, he should belong to a royal family from the chaotic ancient universe. I cannot ascertain which royal family, but he is certainly not from the chaotic imperial clan, Chu Yundao stated with grave seriousness. Bai Huang, rarely serious, added. Indeed, I also sense something off about that lad. He gives off a decidedly sinister vibe. Should I deal with him tonight? The young White Emperor made a gesture as if to slit a throat. Jun Huaiyun waved his hand. There is no need to alarm the snake in the grass. I am curious to see what tricks he can conjure. Besides, I am preparing to catch a big fish. He approached the window, gazing at the resplendent starry sky of the heavenly court. A glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Compared to that clown, I find the glimpse of the future foreseen by the Destiny Mirror much more intriguing. Chapter 114. The hidden figure emerges, an inside trader in the heavenly court. Deep within the heavenly court, in a secluded small hall, flickering candlelight danced in the darkness, illuminating a disheveled figure standing within. Compared to the opulent palace where Jun Huaiyun resided, this place was as rudimentary as a servant's quarters. The air heavy with a stench of decay. Infuriating. Yi Guqing slammed his fist on the table, shattering the cup into pieces. This is intolerable. That old Emperor of Heaven has driven me to this wretched place just to curry favor with Jun Huaiyun. Yi Guqing seethed, his handsome features contorted in extreme rage. Master, did you see that? The Emperor has even relinquished my palace to please the Jun family. What do I amount to in their eyes? A mere dog? His voice emerged from gritted teeth, laden with boundless hatred. After a brief silence, the ancient voice within him spoke again. Disciple. One must endure minor grievances to achieve greater ambitions. Once we obtain the heart of Tianqiu, and I can reconstruct my body, the entire heavenly court shall not escape our grasp. At that time, that woman will be at your mercy. Upon hearing this, Yi Guqing couldn't suppress a laugh. Wait. Until when? Just because you obtain the heart of Tianqiu, will you be able to restore your body and cultivation immediately? Even if you regain your power, can you truly overthrow the entire heavenly court? And that Jun Huaiyun, he has humiliated me publicly twice today? Yi Guqing abruptly turned, pointing towards the hall where Jun Huaiyun resided, his eyes gleaming with madness. Just as he was about to voice his indignation, the image of Yaoxi being embraced by Jun Huaiyun flashed before him. The voice within him fell silent once more. Indeed, he was at a loss for words of consolation, resorting to mere empty promises. Why must you be so furious, my young friend Yi? The Jun family is powerful. Even the emperor must show them deference. What does a mere residence matter? From the shadows, a middle-aged man clad in star official attire slowly emerged, his expression devoid of emotion. This man was none other than the star official of the Greedy Wolf, one of the 36 celestial officials of the heavenly court. Upon seeing this figure, Yi Guqing did not feel fear, but instead revealed a mocking smile. Heh, Greedy Wolf Star Lord, as a high-ranking official of the heavenly court, do you not fear being discovered here alone at night? The Greedy Wolf Star official chuckled nonchalantly. As a minister of the heavenly court for 3 generations, I possess certain skills in concealment. However, it seems your current predicament is rather dire. At that moment, 2 figures emerged from the shadows of the hall. On the left stood a tall young man in a black robe, a violet flame pattern flickering on his brow, emanating a vast aura. On the right was a strange figure shrouded in black mist. If I am not mistaken, these 2 must belong to the Netherworld Imperial clan and the sole envoys of the underworld from the chaotic ancient universe. Yi Guqing's pupils constricted suddenly. He himself hailed from an imperial family of the chaotic ancient universe, albeit a fallen one, but he still possessed some discernment. The black-robed young man grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. With the Greedy Wolf Star official's cover, we can navigate the heavenly court as if it were a deserted realm. However, Yi Guqing, we have not come to witness your impotent rage. Yi Guqing felt the unmasked scorn from the emissaries of the netherworld and forcibly suppressed the fury boiling within him. Taking a deep breath to say, I have a proposition for you, one that I am certain will pique your interest. The sole envoy shrouded in black mist let out a piercing laugh. Ha! How can a mere scion of a fallen imperial family, a wretched dog, dare to negotiate with us? The black-robed young man, however, did not mock. He stepped forward, stating coolly, the transaction you speak of, it wouldn't happen to be the destiny mirror, would it? That is common knowledge. It pertains to something deeper within the secret realm of Tianqiu, not the destiny mirror, but the heart of Tianqiu itself. Yi Guqing enunciated deliberately. The hall fell into an instant silence, the Greedy Wolf Star official's eyes gleaming with intense interest, while the expressions of the emissaries from the netherworld and the imperial clan shifted continuously. Impossible. The heart of Tianqiu is merely a legend. Many have ventured deep into Tianqiu in search of it, yet none have ever laid eyes upon it. How could you possibly know of this? The sole envoy of the underworld was the first to break the silence. That is because they lack this item. Yi Guqing produced a fragment of a talisman from his bosom, inscribed with ancient runes. You want us to assist you in eliminating Jun Huaiyun. The black-robed young man licked his lips, a glint of bloodlust sparking in his eyes. Yi Guqing nodded. Moreover, I require you to create the illusion that the Jun family's young emperor was slain by the ancient beasts of the Tianqiu secret realm. In short, the Jun family must not suspect me. Are you mad? When you summoned me, you did not mention your desire to kill the young emperor of the Jun family. Are you trying to trap me in the heavenly court? Do you not realize that should anything befall the young emperor within the heavenly court, the Jun family will undoubtedly raise the heavenly court to the ground, igniting a war across the immortal domain? The Greedy Wolf Star official exclaimed in disbelief, taken aback by Yi Guqing's audacity. And so what? The more chaos in the immortal domain, the more advantageous it is for us. The Netherworld Imperial clan can expand amidst the turmoil, while the underworld can gather more powerful souls. Yi Guqing's eyes shimmered with a manic light. And you, Greedy Wolf Star official, when the heavenly court is gravely weakened, who is most likely to seize the throne of the emperor? He leaned closer to the Greedy Wolf Star official, his voice chillingly cold. The Greedy Wolf Star official's breath quickened, a palpable greed surfacing in his eyes. He ranked highest among the celestial officials, overshadowing even the imperial lords. If the development were to proceed normally, the position of the heavenly emperor would likely be chosen from among those celestial officials and emperors. However, do not forget that, aside from a few celestial officials who harbor grievances against the Jun family, the rest of the emperors warmly welcome them with open arms. As long as he employs a few subtle tactics behind the scenes, these emperors will undoubtedly be regarded with suspicion and purged by the Jun family. At that point, he would become the most esteemed figure in the heavenly court, and it might not be impossible for him to claim it as his own. But how did you come to know this secret? Have you ventured into the realm of the celestial abyss? The celestial official of the greedy wolf, undazed by the allure of the heavenly emperor's position, regarded Yi Guqing with a look of skepticism. He felt that Yi Guqing was far too enigmatic. This is a secret. Yi Guqing smiled. The celestial official of the greedy wolf's gaze flickered with uncertainty, ultimately suppressing the urge to forcibly extract his soul. You fool. The heart of the celestial abyss is the key to my resurrection, and you dare to use it as a bargaining chip? A sudden roar erupted in Yi Guqing's mind, shaking his consciousness and causing turmoil within. It was his imperial soul in a rage. Yi Guqing sneered inwardly. Master, do not be naive. As long as I can slay Jun Huaiyun, I am willing to pay any price. The heart of the celestial abyss is but a trifle. The opportunity to hunt Jun Huaiyun comes but once, while you can reshape your corporeal form countless times. The disciple is well aware of what weighs heavier. You ungrateful wretch. Without my assistance, you would have perished in the wilderness long ago, and now you dare to betray me? Moreover, it was I who revealed the existence of the heart of the celestial abyss to you, you wretched disciple. The imperial soul's voice trembled with rage. But Yi Guqing chose to ignore his furious master and turn to the three before him. So, what will it be? The heart of the celestial abyss is yours. I only desire the life of Jun Huaiyun. Chapter 115, The Master and Disciple at Odds, Yi Guqing's Longing. The celestial official of the greedy wolf narrowed his eyes. Young friend Yi, are you aware of Jun Huaiyun's current strength? He possesses 5 types of supreme power and is protected by the catastrophe emperor. Such strength is beyond our capacity to contend with. The esteemed celestial official jested. For you know better than we do that the catastrophe emperor cannot enter the secret realm. Furthermore, I possess means to restrain Jun Huaiyun's power. Yi Guqing could not help but chuckle. This old man was still feigning ignorance. Afterward, he turned to the emissary of the underworld. Hasn't the underworld always shown great interest in unique physiques? A mere junior who is not even a quasi-emperor can harbor 5 types of supreme powers without perishing. Does this secret not warrant the underworld's intervention? The black mist churned violently, revealing the inner turmoil of the underworld emissary. After a moment, a hoarse voice emerged from the black mist. Ha ha ha. The underworld is only interested in the physical body of the Jun family's young emperor. The Lord Yama is quite eager to learn how he has achieved such a feat of combining 5 supreme physiques into one. As for the heart of the celestial abyss, it holds no interest for us. We only wish for Jun Huaiyun's corpse, even if it is only a portion. This is certainly acceptable. Yi Guqing readily agreed. All he desired was for Jun Huaiyun to perish, and the rest mattered not. The black-robed youth snorted coldly. My Yomi Emperor clan has always maintained a good rapport with the Chaos Emperor clan. This is the perfect opportunity to eliminate the threat posed by the Jun family's young emperor. But Yi Guqing, you had better not attempt any tricks, otherwise. I swear on my Dao heart. Should you breach this agreement, my Dao heart shall shatter, and I shall never attain rebirth. Yi Guqing raised his hand, slicing his fingertip, allowing a drop of essence blood to hover in the air, transforming into a blood-red rune that melded into his body. Yi Guqing displayed an innocent smile. I have already made a heavenly oath. What more do you have to worry about? Besides, with my strength, do you think I could seize anything from the 3 of you? The celestial official of the greedy wolf exchanged glances with the others and finally nodded. Very well. Once the secret realm opens tomorrow, I will arrange for a trusted subordinate to cooperate with you. But remember, this must be executed cleanly and without leaving any traces. This is naturally not a problem. Yi Guqing nodded in agreement. Just as the 3 were about to leave, Yi Guqing suddenly called out to the emissary of the underworld. Does your underworld not excel in soul cultivation? I wish for Princess Yaoxi to remain unharmed. But her memories need a slight adjustment. The emissary of the underworld chuckled ominously. Ha ha ha. I understand all too well. You wish for that woman to forget Jun Huaiyun and only remember you, correct? Yi Guqing smiled without speaking, a glimpse of morbid yearning flashing through his eyes. After they departed, Yi Guqing finally could not hold on any longer, staggering to a chair and collapsing into it, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. That old wretch had been meddling within him, but fortunately, his will was formidable enough that the celestial official of the greedy wolf and the others had not detected any flaws. Ungrateful disciple, how dare you? Immediately cancel this foolish plan. The heart of the celestial abyss is the key to my resurrection and cannot be given to others. The imperial soul roared within his consciousness, its voice filled with disbelief and disappointment. Yi Guqing slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, sneering inwardly. Master, do you think I am still the puppet you could manipulate? Over the years, you have hidden within me, siphoning my essence to nourish your soul. Did you think I was completely unaware? You, the imperial soul, was momentarily rendered speechless. I have long since investigated this. Before your demise, you embedded a fragment of your remaining soul within this ancient ring, awaiting a suitable host, and I am merely the vessel you selected. Yi Guqing continued. The imperial soul fell silent for a moment, its voice suddenly turning frigid. Since that is the case, I shall not hide this from you any longer. Indeed, I require a suitable corporeal form for my resurrection, but over these years, I have imparted my techniques to you and aided your breakthroughs. Have I not shown you any kindness? It seems he no longer intended to feign ignorance and laid his cards on the table. Kindness. The techniques you imparted were merely to expedite my growth so that I could endure your burgeoning spirit. Each time I advanced, you were secretly siphoning my cultivation. Were you not? Yi Guqing scoffed disdainfully. The imperial soul remained silent, and the candles in the hall suddenly flickered violently, casting distorted reflections of Yi Guqing's face. He rose and approached the bronze mirror, gazing at the blood-red eyes of his reflection. Master, do you know why I despise Jun Huaiyun so? It is not merely because of Yaoxi, but because he possesses everything I desire: talent, status, respect, while I am forever destined to live in his shadow. A mere puppet for you. Therefore, if anyone is to be blamed, let it be Jun Huaiyun, not your disciple. He has taken everything from you. Yi Guqing caressed the mirror image of himself, speaking softly. Upon hearing this, the imperial soul's voice turned menacing. Yi Guqing, if you persist in this manner, I shall have no choice but to withdraw all that I have granted you. Without my assistance, you are nothing. Then let us see, old wretch. Do you truly believe I have made no preparations over the years? Yi Guqing suddenly erupted into laughter, his voice filled with a mad and twisted glee. You. The imperial soul was furious, and Yi Guqing instantly felt his internal energy become disordered, his organs ablaze with pain as if scorched by fire. Yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent. That imperial soul, which had dwelled within him for years, began to ravenously devour his essence. Old wretch, you truly have come. Haven't you? Do not blame me for being ungrateful. Yi Guqing endured the excruciating pain, forcing a semblance of madness onto his face, secretly invoking a secret technique. Deep within his consciousness, countless bizarre black chains emerged, binding the imperial soul tightly. Old wretch, do you think I am still that helpless fool you could control? Over these years, I have long been on guard against your backlash. These soul-binding chains were specially procured from the underworld for you, meticulously prepared. Yi Guqing cackled inwardly. You, ungrateful disciple, you dare to commit regicide? The imperial soul, in a state of terror, realized that its essence was being consumed by the chains, growing increasingly feeble. Yi Guqing sneered. It seems your teachings were indeed effective. You shall perish. I will await you in the depths of hell. Do you think that with just a few of you worthless beings, you can contend with the Jun family's young emperor? The Jun family's power far exceeds your imagination. The voice of the imperial soul diminished, its breath growing weaker. Who said I needed to rely on them? Yi Guqing's lips curled into a cruel arc. The underworld. The chaotic ancient universe, including you, old fool, are nothing more than my pawns. He retrieved a blood-red talisman from his sleeve, its surface entwined with a bizarre black aura. Do you know what this is? This is the blood god curse of 10,000 souls, which I acquired at an auction. Tomorrow, when they and Jun Huaiyun are mutually destroyed, I will use this spell to send them all on their way. You have lost your mind. If this matter is exposed, there will be no refuge for you in the chaotic ancient universe, the underworld, the heavenly court, or even in the myriad realms of the Jun family. The voice finally revealed a tremor of fear. Rest assured, the dead do not gossip. The heart of the heavenly ruins is mine, and Yaoxi is mine as well. As for you lot, you shall serve as my stepping stones. Once I have slain Jun Huaiyun, I shall take Yaoxi and flee to a desolate place. Yi Guqing tenderly caressed the talisman, his gaze soft as if he were admiring a lover. You are dreaming. A violent wave of soul energy surged through his mind. Evidently, the imperial soul was desperately attempting to breach his consciousness. Yi Guqing let out a muffled grunt, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. Yet the smile on his face grew increasingly sinister. It's futile, old fool. I have prepared for this day for a full 3 years. He bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of essence blood into the air, inscribing a peculiar rune. The moment the rune took shape, a piercing scream resonated within his mind. Oh, when did you learn the soul destruction curse? No. The imperial soul's cries were abruptly silenced. After a brief moment of rest, Yi Guqing slowly rose, wiping the blood from his face. Noticing the imperial soul had ceased its movements, he sighed in relief. Finally, tranquility. He gazed out at the celestial nightscape, murmuring to himself, Jun Huaiyun, enjoy your last night well. After tomorrow, Yaoxi's eyes shall only hold me, and you will become an inconspicuous corpse within the secret realm of the heavenly ruins. Chapter 116. The Gathering of Forces and the Chaotic Imperial Clan, Silenced by Scorn. The following morning, divine light illuminated the heavenly court, a myriad of phenomena unfolding. Jun Huaiyun and his companions stood upon the deck of the Star River divine ship, overlooking the gradually clarifying scene below. The entrance to the heavenly ruins was located at the easternmost edge of the heavenly court, Ling Tian Cliff, where a throng of people had already gathered, their numbers estimated to be no less than 100,000. Despite appearing scant, those invited by the heavenly court were all renowned and immortal forces, with even some reclusive families making an appearance. It seemed this secret realm opening had attracted quite the assembly of notable figures. Jun Huaiyun squinted, scanning the various factions. Most striking were a group of cultivators clad in black robes to his left, enveloped in an eerie underworld aura. At their forefront stood a young man bearing a purple flame mark on his brow. He was none other than the third young master of the underworld imperial clan, who had conspired with Yi Guqing the previous night. Upon seeing Jun Huaiyun's arrival, the underworld imperial clan members exchanged glances of varying expressions. The underworld imperial clan, one of the strongest imperial clans in the chaotic ancient universe, was adept in wielding the powers of the underworld and was rumored to maintain a favorable relationship with the chaotic imperial clan, with a heavenly emperor-level being overseeing them. Huaiyun, you must be cautious of them. After all, the chaotic imperial clan suffered a setback at the hands of the Jun family not too long ago. Given the underworld imperial clan's demeanor, they surely will not remain idle, Yaoxi whispered, stepping beside Jun Huaiyun. Such rabble poses no threat to me, Jun Huaiyun replied, slightly nodding, retracting his gaze without further concern. To others, the underworld imperial clan was an untouchable force, but to him, they were inconsequential. Even without the Jun family, his possession of the end of all calamities emperor was sufficient to command respect in the immortal domain. The heavenly emperor and others had long awaited at the entrance. Upon seeing Jun Huaiyun approach, they welcomed him with smiles. Young emperor, you have arrived just in time. The secret realm is about to open. Please wait a moment. Jun Huaiyun clasped his hands in salute. Thank you, esteemed heavenly emperor. Just then, the sky suddenly split open, revealing a massive rift from which emerged an ancient warship. Entirely black, at the ship's prow stood hundreds of formidable young cultivators, with a one-eyed elder at the forefront, surrounded by an unsettling chaotic aura. Another appearance from the chaotic imperial clan? How dare they come to the heavenly court for amusement? Chu Yundao frowned slightly. Di Mingchen stood behind Jun Huaiyun, observing the arrival of the chaotic imperial clan with a complex expression. Noticing his emotional turbulence, Jun Huaiyun gently patted his shoulder. Let bygones be bygones. The chaotic imperial clan isn't worth your concern. Yes, young emperor. Di Mingchen took a deep breath, shifting his gaze away from the chaotic imperial clan. Humph, traitor. The elder from the chaotic imperial clan scanned the Jun family members, pausing noticeably upon seeing Di Mingchen, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. The Jun family is truly domineering, not only slaying my clan's 7 ancestors and the holy son of Yunxiao, but also forcibly abducting our holy son to serve as a slave. If you do not provide an explanation today. Explanation? Jun Huaiyun suddenly chuckled, stepping forward as 5 supreme powers swirled around him, instantly shattering the one-eyed elder's oppressive aura. Old dog, your chaotic imperial clan dares to provoke in front of my Jun family? To be slain is merely retribution for your actions. As for Di Mingchen, he turned to pat Di Mingchen's shoulder. He is now the esteemed leader of the Jun family's young emperor guards. His status is exalted. How can there be any talk of servitude? Indeed, it is your chaotic imperial clan that cannot even accommodate its own young prodigies, publicly humiliating and expelling them. Yet you still have the audacity to demand one back? The one-eyed elder's complexion turned ashen, presumptuous. My clan's internal affairs are not for an outsider like you to meddle in. Di Mingchen possesses the bloodline of chaos. He must return to his clan. Ha! What a chaotic imperial clan. Where were you when my clan's Di Mingchen was being hunted? Where were you when Di Yunxiao insulted him? Now that he has joined my Jun family, you dare to come demanding him back? Jun Huaiyun suddenly burst into laughter, his voice echoing, causing the very void to tremble. I declare here today, Di Mingchen is one of us in the Jun family. Whoever dares to touch him will be declaring war against the Jun family. He waved his hand with great authority. It must be your Jun family that threatened my clan's holy son Mingchen. Otherwise, how could he have joined your Jun family as a servant? The one-eyed elder trembled with rage, his followers glaring with fury. Is that so? Jun Huaiyun displayed a peculiar smile, stepping aside to reveal the calm-faced Di Mingchen behind him. Mingchen, tell them, did you join the Jun family willingly? Or were you coerced into servitude? Di Mingchen stepped forward, cupping his hands toward the one-eyed elder. Ninth elder, no more words are needed. I, Di Mingchen, willingly follow the young emperor from this day forth, and I shall have no further ties to the chaotic imperial clan. Traitor! You carry the bloodline of my clan and dare to openly betray the imperial clan. A young prodigy from the chaotic imperial clan shouted angrily. Jun Huaiyun's gaze turned icy. And before he could speak, Bai Huang leapt forward, cursing, Woof woof, who do you think you are? When Mingchen was with the chaotic imperial clan, you treated him like a dog. Now you come pretending to be sentimental? Chu Yundao, hands cradling the back of his head, wore a cold smile. Indeed. Who was it that berated brother Mingchen so mercilessly back then? Now that he is thriving in the Jun family, you want to claim kinship? You. Do you truly wish to oppose my chaotic imperial clan, and even the entire chaotic ancient universe? The one-eyed elder trembled with fury, his face ashen. Upon hearing the chaotic imperial clan's intent to drag all forces within the chaotic ancient universe into their quagmire, the underworld imperial clan members exchanged displeased glances. Yet, Due to the deep ties between the two clans, they dared not speak out. Facing the threats from the chaotic imperial clan, Jun Huaiyun sneered, "Do not speak of your chaotic imperial clan. Even if you rallied the entire chaotic ancient universe and the foreign realms, you would still be a bunch of useless fools, let alone the Jun family. Even the end of all calamities emperor must bow to me. How does your chaotic imperial clan compare to the end of all calamities emperor?" This statement struck like a heavy hammer, leaving the members of the chaotic imperial clan utterly speechless. The one-eyed elder's countenance fluctuated dramatically. As a high-ranking member of the Chaos Imperial clan, he was all too aware of the terror embodied by the end of days disaster emperor, a being that once made the entire immortal realm tremble in fear. Unable to contain himself, a prodigy from the Chaos Imperial clan pointed at Jun Huaiyun and berated him. "Jun Huaiyun, you are nothing but a mere second-generation heir relying on your family's influence. Without the Jun family, you are nothing more than an ant before our Chaos Imperial clan. Easily crushed. Our clan's elder is merely showing you respect by speaking to you. Do not mistake it for anything else." With a chilling gaze, Jun Huaiyun unleashed an invisible wave of energy that suddenly expanded. Poof! Before the prodigy could finish his insult, he exploded into a mist of blood, not even having the chance to scream as his essence was obliterated. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, all present stunned by the horrifying spectacle. This prodigy was at the peak of the supreme realm, yet he was instantaneously annihilated by Jun Huaiyun's mere glance. Having cultivated for nearly a century to reach the supreme level, how dare he bark like a dog? Is there anyone else from the Chaos Imperial clan who wishes to test their luck? Today, I am in a good mood and shall only slay one. Should anyone else speak out of turn, I would not hesitate to send your entire clan on a one-way journey. Jun Huaiyun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the pale-faced members of the Chaos Imperial clan. The one-eyed elder was utterly shocked. He had not anticipated Jun Huaiyun's terrifying strength. What chilled him further was the profound silence that enveloped the gathering, where not a single faction dared to voice an objection. Not even the Yomi clan remained silent. Observing the Chaos Imperial clan's members, who were filled with indignation yet dared not express it, Jun Huaiyun sneered disdainfully. "Indeed, the Chaos Imperial clan possesses such limited capabilities. When will your strength ever match your brazen words as you prance about before me?" The atmosphere at Lingtian Cliff was one of profound silence, everyone intimidated by Jun Huaiyun's overwhelming dominance. The members of the Chaos Imperial clan stood frozen, caught in an awkward limbo, unable to advance or retreat. Princess Yaoxi's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration as she whispered, "Huaiyun, you are truly impressive." Jun Huaiyun offered a faint smile, "Just a few pesky flies, hardly worth my concern." From the direction of the Yomi clan, Yuwu squinted, murmuring to the messenger from the underworld beside him, "This young man is indeed extraordinary. It seems our plans must be adjusted." The underworld messenger grinned ominously, "The stronger, the better. Lord Yin Jun relishes such subjects for experimentation." Meanwhile, the star officer from the greedy wolf star stood within the heavenly court's ranks, watching the overwhelmingly powerful Jun Huaiyun with a hint of foreboding in his eyes. The Jun family was alarmingly domineering, and he sensed an ominous premonition. However, with the arrow already knocked, he could not retreat. Even if he chose to back down now, he would undoubtedly be betrayed by the underworld's faction in the future. There was no other path but to forge ahead into darkness. Chapter 117. The Imperial Daughter of the Azure Clan, the terrifying forces of the underworld. Just as the tension reached its peak, a melodious phoenix cry suddenly resonated from the horizon. The crowd turned to the source of the sound and beheld a resplendent divine bird, entirely emerald in hue, pulling a crystal-clear jade carriage through the skies. The divine bird's wings spanned 100 feet, each feather inscribed with the symbols of the Dao, exuding a tremendous pressure that echoed the might of the heavens. It was the Azure Clan's Qing Wan divine carriage. The Azure Clan had arrived? Such a grand entrance. Could it be that a prince or princess of the Azure Clan was present? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, eyes wide with disbelief. The Azure Clan had always distanced themselves from worldly affairs. They had not appeared during previous instances of the Tianshu Secret Realm. Who would have thought that they would show up this time for the Tianshu Secret Realm? Surrounding the jade carriage was a nebulous azure mist, within which a graceful figure could be faintly discerned seated elegantly. As the carriage hovered above Lingtian Cliff, the azure mist gradually dissipated, revealing the true visage of the extraordinary woman within. She wore a simple yet elegant azure gown, embroidered with designs of the celestial mountains, each stitch infused with the profound truths of the universe. Her 3,000 azure tresses were held up by a simple wooden pin. But what captivated the eye were her clear, sapphire-like eyes. She was the Azure Clan's imperial daughter, Qingli. The Azure Clan was one of the most enigmatic and reclusive families in the immortal realm, rumored to be the embodiment of the heavenly Dao, capable of leveraging the powers of heaven and earth to suppress all foes. This imperial daughter, Qingli, was hailed as the most exceptional prodigy of the Azure Clan in millennia, said to have drawn the blessings of the heavenly Dao upon her birth, and was designated by the clan's ancestors as the next clan leader. Yaoxi leaned closer to Jun Huaiyun, her tone grave. Huaiyun, she is formidable. Jun Huaiyun nodded slightly. His gaze fixed intently on Qing Li. He could sense a peculiar power within this Azure Clan imperial daughter. Qing Li seemed to sense his scrutiny, turning her gaze towards Jun Huaiyun. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Jun Huaiyun felt as if he were gazing into a vast starry sky, witnessing countless beings rise and fall, from the mightiest immortals and demons to the humblest mortals. Qing Li's eyes flickered with surprise as she beheld the faint five-colored divine light that shimmered behind Jun Huaiyun, a manifestation of the perfect fusion of 5 supreme powers. Indeed, the young emperor of the Jun family lived up to his reputation. Seeing was believing. The young emperor possessed 5 distinct powers that harmoniously intertwined. Perhaps the Jun family was the final key. Qing Li murmured softly, hesitating for a moment before ultimately refraining from approaching him. Instead, she merely inclined her head slightly in respect towards the heavenly emperor, then stood quietly with the members of the Azure Clan. How strange. The Azure Clan had always shunned worldly matters. Why would they show interest in the Tianshu secret realm this time? Chu Yundao scratched his head in confusion. Bai Huang, perched upon Jun Huaiyun's shoulder, narrowed his eyes with a hint of vigilance. Woof woof, little Yun, that woman's gaze towards you is peculiar. Could she possibly be interested in you? Do not speak nonsense. Jun Huaiyun flicked Bai Huang's forehead, though his gaze lingered thoughtfully on Qing Li. He sensed that this Azure Clan imperial daughter seemed to have something to convey to him, yet she was deliberately maintaining her distance. Just then, numerous runes began to materialize deep within Ling Tian Cliff, intertwining in the void to form a colossal gate of light. Within the gate, the essence of the Dao roiled, and an ancient world could be faintly discerned within its depths. The Tianshu secret realm has been opened. The heavenly emperor proclaimed loudly. Everyone, remember, the secret realm will last for 7 days. Regardless of whether you discover any opportunities, you must return promptly after 7 days. Otherwise, you shall be trapped within forever. As the heavenly emperor's voice faded, the various prodigies who had long awaited this moment transformed into streaks of light, rushing towards the gate. The members of the Chaos Imperial Clan and the Yomi Clan did not even spare a glance at Jun's family, scrambling to enter the secret realm. Huaiyun, we should go as well. Yaoxi tugged at Jun Huaiyun's sleeve. Jun Huaiyun nodded, preparing to move, only to suddenly sense a lingering gaze. Turning back, he found himself locking eyes with Qing Li's enchanting orbs. She seemed taken aback at being noticed, hastily averting her gaze, but after a moment of hesitation, she inclined her head slightly towards Jun Huaiyun. Qing Li's lips parted as if she wished to speak, but ultimately, only a soft sigh escaped her, and she soared toward the gate with the Azure Clan members. How intriguing. Is she playing hard to get, or does she harbor some hidden secret? A flicker of amusement danced in Jun Huaiyun's eyes. He sensed that this Azure Clan imperial daughter concealed something significant, perhaps connected to him or the Jun family. Brother Jun, what are you daydreaming about? If you don't hurry, all the good things will be snatched away. Chu Yundao urged from the side. Jun Huaiyun snapped back to reality. Smiling gently, what is the rush? True opportunities are not merely claimed by being the first to arrive. What is meant for you will be yours. Forcing it will yield no results. With that, he waved his hand grandly, leading the members of the Jun family into a dazzling streak of light as they entered the gate. In the instant they passed through the gate, Jun Huaiyun felt the space around him warp, with countless light and shadow rushing by. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing in an unfamiliar realm. The sky here was an eerie shade of bluish-gray, devoid of sun, moon, or stars. Only countless fragments of land floated about. The ground was cracked, with magma surging from the fissures, and the air was thick with an ancient, decayed aroma. This is the Tianshu secret realm? Yaoxi exclaimed in astonishment as she surveyed her surroundings. How is it so different from my last visit? Jun Huaiyun scanned the area, realizing that aside from Yaoxi, Chu Yundao, Bai Huang, and Di Mingchen were nowhere to be found. The entire realm of the celestial abyss appeared to be distorted by some unseen force, scattering everyone into disparate areas. It seems that someone has meticulously arranged a welcoming ceremony for us. A cold smile curled at the corner of Jun Huaiyun's lips, and a glint of icy light flickered in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Yaoxi's delicate face turned pale. Huaiyun, this is not right. The celestial abyss has never exhibited such a phenomenon. My father has stated that the realm maintains stability each time it opens, unless someone has manipulated it from within. It appears there are indeed issues within the heavenly court. Jun Huaiyun took the lead, his gaze sharp as it swept across the surroundings. Just then, a strange laughter emanated from behind him. He, the young emperor of the Jun family, is indeed clever. But unfortunately, it is too late. A mass of black mist gradually materialized, coalescing into a humanoid form. The figure was shrouded in a dark robe, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes. It was the sole envoy from the underworld who had conspired with Yi Guqing the previous night. People from the underworld? Even a calamity-level quasi-emperor. You underworld folk are quite audacious to interfere in this matter. It seems you are deeply colluding with certain individuals within the heavenly court. Jun Huaiyun remarked, shielding Yaoxi behind him, maintaining his composure. You flatter me, young emperor. However, after today, there will be no more young emperor of the Jun family in the celestial domain. Lord Yin Jun has long awaited your flesh. The soul envoy replied with a sinister grin. As soon as the words left his lips, the space around Jun Huaiyun suddenly tore apart, and 10 ancient corpses, exuding the stench of decay, stepped forth. Their eyes flickered with eerie green ghostly flames, each radiating the oppressive aura of quasi-emperors. 11 quasi-emperors. You underworld have truly esteemed me highly by dispatching such a formidable array just to capture a single celestial prodigy, Jun Huaiyun remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Chapter 118. The battle begins. Yaoxi's power. Hee, young emperor of the Jun family. You are indeed an unparalleled prodigy in the celestial domain, embodying 5 supreme powers. Lord Yin Jun has issued a death order to ensure you are brought back to the underworld intact. The chilling laughter of the underworld soul envoy echoed through the shattered heavens and earth as he crushed a pitch-black spatial jade slip with his thin fingers. The void rapidly twisted and tore open, and 2 more terrifying auras suddenly descended. Boom! 2 bronze ancient coffins, entwined with soul-locking chains, burst through the air. The coffin lids exploding apart to reveal 2 withered corpses cloaked in dark robes. Their hollow eye sockets opened wide, and the oppressive aura of 2 calamity-level quasi-emperors surged forth like a tsunami, causing the very fabric of this realm to shatter under their might. Additionally, numerous figures emerged from the surroundings, each a Taoist master of considerable strength. The underworld has actually dispatched 13 quasi-emperors and 72 Taoist masters. Yaoxi's face turned ashen as she instinctively clutched Jun Huaiyun's sleeve. Jun Huaiyun's brows furrowed slightly. 13 quasi-emperors, 2 of whom were calamity level. Accompanied by dozens of Taoist masters, this assembly was enough to sweep away any immortal sect, yet it was all aimed solely at him. The underworld truly places significant importance on him. It appears that the Yin Jun you spoke of is quite eager for my body. However, do these ground-dwelling fools even qualify? Jun Huaiyun chuckled lightly, his eyes shimmering with 5-colored divine light. At that moment, a familiar figure stepped forth from the void, wearing a triumphant smile. It was Yi Guqing. Jun Huaiyun, did you not expect this? You thought you could escape unscathed after humiliating me twice in the heavenly court? Today, the celestial abyss shall be your burial ground. He looked down upon Jun Huaiyun and Yaoxi from a position of superiority. Upon seeing him, Yaoxi's beautiful eyes ignited with overwhelming fury. So it is you, Yi Guqing. You dare conspire with the underworld to harm the young emperor of the Jun family. My father will never let you off the hook. Ha! Princess, once Jun Huaiyun becomes a lifeless corpse, you shall understand who truly deserves your affection. Yi Guqing laughed boisterously. Despicable wretch, you are contemptible. Yaoxi's face was filled with disdain and revulsion. Princess, as long as victory is attained, why concern oneself with the means employed? Yi Guqing remained unfazed. Then turned to the underworld's entourage, casually waving his hand. I leave this to you all. I still have to meet with the other Jun family prodigies. Remember, he must not leave alive, or we will all be doomed. With that, his figure gradually faded from view, leaving behind a trail of arrogant laughter. Yaoxi's slender fingers tightly gripped Jun Huaiyun's sleeve. Huaiyun, they seem to have employed some sort of method to separate us from the others. Even the communication jade slips have become ineffective. No matter, Jun Huaiyun gently patted her hand, a cold smile gracing his lips. Just a few rats from the sewers. This young emperor is more than enough. Arrogant fool. Those unaware might think you have ascended to greatness, the leading soul envoy barked. No sooner had he spoken than 3 ancient corpses surged forth simultaneously, their desiccated claws rending the void as they grasped toward Jun Huaiyun, carrying the corrosive laws of death. Wherever they passed, the very space became tainted dark green, emitting hissing sounds. A mere parlor trick. Jun Huaiyun's eyes glimmered with 5-colored divine light as he casually pushed forward with his right palm. In an instant, chaotic energy erupted, transforming into a surging river of chaos. Within this river, stars floated and sank, each droplet of water weighing like a mountain, directly sending the 3 ancient corpses flying backward, cracks appearing upon their decayed bodies. How can this be? This technique is a secret of the Chaos Imperial clan. How could you possibly? One of the soul envoys exclaimed in disbelief. Jun Huaiyun did not grant him the time to ponder. Swiftly making a hand gesture with his left hand, as the primordial light erupted from his fingertips. That radiance was pure and flawless, containing the might to create and destroy, dissolving the laws of death in its wake. The 2 ancient corpses could not evade in time and were pierced through the skull by the primordial light, the ghostly flames in their eyes flickering violently as they emitted silent wails. With their entrance, he had obliterated 2 quasi-emperors in an instant. And it was fortunate that the ancient corpses were somewhat weaker than typical quasi-emperors, combined with the primordial light being particularly effective against such corrupt forces, allowing Jun Huaiyun to catch them off guard. Damn it, I almost forgot that he possesses the primordial essence within him. The primordial power is exceedingly restraining to our abilities. Let us all attack together to subdue this brat. Another soul envoy's voice became shrill. With that, the remaining 8 ancient corpses and 3 underworld soul envoys launched an all-out assault, the overwhelming might of the quasi-emperors surging through the heavens and earth, engulfing the universe. Meanwhile, Jun Huaiyun remained unfazed, raising his hand to unleash the Chaos Imperial Palm in retaliation. On the other side, Yaoxi was surrounded by dozens of Taoist masters from the underworld. Capture this girl. Use her to threaten the young emperor of the Jun family into submission. The cold voice echoed through the shattered space as 72 underworld Taoist masters struck simultaneously. Dark chains surged from all directions toward Yaoxi. Those chains were inscribed with strange runes, corroding the space they traversed, producing hissing white smoke. Is that all you have? Yaoxi's beautiful eyes flashed with cold light. And with a delicate lift of her jade hand, a pure light akin to dawn erupted from her palm. The radiance appeared gentle, yet upon contact with the chains, it unleashed a terrifying heat, melting dozens of chains simultaneously, transforming them into molten iron that fell. Such a rich bloodline of the Shi clan. The leading Taoist master recoiled in astonishment. The underworld had severely underestimated Yaoxi's strength. As the daughter of the heavenly emperor and a saintess of the Shi clan, how could she possibly lack power? Now you know fear? Yaoxi's lips curled slightly, her 3,000 strands of hair dancing in the wind. As hundreds of miniature suns emerged around her, each harboring divine birds swirling within, exuding a potent yang energy that repelled evil. The 100 suns simultaneously erupted, transforming into a torrential rain of fire, as the 72 Taoist masters hastily formed a formation, gathering the dark energy and ghostly power to create a pitch-black barrier. The rain of fire crashed against the barrier, producing a deafening explosion that caused the entire space to tremble violently. Formed the 10,000 ghosts devouring heart formation. An underworld Taoist master shouted sharply. 72 of them simultaneously bit their tongues, spitting out blood that wove together in the air to form a grotesque, ghostly visage. That visage opened its massive mouth and spewed forth countless vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts, their chilling wails sending shivers down spines. Yaoxi's expression grew slightly tense as she swiftly formed hand seals, sunlight transmutation sword. A brilliant beam of light descended from the heavens, coalescing into a resplendent long sword in her hands, its blade shimmering with the ethereal shadows of the sun, moon, and stars. With a gentle flick, a vast golden sword light swept forth. Dozens of vengeful spirits were reduced to ashes in the radiant blade's wake. Yet an even greater multitude of malevolent spirits surged forward relentlessly. Despite Yaoxi's formidable strength and extraordinary talent, capable of vanquishing large swathes of dark souls with each strike, the sheer number of adversaries gradually forced her into a perilous position. She was merely at the Xianzun realm, and to confront Dao Zun was no small feat, let alone 72 of them. Moreover, these Dao Zun employed an array of sinister tactics, rendering Yaoxi somewhat reactive. Not everyone possessed the extraordinary prowess of Jun Huaiyun. Chapter 119. The information is false, the world-destroying lotus. I can succeed, I must not hinder Huaiyun. Yaoxi bit her lip lightly, her delicate hands forming a complex seal. Sun and moon convergence. With a delicate shout, an extraordinary phenomenon of the sun and moon appeared behind her, the moon luminous as frost, the sun radiant as the heavens. Two entirely distinct powers manifesting in her wake. With a wave of her jade hand, the powers of the sun and moon transformed into countless blades of light, annihilating the advancing dark souls. Could she truly wield the powers of both the yin and yang simultaneously? Was this an aberration of the Shi clan bloodline? Many Dao Zun retreated in astonishment. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Yaoxi's enchanting eyes. She waved her hand lightly, intertwining the powers of the sun and moon into a net that ensnared several Dao Zun within. The luminous net swiftly contracted, slicing the bodies of the Dao Zun into countless fragments. Witnessing the grim fate of her enemies, Yaoxi's fair visage paled slightly. She took a deep breath, suppressing her discomfort, and continued to press forward against the remaining Dao Zun of the underworld. She did not wish to be a mere ornament. She aspired to contribute to Jun Huaiyun's cause. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Jun Huaiyun was fiercely engaged with the myriad quasi-emperors of the underworld. This young man possessed a strength beyond comprehension. One sole envoy, his face a mask of horror, felt their hearts race as the tide of battle shifted from an even exchange to a relentless assault against them. Primordial Emperor's finger. Jun Huaiyun struck down several ancient corpses with a palm, then pointed forward gently. A radiant white light, dazzling beyond measure, pierced the void, blowing a gaping hole in the chest of an ancient corpse. The creature staggered back, unable to heal its wound as the primordial power continuously eroded its flesh. Attempting a sneak attack? Chaotic Divine Fist. Jun Huaiyun sensed ripples in the space to his left, his right fist imbued with overwhelming chaotic power, colliding fiercely with the sole envoy preparing to ambush him. The envoy let out a shriek as his entire arm was reduced to a mist of blood, retreating in agony while clutching his severed limb. What just happened? The underworld's forces looked on in bewilderment. Even Yaoxi stood in shock. She knew Jun Huaiyun was powerful, but she had not anticipated he would be this formidable, single-handedly suppressing a host of quasi-emperors, 2 great realms above him. You all seem lacking, leaving me unable to fully relish this. Jun Huaiyun retracted his fist, his tone devoid of emotion. The underworld's ranks exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a mix of astonishment. They could hardly fathom how Jun Huaiyun's strength could reach such heights. While they could accept a Xianzun overpowering a Daozun, a Xianzun suppressing more than a dozen quasi-emperors was simply beyond comprehension. Even in novels, such absurdities were rarely penned. These plain words, however, plunged the underworld's forces into an icy abyss, a chilling dread coursing through their very souls, more terrifying than facing the wrath of the king of hell. Arrogant brat. The leading 2 tribulation quasi-emperor soul envoy's crimson eyes were nearly bloodshot. He thrust his gnarled claw into the void, retrieving a pitch-black bone banner oozing with tainted blood, its surface adorned with the anguished, twisted faces of countless souls. The moment it appeared, the temperature in the shattered space plummeted, the anguished wails striking directly at their souls. 10,000 souls banner, devour soul, extinguish spirit. The soul envoy howled, shaking the bone banner. Countless wronged souls shrieked, transforming into a tangible torrent of black sound waves that disregarded the distance of space, instantly enveloping Jun Huaiyun. Wherever the torrent passed, the void froze inch by inch, decaying. Even the laws of existence echoed in lament. This was a fatal assault targeting the very soul, specifically designed to obliterate the primordial spirit. Be careful, Yaoxi cried out. Even from a distance, the sound waves inflicted agonizing pain upon her spirit, causing the shimmering protective barrier to tremble violently. Faced with this terrifying torrent capable of annihilating a quasi-emperor's soul, a cold smile crept across Jun Huaiyun's lips. You underworld dwellers toy with the souls of the living, upending the balance of life and death, treating humanity as mere playthings. Today, let me show you what true despair is. End of all things, return to silence. Without lifting a hand, he merely stirred his thoughts. Boom. The shattered heavens behind him suddenly split open, revealing a profound rift. Within this chasm surged an incomprehensibly dark force of annihilation. Swish. Several massive, pitch-black tendrils, entirely composed of this annihilation power and adorned with peculiar suction cups, erupted from the fissure. They defied physical laws and spatial barriers, instantly appearing before the wave of black sound. Hiss. There was no earth-shattering explosion. As the annihilation tendrils made contact with the soul sound torrent, the terrifying sound waves, capable of freezing and decaying the very laws of existence, emitted a strange sound, as if encountering their nemesis, and were greedily devoured and absorbed by the black tendrils. The suction cups on the tendrils opened and closed rhythmically, as if savoring the delights of the world. What? The soul envoy holding the banner turned pale with shock. He felt the power of the 10,000 souls banner being frantically siphoned away. Primordial prison lock. Jun Huaiyun's voice resonated once more, imbued with a sovereign indifference. He opened his right hand, gently gripping the void. Boom. The purple-gold primordial energy surged forth from his palm, not as a torrent, but rapidly spreading and interweaving in the void. In an instant, a colossal net, woven from primordial purple energy and spanning a radius of 10,000 zhang, materialized out of thin air, its strands flowing with the profound runes of the universe's birth and demise, emanating a supreme power that could confine all laws and suppress the cosmos. This is bad. We can't move. The remaining quasi-emperors of the underworld and the ancient corpses were horrified to discover that the vast death energy within them had become sluggish. The net not only binding their bodies, but also the very laws of this realm. Creation refinement of the heavens. Jun Huaiyun raised his left hand, palm facing upwards. A massive, ancient-looking tripod, seemingly cast from bronze, suddenly materialized above his palm. The furnace walls were inscribed with the divine patterns of creation and annihilation, depicting the cycle of all things. Jun Huaiyun aimed the furnace opening at the underworld's forces, firmly ensnared by the primordial net. Refine. Jun Huaiyun commanded coldly. The furnace's phantom blazed with brilliance. Within, there were no flames, but rather a bubbling, life-filled divine light of creation. This radiance contained the dual powers of creation and destruction, a veritable poison to the spectral beings of the underworld. Horrifying screams echoed as the underworld's powerful beings, encased in the divine light of creation, appeared as if doused in acid, sizzling and emitting plumes of black smoke. Their decaying bodies dissolved at a visible pace, the death laws within them forcibly extracted and purified. The 2 tribulation quasi-emperor soul envoys, holding the 10,000 souls banner, found it subjected to Jun Huaiyun's focused attention. The banner blazed with intensity as countless wronged souls were liberated and dissipated within the divine light of creation. Puff, puff, puff. Several already shattered ancient corpses could no longer withstand the onslaught, exploding into a shower of corrupted flesh and bone, entirely purified by the divine light of creation. The 3 relatively powerful soul envoys were also gravely injured by the force of creation, their souls dimming, their essence dwindling to the utmost. In an instant, the tide of battle turned. With his singular might, Jun Huaiyun suppressed 13 quasi-emperors. The Dao Zun of the underworld, who had encircled Yaoxi, were now utterly terrified. Their souls shattered by Jun Huaiyun's overwhelming, godlike combat prowess. The consecutive annihilation of formidable foes with effortless grace, the terrifying power displayed with a mere flick of the wrist, left them utterly bewildered. Seizing this opportunity, Yaoxi capitalized on the moment of chaos, unleashing her formidable divine abilities to eliminate a dozen Dao Zun. What manner of being is this child, human or specter? He appears more ghostly than we do. Flee. The intelligence was false. We have been ensnared by this wretched soul. At the heart of the battlefield, the remaining 3 soul envoys had long since lost their fighting spirit, completely daunted by Jun Huaiyun's relentless display of 5 extraordinary powers. They congregated, retreating desperately, wishing only to escape the presence of this demonic figure. They would rather face the wrath of the King of Hell than continue to contend with Jun Huaiyun. Now you wish to depart? It is too late. Jun Huaiyun's voice echoed like that of the Grim Reaper whispering in their ears. Upon hearing this, the gazes of the few remaining soul envoys filled with dread. Hastening their flight, he slowly raised his hands, clasping them together before his chest. This time, it was not a singular force. The 5 powers, embodying the supreme laws of the universe, surged forth from his being. Each of these powers, when unleashed individually, was enough to attract the attention of an emperor. Yet now, under Jun Huaiyun's overwhelmingly potent will, they began an unimaginable fusion. The 5 forces intertwined, coiling and spinning. A low hum resonated as the void lamented, and the laws trembled. A diminutive, constantly rotating point of 5-colored light was born in his palm. Though small, it emanated a destructive aura that caused the entire heavenly ruins to shudder. It is time to conclude this game. Let me test my self-created divine ability. Jun Huaiyun's gaze was devoid of emotion, his words carrying no sentiment. 5 origins returning to the ruins, the lotus of annihilation. He gently thrust his palms forward, and the 5-colored light point suddenly expanded, blossoming into a magnificent lotus that exuded an aura of world-ending destruction, unfurling in the void. This move evoked memories of the ancient imperial lotus resonating through the cosmos, now transformed into a world-shattering lotus that would echo through eternity. Run. This is a monster. A sudden scream pierced the air as the remaining Dao Zun fled in a frenzy, desperate to distance themselves from the enigmatic figure clad in dark robes. This is the lotus of annihilation, a fusion of 5 supreme powers, burying the heavens and severing the cycle of reincarnation, Jun Huaiyun murmured softly. The minuscule 5-colored lotus drifted silently, instantly traversing the endless expanse to appear above the fleeing souls of the underworld. No, there was no cataclysmic roar. Only a profound silence, as if the universe itself was concluding, all things returning to the void. At the moment the lotus fully unfurled, an indescribable halo of annihilation emanated outward, centered around the 5-colored lotus, silently expanding. Where the halo passed, space shattered without a sound, disintegrating into the most primal particles of chaos. The fleeing Dao Zun of the underworld had no time to scream, whether it was their protective artifacts, their energy barriers, or their bodies and malevolent souls. Upon contact with the halo, they were instantaneously vaporized. Countless spatial rifts rapidly spread, a terrifying torrent of chaotic energy engulfing everything. Only after the halo expanded to a radius of 100,000 miles did it gradually dissipate, leaving behind a gaping void with a diameter of 10,000 miles. Jun Huaiyun stood at the edge of the black hole, the 5-colored divine light slowly fading from his form. He gazed into the all-consuming abyss, his expression one of utter indifference. To him, a quasi-emperor was merely that, nothing more. Yaoxi exhaled in relief, her eyes shimmering with admiration and pride as she beheld Jun Huaiyun's godlike silhouette. She swiftly flew to his side, concern etched on her features. Huaiyun, are you all right? Jun Huaiyun returned to his usual demeanor, gently taking her hand and speaking softly. Just a few bothersome flies. But are you unscathed? I am fine. Yaoxi vigorously shook her head, but then her brow furrowed slightly as a thought struck her. But what of Senior Bai Huang and Xu Yindao? Fear not. None shall escape. Jun Huaiyun's gaze shifted towards the tumultuous energy fluctuations in the distance, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. Time rewound a moment earlier, and upon a continent shrouded in gray mist, Di Mingchen had just steadied himself, the shattered stones beneath his feet disintegrating into dust. Where's this place? What of the young emperors? Di Mingchen suppressed the turmoil within, surveying his surroundings. The gray mist not only obscured his vision, but also subtly suppressed his spiritual perception, while an exceedingly strange odor permeated the air. Suddenly, the space twisted violently without warning, ripples of distortion rapidly spreading. Following closely, hundreds of unmatched auras tore through the spatial barriers, descending with unabashed murderous intent. At the forefront stood the 3rd and 4th holy sons of the Chaos Imperial clan. The former, a sinister figure clad in dark gold robes, was Di Yunya, who had once humiliated Di Mingchen alongside Di Yunxiao. The latter, more imposing and overwhelming, was Di Tiange, surrounded by a swirling vortex of chaotic energy. Behind them stood a cadre of elite disciples from the Chaos Imperial clan, each exuding formidable energy. All at least at the sovereign level. Further back, hundreds of ordinary disciples of the Chaos Imperial clan glared at Di Mingchen with contempt and fury. "Traitor! What more do you have to say?" The fourth holy son, Di Tiange, sneered. "I never anticipated you would forsake your identity as a holy son to join the Jun clan and become the slave of that so-called young emperor of the Jun family. Where is your dignity?" With a wave of his hand, Di Tiange instructed the surrounding disciples of the Chaos Imperial clan to rapidly disperse, forming a battle formation that sealed off all possible escape routes for Di Mingchen. An intense, frigid killing intent pervaded the entire continent. "Traitor? It is the Chaos Imperial clan that betrayed me first. And as for servitude? In the Jun clan, I, Di Mingchen, am the commander of the young emperor's guard. A status of great esteem, far surpassing the so-called holy son position where I was subjected to your humiliation. You are nothing but a frog in a well. Unworthy to judge my choices." Alone and unyielding, Di Mingchen faced the overwhelming pressure that could shatter countless heroes, his countenance betraying no panic. Only a chilling and almost indifferent calm. "Di Mingchen, you shameless traitor, how dare you refute me?" Climbing onto the high branch of the Jun clan. "Have you forgotten whose blood runs in your veins? Today, your life will serve to cleanse the shame of our Chaos Imperial clan." Di Yunya's eyes burned with deep-seated hatred and jealousy. He did not truly resent Di Mingchen for betraying the Chaos Imperial clan, but rather lamented that he should have taken Di Mingchen's place to join the Jun clan, thus securing his own opportunity. Why waste words on him? Let us strike together and capture this traitor, delivering him to the elders of the clan for judgment. The disciples of the Chaos Imperial clan unleashed their chaotic energies, a myriad of powerful secret techniques and divine abilities surging towards Di Mingchen. Unfazed by the murderous intent surrounding him, Di Mingchen's eyes were cold and devoid of fear as he waved his left hand, a long spear materializing in his grasp. With a flourish, Di Mingchen wielded the spear, executing the Chaos Imperial clan's supreme spear technique, the Chaos Breaking the Boundary Spear. The spear surged forth like a dragon, imbued with the momentum to tear apart worlds, piercing towards them. "Ha, fools! How dare you employ our clan's secret arts against us? Every move and technique of yours has been anticipated by us. A waste will always remain a waste, and no matter how high you climb within the Jun family, your inherent worthlessness cannot be altered." Di Tiange let out a maniacal laugh as he unleashed his own chaotic breaking spear, its ferocity surpassing that of Di Mingchen, striking first and aiming directly at the flaws in Di Mingchen's spear technique. As it appeared that Di Mingchen's moves were on the verge of being dismantled, a cruel smile spread across the faces of the Chaos Imperial clan, as though they could already envision the humiliation and capture of Di Mingchen. However, at this critical juncture, a chilling smirk curled upon Di Mingchen's lips, and the aura of his spear shifted dramatically. A terrifying, utterly different force, more domineering and enigmatic, erupted from him, as if it could suppress the very heavens and earth. "Break!" Di Mingchen uttered with a low growl, his spear morphing into the renowned imperial divine technique of the Jun family, the Junlin Tianxia Jinshi Emperor Spear. Golden imperial runes shimmered along the spear's shaft, embodying supreme imperial might and the will to dominate all. Wherever the spear light passed, the supposed vulnerabilities of Di Tiange instantly shattered, and the furious might of the Jinshi spear oppressed everyone present. With a thunderous roar, the spear light, suffused with blinding golden brilliance, pierced through Di Tiange's defensive techniques and struck mercilessly at his chest. Crack! Di Tiange's ribs caved in, blood erupted from his mouth, mingled with fragments of his internal organs, and he was sent hurtling backward like a rag doll, crashing heavily into the distant bone mountain, his aura instantly waning. Disbelief and horror filling his eyes. What? The smiles on the faces of Di Yunya and all the Chaos Imperial clan elites froze, replaced by overwhelming shock and terror. This was not the power of the Chaos Imperial clan. The might far exceeded their comprehension of imperial secret techniques. Was this the Jun family's divine ability? Impossible. How could the Jun family's techniques be so formidable? Di Yunya screamed in disbelief, his voice cracking from sheer fear, as their Chaos Imperial clan's powerful secret arts were effortlessly dismantled by the Jun family's techniques. It should be noted that his cultivation was a whole level above Di Mingchen. Believing their Chaos Imperial clan's secret arts to be invincible, they remained oblivious to the reality that there are heavens beyond heaven and people beyond people. The existence of talents like you within the Chaos Imperial clan is the true tragedy. Di Mingchen, gripping his spear, said coldly, "Presumptuous. How dare you insult the secret arts of my clan? You shall pay dearly. Today, let me show you what the true legacy of the Chaos Imperial clan entails. Everyone, prepare the formation and employ the chaos suppression to subdue him." Di Yunya's face turned ashen. He could not accept that the Jun family's techniques could be so powerful as to suppress them across multiple dimensions. Yes, Lord Saint's son. Hundreds of Chaos Imperial clan elites responded in unison, bursting forth with dazzling chaotic divine light, intertwining to instantly coalesce a massive phantom of a chaotic grinding disc in the void. The grinding disc spun, emitting terrifying roars, as the heavy power of chaos permeated the entire area. This was a killing formation, empowered by the secret battle array of the Imperial clan, with both Saint sons and numerous elites, strong enough to annihilate a mystic sovereign. The chaotic runes in Dimension's heavy pupils flowed rapidly. Faced with the Imperial clan's ultimate techniques that once inspired his admiration, he felt no stirrings in his heart, only coldness and sorrow. The words of the young emperor were not in vain. The decayed Imperial clan had no future to speak of. Today, I shall shatter your delusions. He did not evade but instead formed an ancient, profound seal with both hands before him. This seal was not owned by the Chaos Imperial clan. It was one of the secret techniques imparted to him by Jun Huaiyun before his seclusion. Junlin Wangu Dian, suppress the vastness. Buzz. The immense chaotic power within Dimension did not operate according to the Imperial clan's methods, but flowed along a more intricate and domineering trajectory. An ancient, dignified, and mysterious phantom of an enormous Imperial seal, seemingly carrying the weight of the eternal heavens, erupted above his head. When this Imperial seal appeared, the heavens dimmed, and the myriad worlds trembled, as the phantom of the chaotic grinding disc emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable burden, cracks spreading throughout. The battle array began to collapse on its own. What? This is not my clan's technique. The Jun family has bestowed you with this divine ability? Di Yunya and Di Tiango were struck with horror, having never witnessed such a powerful sealing technique. Di Mingchen's expression remained indifferent, unwilling to waste words on those near death. Boom. The Imperial seal descended with the force of 1,000 Jun, ruthlessly smashing towards the chaotic grinding disc. Crack. The chaotic grinding disc shattered with a resounding crash, and the hundreds of Chaos Imperial clan elites forming the array were dealt a heavy blow, spitting blood and flying backward, the formation collapsing instantly, with the weaker ones exploding into a mist of blood. The residual force of the Imperial seal did not diminish, with the terrifying power to shatter boundless star rivers. It directly struck the panic-stricken Di Yunya and Di Tiange. Not good, quickly defend. The two were filled with dread, frantically channeling all their strength to resist. Uft, uft. Like swatting two flies, the protective chaotic aura around Di Yunya and Di Tiange was instantly shattered. The Imperial seal pressed past them, their bodies exploding into two clouds of blood mist, unable to escape even their primordial spirits before being utterly obliterated by the laws emanating from the Imperial seal. Hiss. The scene fell into a dead silence, as the fortunate few among the Chaos Imperial clan who survived collapsed to the ground, staring at the figure standing beneath the phantom of the Imperial seal as if they were gazing upon a demon god. In a single strike, he had decimated two of the Chaos Imperial clan's saint sons and obliterated the Imperial clan's battle array. This was no longer the abandoned child they remembered. Easily bullied, he was clearly a fearsome weapon forged by the Jun family. Di Mingchen stood with his spear, his icy gaze sweeping over the dazed Chaos Imperial clan members. And he said coldly, Chaos Imperial clan? Internally rotten beyond repair, refusing to heed the explanations of your kin, mistaking pearls for mere stones, casting aside precious jade for dust. When you once humiliated me, abandoned me, and regarded me as mere chaff, did you ever consider this day? Now, I, Di Mingchen, am blessed by the young emperor, granted a new life, bestowed with divine techniques and methods. I am now the leader of the young emperor's guards in the Jun family, with no further ties to the Chaos Imperial clan. This spear in my hand is the spear that protects the Jun family. You insignificant wretches dare to bark before me? Go back and inform those stubborn, narrow-minded old fools in your clan. The path of Di Mingchen is mine to tread. They have no authority to interfere. Those who oppose the Jun family are enemies of Di Mingchen. Today, I spare your lives to convey this message. But should you dare to send anyone to disturb or show even a hint of disrespect towards the Jun family or the young emperor again. Di Mingchen thrust the spear menacingly toward the prostrate members of the Chaos Imperial clan, the spear tip exuding chaotic light. One comes, I shall slay one. A multitude comes, I shall slay them all. An entire clan, I shall raise your ancestral ground of the Chaos Imperial clan. This vow, may heaven and earth bear witness. With a thunderous proclamation, his words struck like a celestial thunderbolt upon the hearts of every Chaos Imperial clan elite. They gazed upon the spear radiating a terrifying aura, and then at the cold, unfeeling face of Di Mingchen. An icy dread surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. Fear. This was the essence of fear, boundless terror engulfing them. Let us flee. Let us flee quickly. I shall never return. Uncertain who shouted first, the members of the Chaos Imperial clan scrambled to escape, dragging their injured kinsmen. Not daring to look back, fleeing in utter disgrace, cursing their parents for not giving them 2 extra legs. Di Mingchen did not pursue. He merely watched their retreating figures coldly, slowly retracting his spear as the aura around him gradually diminished. His gaze shifted to the distant onlookers from various powers. And without uttering a word, he stepped forth and tore through the fabric of space, his immediate priority being to find Jun Huaiyun and the others. In the distance, upon a few shattered stars, other elite members of various factions drawn by the tumult of battle witnessed the entire event, gasping in shock, their scalps tingling. My heavens! One strike to annihilate 2 Saint Sons of the Chaos Imperial clan. What sort of divine ability is that? It's utterly terrifying. How can a mere young Emperor Esgard be so formidable? What about the young Emperor himself? The Chaos Emperor clan has truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle this time. Mingxuan's recent utterances were nothing short of a blatant declaration of war and contempt. Indeed, this is the idol we envision, magnificent and formidable, such overwhelming might. This embodies the true demeanor of a powerful being, and the Chaos Emperor clan has suffered a tremendous loss of face. I surmise that if this incident were to reach the ears of the elders in the Chaos Emperor clan, they would undoubtedly be regretting their decisions profoundly. Tsk. Countless prodigies, along with some quasi-emperor powerhouses covertly observing, cannot help but marvel. How can a mere traitor, who once defected, undergo such a transformation within a mere month? What manner of family is the Jun clan? In a distant expanse of void, Yi Guqing stood upon a floating boulder, flanked by a trusted aide from the greedy Wolf Star officer, a formidable heavenly general with profound aura, and several other cultivators from the heavenly traitor faction. They gazed down upon the several fierce battlefields below, as if watching a play unfold. Who would have anticipated that the Jun clan would prove so difficult to contend with? Furthermore, what level of divine ability does Mingxuan possess? Even I cannot help but feel a twinge of trepidation. The heavenly general frowned deeply. They had assumed that their numerical and realm advantages would allow them to easily dispatch the Jun clan's prodigies, particularly Mingxuan. Yet, the current scene defied all expectations. Mingxuan, without relying on the reincarnated eye physique, was capable of annihilating the 2 holy sons of the Chaos Emperor clan and hundreds of their prodigies with ease. Besides Mingxuan, the combat prowess of Jun Xiuling, Jun Xingya, and the other 9 holy-level prodigies was exceptionally fierce, even in such a disadvantageous position. They were capable of wreaking havoc. The other separated Jun clan prodigies also formed small battle formations, managing to counterattack against the assaults of the Chaos Emperor clan and the Underworld Emperor clan, leaving them genuinely astonished. It is one thing for a few individuals to be strong, but if everyone possesses strength, it becomes a different matter entirely. What a bunch of worthless fools. Yi Guqing's expression darkened to the point where it seemed he could weep, as he had initially anticipated an easy harvest of heads from the Jun clan, only to witness his coalition being thoroughly trounced by the Jun clan prodigies. The lack of communication from the underworld only intensified his unease. Let us depart. I refuse to believe that these Jun clan prodigies are truly so difficult to eliminate. We shall first deal with that ancient holy body, Jun Xiaoyao, before addressing the others. I refuse to believe that this group can turn the tide without Jun Huaiyun's intervention. Suppressing his anxiety, Yi Guqing spoke coldly, resolute in his disbelief. Meanwhile, in a mysterious valley surrounded by dark red magma, the air was thick with the acrid stench of sulfur and blood. Wang, where have you vanished to? Come forth. This place reeks horrendously. A palm-sized, resplendently golden puppy was using its paw to disdainfully cover its nose, hopping irritably upon the scalding black rocks while grumbling petulantly. This was none other than the White Emperor, having shrunk in size due to a secret technique. Beside it, Chu Yundao emerged, covered in dust from a pile of rubble, spitting out the debris. What are you barking about, you bald mutt? You nearly made me fall to my doom. This wretched teleportation. Before he could finish, the acute senses of the primordial holy body caused his hairs to stand on end. A chilling, death-laden murderous intent pervaded the surroundings, emanating from the shadows without warning. Hee. The primordial holy body, along with a rather intriguing little pup? A sinister laughter echoed through the heated air, laced with a cat and mouse cruelty. Shadows around the valley began to writhe, revealing figures clad in dark scales and surrounded by ghostly flames. At the forefront stood the 3rd young master of the Underworld Emperor clan, Yu Wujing. The purple flame imprint on his forehead flickered with an eerie glow, his greedy and cruel gaze sweeping over Chu Yundao before finally settling upon the White Emperor. A hint of suspicion in his eyes as he failed to discern the nature of this spirit beast. Behind him stood 3 individuals emanating the aura of quasi-emperors from the Underworld Emperor clan, accompanied by dozens of cold-blooded figures wielding soul-reaping chains. They surrounded Chu Yundao and the White Emperor with mocking expressions, the chilling ghostly energy freezing the surrounding air, dimming even the surging dark red magma below. Are these the rabble of the Underworld Emperor clan? Chu Yundao's expression turned grave as the light of the primordial radiated from his body, dispelling the encroaching chill of the underworld. Even in the face of such peril, he managed to draw forth a mischievous grin. What? Are you enamored with my dashing good looks? Displaying bravado in the face of imminent doom, A cruel smile curled upon Yu Wujing's lips, his murderous intent surging. Capture them. The primordial holy body shall be offered to the ancestor for alchemical refinement, and as for that little dog, this young master shall personally deal with it. Chapter 122, Life and Death Escape, A True Man. Wang, a bunch of hideous creatures dare to cast their eyes upon this sovereign? The White Emperor, fur bristling, leaped onto Chu Yundao's shoulder, its golden paw pointed accusingly at Yu Wujing. Do you believe I would devour your souls as a tasty snack? Oh, while your strength may be lacking, your bravado is substantial. However, I must admit, this spirit pet's bloodline is indeed intriguing. It would be worth bringing back to the clan for dissection and study. Perhaps we could extract some ancient divine beast essence. Yu Wujing chuckled, his interest piqued by the diminutive golden dog. To hell with you, bald mutt. The situation is dire. These bastards are serious. There are 3 quasi-emperors present, along with over 30 Dao sovereigns. I, a mere supreme, cannot withstand them. Chu Yundao swiftly scooped up the White Emperor, cradling it protectively. As the light of the primordial erupted forth, forming a blazing white shield to resist the encroaching chill from all directions, his countenance grave. Quasi-emperors? Pumpkin face. What are you panicking about? With this sovereign here, what are quasi-emperors to me? Have you forgotten who I am? The White Emperor's eyes widened in defiance, and a proud yet distinctly human-like expression crossed its face. It patted Chu Yundao's hand with its tiny paw, its voice sweet, yet tinged with an air of superiority. You? Are you not merely a greedy, lustful, and bald dog? Utter nonsense. The White Emperor bit down lightly on his hand, without breaking the skin, raising its head with a sudden commanding authority. I am the ancient devouring heaven beast, the esteemed emperor. Do you comprehend what it means to be an emperor? A single hair from this dog could crush the ages. Great Emperor? I almost forgot that you are an emperor. Chu Yundao's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate a duck egg. Ha ha, you claim to be the devouring heaven beast? Then I must be the father of the devouring heaven beast. Ha ha. Yu Wujing and the others could not contain their laughter, nearly in tears. They could not fathom that this little puppy could be an emperor, let alone the ancient devouring heaven beast, known as the sovereign of the archaic world and the mightiest of sacred beasts. Boom. An indescribable, overwhelming pressure surged forth, so vast that it rendered the entire magma valley momentarily frozen. This pressure exuded an ancient, primordial, and tyrannical aura, as though a colossal primal beast, having slumbered for eons, had awakened, bearing the supreme essence of dominion over all beings. It transcended quasi-emperors, representing an absolute suppression at the level of existence. Thud, thud, Yu Wujing, the 3 quasi-emperors, and the numerous Dao sovereigns all fell to their knees in unison, their bones cracking under the strain, primal fear surging from the depths of their souls, rendering them incapable of lifting their heads. The might of the emperor? Yu Wujing's voice trembled, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks as he fixed his gaze on the palm-sized, seemingly harmless golden puppy in Chu Yundao's arms. The source of that overwhelming pressure emanated from it. Though diminutive in size, the supreme and noble aura it exuded was unmistakable, rooted in its bloodline and the depths of its very soul. It is impossible. The celestial ruins are governed by stringent rules, and no being of the emperor realm exceeding a century in age could possibly enter. What manner of creature are you? A specter of the netherworld, struggling to raise its head, or an expression riddled with disbelief and horror? Fool. This sovereign has employed a secret bloodline technique to reclaim youth, and has circumvented the rules to indulge in a little diversion. Is my realm something that you lowly wretches can fathom? The white sovereign rolled its eyes disdainfully, exuding an overwhelming imperial might that compelled the speaking quasi-emperor to spew forth blood, his vitality draining away. Flee. Flee quickly. The specter, Yu Wujiang, felt his heart shatter, as the last vestige of hope was utterly crushed. Confronting a living emperor, even in its juvenile form, was beyond their capacity to withstand. His mind fixated solely on survival. With that thought, he crushed a pitch-black spatial talisman, his figure instantly blurring. The 3 netherworld quasi-emperors and dozens of Dao lords witnessed Yu Wujiang's flight, scrambling in a panic, transforming into streaks of ethereal light as they fled in all directions, their speed reaching its zenith. No one could maintain their composure in the face of an emperor. The valley, once rife with murderous intent, was now reduced to a solitary figure and a dog. By the heavens, what an impressive sight, you scruffy canine. Chu Yundao, surveying the suddenly vacant battlefield, wiped the sweat from his brow, his face radiating the rapture and pride of having survived calamity. He gave the white sovereign a thumbs up. An emperor is indeed an emperor. A mere breath has sent this rabble scurrying in fear. Ha ha ha, splendid. Yet, the scene he had envisioned, of the white sovereign reveling in triumph, did not materialize. Instead, he beheld the diminutive form of the white sovereign trembling violently, its golden fur losing its luster at a visible rate, becoming somewhat dull. The once vibrant eyes of the dog were now filled with fatigue and urgency, even tinged with weakness. Woof, you pumpkin-headed fool, what are you still grinning about? The white sovereign's voice, laced with hurried breaths, lacked the vigor of its earlier roar. Quick, carry this sovereign away. Run as far as you can swiftly. Upon witnessing this, the smile on Chu Yundao's face froze in place. Run? But, scruffy canine, they have all fled from your fearsome presence. You fool. This sovereign possesses the aura of an emperor, yet lacks the strength of one. This is a unique secret of my bloodline. Our clan transforms into juvenile forms to evade certain celestial rules and unavoidable calamities. However, reverting to my original form will require considerable time and a hefty price. Forcefully reversing it would damage my very foundation. The previous release of Imperial Might was already my limit. If those netherworld wretches regain their senses, we are doomed. The White Sovereign, in a frenzy, explained with great urgency. As if to validate the White Sovereign's words, in the distance beyond the valley, Yaoxi, who had just fled for his life, abruptly halted, his countenance shifting dramatically. Yaoxi was the first to emerge from the depths of terror. Having been meticulously nurtured as the scion of the Netherworld Emperor clan, his intellect surpassing that of ordinary beings. Although the terrifying imperial pressure was palpably real, causing his very soul to tremble, it felt as though something was amiss. Observing that the White Sovereign and its accomplice did not pursue, an absurd yet exhilarating thought surged within him. Could it be that the Imperial Might was a mere facade? Or perhaps it was incapable of unleashing true imperial power at present. In an instant, Yaoxi's eyes ignited with a fiercer, more vengeful glint than before. Pursue. I shall capture them and extract their souls. That dog shall be skinned, and its bones dismantled, transformed into a netherworld lamp core, to burn for 1,000 years. Roar. The members of the Netherworld Emperor clan, having regained their composure, also realized they had been duped, especially the three quasi-emperors, whose faces twisted with a mixture of shame and rage, emitting beast-like howls. Particularly, Yaoxi was consumed with fury. The third scion of the illustrious Netherworld Emperor clan had been frightened to the point of losing control by a mere blustering pup. This was an utter humiliation. He, along with the three equally enraged quasi-emperors and a throng of Dao lords, pursued with even greater speed than before. The oppressive killing intent seemed almost capable of freezing the very space around them. Feeling the thunderous roars reverberating behind him, Chu Yundao's complexion turned pale. He finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. The White Sovereign was a paper tiger, and if the ruse were to be uncovered, the consequences would be dire. By the heavens, why didn't you say so earlier? Chu Yundao cursed, without a moment's hesitation. He scooped up the feeble White Sovereign and nestled it closely against himself. At the same time, he fervently activated his primal body, transforming into a resplendent stream of white light, fleeing desperately into the depths of the valley, opposite the direction of the Netherworld Emperor clan. Scruffy canine, hold on tight. Chu Yundao bellowed, pushing his speed to the utmost limit. He felt the White Sovereign's body grow increasingly cold, its breath growing weaker, and his heart raced with anxiety. This sovereign is merely fatigued from expending energy. The turbulent spatial fluctuations ahead are ideal for hiding. The White Sovereign's voice grew softer, imbued with profound exhaustion. It's over. Chu Yundao's heart sank as he sensed the terrifying presence rapidly closing in behind him. He glanced down at the feeble White Sovereign in his arms, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Scruffy canine, listen closely. Chu Yundao's tone was unprecedentedly grave and somber. What are you doing? The White Sovereign strained to lift its heavy eyelids. Listen, the distorted spatial region ahead. Hide within it, suppress your aura with your innate talent, and ensure you remain concealed. I will divert them. Chu Yundao spoke rapidly, his expression exceedingly serious. You're insane. The White Sovereign exploded in fury, struggling to escape Chu Yundao's grasp. Pumpkin face. Are you seeking death? With your current strength, if they catch up, you'll be doomed. Do you think you are Xiaoyunzi? Though I may be weak, I still silence. Chu Yundao interrupted sternly, exuding a resolute aura that the White Sovereign had never witnessed from him before. You are an emperor, an ancient devourer of the heavens, and the auspicious beast of the Jun family. Your survival is 1,000 times more valuable than mine. My life is expendable. If you perish, Jun Gu will grieve, and the Jun family will lose a formidable force. One life of Chu Yundao is worth a life of the White Sovereign. It is worth it. Chu Yundao's voice was firm and decisive. Worthless. I refuse. The White Sovereign's eyes turned red with urgency, its voice tinged with a sob. Chapter 123. The true form of the White Sovereign. Who did this? Stop with the nonsense. Hide well, and do not emerge until I shake them off. If you dare to show yourself, I shall never acknowledge you in the next life. Chu Yundao abruptly halted, extracting the White Sovereign from his embrace and forcefully shoving it into a violently distorted crevice filled with spatial rifts. Netherworld Emperor clan wretches, your grandpa Chu is here. If you have the guts, come chase me. Let us see if I don't beat you until your parents don't recognize you. He roared as he unleashed in astonishing speed, racing away in a direction completely opposite to where the White Sovereign was hidden. Pumpkin face, you fool. The White Sovereign curled up in the cold crevice, watching Chu Yundao's retreating figure, pondering if he could truly escape. At that very moment, A pitch-black spear imbued with the aura of death pierced through the void, striking Chu Yundao precisely in the back, emerging from his chest. Puffed blood, mingled with shattered internal organs, erupted like a fountain from the gaping wound the size of a bowl in Chu Yundao's chest. His body quaked violently, the intense pain causing his vision to go dark. He staggered and fell from the void. Flee, you, the dog of the Jun family. Where can you run to? Yo Wujiang's cold, venomous voice echoed from behind. He stepped forward, swiftly appearing before Chu Yundao. A cruel delight glimmering on his face as he toyed with his prey. He did not even glance at the pitiful state of Chu Yundao on the brink of death. Rather, he cast a greedy and wary gaze at the hidden lair of the White Sovereign. Where is that mischievous little mutt? Has it scurried into the chaotic space? Huh, that saves me the trouble. Once I deal with you, I have myriad ways to drag it out and grind its bones to dust. Yu Wujian sneered in delight, his gaze finally returning to Chu Yundao. Bah, the wretched spawn of the Underworld Emperor clan, your father awaits you below. Chu Yundao suddenly raised his head and spat a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments fiercely onto Yu Wujian's face. The blood mist was effortlessly evaporated by the surrounding ghostly energy, yet this act infuriated the young master of the underworld. Seeking death, I shall ensure you regret your very existence. A fierce glint ignited in Yu Wujian's eyes as he lifted his right foot, clad in menacing bone boots, infusing it with violent, ghostly power, and ruthlessly stomped down upon the horrifying wound that pierced Chu Yundao's chest. Crack! The chilling sound of bones fracturing echoed clearly, as Yu Wujian's foot sank deeply into the hollowed chest of Chu Yundao, crushing down upon the ghostly spear that impaled his body, grinding it with force. Ugh! Chu Yundao's body arched, convulsions racked him violently, his pupils dilating instantaneously, as more blood and internal fragments spilled forth, the excruciating pain nearly rendering him unconscious. Ant-like trash. The Tai Chi sacred body is truly a waste upon you. I heard others say you were once a member of the Tai Chi Divine Hall. How did you become the lapdog of the Jun clan's young emperor in the blink of an eye? How does it feel to be deceived by me? This is the consequence of offending my Underworld Emperor clan. Yu Wujian looked down upon his dying prey, his face twisted with malicious delight and contempt. He continued to exert force, reveling in the sickly satisfaction derived from the sound of splintering bones and the ebbing of life. Fear not, you shall not be alone, soon. Your master Jun Huaiyun and that damned dog will join you. I shall extract your souls, turn them into soul lamps, and let you wail in eternal anguish. 3 underworld quasi-emperors and dozens of Dao lords gathered around, their faces displaying cruel smiles as they beheld the tragic state of Chu Yundao. In their eyes, this dog of the Jun clan was merely fish on the chopping block, ripe for slaughter. The young master is formidable. A mere dog of the Jun clan dares to act fiercely before my Underworld Emperor clan. Soul extraction and body refinement, ensuring he shall never attain rebirth. Just as Chu Yundao's life force was on the verge of extinguishing beneath Yu Wujian's foot. Roar. You truly seek death. An indescribable roar, as if it emanated from the primordial chaos, suddenly erupted from the depths of the distorted space behind Chu Yundao. This roar transcended the limits of sound, transforming into a tangible wave of sonic force, enveloped in boundless fury, sorrow, and the murderous intent to obliterate all, erupting violently. Boom. The entire lava valley, nay? The entire celestial ruin's secret realm trembled violently beneath this roar. The sky was instantaneously rent asunder, countless dark fissures in space rapidly spreading forth, the earth cracking, magma surging back, and the distant shattered continent collapsing with a thunderous crash. An overwhelming, irresistible terror, akin to a slumbering world-ending beast awakening, swept through the 8 directions and the 6 realms. The nearest dozens of underworld Dao lords were vaporized without a sound, leaving not even a trace of ash. The 3 quasi-emperors spewed blood in unison, their protective ghostly energy crumbling in an instant. Their bodies enveloped in a storm of blood that violently crashed against the searing rock walls. Their bones shattered, their breath waning to the utmost, leaving only boundless shock and fear in their eyes. At the forefront was Yu Wujian, his sinister grin freezing in an instant, twisting into sheer terror. He felt as if the foot he had planted upon Chu Yundao's chest was pierced by countless steel needles simultaneously. That agony, coupled with an overwhelming dread, engulfed his entire being. No, this cannot be. Yu Wujian turned his head, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. He recognized that aura. It was the White Sovereign. He wished to flee, but his body trembled beneath the oppressive imperial might, unable to even lift a finger. The distorted space was violently torn apart. A figure, vast beyond imagination, slowly emerged from within. It was no longer the palm-sized golden pup. Instead, it was a primordial behemoth towering over 10,000 feet, as if it could rend the heavens apart. Its entire body was covered in dark golden scales, each inscribed with terrifying patterns of devouring the heavens. Its immensely thick limbs pressed down upon the lava, while a colossal steel tail swung carelessly, tearing through the boundless laws of heaven and earth. Most striking was its fearsome head, resembling a qilin but 1,000 times fiercer. adorned with a spiraled, dark golden horn radiating annihilative divine light capable of shattering the very fabric of existence. Those gigantic eyes, ablaze with chaotic flames, were now locked onto Yu Wujian with unwavering intensity. In that gaze, there was no longer a trace of former playfulness or cunning, but an utterly pure intent to kill. It was a wrath born of the brutal murder of a dear friend, a frenzied hatred intent on dragging all living beings before it into an endless abyss. The ultimate form of the White Sovereign, the ancient devourer of the heavens. This was the true form of the White Sovereign, devourer of the heavens. The three grievously wounded underworld quasi-emperors, upon witnessing the towering terror, fainted completely. Spare no mercy, great devourer. Yu Wujian completely shattered, all arrogance, cruelty, and schemes dissolving into the most abject fear under the gaze of those fiery, chaotic eyes. Tears streaming down his face, he desperately attempted to bow in submission. But his body was firmly pinned by imperial might, rendering him incapable of even kneeling. The giant eye of the White Sovereign, ablaze with chaotic flames, slowly shifted from Yu Wujian to the figure lying on the ground, blood-soaked and motionless, whose chest had been crushed and pierced by the ghostly spear, his breath faint, nearly extinguished. Chu Yundao felt the White Sovereign's aura and struggled to lift his heavy eyelids. His vision blurred, revealing only a massive, indistinct golden silhouette and those enormous eyes filled with golden lava, yet brimming with tears. He recognized it. It was that scruffy little mutt, always so glib, yet fiercely loyal in critical moments. With great difficulty, the corners of Chu Yundao's mouth attempted to curl into his signature smirk, but the movement aggravated his wounds, and he coughed up more blood. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he weakly uttered, "Scruffy mutt. Majestic. Worth it." As the final word fell, his bloodied hand fell lifelessly to the cold stone below. Those eyes, which had always sparkled with a hint of irreverence, slowly lost their luster, becoming hollow and dim. Pumpkin face. The White Sovereign let out a heart-rending roar that pierced the heavens, reverberating throughout the myriad realms, filled with boundless regret and despair. The massive beast trembled violently from profound sorrow. It should never have come to play in the secret realm. Just then, a resplendent five-colored divine light tore through the chaotic space, instantly descending upon the shattered valley. As the light faded, Jun Huaiyun stepped forth, surrounded by swirling five-colored divine rings. His terrifying aura instantly solidifying the space ravaged by the White Sovereign's imperial might. His gaze locked onto the cold, bloodied body lying on the ground. The one who always playfully called out Jun Gu while trailing behind him, seeming unreliable yet valuing loyalty above all else, now lay there quietly, utterly silent. Beside him, Yaoxi's delicate face turned pale, too terrified to speak. Jun Huaiyun neither gasped nor inquired. He knelt down, his long fingers steadily resting upon Chu Yundao's now absent pulse. The touch was icy, no pulse to be felt, and the massive penetrating wound on his chest was consumed by the ghostly death energy, fiercely eroding the last flicker of life, draining even the essence of the Tai Chi's sacred body. His heart was nearly shattered entirely by the ghostly spear. Giant Huaiyun's fingers trembled imperceptibly as he slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the scene before settling on the three fallen ghostly emperors, now unconscious, and the trembling figure of Yu Wujian, whose face was etched with despair. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. The White Emperor, with its colossal eyes ablaze with chaotic flames, turned to Giant Huaiyun and sorrowfully uttered, "Oh, pumpkin face." Giant Huaiyun remained silent, gradually rising to his feet. There was no eruption of terrifying energy surrounding him, not even a hint of spiritual fluctuation. Yet, an aura colder than the White Emperor's imperial might, more desolate and despairing, enveloped every inch of the space, freezing the very air itself. This chilling presence rendered the White Emperor's imperial authority mute, plunging it into an oppressive silence. Giant Huaiyun's eyes held no trace of human emotion as he softly uttered three words, casting Yu Wujian into an abyss of despair. Who did this? Chapter 124, Reversal of Life and Death. When Giant Huaiyun's frigid gaze fell upon him, the third young master of the ghostly emperor clan, Yu Wujian, completely unraveled. "No, it wasn't me. I didn't do it," he cried, tears streaming down his face as he babbled incoherently, pointing frantically at the three ghostly emperors, who had just regained consciousness and were struggling to rise. He shrieked, "It was them. Those three old dogs did it. The ghostly soul spear belongs to Guxiao. He threw it. I merely kicked him lightly in my anger. Spare me, young Emperor Giant." The three ghostly emperors, barely managing to support their broken bodies, trembled violently at his words, their already pallid faces draining of all color. The elder named Guxiao spat out a mouthful of black blood, his finger trembling with rage and injustice as he pointed at Yu Wujian. "Young master, how can you slander us so? It was you who ordered the slaughter, and you fired the soul spear yourself. How dare you?" Before he could finish, another mouthful of reverse blood spewed forth, his breath growing more feeble as betrayal filled his eyes with bitterness. Giant Huaiyun, his gaze icy, had no desire to listen to their futile protestations. He raised his right hand, the power of the end sweeping forth like a tide, enveloping the three emperors in an instant. Their anguished screams echoed as their bodies began to disintegrate from their feet, turning to black dust. Yet, this disintegration proceeded at a deliberately languorous pace, as Jun Huaiyun meticulously controlled the erosion of the end's power, allowing them to fully experience the agony of every shred of flesh being torn apart. Please spare me, young Emperor Jun. Have mercy, Yu Wujing wailed. Watching as the three emperors vanished in excruciating torment, his trousers soaked, his face smeared with tears and snot, Jun Huaiyun approached him, his expression impassive, and with an outstretched hand, pressed his fingers against Yu Wujing's head. You just said you merely kicked him lightly, did you not? Then allow me to treat you similarly. The power of the end surged through his fingers into Yu Wujing's body, not immediately ending his life, but instead wreaking havoc within every meridian and acupoint. Yu Wujing's body swelled grotesquely, black currents visible beneath his skin as he writhed on the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. With the assistance of the power of creation, he remained acutely aware, enduring torment 1,000 times worse than death by slicing. His skin ruptured and healed, bones shattered and reconnected, each cycle inflicting pain deeper than the last, piercing his very soul. Jun Huaiyun paid no heed to the writhing figure of Yu Wujing. Instead, turning towards the lifeless body of Chu Yundao, he gently brushed over the gaping wound on Chu Yundao's chest, just as a voice resonated in his mind, recalling the teachings of the Jun family's ancestral scripture on the principles of creation. In the beginning, there was the primordial, from chaos, all things were born. In the end, all things return to silence, severing the ties of cause and effect. Creation resides in the center, cleansing all, governing life and death. The three powers share a common source, embodying the ultimate truths of creation and extinction. When unified, they emulate the cycle of life and death, capable of reversing the yin-yang of the heavens, severing the path of reincarnation, shaking the iron laws of life and death, seizing the creation of the universe. However, such an act defies the heavens and will surely provoke the backlash of the great Dao, bringing untold calamities. Do not wield it lightly. Jun Huaiyun's heart raced. Did he not possess these three supreme powers, representing the very essence of the universe? The power of the primordial, symbolizing the origin and birth of all things. The power of creation, governing the evolution of life. The power of the end, embodying all conclusions and returns. The cycle of life and death is an intrinsic part of the cosmic order. If the end can return all things to their origin, then theoretically, when the powers of the primordial, representing beginnings, and creation, representing life, intersect and merge with the power of the end, can they not forge a new path of reincarnation to bring the deceased back to life? This thought ignited a spark in Jun Huaiyun's nearly extinguished gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, and with no time to explain to the worried Yaoxi and the White Emperor, Jun Huaiyun took a bold step forward, appearing beside Chu Yundao's cold body. His hands formed intricate seals at an unfathomable speed before his chest. The White Emperor's colossal chaotic pupils widened in disbelief as it gazed at Jun Huaiyun. Xiao Yunzi, what are you planning to do? Silence. Quickly protect me. Remember, no matter what happens, you must hold firm. The success or failure of this endeavor rests upon this moment. Jun Huaiyun offered no further explanation. His expression grew intensely focused and grave. He was gambling, wagering that the theories inscribed in the scripture were true, that he could harness these three terrifying powers to achieve a miracle that seemed almost impossible. Gently, Jun Huaiyun's hands began to converge at his chest, simultaneously unleashing the dormant powers within him without reservation. Boom. At the instant Jun Huaiyun summoned the three supreme powers, the entire Tianshu secret realm, no, the entire immortal domain, and even the distant depths of chaos, began to stir as an unfathomable existence gradually awakened. The sky of the immortal domain transformed from a dull gray to an expanse engulfed by endless purple-black calamity clouds, heavy as if millions of divine mountains were pressing down. Countless colossal purple divine thunders, exuding a breath of annihilation, roared and writhed within the tempestuous clouds, each bolt capable of effortlessly slaying an emperor. Instantly, the celestial dome of the secret realm was replaced by an infinitely vast eye, composed of countless cold, orderly chains. Waves of energy radiated outward, causing the White Emperor's immense imperial form to sag, the space around the valley fracturing inch by inch, revealing the chaotic void swirling behind. This was the will of the great Dao, the embodiment of the fundamental laws of the universe. What was happening? Far beyond the borders. The Heavenly Emperor and others gasped in shock, their expressions grave. They had never witnessed such a terrifying scene. It must be the young emperor. He has done something defiant within the secret realm. The giant family members were also pale, sensing the wrath emanating from the great Dao's will even from beyond the barrier of the secret realm. The will of the great Dao is upon us. In the Tianshu secret realm, the White Emperor's enormous chaotic eye fixated intently upon that terrifying gaze in the sky, its voice tinged with unprecedented seriousness and a hint of tremor. It finally comprehended Jun Huaiyun's intentions, to reverse life and death, to summon the deceased back. No wonder he was facing the backlash of the cosmic laws. After all, this was the will of the great Dao, which even it, a mighty emperor, instinctively feared. Just as that cold, merciless eye of the great Dao locked onto Jun Huaiyun, the first bolt of purple-black annihilation thunder descended, capable of erasing an emperor in an instant. Roar! The white emperor let out a thunderous roar, not of anger, but of resolute determination. Without the slightest hesitation, it pivoted, resolutely placing itself above Jun Huaiyun and Chu Yundao's bodies, facing the impending cataclysmic punishment with its dark golden-scaled back. Senior White Emperor. Though Jun Huaiyun was exerting all his strength to channel 3 types of power, his mind was taut to the utmost limit. Yet he clearly perceived the movements of the White Sovereign. The might of that divine thunder was such that even titans more powerful than emperors would not dare to confront it head-on. Although the White Sovereign possessed an imperial form, he was already in a weakened state. To forcibly withstand such a force would surely lead to grievous injury, if not death. Silence, little Yunzi, focus on your task. The White Sovereign's voice echoed through the mind, imbued with an unwavering determination. Under the illumination of the annihilating thunder, his voice resonated with profound sorrow, while fierce flames blazed in his colossal beastly eyes. Boom! The first bolt of purple-black divine thunder, entwined with destructive runes, tore through the void with the authority to judge all existence, crashing violently against the broad back of the White Sovereign. A low, pained grunt escaped him, as the dark golden scales instantaneously charred, a multitude of fine cracks spreading forth, while golden blood gushed forth in a relentless torrent. His massive form trembled violently, his 4 limbs sinking deeply into the molten ground. Yet he did not retreat an inch. His proud head remained defiantly raised towards the heavens. Jun Huaiyun watched the White Sovereign endure the divine punishment. Witnessing the splattering of golden blood, his heart racked with a pain akin to being cut by a blade. He understood that the White Sovereign was sacrificing his life to buy them time. This bond of loyalty, this sense of duty, he would forever remember. With distractions cast aside, his gaze sharpened into a keen edge. The primordial forces of creation and destruction converged, reversing the cycles of life and death. Jun Huaiyun's hands moved with blinding speed to form seals, a minuscule tricolored vortex slowly spinning above the gaping wound in Chu Yundao's chest. Boom! The celestial eye of the Great Path seemed utterly incensed by the White Sovereign's defiance, unleashing an even more ferocious barrage of annihilating divine thunder like a torrential downpour. Each strike was capable of obliterating an emperor. Golden blood rained down around Jun Huaiyun, while the White Sovereign's aura visibly waned. Scales peeled away in large patches, revealing charred flesh beneath, yet he remained steadfast, refusing to yield. Yaoxi, witnessing this harrowing scene, had tears streaming down her face. She gritted her teeth and poured every ounce of her radiant power into Jun Huaiyun, bolstering his resolve. Life is not a gift from heaven. Death is not predetermined. My brother, Chu Yundao, his life belongs solely to him, and even more so to us, who share life and death together. I shall reverse life and death. Subvert the natural order. Today, I shall show this world the price of touching my brother, and even if souls scatter to the 9 abysses, I, Jun Huaiyun, will bring him back whole. Chapter 125. The Path of Reincarnation, the Will of the Netherworld. Jun Huaiyun's voice was not loud, yet it resonated with a will capable of shaking the heavens and the myriad realms. His hands formed seals with rapidity, causing the tricolored vortex suspended above Chu Yundao's chest to whirl with increasing velocity. A wave of indescribable energy radiated outward from the vortex, enveloping Chu Yundao entirely in a cascade of luminous light. The immense wound in Chu Yundao's chest, pierced by a spear, saw his muscles, bones, and blood vessels regenerate at a visible pace. The charred skin regained its rosy hue, the caved-in chest rose once more, and the heart began to beat vigorously. Even the primordial essence, previously eroded by the deathly aura, began to recover gradually. The pallid skin regained a lustrous glow, even more robust than before, shimmering with an almost jade-like radiance. Pumpkin face, he's come back to life. The White Sovereign's massive head turned with great effort, gazing down at the now warm and whole body of Chu Yundao, whose chest began to rise and fall rhythmically. Golden tears welled up in the depths of his chaotic, beastly eyes, unable to discern whether his emotions stemmed from joy or agony. Yaoxi covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes brimming with shock and hope. Boom! The colossal eye, composed of cold, ordered chains, which had loomed over the entire secret realm, seemed to realize its failure after unleashing the final bolt of annihilating thunder. The destructive aura began to dissipate gradually, and the purple-black calamity clouds receded like the ebbing tide. The divine punishment had retreated. The White Sovereign could no longer endure, spewing forth a mouthful of golden blood imbued with the essence of the imperial path. His colossal form could no longer sustain itself, shrinking rapidly until it transformed into a faint golden light, helplessly plummeting toward the seething magma below. Predecessor White Sovereign. Yaoxi lunged forward, cradling the feeble glow with gentle rays of dawn, holding it tightly in her embrace. Within that light, only a palm-sized, entirely charred golden pup remained. Its once lustrous fur now dull and lifeless, slumped weakly in Yaoxi's palm. Despite the harrowing ordeal and immense cost, they had ultimately endured. Pulling Chu Yundao back from the brink of death. Pumpkin face, can you hear me? Wake up. The white sovereign, weakened to the brink of unconsciousness, struggled to open his eyes, calling out with a feeble mental projection. Yet, no matter how fervently he called, Chu Yundao remained unresponsive, his eyes tightly shut. Only the steady rhythm of his breathing and the powerful thrum of his heartbeat confirmed that he was indeed alive. How could this be? Where is his soul? Jun Huaiyun's heart sank heavily, his formidable consciousness sweeping over Chu Yundao's body repeatedly, only to find his sea of consciousness eerily empty, devoid of any traces of spiritual fluctuation. This body was but a shell. Yaoxi, having sensed the anomaly, suppressed her unease and gently placed the white sovereign on a relatively flat rock nearby. She then approached Chu Yundao, extending her delicate hand to softly rest upon his forehead. Pure and gentle rays of dawn flowed from her palm. Cautiously probing into Chu Yundao's sea of consciousness in search of his soul, time slipped away, and Yaoxi's brows furrowed deeper, her complexion growing increasingly pallid. After what felt like an eternity, she slowly withdrew her hand, and the radiance in her palm dimmed. She lifted her gaze to Jun Huaiyun. Her clear eyes filled with unprecedented gravity and a hint of despair. Huaiyun, Yaoxi's voice trembled. Chu Yundao's physical form has indeed been completely restored by your miraculous powers. But his soul is nowhere to be found. What do you mean, nowhere to be found? Jun Huaiyun's heart plummeted, an icy chill coursing through him. She gazed at Chu Yundao's serene, yet lifeless face. In the ancient scriptures of the heavenly court, there are vague records concerning the taboo realms of life and death reincarnation. She inhaled deeply, forcing back her sorrow, and spoke swiftly. When a being dies completely, their soul separates from the body and embarks on an unknown, irreversible path of reincarnation. Chu Yundao's body may have been revitalized by your extraordinary strength, but his soul has likely already begun its journey along the path of reincarnation. The path of reincarnation? Jun Huaiyun's voice grew increasingly frigid. Was this not akin to reincarnation? Yes. Yaoxi nodded vigorously. To save him, we must find him before his soul traverses the path of reincarnation and drinks the Mengpa soup, thus completely forgetting this life. Otherwise, even if his body remains intact, he will merely be a hollow shell, unable to awaken forever. The implication was clear. They had to locate Chu Yundao's soul on the path of reincarnation before he was reborn and safely bring him back. However, this was an impossible endeavor, not to mention the countless souls on the path of reincarnation. They had to find Chu Yundao in an extremely short time frame. An endeavor akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Yaoxi's expression was grave. The path of reincarnation. No matter what perilous abyss awaits, no matter what malevolent spirits lurk, should anyone dare to meddle with my brother's soul, I shall unleash fury upon them. Jun Huaiyun's voice was steeped in a chilling intensity. Chu Yundao had risked his life to divert the pursuers for the sake of the White Sovereign. The White Emperor, in a valiant effort to protect both me and Chu Yundao, dared to withstand the divine retribution with his imperial form, only to be cast back to his original state, nearly facing utter annihilation. Now it is my turn. This time, I shall descend personally to seek you out. Regardless of the paths of reincarnation or the roads of the Yellow Springs, even if it leads me through the 18 layers of hell, I will breach the gates and retrieve your soul in its entirety. Jun Huaiyun's voice soared suddenly, imbued with an overwhelming aura of dominance. Yaoxi furrowed her brows even tighter, fully aware of Jun Huaiyun's determination. The path of reincarnation lies deep within the realm of shadows. A forbidden passage at the very core of the universe's yin and yang, directly governed by the will of the shadow realm. Its entrance is elusive and unpredictable. To enter the path of reincarnation in search of a specific lost soul and forcibly extract it is nearly impossible. Yaoxi shook her head and said, nearly? Does that imply there is a way? Jun Huaiyun keenly seized upon that word. There is a method, but it is as arduous as ascending to the heavens. It requires the fulfillment of two nearly impossible conditions. Yaoxi's voice bore an unprecedented gravity. First, one must obtain the core artifact of the underworld, the reincarnation disc, and gain its recognition. Only the power of the reincarnation disc can unlock the path of reincarnation. Second, one must earn the acknowledgement of the will of the Shadow Realm, becoming the sovereign Ghost Emperor of the Shadow Realm. Only by receiving the validation of the very essence of the Shadow Realms can you command the myriad spirits of the underworld and wield a portion of the authority over the path of reincarnation, thus granting you the right to tread into the core area of the path of reincarnation and possess the strength to resist the backlash of its rules, allowing you to safely extract Chu Yundao's soul. Otherwise, to forcefully breach the path of reincarnation would render you the greatest intruder in the eyes of the Shadow Realm's will, inviting annihilation far more terrifying than the divine retribution you just faced. Yaoxi spoke slowly. The underworld? It is the perfect opportunity to settle old scores. I shall lead a force to flatten the underworld and seize the reincarnation disk. As for the will of the Shadow Realm, if it knows its place, well and good. If not, I shall eradicate it as well and reshape a compliant will of the Shadow Realm. A cold, chilling smile curved Jun Huaiyun's lips. His eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The dominance and resoluteness in his tone sent a tremor through Yaoxi's heart. She knew the Jun family possessed the strength to annihilate the underworld, but the true terror lay not with the underworld, but with the Shadow Realm itself. Huaiyun. It is not that simple. The underworld is merely a representative institution of the Shadow Realm's will in the realm of light. Much like the Qin clan in the celestial domain, destroying the underworld and slaying the 12 Yama kings and the Yama emperor would be futile, as the Shadow Realms will could quickly give rise to a new underworld. Moreover, although the reincarnation disk is indeed a powerful artifact of the underworld, its source of power lies within the Shadow Realm's will itself. Without its recognition, even if you were to seize the reincarnation disk, you would be unable to unleash its true power. Using it forcefully would only summon relentless persecution from the Shadow Realm's will. Yaoxi grasped his arm urgently, her tone filled with desperation. What is this will of the Shadow Realm? Jun Huaiyun's brow furrowed slightly. The will of the Shadow Realm has existed since the dawn of the universe. It is the ultimate embodiment of the rules governing the balance of life and death. An intangible yet omnipresent force, representing one of the highest existences in the cosmos. To completely obliterate it would require the ability to overturn the foundational laws of life and death for all beings, a feat that is nearly impossible. Not even the mightiest celestial beings could accomplish such a task, Yaoxi elucidated. Such a formidable challenge? How can one gain the recognition of the will of the Shadow Realm? By replacing the underworld? Jun Huaiyun questioned, perplexed. I am not entirely certain. The will of the Shadow Realm inherently rejects all beings of the realm of light. Throughout history, no living being with a corporeal form has ever received its acknowledgement to become a ghost emperor. This is an ironclad law, let alone becoming a ghost emperor. Even a living person entering the Shadow Realm is a tremendous burden and danger, making the prospect of gaining the will's recognition a near-death path. Chapter 126, Facing Together. Perhaps I can assist. Never before. Jun Huaiyun pondered these 4 words, his gaze intensifying with fervor. He stood, lifting his head towards the heavens. If heaven will not allow my brother to live, then I shall shatter the heavens. If reincarnation dares to obstruct my path, I shall overturn this very cycle. If the will of the Shadow Realm seeks to hinder me, I shall rewrite these ironclad laws of life and death. Even if the myriad realms stand against me, I shall sweep them all aside. Jun Huaiyun's voice reverberated like thunder through the shattered valley, his gaze eventually settling upon the lifeless yet complete visage of Chu Yundao. Where my brother resides, there is my home. His eyes turned to the girl beside him, the chilling intent dissipating, replaced by profound guilt. It seems our engagement ceremony shall have to be postponed. He reached out, gently brushing away the unshed tears at the corner of Yaoxi's eye, his movements tender. A stark contrast to the vengeful deity he had just become. Chu Yundao is my brother, the one who accompanied me since the primordial divine temple. Always joking and providing levity, yet resolutely standing before me in times of peril. And then there is the White Emperor. He cast a glance at the golden pup curled up with its eyes closed, his voice thickening with emotion. It is also my family. Having accompanied me in mischief since childhood, taking the blame for me, and being willing to risk its life at critical moments. Now, for the sake of saving the White Emperor, Chu Yundao has fallen into the cycle of reincarnation, and the White Emperor, to protect us, has braved the divine retribution. His imperial form shattered, his essence severely wounded, nearly regressed to his original state. Jun Huaiyun's gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. I cannot abandon them. Even if it means overturning the underworld and shattering the path of reincarnation, I shall retrieve Chu Yundao's soul intact, and furthermore, I shall restore the White Emperor to his former self. Thus, Yaoxi, he looked into the clear eyes of the girl before him, his remorse deepening. I apologize for making you wait. Wait for me to return from the Shadow Realm. Wait for me to bring back Chu Yundao. And wait for the White Emperor to once again leap with vitality. When that time comes, I shall celebrate with the myriad realms, offering the stars and moon as gifts, and present you with an engagement ceremony that shall be etched in eternity. Will you wait for me? Yaoxi remained silent, gazing quietly at him, observing the regret and resolution in his eyes, along with the tenderness hidden beneath his imposing demeanor. She hesitated not for a moment, harboring no trace of resentment. She extended her delicate finger, gently pressing it against Jun Huaiyun's lips, halting his impending apology. Huaiyun, do not say you are sorry. Yaoxi's voice was soft, yet carried a penetrating strength. The Jun Huaiyun I know has never been one to solely indulge in romantic sentiments. You are loyal and righteous, willing to brave fire and water for your brothers, and daring to defy the heavens for your family. This is what draws me to you, Yaoxi. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Do you remember what you once said to me in the Jun family? True guardianship is not about facing challenges alone. but rather walking side by side to overcome all obstacles. Now, Chu Yundao and the White Emperor are both those whom you wish to protect. And they are also my family. Yaoxi's tone turned resolute, taking a step closer and firmly grasping Jun Huaiyun's hand. Therefore this time, I shall not wait for you in the Jun family. I will accompany you. Together we shall venture into the Shadow Realm, confront the challenges, and retrieve Chu Yundao. What? Jun Huaiyun's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively preparing to refuse. No, the Shadow Realm is fraught with peril. For a living person to tread there is akin to courting death, let alone confronting the will of the Shadow Realm. Yaoxi interrupted him, her voice unwavering. Precisely because it is dangerous, I must accompany you. Huaiyun. Love is not about hiding in a safe place and waiting. Love is knowing the path ahead is fraught with peril and still choosing to walk together. If you were to fall, what significance would it hold for me to live alone? Rather than languish in a prolonged wait, lifeless within, I would prefer to face the dangers alongside you. Regardless of life or death, we shall be together. And I am the saintess of the Shiju clan, endowed with the sacred body of the Taijin, and within me flows a profound lineage of the Shiju bloodline. The interplay of yin and yang is my essence. My powers may assist you in the nether realm. A flicker of confidence shone in Yaoxi's eyes. The sacred body of the Taijin. Jun Huaiyun felt a jolt within. Gazing into Yaoxi's unwavering and fearless eyes, all words of rejection lodged in his throat. Indeed, she was no fragile canary to be delicately sheltered beneath his wing. She was a phoenix capable of soaring alongside him through the vast skies. That fervent determination, that courage to face life and death together, rendered him unable to refuse, and even less willing to turn her away. On the bare stone, a charred little pup struggled to move. The white sovereign managed to pry open a narrow slit in its eyes, its small body quivering from excruciating pain, golden blood seeping from the charred wound. With all its might, it fought to drag itself from the rock, crashing heavily onto the cold ground. White sovereign, Yaoxi exclaimed in distress, yearning to lift it. Do not move, this sovereign commands it. The white sovereign's voice bore a hint of stubbornness. With the last of its strength, its scorched little paws clung fiercely to the rough stone, dragging its battered body inch by inch towards Jun Huaiyun's feet. The rough texture of the stone scraped against its scorched scales, leaving behind dark golden trails of blood, a harrowing sight. It was to rescue this sovereign that I became like this. This sovereign owes him a life. It gasped, each word seemingly draining its last reserves of energy. At last, it reached Jun Huaiyun's side, weakly nudging his ankle with its tiny head. Take me along. This sovereign has been to the nether realm and is somewhat familiar with its aura. Perhaps I can assist in locating the foolish soul of that pumpkin-faced lad. Even if I cannot help, I wish to see him return and personally scold him for being a fool. The final words were nearly swallowed by a sob, as its tiny body curled up at Jun Huaiyun's feet, trembling from both pain and profound sorrow, until it could bear no more and succumbed into unconsciousness. Very well. We shall go together. Jun Huaiyun knelt, cradling the white sovereign in his palm, while Yaoxi tightly grasped his hand. No words were necessary. Their actions spoke volumes beyond mere language. Young Emperor Jun, perhaps I can be of assistance. A soft voice emerged from behind Jun Huaiyun, prompting both he and Yaoxi to turn abruptly, their gazes trembling slightly at the sight of the visitor. Chapter 127. The Qing clan seeks assistance. The survival of the yin and yang realms is no concern of mine. Simultaneously, Jun Huaiyun and Yaoxi turned to see the Qing clan's imperial daughter, Qing Li, standing atop a floating fragment of stone, her azure skirt remaining perfectly still amidst the chaotic currents of energy. Her eyes, imbued with the mysteries of a vanishing starry sky, quietly regarded Jun Huaiyun, a hint of intricate emotion concealed deep within their depths. The imperial daughter of the Qing clan? Have you been observing us from the shadows? Furthermore, what do you mean by saying you can assist me? Jun Huaiyun's brow furrowed as he instinctively shielded the unconscious white sovereign in his embrace, while his other hand gathered a wisp of terminal power. The Qing clan had always remained aloof, seldom interfering in the matters of the immortal realm. Thus, their current involvement in the affairs of the nether realm could not be without reason. He was not naive enough to believe that the Qing clan acted out of benevolence. Young Emperor Jun, you need not regard me with such caution. My Qing clan is not your family's enemy. As for my observation, it was not my intention. I merely sensed the arrival of heavenly retribution and followed its trail, fortuitously witnessing your predicament. Qing Li gently shook her head, gracefully descending from the fragment of stone, landing without disturbing even a speck of dust. Her gaze swept over the lifeless body of Chu Yundao before settling on the charred little pup in Jun Huaiyun's hands. You intend to breach the nether realm to rescue someone? Yaoxi stepped forward, wary. What business does the Qing clan have with the affairs of the nether realm? Qing Li did not directly respond, but instead raised her slender finger, tracing a blue rune in the air. The moment the rune appeared, the surrounding chaotic space instantly calmed. I wish to clarify something, Imperial Daughter Qing. We are strangers to one another. My brother's soul has fallen into reincarnation, and my companion lies gravely injured. This is a personal matter for me, Jun Huaiyun. Why does the Qing clan wish to meddle in this? What aid can you provide? On what grounds do you offer assistance? Jun Huaiyun's voice was chillingly indifferent, devoid of emotion. His inquiry struck at the heart of the matter, with no pleasantries exchanged. He sought tangible support, not empty promises or ulterior motives. Meeting Jun Huaiyun's scrutinizing gaze, Qing Li did not flinch. Taking a deep breath, as if steeling herself for a resolve, she stepped forward, closing the distance between them. Young Emperor Jun, Princess Yaoxi, I do not come here as an individual. My offer of assistance represents my Qing clan, or rather, the will of the heavenly Dao, which you refer to as the will of the Yang realm. Qing Li's tone grew increasingly solemn. The will of the Yang realm? Are you implying that the will of the heavenly Dao wishes to aid us? A flicker of shock passed through Yaoxi's beautiful eyes. Jun Huaiyun's brow tightened. Explain clearly. What is this will of the Yang realm? This will of the heavenly Dao? And how does it relate to my brother's rescue? Because this matter extends beyond merely rescuing your brother. It concerns the very survival of the Yin and Yang realms. The fate of this immortal domain, and even the existence of countless worlds. Qing Li's voice suddenly took on a grave weight. She raised her hand, her delicate fingertip gently tapping the void. Buzz, a soft, pure blue light emanated from her fingertip, rapidly expanding to form a vivid projection of a luminous screen. The projection revealed a vast, vibrant universe, where splendid rivers of stars flowed gracefully, and countless life-bearing stars radiated vitality. This was but a microcosm of the Yang realm and even broader worlds, embodying the order of the living. This is the Yang realm, the cradle of all creation, the foundation upon which order operates. Since time immemorial, my Qing clan has adhered to the will of the heavenly Dao, safeguarding this order of the Yang realm and maintaining the balance of life and death. You may understand us as the custodians of the will of the heavenly Dao concerning the order of the Yang realm. Our duty is to protect the fundamental rules governing the cycle of life and death in the universe, Qing Li explained softly. Then, the scene within the projection abruptly shifted. The once resplendent edges of the starry sky appeared as if tainted with thick ink, a viscous, foul, and instinctively repugnant black mist silently seeping in. Wherever this black mist spread, the brilliance of the once vibrant stars dimmed, and the life-giving planets were shrouded in a pall of deathly gray. It was even possible to witness the beings on some planets, their eyes becoming hollow and numb, their actions twisting into madness, like puppets controlled by invisible strings. More terrifyingly, in the weaker barriers of space, sinister claws could be faintly seen reaching out, grasping at the very essence of life in the Yang realm. This is the will of the Nether realm. It has disrupted the balance between the realms of Yin and Yang, what should have been the resting place for the deceased. The realm of reincarnation is now afflicted, or rather, the will governing the operations of the Nether realm has been corrupted by an exceedingly strange and foul power. Qing Li's voice carried a hint of suppressed fury. Corrupted? Jun Huaiyun's pupils contracted as he suddenly recalled the nauseating aura emanating from the emissary of the underworld. Indeed, corrupted. It is a bizarre power that my Qing clan has spent eons attempting, yet failing, to fully decipher. It has tainted the very essence of the will of the Nether realm, rendering it greedy and violent. No longer content with merely receiving souls and maintaining the cycle of reincarnation, it has begun to covet the life force of the Yang realm, voraciously consuming and infiltrating it. Qing Li paused before continuing. Her fingertip touched the edge of the black mist within the projection. What you see are these areas that have been tainted, where the life force of beings is being stolen and the spiritual veins are withering. The delicate balance of life and death across the universe is being forcibly shattered. If this continues, the Yang realm will descend into a realm of death, the Nether realm will utterly collapse, and ultimately, all beings will perish, leaving the universe in desolation. Yaoxi drew a sharp breath, her pretty face paling. I suddenly recalled that a long time ago, there was an incident of ghostly domain erosion at the boundary of the celestial court. It turns out this was no mere coincidence. And those powerful beings whose lifespans abruptly withered were indeed victims of this tainted will from the realm of shadows? Precisely. Qing Li nodded gravely. The will of the heavenly Dao, the will of the Yang realm, has long since detected this, yet it is formless and intangible, incapable of intervening directly. It can only rely on our Qing clan or other factions for assistance. However, this force of pollution is exceedingly strange and potent, merging seamlessly with the will of the shadow realm, rendering ordinary powers utterly ineffective in expelling it. They would merely be assimilated instead. Upon finishing her words, her gaze fell upon Jun Huaiyun. Until your appearance, Jun Huaiyun, you bear the 5 supreme cosmic powers of primordial, chaos, creation, and Hong Ming within you, a miracle unprecedented throughout the ages. The will of the heavenly Dao sees hope in you, which is why it has allowed our Qing clan to engage with you. Only your 5 supreme powers hold the potential to purify the tainted will of the shadow realm. We can assist you in rescuing Chu Yundao, not merely out of brotherly loyalty, but also to leverage your power alongside the Jun family, to locate the source of this pollution, purify the will of the shadow realm, and restore the balance of life and death in the universe. This is the sole opportunity to save countless beings in the Yang realm. This is why our Qing clan, representing the will of the heavenly Dao, has chosen to break neutrality and actively seek you out, willing to expend all our efforts to assist you. Qing Li's voice was imbued with an indescribable excitement and anticipation. The valley fell into a profound silence as Jun Huaiyun stood rooted to the spot, looking down at the charred and unconscious Bai Huang in his palm, then glancing at the slumbering Chu Yundao on the ground. His brother's soul drifted along the path of reincarnation, while Bai Huang, in a bid to protect them, had nearly perished, his essence shattered. Now, an inexplicable burden concerning the existence of both the cosmic realms weighed heavily upon his shoulders. The will of the heavenly Dao? A savior of the universe? Such grandiose terms stirred not a ripple in his heart. He only knew that the brother at his feet and the family in his palm needed him. Their lives were of far greater significance than the so-called survival of the universe. Moreover, what infuriated him was why the will of the heavenly Dao did not act earlier. He could not believe that it was oblivious to the danger faced by Chu Yundao. He refused to accept that. The will of the heavenly Dao deliberately chose to stand by, watching as his brother faced death. Had it intervened, Jun Huaiyun might not have been inclined to agree to its wishes, so the will chose to remain passive. Contemplating this, a surge of complex emotions roiled within him, ultimately crystallizing into a cold laugh. Ha ha ha, what a splendid will of the heavenly Dao. Where was it when my brother's soul fell into reincarnation? When life and death hung in the balance? Where was it when Bai Huang shattered his imperial form, almost reverting to his original state, to withstand heavenly punishment? Now that the pollution of the shadow realm threatens your very existence, only then do you remember me, Jun Huaiyun? He suddenly raised his head, his deep-set eyes ablaze with a fury potent enough to scorch the heavens. Do not presume to flatter me. I, Jun Huaiyun, act solely according to my heart, not the will of the heavens. I save my brother because he is my kin, my family with whom I share life and death. To breach the shadow realm and challenge reincarnation is necessitated by those who dare to harm my people. They must pay the price. As for the survival of your heavenly Dao, the fate of the Yin and Yang realms, none of that concerns me. Chapter 128, The Crumbling Yi Guqing. The manifestation of the fate mirror. Qing Li stood frozen in place, disbelief etched upon her exquisite features. She had anticipated that Jun Huaiyun would be angered, questioning why the will of the heavenly Dao did not intervene when Chu Yundao and Bai Huang were in peril. She had even prepared to appeal to him with the gravity of the universe's survival. Yet she never imagined that his rejection would be so absolute, so unwavering. The young Emperor Jun is not devoid of compassion, it is merely, she attempted to explain, her voice trembling slightly, at a loss for words. However, Jun Huaiyun did not grant her the chance to finish. Yaoxi, we must depart. With a wave of his hand, he temporarily stored Bai Huang and Chu Yundao within a spatial ring, containing numerous healing elixirs. Understood. Yaoxi nodded firmly, following without hesitation. She cast one last glance at the dazed Qing Li, her eyes devoid of hostility, only a trace of complexity. She understood Huaiyun's choice and empathized with his fury. Their figures transformed into a brilliant streak of five-colored light, vanishing from Qing Li's sight in an instant. All that remained was the Qing clan's princess, standing alone in the valley, surrounded by the cold corpses of the ghostly imperial clan. For the first time, Qing Li's exquisitely beautiful face lost its usual composure, replaced by deep confusion and a hint of helplessness. Just then, an ancient voice resonated in her mind. Princess, do not be anxious. This boy values loyalty and righteousness. Once he enters the shadow realm, he will understand the gravity of the situation. We need only observe the unfolding events. Qing Li took a deep breath, her confusion gradually dissipating, replaced by determination. No, great elder, since the will of the heavenly Dao has chosen him, we cannot remain idle. I will find a way to follow them. Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm of Tianqiu, damn it all, Yi Guqing ran for his life. A ghastly wound on his chest oozing blood, his left arm having vanished without a trace, the severed end entwined with the power of the ancient sacred body, preventing the wound from healing. Just half an hour earlier, he had ambushed Jun Xiaoyao alongside the inner circle of the greedy Wolf Star official and several traitors from the Celestial Court. Believing that their numerical advantage and meticulously prepared killing formation would easily eliminate this Jun family prodigy. Yet he had not anticipated Jun Xiaoyao's terrifying combat prowess, which was astounding to the point of disbelief. Under the full eruption of his ancient sacred body, he had countered and killed most of their forces. Madmen. All of them madmen. There is not a sane person in the Jun family. Yi Guqing recalled the blood-soaked figure of Jun Xiaoyao, growing more formidable as the battle raged on, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Had he not detonated a life-saving treasure at the last moment, he would likely be a corpse by now. The thought of Jun Xiaoyao's terrifying might made him glance back. Upon seeing that Jun Xiaoyao was not pursuing him, he let out a sigh of relief. He speculated that Jun Xiaoyao must have gone to assist other Jun family prodigies. But this temporary safety did not bring him any comfort, only a deep-seated fear and dread. His prideful schemes seemed utterly laughable and fragile in the face of the Jun family's overwhelming strength. Jun Huaiyun had yet to arrive, and his own forces were being decimated by other Jun family prodigies. Master, Master, what now? Think of a way quickly. I don't want to die. Yi Guqing frantically called out in his heart, hoping for the powerful imperial soul within him. However, silence pervaded the depths of his consciousness. The aura of that imperial soul had long since been extinguished, leaving not even a trace. He had personally obliterated it with the soul annihilation curse last night, in a bid to rid himself of its control, and of course, to claim the secret of the heart of Tianqiu for himself. You old fool, you died cleanly. A glimmer of despair and regret flickered in Yi Guqing's eyes. All he desired now was to swiftly locate the legendary heart of Tianqiu and escape this cursed place. Never wanting to engage with anyone from the Jun family again, all his calculations had turned into a joke in the face of the Jun family's unreasonable and absolute power. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jun Huaiyun and Yaoxi had already reunited with the other members of the Jun family. Upon seeing them, Di Mingchen hurried over. Young Emperor. Princess, I have fulfilled my mission, slaying 2 holy sons of the Chaos Imperial clan and hundreds of prodigies. Di Mingchen bowed respectfully. Well done. As expected of someone I value highly. Jun Huaiyun nodded, then surveyed the members of the Jun family. What is the status of your casualties? 7 lightly injured, 3 severely injured, and no fatalities, Jun Huaiyun reported proudly. Emperor Mingchen's gaze swept past Jun Huaiyun's side, failing to catch sight of the 2 familiar figures, particularly the mischievous golden puppy and the ever-smiling Chu Yundao, causing an inexplicable flutter in his heart. Young Emperor, did Senior Bai Huang and Brother Chu not accompany you? Emperor Mingchen stepped forward, his voice laced with undeniable concern. Upon hearing this question, the eyes of Jun Qingya, Jun Xiuling, and the others converged sharply on Jun Huaiyun's face. Bai Huang and Chu Yundao had always been the lively companions by Jun Huaiyun's side, inseparable, especially Bai Huang. The divine beast of the Jun family's fortunes, their absence could not be taken lightly, and thus their worry was palpable. Jun Huaiyun's previously calm expression darkened at the mention of those 2 names. A terrifying aura, stifling and oppressive, erupted uncontrollably from him, shattering the surrounding space. Those closest, including Emperor Mingchen and Jun Xiaoyao, felt as though their breath had been stolen, their hearts weighed down as if by 1,000 colossal stones. At that moment, Yaoxi gently grasped Jun Huaiyun's slightly trembling hands. Taking a deep breath, Jun Huaiyun forced down the raging fury within him. He succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. When he revealed that Chu Yundao's soul had fallen into reincarnation and Bai Huang was gravely injured, Emperor Mingchen's eyes ignited with a chilling murderous intent. The Underworld Emperor clan. Emperor Mingchen's voice was dangerously low, his profound gaze reminiscent of a chaotic universe collapsing and being reborn. Were it not for those 2, he would not have emerged from the shadows so swiftly, and thus he felt a deep-seated rage towards the plight of Bai Huang and Chu Yundao, yearning to immediately take up arms against the Underworld Emperor clan to eradicate them completely. Of course, Emperor Mingchen was not alone in his fury. The other prodigies of the Jun family shared his sentiments, each one eager to rush into the Underworld Emperor clan and unleash their wrath. Fear not. The Underworld Emperor clan shall not escape. Once this matter concludes, I shall dispatch forces to the ancient chaos universe to obliterate the Underworld Emperor clan, Jun Huaiyun declared, his eyes brimming with an unprecedented intensity of murderous intent. Boom. At that moment, an indescribably brilliant and extraordinary light erupted from the innermost core of the secret realm. This radiance seemed woven from countless threads of destiny, piercing through layers of spatial barriers, instantly capturing the attention of all present. A colossal ancient mirror, its diameter exceeding 10,000 feet and exuding an aura of fate and time, began to slowly materialize from the radiance. The mirror's surface was smooth and flawless, reflecting myriad bizarre and fantastical scenes, sometimes a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, other times the splendor of immortal palaces, and at times, indistinct fragments of the future. A vast and mysterious aura swiftly permeated the air, spreading throughout the entire Tianqiu secret realm. The destiny mirror had actively manifested. Yaoxi's beautiful eyes shimmered with an unusual light. Chapter 129. It turns out to be the greedy wolf, star official. The destiny mirror has appeared. Quickly look. It is a treasure capable of glimpsing the 3 times segments of the future. It is mine. Stand aside. Such a divine artifact belongs to those with the strength to wield it. The assembled prodigies and powerhouses of various factions, who had already gathered, instantly descended into madness. A few remaining prodigies of the Chaos Emperor clan, led by the 9th Elder, swiftly approached the destiny mirror, their gazes burning with fervor. Additionally, a dozen or so cultivators of the Underworld Emperor clan, under the leadership of a 3rd Tribulation Quasi-Emperor, also desperately rushed towards the destiny mirror. At this moment, an insatiable greed filled the eyes of all, even those from the Underworld and Chaos Emperor clans, along with experts from other immortal lineages and reclusive families, all blinded by desire. The Tianshu secret realm erupted into chaos, the brilliance of divine abilities and treasures crisscrossing, accompanied by incessant cries of agony and shouts of rage. As the stench of blood permeated the void, everyone yearned to be the first to reach the destiny mirror and seize the opportunity that could alter their fate. Just as the chaos reached its zenith, a terrifying oppressive force descended upon them like an ancient divine mountain, instantly suppressing the entire scene. All those charging toward the destiny mirror, whether Dao sovereigns or quasi-emperors, felt their bodies weigh down heavily, their movements becoming exceedingly laborious, even their breaths turning arduous. What a terrifying pressure! Who could it be? Expressions of shock and dread turned towards the source of the pressure. There, at the edge of the destiny mirror. Spatial ripples emanated continuously. At that moment, Jun Huaiyun, hand in hand with Yaoxi, manifested from within, stepping forward. Behind him, Emperor Mingchen, Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Xiuling, Jun Qingya. And the other prodigies of the Jun family followed closely, each exuding a dense aura, their eyes ablaze with icy killing intent. Young Emperor. It is the Jun family's young emperor. What a terrifying pressure. Why does it feel even more dreadful than that of a Dao sovereign or quasi-emperor? Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. The ninth elder of the Chaos Emperor clan, the quasi-emperor of the Underworld clan, the greedy Wolf Star official's loyal general, Luo Wan. And everyone familiar with Jun Huaiyun felt their expressions grow solemn, especially upon seeing Jun Huaiyun's cold, emotionless gaze. A shiver coursed through them, striking them with a chill from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads. Underworld Emperor clan, you have truly overstepped. To dare lay hands on my brother, it seems your clan's existence is no longer warranted. Jun Huaiyun ignored the fearful gazes of those around him. His eyes fixed squarely on the Underworld Emperor clan, his voice turning frigid, each word laced with chilling intent. Boom. What? The Underworld Emperor clan actually dared to strike at the young emperor's brother? Have they grown tired of living? Oh no, I must distance myself from these foolish imperial clans. If the Jun family inadvertently kills me in their rage, to whom shall I turn for solace? Everyone present frantically retreated, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Young Emperor, please quell your anger. This is surely a grave misunderstanding. The Underworld Emperor clan's third tribulation quasi-emperor elder, Yugu, turned pale, forcing a smile more pitiful than a cry. Hastily stepping forward in an attempt to explain, our Underworld Emperor clan has always held the Jun family in high regard. How could we dare lay hands on the young emperor's brother? This must be the handiwork of rogue elements impersonating our clan, seeking to sow discord. Please, young emperor, see through this. The dozen or so prodigies from the Underworld clan trembled in fear, unable to lift their heads under the intense scrutiny of the Jun family. See through? Jun Huaiyun's lips curled into a cruel smile, devoid of warmth in his eyes. Do I need to see through anything? Do you dare not acknowledge what you have done? He spoke slowly, his voice soft yet clear enough for every ear to hear. Elder Yugu's heart plummeted, a wave of cold dread surging forth. Young Emperor. Yugu forced himself to suppress his terror, his voice trembling. There must be hidden circumstances. Our Underworld Emperor clan is willing to pay any price. Pleading for the young emperor's mercy. Chaos Emperor clan friends, please say a word. He looked anxiously at the ninth elder of the Chaos Emperor clan, seeking support from an ally. The ninth elder's expression fluctuated, realizing that Jun Huaiyun's wrath was directed at the Underworld Emperor clan, not them. However, the Underworld clan's actions clearly intended to drag the Chaos clan into their predicament. Yet, if they chose not to assist, the relationship with the Underworld clan would undoubtedly be irreparably shattered, possibly even turning them into enemies. The ninth elder's hesitation and wavering did not escape Jun Huaiyun's keen perception. Heh! A cold sneer escaped Jun Huaiyun's lips, his gaze fixed upon the ninth elder. Old dog, did you think you could remain uninvolved today? Your Chaos Emperor clan has repeatedly provoked me, insulting my followers, and today dares to strike at the Jun family's prodigies. Both new and old grievances shall be settled in one go. You Chaos Emperor clan shall not leave this place alive. One and all, your lives are forfeit. Boom. The faces of all members of the Chaos Emperor clan paled, transforming into expressions of despair. The ninth elder trembled violently, his aged face flushed crimson, his eyes brimming with a tumult of astonishment and fury. He had never anticipated that Jun Huaiyun would be so tyrannical as to include them in his reckoning. Jun Huaiyun, you are exceedingly overbearing. Do you truly believe that my Chaos Imperial clan is mere clay to be molded? The ninth elder's hair stood on end as he bellowed in rage. His body brimmed with chaotic energy, fully prepared to fight to the death. The young prodigies of the Chaos Imperial clan behind him also summoned their magical artifacts, though they were gripped by fear. They were compelled by Jun Huaiyun's ferocity to unleash their inherent savagery. Surrender meant death, and resisting also led to demise. Thus, it was better to fight. At that moment, several figures, seizing the distraction caused by Jun Huaiyun and the two great imperial clans, stealthily retreated towards the rear. At the forefront was Luo Wan, a trusted celestial general of the greedy Wolf Star officer, having witnessed the terrifying might and overwhelming intent to kill exhibited by Jun Huaiyun. especially when he directed his ire at the two imperial factions. Luo Wen realized that the situation had taken a grave turn. Although he had not participated in the ambush against the Jun family's celestial prodigies, he was aware of Yi Guqing and the other scheme. If he was not mistaken, Yi Guqing's plan had utterly failed and might even have exposed his identity. Thus he needed to flee the secret realm at once and relay the news back to the greedy Wolfstar officer. However, where did he think he could go? A chilling voice echoed in his ear. Luo Wen's hair stood on end as he abruptly looked up, only to find that Jun Huaiyun had turned his head. Those eyes infused with five-colored divine light piercing through the throngs of people, locking onto him with uncanny precision. It is one of the greedy Wolfstar officer's men. It's him. Yaoxi followed Jun Huaiyun's gaze and spotted the celestial general, her brow slightly furrowing. A wave of deathly coldness enveloped Luo Wen. So, you are but a dog under the greedy Wolfstar officer. What, do you wish to slip away? Jun Huaiyun's voice dripped with unabashed disdain and murderous intent. Colluding with foreign enemies, conspiring against the princess of the celestial court, plotting against my Jun family while your master hides in the celestial court. I shall use you, this dog, as a sacrifice. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Huaiyun did not even lift a hand. Merely a flicker of thought sufficed. Boom. The space surrounding Luo Wen distorted and collapsed instantaneously. A colossal hand, entirely composed of primordial force, materialized from thin air, exuding a terrifying aura of annihilation, effortlessly bridging the spatial distance to grasp Luo Wen atop his head. No. Luo Wen let out a desperate scream as the power of a quasi-emperor erupted within him, summoning a starry shield in a futile attempt to defend himself. Simultaneously, he desperately crushed every life-preserving talisman on his body, ready to forcibly tear through space to escape. Crack. The extraordinary starry shield could not withstand even a breath's time before it shattered into dust before the primordial hand, and the spatial fluctuations released by the talismans were effortlessly obliterated by the primordial force. Lord Greedy Wolf, save me. Luo Wen's scream abruptly ceased. The primordial hand closed with a sudden ferocity. Luo Wen, a trusted celestial general of the greedy Wolfstar officer, a dignified quasi-emperor, was crushed into a cloud of crimson mist without even a sliver of resistance, his very soul obliterated by the primordial force. The blood mist dissipated into the void, instantly saturating the air with a heavy stench of blood. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. Chapter 130, A Single Step to Obliterate. Ensuring you have no chance to become a ghost. All factions, whether the Chaos Imperial Clan, the Underworld Imperial Clan, or other immortal lineages and hidden families, stood frozen, unable to regain their composure. The Xianzun realm. Jun Huaiyun clearly exuded the aura of only a Xianzun. Yet what had he just accomplished? With but a flicker of thought, he had condensed primordial force to crush a genuine quasi-emperor, along with his protective artifacts and life-saving talismans, as easily as squashing an ant. This transcended logic, shattering their understanding of the disparity in realms. While they could accept a Xianzun overcoming a Daozun, a Xianzun effortlessly obliterating a quasi-emperor was utterly preposterous, especially with such ease. A Daozun elder from an ancient family trembled, his heart shaken to its core. Meanwhile, the ninth elder of the Chaos Imperial Clan, Di Qiong, turned pale, his hands quivering slightly. The young prodigies behind him wore expressions of terror and despair, some even so frightened that they lost control of their bladders. Amidst this suffocating silence and sheer terror, Jun Huaiyun slowly raised his right hand. The space rippled, and a frail, dismembered figure was flung out, as if discarded refuse, crashing heavily onto the ground before the gathered members of the Underworld Imperial Clan. It was none other than the third young master of the Underworld Imperial Clan, Yu Wujing. Hiss, as the crowd recognized the mangled form on the ground. A collective gasp echoed throughout the arena, followed by an even greater uproar. It is the young master Yu Wujing. My heavens, he has been reduced to this state. Jun family's young emperor has utterly crippled the young master of the Underworld Imperial Clan. Whispers surged through the crowd, and even the elders of some immortal factions revealed expressions of astonishment upon witnessing Yu Wujing's appalling fate. Jun Huaiyun is merciless. Do you recognize who this is? Ignoring the murmurs surrounding him, Jun Huaiyun took a deliberate step forward, firmly placing his left foot atop the only somewhat intact head of Yu Wujing. Crack! A faint sound of cracking bones arose, and Yu Wujing's head instantly contorted, sinking inward. The excruciating pain caused the barely conscious Yu Wujing to convulse violently, emitting a heart-wrenching whimper. Do you comprehend the reason for this? Jun Huaiyun's icy gaze swept over each member of the Underworld Imperial Clan, ultimately landing on the ashen face of Yu Gu, whose complexion was ghastly pale. He did not lift his foot, but rather applied more pressure, forcing Yu Wujing's head deeper into the hard ground. Yu Wujing let out an inhuman wail, blood gushing from his mouth and nose again. Jun Huaiyun looked down from on high, his cold eye surveying the contorted face beneath his foot, which twisted in agony. His voice, though quiet, carried the chilling essence of annihilating countless souls. The young master of the Underworld Imperial Clan? the lofty prodigy of the ancient chaotic universe? Now, do you understand why? Do you understand why this young emperor believes your underworld imperial clan ought not to exist? As these words fell, Yu Wujing, amidst his agony and paralyzing fear, regained a flicker of consciousness, straining to rotate his eyes, only able to see the cold soles of Jun Huaiyun's boots. All his arrogance, cruelty, and scheming had devolved into the most abject plea for mercy. Please, Lord Jun, spare me. Yu Wujing, unable to move, could only desperately implore Jun Huaiyun for mercy. Spare you? Do you even comprehend the error of your ways? A cold smile curled at the corner of Jun Huaiyun's lips. Lord Jun, all of this is Yi Guqing's doing. It is he who has misled me. He colluded with the underworld and the greedy Wolf Star officer. It was he who sought to harm the Jun family. My involvement with the underworld imperial clan was minimal. I merely acted against a small golden dog and a golden-haired youth. I did not ambush the Jun family. Please, I am willing to serve you throughout eternity. To be a loyal dog to the Jun family. To you, young emperor. Yu Wujing's voice echoed with heart-wrenching sobs beneath Jun Huaiyun's foot. Yet, Jun Huaiyun's gaze remained utterly unmoved, cold to the extreme. Have they truly lost their minds? The underworld imperial clan audaciously sought to eliminate the young emperor's brother? Even the young master himself was directly involved. Seeking death, they must have wished for their imperial clan's end. No wonder the young emperor is so enraged. His murderous intent soaring. Were it me, I would annihilate the entire underworld imperial clan. Indeed, it seems the Chaos Imperial clan is also doomed. As the ninth elder's expression just revealed, none of them shall leave here alive today. Countless astonished and gloating gazes converged upon the pale faces of the remnants of the underworld and chaos clans. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, mingling with the terrifying aura emanating from Jun Huaiyun, suffocating those present. Have you delivered your last words? With a slight exertion of his left foot, the sickening sound of shattering skulls mixed with anguished cries reverberated throughout the void. Young emperor, please show mercy. Elder Yogu's eyes bulged with desperation, casting aside all fear as he fell to his knees, fervently bowing to Jun Huaiyun. Young emperor, I beseech you. It was our clan's ignorance that offended your might and angered your brother. Although Yu Wujing deserves death, he is nonetheless one of the direct heirs of our Yuming imperial clan. I implore you, for the sake of our clan leader, the Yuming emperor, spare his life. We, the Yuming imperial clan, are willing to pay any price, offering all our resources and supernatural abilities, just to seek your mercy and save him from death. Elder Yogu's voice quivered with despair, filled with a plea that resonated with hopelessness. If Yu Wujing were to perish here, he would face a merciless execution upon returning to the Yuming imperial clan, one far more brutal than death itself. The young prodigies of the Yuming imperial clan behind him, having regained their senses, also knelt in unison before Jun Huaiyun, desperately banging their heads against the ground, their cries for mercy echoing throughout the air. Price? A cruel smile curled at the corners of Jun Huaiyun's lips, his gaze devoid of warmth. Do you truly believe the life of my brother, Chu Yundao, can be compensated by your meager resources? Do you think the cost of the White Emperor's humiliation and grievous injuries can be borne by a mere Yuming imperial clan? The Yuming clan leader? Huh. What is he worth before the Jun family? To harm my brother and injure my kin. The only repayment is the lives of your entire clan. At that moment, a kaleidoscope of divine light surged in Jun Huaiyun's eyes. Boom. The imperial boot resting upon Yu Wujing's skull unleashed an unfathomable force. No. Yu Wujing's screams abruptly ceased. The abyssal power of annihilation erupted from beneath Jun Huaiyun's feet, engulfing Yu Wujing's head entirely. Under the horrified gaze of all, the head of this young master of the Yuming imperial clan exploded in an eruption of crimson and ivory. Even more horrifying was that the power of annihilation did not dissipate. Instead, it morphed into countless slender black chains, ensnaring the fleeing essence of Yu Wujing. Jun Huaiyun. I will not rest even in death. The essence of Yu Wujing writhed in the chains of annihilation, uttering a piercing curse. In death, Jun Huaiyun scoffed, his right hand clenching into a fist. I will ensure you are unworthy of even that. Boom. The chains of annihilation abruptly constricted, shattering Yu Wujing's essence into countless motes of light before being completely devoured by the force of annihilation, leaving not a trace behind. Both form and spirit obliterated. He was denied entry into the cycle of reincarnation. This scene rendered all members of the Yuming imperial clan pale as ashes. Chapter 131, Crushing the Flesh. Exploding the Three Tribulation Quasi-Emperor. Flee. Quickly scatter. Elder Yogu's eyes bulged with terror, forsaking all semblance of dignity as he erupted into a thick, foul mist of Yuming blood, catapulting himself into a frenzied dash toward the depths of the secret realm. The dozen or so petrified prodigies of the Yuming clan behind him wailed in terror, scattering in all directions. We must go too. The ninth elder of the chaotic emperor clan, Emperor Qiong, cunningly transformed into a stream of chaotic light the moment Yu Wujing's head exploded, racing in the opposite direction of the Yuming imperial clan. The remaining prodigies of the chaotic emperor clan, driven by sheer panic, desperately activated their chaotic escape techniques. Not a single one of the chaotic Emperor clan shall escape. Young Emperor's Guard, follow me to kill. Emperor Mingchen's eyes ignited with an unprecedented chaotic killing light as he shattered the void with a single step. His chaotic spear rending space, aimed directly at Emperor Qiong's retreating figure. We shall join. Jun Xiaoyao's furious roar resonated, his ancient sacred body radiating golden light. Like a wrathful golden war deity, crashing into the fleeing crowd of the chaotic Emperor clan with the terrifying force to shatter stars. Jun Zhoujian's sword sang with a celestial resonance, its sword energy transforming into a galactic river, sealing off an area, while Jun Xingya gracefully raised her hand, causing countless nine-colored lotus flowers imbued with dreamlike essence to bloom in the void. The other Jun family prodigies, brimming with murderous intent, instantly formed a deadly array, charging at the demoralized prodigies of the chaotic Emperor clan. Boom! The direction of the chaotic Emperor clan erupted in a cacophony of blood mist and energy storms, filled with screams, the shattering of treasures, and the cracking of bones. Yet, Jun Huaiyun did not cast a glance at the chaotic Emperor clan. His gaze was firmly locked on Elder Yogu of the Yuming Imperial clan. Old dog, your life shall be the offering for my brother. In an instant, Jun Huaiyun's figure vanished, not through teleportation or space tearing, but through an unparalleled speed. The void beneath his feet shattered under the strain of this terrifying velocity, creating a long vacuum passage that seemed to stretch endlessly, constantly annihilating and reconstituting. The five-colored divine light trailed behind him, leaving a path of destruction in its wake. As the shattered stars and floating continents vanished silently into dust, Jun Huaiyun, Elder Yogu felt the terrifying presence, akin to an ancient beast, rapidly closing in behind him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Desperately, he bit his tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of his life essence in the form of Yuming ghost blood. 10,000 ghosts devour. Buzz. The blood ignited instantly, transforming into countless ghastly phantoms that wailed and wrapped around him, causing Elder Yogu's speed to surge once more, his form becoming elusive and indistinct. A mere parlor trick. Jun Huaiyun's cold voice resonated like an ancient deity whispering. The surface of his right arm shimmered with faint purple primordial patterns. And without invoking any supernatural techniques, he executed a perfect amalgamation of physical strength and primordial power. With a single punch, simple and unadorned, he ruthlessly struck into the void before Elder Yogu's fleeing form. Boom. The space ahead did not twist or shatter, rather, it was forcefully concaved by the sheer power and primordial force of that punch. A vortex, 10,000 zhang in diameter, formed instantly, its edges flowing with primordial purple energy, unleashing a terrifying suction that threatened to consume all. Elder Yogu's speed plummeted as his form became tangible under the vortex's pull. Now, Jun Huaiyun's figure appeared instantaneously beside Elder Yogu. Yuming ghost armor. Elder Yogu, horrified, manifested a pitch-black armor formed from countless vengeful souls. Yet, Jun Huaiyun's left hand, fingers splayed wide, was enveloped in pure, immaculate light, seemingly capable of cleansing all impurities in the world, as it forcefully grasped the dark armor. Sizzle. The ghostly armor, capable of withstanding quasi-emperor attacks, emitted a piercing wail of tormented souls before Jun Huaiyun's fingers penetrated it effortlessly, sinking deep into Elder Yogu's shoulder flesh. The excruciating pain elicited a chilling scream from Elder Yogu, as he felt the primordial power ravenously eroding his flesh. Get away from me. Elder Yogu's eyes turned blood red as he summoned ghostly flames that corroded all, fiercely clawing at Jun Huaiyun's heart. The very space scorched by his claws was riddled with dark holes. In the face of Elder Yogu's lethal strike, Jun Huaiyun did not flinch or evade. He pressed down with his left hand, still gripping Elder Yogu's shoulder, channeling the weighty, mighty chaotic energy upward with the intent to crush the heavens. Crack. His knee collided solidly with Elder Yogu's clawing wrist. The sound of shattering bones echoed sharply, as Elder Yogu's wrist bent at an unnatural angle. The white bone shards piercing through flesh, while the ghostly flames were instantly dispersed by the chaotic energy. My hand. Elder Yogu cried out, writhing in agony. Jun Huaiyun's eyes blazed with cold ferocity. Seizing the opportunity presented by the fracture of Elder Yogu's wrist, he forcefully pulled the wretched figure toward himself. Simultaneously, the right knee that had just shattered the opponent's wrist continued its relentless momentum, engulfed in a more ferocious torrent of chaotic energy, forcefully crashing into the jaw of the spectral bone. Bang! The dull, heart-stopping sound of the impact reverberated throughout the void. The skull of the spectral bone seemed to be struck by 1,000 crimson giants, violently tilting backward, spewing forth a torrent of teeth mingled with blood. Yet, this was not the end. Jun Huaiyun would never allow such a swift demise. Withdrawing his right arm, he bent his elbow, and at the tip of his elbow, the power of annihilation coalesced into an intensely deep black radiance, embodying the will to bring about an end, and struck fiercely towards the throat of the spectral bone. The spectral bone's last flicker of madness surged in his eyes as he attempted to invoke a life-saving secret technique. Death. But alas, Jun Huaiyun was swifter, interrupting his incantation directly. With a sickening squelch, that elbow strike effortlessly pierced through the spectral bone's throat. A gaping wound the size of a bowl appeared on his neck. As the annihilation black energy instantaneously spread throughout his body through the injury, the spectral bone's body convulsed violently, the light in his eyes rapidly dimming. He could hardly fathom that a dignified third tribulation quasi-emperor, an elder of the spectral imperial clan, was being so brutally overpowered in close combat by a young man of the profound realm who had pierced his throat in such a savage manner. Jun Huaiyun withdrew his arm, the tip of his elbow stained with the dark purple blood of the quasi-emperor. He cast not a glance at the swiftly fading breath of the spectral bone's corpse, allowing it to be completely consumed by the power of annihilation. His cold gaze swept towards the distant figures of the spectral imperial clan's prodigies, who had fled far away. It was your turn now. Chapter 132. Peering into future scenarios. The 12 Yama Kings of the Underworld. Boom. As the words fell, a five-colored divine light erupted around Jun Huaiyun, intertwining the primordial purple chi, the light of the primordial, the chaotic energy, the divine radiance of creation, and the black mist of annihilation into a dazzling pillar of light that pierced through heaven and earth. His right hand slowly rose, palm facing down, fingers slightly splayed. 5 extremes of annihilation wheel. The surrounding void suddenly froze. The fleeing prodigies of the spectral imperial clan were instantly immobilized, their terrified expressions frozen in time. Buzz. A wheel of 5 colors, 10,000 feet in diameter, emerged in the center of his palm, inscribed with profound runes of cosmic birth and obliteration. As he gently pressed down, the 5-colored wheel plummeted with a thunderous crash. No. Young Emperor, spare us. We acknowledge our wrongs. The piercing cries for mercy abruptly ceased, wherever the 5-colored wheel passed. The bodies of a dozen spectral prodigies shattered inch by inch, their protective artifacts and spectral energies crumbling before the 5 supreme powers as if made of paper, unable to withstand even a single breath. The most terrifying aspect was that these shattered bodies did not explode. Instead, they were directly obliterated into the most primitive particles by the power of annihilation on the wheel, leaving not a single drop of blood nor a fragment of bone. As if these individuals had never existed. The onlookers from various factions were all filled with dread, some even collapsing to their knees in terror. Those were core prodigies of the spectral imperial clan, meticulously cultivated, capable of dominating a realm in the outside world. Yet they were all annihilated by Jun Huaiyun with a single strike. Was this the true power of the young emperor of the Jun clan? How could a profound realm warrior possess such might? This was utterly revolutionary to the principles of cultivation, with 5 supreme powers converging in one. It was no wonder even the disaster emperor of annihilation had to yield. Just as everyone was in shock, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from the direction of the chaotic imperial clan. The 9th elder of the chaotic imperial clan, Emperor Qiong, was being repeatedly forced back by the Jun clan's members. This veteran quasi-emperor was now covered in blood, his breath in utter disarray, yet even at the final moment, he was still struggling. You won't have a good end, Jun clan. Our ancestors will not spare you. Emperor Qiong roared, his eyes filled with vengeful intent. Jun Huaiyun stepped forward, instantly appearing before Emperor Qiong. He looked down from a height at this elder of the chaotic imperial clan, his gaze icy enough to freeze the air. Spare us, young emperor. Emperor Qiong suddenly changed his demeanor, collapsing to the ground with a thud, frantically bowing his head. I, an old fool, am willing to offer all the secrets of the chaotic imperial clan, just pleading for the young emperor's mercy. This once proud quasi-emperor now appeared as humble as an ant, devoid of even a trace of the chaotic imperial clan's arrogance. Jun Huaiyun regarded him with an expressionless face, slowly raising his right fist. The 5 supreme powers swirled and intertwined at the tip of his fist, a vast and mysterious aura rapidly spreading outward. This punch is for the injured members of my Jun clan. Upon uttering these words, his fist lightly descended upon the crown of Emperor Qiong's head. Crack! There was no earth-shattering explosion, no surging waves of energy. Emperor Qiong's skull shattered instantaneously, followed by his neck, torso, and limbs. His entire body reduced to powder under the intertwining of the 5 powers, not even his soul managing to escape, utterly annihilated. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the scene. The prodigies from various factions dared not even breathe, fearing to attract Jun Huaiyun's attention. Those who had harbored fantasies about the destiny mirror now extinguished all thoughts. No matter how precious a treasure, one must be alive to claim it. Jun Huaiyun retracted his fist, standing tall, as his gaze swept across the devastated battlefield. All those from the spectral imperial clan and chaotic imperial clan who had participated in the encirclement of the Jun clan had been completely exterminated. Young emperor, what comes next? Di Mingchen asked respectfully, sheathing his bloodied spear. Jun Huaiyun looked towards the destiny mirror suspended in the center of the secret realm, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. This treasure that could glimpse into the future shimmered with waves of light, seemingly conveying some message to him. Await here, I shall investigate the destiny mirror. Having said that, Jun Huaiyun took Yaoxi's hand and stepped forward, instantly arriving before the destiny mirror. The massive mirror stood 10,000 feet high, its edges flowing with the ethereal imagery of the river of time, yet what it reflected was not their own images, but a blurred vision of the future. Huaiyun, be cautious of deceit, Yaoxi warned, her tone laced with vigilance. Jun Huaiyun nodded slightly, reaching out to touch the mirror's surface. At the moment his fingertip made contact, the mirror suddenly erupted with violent ripples, a brilliant pillar of light descending from above, enveloping the two within its embrace. Young Emperor, Princess, Di Mingchen and the others exclaimed in alarm, yet saw Jun Huaiyun within the light pillar raise a hand, signaling them not to panic. In the next moment, their figures vanished along with the light pillar, leaving the destiny mirror quietly suspended in place. As vision returned, Jun Huaiyun found himself in a peculiar space, devoid of distinctions between up and down, only countless bizarre images swirling around him, each exuding a sense of time. Is this the internal space of the destiny mirror? While Jun Huaiyun marveled, he scanned his surroundings, realizing Yaoxi was no longer by his side, likely transported to another segment of space by the destiny mirror. Just as he contemplated this, the swirling images around him suddenly trembled violently, countless light points converging to form a horrifying scene before him. The celestial dome of the immortal realm was torn asunder by a colossal rift that spanned the starry river, as torrents of dense black mist cascaded down like a flood. Wherever the black mist passed, the universe was obliterated, and beings wailed in despair. Even more terrifying were the countless ghostly figures that emerged from the black mist. They resembled humanoids, yet bore twisted horns, with hollow eye sockets flickering with eerie green ghostly flames. Is this an invasion from the underworld? Jun Huaiyun's pupils constricted slightly. Roar. Kill. Annihilate all these beings of the Yang realm. Flesh and souls are our sustenance. The chilling wails of ghosts mixed with desperate cries formed a terrifying sonic wave capable of tearing through one's very soul. Within the black mist, endless ghostly figures writhed in turmoil. There were towering skeletal giants clad in decayed bone armor wielding massive axes, shattering stars with every step, as well as colossal ghostly figures formed from billions of vengeful spirits, flowing with pus and blood, raising their hands to summon endless rivers of the yellow springs, corrupting all that they touched, preventing them from entering the cycle of reincarnation. In addition to this, there exists a throng of grotesque and contorted specters, their eye sockets ablaze with insatiable green fire, recklessly charging towards the primordial celestial realm. The celestial domain is ablaze, weeping, and spiraling towards utter annihilation. This scene is 1,000-fold more harrowing than what Qin Li had depicted. It is the veritable advent of the apocalypse. Amidst this purgatory, dominated by black mist and phantoms, against a backdrop of shattered stars and the corpses of living beings, 12 towering and terrifying figures loom like ancient deities, subduing the entire battlefield. Clad in archaic imperial robes and crowned with diadems, their visages are grotesque and fearsome, enveloped in a tangible aura of death's decree that warps space and freezes time. Merely the sweep of their gaze causes countless beings to silently vanish into oblivion. These are the 12 Yama kings of the underworld, the most formidable emissaries of the netherworlds while in the realm of the living, and the pinnacle of power, standing above myriad others. Chapter 133, A Brutal Battle. The Arrival of an Unknown Power. The vision presented by the Destiny Mirror is no ethereal prophecy. It is a bloody and merciless future poised to unfold. One of the Yama kings, with a gaunt visage and the book of life and death in hand, merely gestures in the void. With a swift motion, an ebony fissure spanning countless miles suddenly appears, gushing forth an endless torrent of foul yellow spring water, instantaneously engulfing an entire star domain. Countless life-bearing stars, along with the myriad beings upon them, dissolve without even a scream, becoming sustenance for the nurturing black mist. Another robust Yama king emits a deep, resonant roar. The sound materializes into palpable sound waves, shattering a star domain composed of hundreds of stars into fragments. The remnants of these celestial bodies turn to dust under the force of annihilation, along with the cultivators of the celestial realm who were valiantly resisting, instantaneously reduced to naught. Such is the might of the Yama kings. With every gesture, they manifest the power of world-ending destruction. No, my sect, my beloved. Other celestial domains are also engulfed in boundless chaos. An elderly Taoist, his hair as white as snow, watches helplessly as the gate he has guarded for 10 millennia dissolves into the black mist, his beloved and disciples leaving not even a trace of ash. He emits a heart-wrenching wail. In an instant, his Tao heart shatters, his spiritual power spirals out of control, and he self-destructs, leaving behind only a minuscule glimmer of blood amidst the murky black mist, which is swiftly consumed. Such scenes abound. The only beings posing a threat to the underworld are the emperors of the celestial realms, yet they are all targeted by the powerful denizens of the underworld. Unable to intervene, Many formidable factions merely observe from the sidelines, too fearful to engage in the affairs of the underworld. Flee! Quick, escape! The sky has fallen. The celestial realm is doomed. Who will save us? Mother, father, where are you? The chorus of despair merges into a cacophony, as countless cultivators pilot their ships through the shattered cosmos in a desperate flight. However, they barely make it a short distance before their vessels are torn asunder by ghostly claws, their protective formations corroded by the yellow spring. As countless figures plummet like dumplings from the sky, instantly engulfed and shredded by the surging tide of specters below. An emperor-level cultivator attempts to burn their essence to open a spatial passage for their kin to escape, but is met with the Yama King's frigid gaze. And both the passage and the individual are instantaneously obliterated. A mother clings tightly to her infant, only to be torn apart with her child by the onrushing specters, leaving only the heart-wrenching cries of the infant crushed beneath the surge. Furthermore, some powerful beings, in their desperation, choose self-destruction. The brilliant light of their explosion is extinguished in an instant by a torrent of yellow spring water, decaying alongside their resolute form. Chaos. Utter chaos. Order is obliterated in the face of death, leaving only the primal terror and instinct for survival, driving the remaining beings to struggle within this purgatory. If no powerful figure rises to stand against the tide, all beings of the celestial realms will succumb to the mournful wails of despair and be utterly extinguished. At this darkest hour, as the myriad souls weep and the celestial realm teeters on the brink of total collapse, a resplendent golden light pierces through the omnipresent black mist. Impudence. The voice resonates with an overwhelming authority, echoing like the thunder of countless divine bolts, shaking the ancient rivers of stars. At the center of the golden light stands the celestial emperor, towering above all. Adorned in imperial robes of the heavenly court and crowned with the diadem of the divine dragon, exuding an overwhelming imperial majesty. Streams of golden light immediately repel and purify the surrounding foul black mist. Behind him, formidable figures descend, tearing through the fabric of space. These beings are either the mightiest of the heavenly court or emperors from other immortal factions. Nearly all of the top powers willing or able to intervene on behalf of the myriad souls are present here. Strange. Why do I not see the presence of my Jun family? Jun Huaiyun furrows his brow slightly. Having failed to detect the presence of the Jun family within the heavenly court, could something have befallen them? Or is there some constraint preventing their intervention? Underworld, what is your intent? How dare you tear apart the contract of yin and yang and enact such world-ending deeds? The celestial emperor's gaze sweeps across the ravaged celestial realm, his voice laced with boundless fury and murderous intent, his golden eyes locking onto the 12 Yama kings, who resemble demonic deities. Cackling, one of the tallest Yama kings, his imperial robe entwined with black nether dragons, emits a chilling, bone-chilling laugh. A contract? That is but a shackle sought by the weak. The will of our master awakens. The barriers of yin and yang shall crumble. The vitality of the realm of the living is but sustenance for our underworld's expansion. Your flesh and soul shall serve as resources for our ascension. This is the cycle of heavenly law, an inevitable trend. The heavenly court, the celestial realms, after today, they shall all become the pastures of our master, and you shall be but lambs awaiting slaughter. The speaker is none other than the most powerful Yama king among the 12, the very one coveting the secrets of Jun Huaiyun's flesh. With these words, an even more terrifying aura of death emanates from the 12 Yama kings, the thick, foul black mist surging violently, coalescing into countless chains of despair that intertwine to form a colossal net of death, descending upon the celestial emperor and his companions. Simultaneously, an endless tide of malevolent specters, responding to the Yama king's command, emits a piercing wail, charging forth like a cataclysmic wave of destruction. Form the formation. Prepare to meet the enemy. The celestial emperor bellows, unleashing a myriad of resplendent golden lights that transform into hundreds of majestic five-clawed golden dragons, roaring as they confront the net of death. Meanwhile, other top powers of the celestial realms also spring into action, their various laws intertwining, divine radiance surging, threatening to shatter the very atmosphere. Yet, although the celestial realm's forces are powerful, they fight independently, lacking unified coordination. More critically, the foul black mist possesses a potent corrosive and suppressive force against the spiritual energy of the realm of the living, upon contact. The celestial cultivators find their powers operating with great difficulty, while their souls also suffer significant impacts, resulting in a drastic reduction of their overall strength. In stark contrast, the Yama kings operate as one, exhibiting an uncanny synergy. Their formidable strength is further amplified within the black mist, and their unpredictable assaults are nearly impossible to defend against. Additionally, the countless specters of the underworld, unafraid of death, relentlessly consume the strength of the celestial cultivators with their overwhelming numbers. An emperor-level celestial cultivator is pierced through by several chains of death, their imperial robes stained with blood, their aura waning instantaneously. Abomination. The ancient beast, Zhu Yan. under the command of the progenitor of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, is corroded by the yellow spring water, letting out a mournful cry before dissolving into nothingness. While the progenitor himself is forced to retreat, his vitality surging chaotically. Amitabha. This act of the underworld, the golden lotus light of the ancient Buddha, quickly dims under the gnawing of the myriad specters, and strands of black mist begin to manifest upon the Buddha's form. Barely having engaged, the celestial realm finds itself at a disadvantage, suffering heavy casualties. The formation is compressed, and the celestial army retreats step by step, a palpable atmosphere of despair spreading like a plague. Even the faces of the top powers betraying solemnity and a hint of barely concealed horror. Only the celestial emperor remains steadfast amidst the chaos. He found himself at the very heart of the battlefield, single-handedly contending against 4 formidable Yama kings. These 4 Yama kings, in perfect synchrony, wove the laws of death into a treacherous net, their chains of filth piercing through the void. The heavenly emperor let out a resounding roar, shaking the very cosmos, as he formed unparalleled seals with his hands. Behind him, the golden divine sun, transformed from imperial might, erupted with an even more resplendent radiance, and several colossal phantom dragons, each as immense as the galaxy itself, manifested around him, their bodies ablaze with the imperial flames capable of incinerating all evil. The flames of annihilation. Boom. The dragons, engulfed in these imperial flames, roared forth, embodying the divine might that purifies all, as they fiercely collided with the 4 Yama kings besieging him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The tainted chains of black mist rapidly dissolved before the imperial flames, proving insufficient against the might of the heavenly emperor alone. This heavenly emperor is indeed a formidable adversary. One of the Yama kings, unable to evade in time, was struck squarely in the chest by a golden flame dragon, flesh and blood scattering, ribs shattering, and the death laws entwined around him dimmed in the face of such power. The heavenly emperor's might was truly terrifying, fighting against 4 Yama kings. He not only held his ground, but subtly suppressed them. Fortunately, his intervention temporarily stabilized the crumbling formation of the immortal domain. Alas, no matter how strong the heavenly emperor may be, confronting 4 was already his limit. The addition of another would surely put his life at risk. This situation did not go unnoticed by those in the underworld, and among them, 4 Yama kings, recognizing the heavenly emperor's formidable strength, abandoned their opponents to converge upon him. Should they slay the heavenly emperor, the denizens of the immortal domain would stand no chance against the might of the underworld. Just as despair enveloped all beings, time seemed to come to a standstill. The screams of countless specters and the clashes of immortal domain warriors faded into silence. The entire battlefield, on the brink of collapse, fell into an eerie and suffocating stillness. Even the 12 Yama kings, exuding overwhelming malevolence, exhibited fluctuating gazes, sensing a terrifying aura descending upon them. This aura emanated from the ancient realm of the buried immortals. One of the Yama kings cast his gaze in that direction. An indescribable, towering figure, transcending all comprehension, tore through the ancient void and thunderously descended upon the battlefield of the immortal domain. As Jun Huaiyun beheld this majestic figure, ripples of emotion stirred within his heart. Chapter 134, Striking Down the Yama Kings. Why does Lord Yama not intervene? A tall figure strode through the shattered fabric of time and space, bathed in the resplendent, celestial light of creation. This figure's visage was obscured by a hazy glow, rendering it indistinct, save for a pair of indifferent eyes, as vast as the heavens themselves, penetrating through endless time and space, clearly reflected in Jun Huaiyun's gaze. Father? Jun Huaiyun's heart trembled violently, almost spilling the words, that figure, that gaze, that unique and imposing aura that looked down upon eternity, was none other than his father, Jun Wuwang, the current patriarch of the Jun clan. At this moment, Jun Wuwang's presence was infinitely vast and profound, far more powerful than the last time they met. Merely standing there, the invisible pressure he emanated made even the 12 Yama kings feel an overwhelming weight, dimming the ghostly energy swirling around them, disturbing the balance of yin and yang. Poisoning all living beings shall be eradicated. Jun Wuwang's voice was calm and unyielding, yet it resonated throughout the universe like the thunderous roar of the heavens. Before him, these 12 Yama kings merely appeared as inconsequential threats. Jun Wuwang, it is you. The leading Yama king spoke, his voice laced with incredulous trepidation. There are always rats lurking behind, be it the ancient realm of the buried immortals or your underworld. Surely, you 12 rats do not naively believe you can annihilate the immortal domain? Jun Wuwang's tone bore a condescending indifference, as if regarding mere ants. Arrogance. Jun Wuwang, do you truly think that you alone can contend against all 12 of us, opposing the will of our master? The Yama king, grievously wounded by the heavenly emperor's flames of annihilation, let out a chilling roar, attempting to mask his inner fear with bravado. You may certainly try. Jun Wuwang's voice was devoid of any emotion. Boom. The 12 Yama kings exchanged glances, instantly reaching a silent consensus. They understood the terror of Jun Wuwang, and dared not hold back or test him. 10,000 ghosts devouring the divine. The yellow springs burying heaven. The infernal locking of souls. The silence of demonic light. The 12 Yama Kings launched a simultaneous assault, unleashing forbidden divine abilities capable of obliterating quasi-immortals from 12 directions. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled, and countless mournful wails echoed. The foul and viscous waters of the yellow springs, capable of corroding imperial bodies, transformed into myriad roaring demonic dragons, entwined with endless vengeful souls, surging toward Jun Huaiyun from all sides. Countless colossal spears of pure death laws, shimmering with a ghostly luster, each inscribed with cursed runes, pierced through the void, sealing off all avenues of escape for Jun Huaiyun. The dark, ghostly claws, emanating a chilling aura capable of freezing souls, tore through the heavens, descending upon him. The black, demonic light, radiating the scent of decay, plummeted from the ninth heaven like a pillar of divine retribution. The intangible power of soul anguish, akin to a myriad of poisoned needles, disregarded all physical defenses, striking directly at Jun Huaiyun's sea of consciousness. The 12 Yama Kings, united, complemented each other's abilities, their power coalescing, nearly instantaneously reshaping the laws of this immortal domain. Such overwhelming force. After this strike, it is likely that even a quasi-immortal would not withstand it. The very center of the battlefield transformed into an absolute domain of death. The laws of the mortal realm repelled and suppressed to their utmost limits. Even the distant onlookers, including the heavenly emperor, felt their souls ache and blood stagnate. Nearly unable to draw breath, they harbored no doubts that should they find themselves within that maelstrom, they would be annihilated in an instant. Facing this terrifying combined strike capable of annihilating the mightiest of quasi-immortals, Jun Huaiyun slowly raised his hand. He simply lifted his right hand, fingers splayed, towards the world-ending torrent of 12 divine abilities, and made a gentle pressing motion. Halt. The words escaped his lips like a decree of the heavens. Buzz. An indescribable, ancient aura of annihilation, seemingly originating from the dawn of the universe, erupted suddenly from Jun Huaiyun's center. The 12 Yama Kings' world-ending abilities shattered in an instant, and they were forced to retreat thousands of miles, their forms swaying. Everyone was left in stunned silence, unable to fathom that Jun Huaiyun could indeed withstand the 12 Yama Kings, and so effortlessly at that, repelling them with a mere gesture. Such strength could rival even true immortals. It is worth noting that the Heavenly Emperor had previously only contended with 4 of the Yama Kings. To face 12 was beyond even his capabilities, a testament to the terrifying realm of power Jun Huaiyun had attained. Form the formation, the 12 Yama Kings. A mix of fury and fear swiftly established the underworld's most potent killing formation, the Yellow Springs Reincarnation Array. Endless waters of the Yellow Springs surged forth from the void, transforming into 12 towering pillars of the Nether River, each coiling with countless vengeful souls, their wails sharp enough to rend the souls of even quasi-immortals. Merely a trivial skill. Jun Huaiyun formed seals with his hands, the surging power of the laws intertwining into a vast map that blotted out the sky, descending upon the Yellow Springs Array. Boom. The moment their powers collided, the entire immortal domain dimmed, a terrifying shockwave reducing nearby stars to dust, while the aftermath of the clash caused the images within the Destiny mirror to violently sway. 3 of the weaker Yama Kings simultaneously spewed black blood, their imperial robes torn asunder, horrified to discover that the power of Jun Huaiyun alone had suppressed their combined might. Impossible. How could he be this strong? Do not hold back. Summon the Book of Life and Death. The 12 Yama Kings simultaneously bit their tongues, expelling their lifeblood, as an ancient tome radiating a scent of decay materialized in the void. As the pages turned, countless true names flickered. This was the underworld's supreme treasure. The Book of Life and Death, capable of erasing the fates of all beings. Jun Huaiyun. Today you shall taste the bitterness of true names fading into oblivion. The Yama Kings cackled maliciously, 12 laws of death infused into the Book of Life and Death, its pages frantically turning, searching for Jun Huaiyun's true name. Yet, what is happening? Where is his true name? The expressions of the Yama Kings changed drastically as the Book of Life and Death could not locate the record of Jun Huaiyun's fate, signifying that his destiny had transcended into realms unimaginable. Is this all? Jun Huaiyun let out a cold laugh, and in an instant, his figure flickered, appearing directly before the King of Hell, who held the Book of Life and Death. Before the king could react, he was struck in the chest with a powerful palm. The sound of shattered ribs was distinctly audible, as this blow contained an overwhelming force that directly shattered his essence. The King of Hell let out a wretched scream, his body retreating for countless miles, crashing through dozens of stars before finally coming to a halt. Attacked together, the remaining Kings of Hell went completely mad, recklessly unleashing forbidden divine abilities. Some summoned the 9 nether demonic dragons, others conjured the phantoms of the 18 layers of hell, and some even burned their own essence to unleash the 10,000 ghosts devouring heaven. The entire battlefield was engulfed by horrifying phenomena. The laws of the universe thrown into utter chaos. The observing powerhouses of the immortal realm had no choice but to retreat, fearing the repercussions of the residual forces. Yet Jun Huaiyun traversed through the myriad lethal strikes with the grace of a leisurely stroll. At times, he manifested a towering dharma form, shattering a demonic dragon with a single punch. At other moments, with a gentle flick of his fingertip, he pierced through the phantoms of hell with a beam of light. More often than not, he simply utilized straightforward strikes, yet each contained the profound essence of returning to simplicity, nullifying the deadly attacks of the kings of hell. Exhilarating. The long-lost battle fervor compelled Jun Huaiyun to let out a long roar, his hair billowing as he brought his fingers together, transforming them into a colossal sword that spanned the galaxy. 9 extremes returned to 1 slash. As this sword fell, time itself froze. The first 3 kings of hell were unable to even utter a scream before being completely obliterated by the sword light, their true spirits no longer in existence. Old 8, Old 10, Old 11. The remaining kings of hell could not muster their anger in time, as they saw Jun Huaiyun already closing in on them. He threw a punch, the essence of the great Dao surging forth, directly shattering one king's skull, and with a swift motion, he crushed another king's imperial body. Your Majesty, why do you still not make your move? Chapter 135. The emergence of the Emperor of Hell, a familiar aura. As the Emperor of Hell remained absent, all the kings of hell fell into despair. Another king was ruthlessly torn apart by Jun Huaiyun, blood and flesh splattering into the air. Retreat quickly. We are no match for him. The remaining kings gritted their teeth and swiftly retreated. Can they escape? Jun Huaiyun's gaze was icy as he raised his hand to invoke the supreme divine abilities of the Jun family, illuminating the heavens and the ages. Before this forbidden power, the retreating kings of hell suddenly found themselves frozen in place. Then, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, their bodies disintegrated inch by inch, leaving not even a speck of dust behind, returning entirely to nothingness. Thus, the 12 kings of hell, who dominated the underworld and commanded countless souls, causing the immortal realm to tremble in terror, were all eradicated, their forms and essences annihilated. Hiss! The entire devastated battlefield fell into a profound silence. Whether among the surviving powerhouses of the immortal realm or the distant tide of countless ghosts, all were engulfed in unparalleled shock and silence. The Heavenly Emperor, drenched in blood with his golden imperial robe torn in several places, felt his aura disordered. He gazed upon the figure standing proudly in the void. Akin to an ancient deity, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He had aged, ultimately outshone by the younger generation. The 12 kings of hell have perished just like that? Jun Huaiyun of the Jun family. What realm has he attained? A true immortal? Regardless, we have survived. The surviving powerhouses of the immortal realm murmured to themselves, their voices laced with relief. Jun Huaiyun found himself in the peculiar space of the destiny mirror, witnessing his father, Jun Huaiyun, effortlessly annihilate the 12 kings of hell with unparalleled might, his heart surging with excitement. Father, he whispered softly, his eyes brimming with pride and longing. This was the patriarch of the Jun family. This was his father, who single-handedly turned the tide of calamity and propped up the collapsing edifice. However, just as the hearts of all beings were stirred, believing that the calamity was about to end, a low hum resonated throughout the entire shattered battlefield of the immortal realm. No, the very laws of life and death within the immortal realm trembled violently, without warning. A pressure, far more terrifying than that of the 12 kings of hell combined, descended upon the battlefield of the immortal realm like an ancient world-destroying beast awakening from slumber. Thud, thud. In the distance, countless vengeful spirits and ghostly soldiers knelt in unison, their heads bowed deeply, trembling so violently that they dared not make a sound. On the side of the immortal realm, all surviving cultivators, regardless of their cultivation level, even the Heavenly Emperor himself, felt their hearts gripped by an icy ghostly hand, their blood nearly freezing over. What is this? The Heavenly Emperor's expression changed drastically, his imperial gaze fixed firmly on the deepest part of the battlefield, where the chaotic void was shrouded in the remnants of the 12 kings' blood and shattered laws. Buzz! The chaotic void began to twist and collapse. Countless souls of fallen immortal realm cultivators, the dissipated ghostly aura, and even the last remnants of essence from the shattered 12 kings, all converged frantically towards a single point. As if pulled by some supreme will, the light, compressing and refining amidst the convergence, underwent a metamorphosis. Ultimately, a profoundly dark glow emerged, seemingly capable of devouring all vitality. This light slowly expanded, silently outlining the colossal contours of an immense throne. That throne was composed entirely of countless struggling souls, flowing with the viscous, filthy waters of the yellow springs, its base built upon the corpses of billions of stars, and its armrest fashioned from the bones of 2 ferocious, roaring 9 nether demonic dragons. At the moment the throne took shape, an overwhelming imperial might that dominated all ghosts and governed reincarnation erupted forth. All beings of the immortal realm could not help but kneel. Even the heavenly emperor's countenance turned pale with horror. What kind of pressure was this? Upon the throne, a figure slowly materialized, clad in a black imperial robe and adorned with a uniquely designed dark golden crown. His features were obscured by layers of deathly mist, save for a pair of eyes that shone with clarity. Simply by sitting there, he embodied death and reincarnation itself, the ultimate refuge for all souls of the world. The supreme ruler who governed the fate of all beings. The true sovereign of the underworld, the Emperor of Hell. The strongest manifestation of the will of the underworld in the realm of the living. All hail our master, your majesty the Emperor of Hell. Below, the surviving tide of countless ghosts erupted into a frenzied roar, reverberating through the heavens and the myriad realms. Is this the ruler of the underworld, the Emperor of Hell? That familiar aura feels like something I have encountered before. Jun Huaiyun furrowed his brow slightly, an uncanny sense of familiarity washing over him. As the Emperor's gaze swept across the battlefield, it paused momentarily upon Jun Huaiyun's position before shifting to other directions. When that cold gaze passed over the place of the 12 Kings' demise, an oppressive atmosphere instantly froze the scene, a weighty pressure constricting the hearts of all present. Useless. The voice of the Emperor of Hell rang out, devoid of anger or sorrow, only an extreme indifference. To expend the essence of the underworld and nurture for 10,000 years, yet fail to stop a rising talent. Dying is no loss. The words were not loud, yet they resonated clearly in the ears of every being, shaking their very souls. The heavenly emperor, the ancestor of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, and the ancient Buddha, all the most formidable beings of the immortal realm wore expressions of grave concern. They sensed that the aura of this Emperor of Hell was hundreds of times more terrifying than the combined might of the 12 kings. Not only a suppression of strength, but an absolute suppression of life essence. Jun Huaiyun, is it? The strongest prodigy of the Jun family in recent times truly lives up to his reputation, able to so decisively slay the 12 wastes under my command. You have earned the right to invoke my presence. The gaze of the Emperor of Hell finally settled upon the towering figure in the void. That familiar tone. That familiar aura. Jun Huaiyun pondered deeply, his eyes shifting with myriad thoughts as a possibility began to take shape in his mind. Meanwhile, Jun Huaiyun, surrounded by celestial light and exuding an unfathomable aura, faced the terrifying pressure of the Emperor of Hell that could shatter the minds of even the greatest deities. His expression remained calm, though a hint of gravity lingered in his eyes. The Emperor of Hell? A mere shadow lurking in the dark, nothing more. Jun Huaiyun's voice was flat, carrying a piercing edge that seemed to transcend the ages. Oh, uncertain whether my prowess will capture your esteemed attention. A fleeting, enigmatic smile seemed to flicker across the indistinct visage of the Emperor of Hell. With that, he made his move, though his target was not Jun Huaiyun, but rather the direction of Jun Huaiyun. Chapter 136, The Soul Aura of Chiyundo. The Emperor of Hell's gaze pierced through the boundaries of time and space, precisely locking onto Jun Huaiyun, who was peering into the future through the destiny mirror. That gaze was cold and indifferent, perceiving all illusions with an air of supreme authority, akin to surveying mere insects. The Emperor of Hell slowly raised his hand, casting it towards Jun Huaiyun, as if an innumerable dark cosmos were descending, with the laws of darkness permeating the heavens and engulfing all realms. Can he sense me? Jun Huaiyun's brow furrowed. He was taken aback that the Emperor of Hell could detect him, especially since he was merely glimpsing a fragment of the future through the destiny mirror. Could it be that the Emperor's strength was so formidable that he could perceive his existence? With no time to ponder further, just as he prepared to summon the end of days disaster Emperor, Jun Huaiyun positioned himself before him. Humph! A cold snort echoed like the thunderous roar of creation, abruptly resounding in the ears of all. Jun Huaiyun radiated celestial light, his aura resonating with power, as he shattered the dark giant hand before him with a single palm strike. Step back. Jun Huaiyun's voice was deep and steady, clearly reaching Jun Huaiyun's ears. Nodding without hesitation, Jun Huaiyun instinctively obeyed his father's command, retreating swiftly and leaving the battlefield entirely to that towering figure. Upon the throne, the Emperor of Hell's indistinct countenance seemed to exhibit the slightest tremor. His gaze shifted from Jun Huaiyun, refocusing on Jun Huaiyun, and within his cold indifference, an ineffable meaning seemed to emerge. Intriguing. He moved, not with an earth-shattering display, but merely raised a hand cloaked in his black imperial robe. That hand was long and pale, containing a terrifying power capable of freezing the entire celestial battlefield, fingers splayed, gently pressing towards Jun Huaiyun. Buzz. The future imagery within the destiny mirror shook violently, as if on the verge of shattering, with Jun Huaiyun feeling a piercing pain in his soul. Before the Emperor of Hell, space silently disintegrated, transforming into an unfathomably deep black vortex, the center of which was not void. A beam of pure deathly energy shot forth from the vortex's core, moving with a speed that transcended time and space, instantly appearing before Jun Huaiyun. Wherever it passed, the laws of light, and even the very concept of existence were ruthlessly erased. Come forth. The The divine light in Jun Huaiyun's eyes surged, and rather than retreating, he stepped forward, the celestial light swirling around him suddenly converging into his right fist. That fist became crystalline and transparent, as if forged from the purest laws of the great Dao, within which scenes of creation and the trajectories of ancient star rivers unfolded. Break! A sharp command echoed like a decree of creation, shattering the ancient heavens. Jun Huaiyun's fist was unleashed with ferocity, devoid of extravagant techniques. Only pure power, so terrifying it could obliterate myriad paths. Ahead of his fist, space collapsed and shattered inch by inch, morphing into a spiraling torrent of the great Dao that collided head-on with the black beam of light. Boom! An indescribable sound transcended the realm of mere noise, striking deep into the souls of all beings, causing some of the weaker cultivators to perish instantly. The future scenes within the destiny mirror flickered and distorted madly. Even Jun Huaiyun outside the mirror felt darkness engulf him, his soul impacted, nearly severing from his body. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to stabilize his mind, fixating intently on the epicenter of the clash. There, that area transformed into a forbidden zone of laws, as the two forces intertwined and annihilated each other. Layers of space crumbled, countless stars flickered in and out of existence. A terrifying shockwave surged forth like a cataclysmic tsunami, wildly expanding in all directions. Puff, the celestial emperor, the progenitor of 10,000 beasts and ancient Buddhas, the strongest of the celestial realm, even from afar, were affected to varying degrees, all spitting blood and being thrown back. Their protective divine light dimmed in an instant, their imperial bodies marked with cracks. Merely the residual waves inflicted grievous injuries upon them, demonstrating that the prowess of these two had far surpassed everyone's expectations. Not only the celestial realm, but the countless ghostly tides were also instantaneously reduced to ashes, with a significant number perishing, the remaining spectral soldiers and vengeful spirits emitting even more anguished and desperate wails, prostrate on the ground, trembling in fear. The light at the center of the collision dimmed momentarily. Jun Huaiyun's figure remained proudly standing in the void, his expression unchanged. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Hell upon his throne seemed to sway slightly. However, what shocked Jun Huaiyun to his core was that in that fleeting moment of the Emperor's wobble, he sensed an exceedingly faint and familiar soul fluctuation, one that vanished almost instantaneously, as swift as an illusion. Chiyundo? Jun Huaiyun's pupils constricted, a tempest of emotions surging within him. That soul fluctuation was unmistakable, though wrapped in endless silence and coldness. At its core, the essence belonging to Chiyundo was something he could never misidentify. But why? Why did he sense it from the Emperor of Hell? Just as Jun Huaiyun pondered this, the Emperor of Hell appeared utterly enraged by Jun Huaiyun's strike, abruptly rising from his throne. Insects, how dare you harm my imperial body? For the first time, the Emperor of Hell's voice bore a distinct emotional tremor, his indistinct visage contorting as the deathly mist surrounding him surged tumultuously. He clasped his hands tightly before his chest, and an incredibly intricate, black rune emanating an aura that made the heavens and worlds tremble took form in an instant. 6 paths of reincarnation seal. With the Emperor's low roar, the black rune suddenly expanded, enveloping the entire battlefield. At the center of the rune, 6 unfathomable whirlpools slowly rotated, each representing an ultimate destination: the path of heaven, the path of humanity, the path of Azurus, the path of beasts, the path of hungry ghosts, and the path of hell. The 6 paths of reincarnation seal rotated slowly, radiating an unparalleled power capable of devouring all and judging all beings. The laws of heaven and earth were forcibly rewritten, the boundaries of life and death blurred, and the souls of all living beings trembled violently under this force, as if they were being forcibly dragged into one of the whirlpools, destined for eternal descent. This was the true power of reincarnation, the ultimate authority bestowed upon its sovereign by the will of the underworld. The Emperor of Hell wielded the power of the source, intending to plunge Jun Huaiyun and this celestial realm into the eternal purgatory of reincarnation. Faced with this earth-shattering 6 paths of reincarnation seal, Jun Huaiyun's expression grew increasingly grave. He slowly moved his hands in front of his chest, a blurred image resembling a grand treasure seal infused with the supreme dominative aura of the great Dao began to coalesce before him, the seal of all paths returning to the source. Jun Huaiyun's voice resonated like the sound of the great Dao, echoing throughout the universe. Although the treasure seal had yet to fully materialize, it already exuded a terrifying presence that caused the 6 paths of reincarnation seal to tremble, as if it was the origin of all paths and the source of all laws, compelling all laws to bow before it. The 2 ultimate seals, one representing destruction and the other representing dominion and judgment, clashed fiercely upon the ruins of the celestial realm. Chapter 137. The reincarnation disc against the celestial bell of all paths, the Emperor of Hell retreats. This collision surpassed all previous encounters combined. Even the surface of the destiny mirror struggled to bear such a force, the atmosphere becoming incredibly chaotic, with Jun Huaiyun outside the mirror perceiving only blinding whiteness. As if his soul were being torn asunder, his senses lost. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering echoed densely. As the 6 massive whirlpools symbolizing the ultimate reincarnation shattered inch by inch under the pressure of the seal of all paths returning to the source. The terrifying power of reincarnation spilled forth in all directions, tearing the fabric of space, leaving behind countless dark fissures. Some of the celestial experts who could not retreat in time were instantly engulfed, vanishing without a trace, unable to utter a single cry. Puff! Upon the throne, the hazy figure of the Yama Emperor trembled violently, the deathly mist shrouding his visage swirling tumultuously. As if a viscous black liquid seeped forth from the depths of the fog. The Jun clan, his voice, no longer indifferent, brimmed with bloodthirsty wrath. He abruptly lifted his pale, elongated hand, fingers splayed, and clenched fiercely into the void. Reincarnation disc, manifest. Boom. The void above the Yama Emperor was violently torn apart. A colossal rift piercing through the heavens, wrought by an unimaginable force. Within the depths of this chasm lay not chaos, but an icy silence. As if it entombed all things within the ultimate void. At the core of this nothingness, an ancient wheel, so old its origins were untraceable, began to rotate languidly. It exhibited a desolate bronze hue, its surface riddled with indescribable dark red rust, and countless terrifying fissures that radiated an aura of despair even the emperors found daunting. This was indeed the supreme artifact, the reincarnation disc, which governed the cycle of life and death across the myriad realms. The moment the reincarnation disc appeared, an even older, colder, and more merciless will descended with a thunderous force. Thud! Even the distant ancestors of the myriad beasts and the ancient Buddha, who had barely steadied themselves, were unable to withstand this supreme pressure derived from the fundamental laws of life and death, being forcefully pinned to the ground, their eyes filled with unprecedented horror and despair. The reincarnation disc slowly revolved, locking onto Jun Huaiyun. It required no urging from the Yama Emperor. Its mere existence represented the ultimate judgment of the universe's ironclad laws of life and death. In the name of reincarnation, I decree your annihilation. Your soul and form shall not enter the cycle. The Yama Emperor's icy voice resonated like a final verdict. Buzz! From the center of the reincarnation disc, a grayish beam, seemingly capable of erasing all traces of existence, silently shot forth. This beam was not swift, yet it transcended the very concept of speed. It did not target the celestial realms or the underworld, but instead aimed directly at the essence of life itself, a true obliteration. Faced with this beam of judgment that pierced to the very core, Jun Huaiyun's eyes revealed an unprecedented gravity. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, he erupted with even greater combat fervor. A mere object dares to judge me? Jun Huaiyun roared, his voice shaking the ancient starry rivers. The celestial light enveloping him ignited instantly, transforming into a raging inferno that consumed myriad paths. He swiftly gestured with his hands before his chest, as countless intricate symbols, embodying the profound truths of creation, flowed and coalesced at his fingertips. Immovable by all methods, all evils shall retreat. The eternal seal of Dao Source. A more solid and weighty chaotic treasure seal materialized before him, emanating an aura of invulnerability. As the seal emerged, Jun Huaiyun seemed to forge an eternal pure land around himself, impervious to the violent power of reincarnation. He resolved to confront the reincarnation disc, this supreme offensive artifact, with his own unparalleled strength. Boom! The grayish beam of judgment collided fiercely with the indomitable Dao Source seal. Yet there were no cataclysmic explosions or world-shattering shockwaves, only a chilling silence that made one's teeth chatter. The two forces, representing different levels of universal laws, silently clashed and consumed one another. The Dao Source seal trembled violently, its runes flashing erratically. Meanwhile, the grayish reincarnation light visibly dimmed. Break for me. Jun Huaiyun's hair stood on end, his eyes seemingly opening the chaotic universe. An unprecedented force erupted from within him, pouring entirely into the Dao Source seal. Buzz! The treasure seal trembled violently, its chaotic radiance surging, forcefully pushing back the grayish beam of judgment. What? The Yama Emperor's vague visage twisted violently, the deathly mist enveloping him exploding apart, revealing an extraordinarily handsome yet lifeless face. For the first time, disbelief flickered in his eyes. The reincarnation disc, a supreme artifact of the underworld, was being forcibly shaken by a being of the mortal realm? This completely subverted his understanding. Truly, it was Chu Yundao, no? This was not the physical body of Chu Yundao, but why did he bear the same face, along with a similar soul aura? Was the Yama Emperor truly Chu Yundao? Why did he possess the soul aura of Chu Yundao? And what about that face? Meanwhile, Jun Huaiyun gazed intently, his eyes flickering. That face was indeed Chu Yundao's. Impossible. In the face of reincarnation, all is but illusion. How can you defy the heavens? Seeing the reincarnation disc unable to harm Jun Huaiyun, the Yama Emperor roared in fury, slamming his hands onto the throne of souls beneath him. Boom. The entire throne erupted with piercing ghostly light. As countless tormented souls emitted shrill wails, the source power of the underworld being drawn forth in an endless stream, frantically injected into the reincarnation disk above. Empowered by the essence of the throne, the grayish-bronze wheel of the reincarnation disk appeared to come alive, its dark red rust flowing with filthy bloodlight. And its rotation accelerated drastically. Buzz, a more solid and profound beam, seemingly capable of ending all time and space and burying all hope, shot forth once again towards Jun Huaiyun, accompanied by a terrifying aura that made the entire universe mourn. Humph. A mere reincarnation disk dares to show off before the Jun clan? Jun Huaiyun snorted coldly, his eyes filled with icy brilliance. He raised his right hand sharply, a resplendent golden light shooting from his palm, piercing the heavens. Jun clan's artifact, the 10,000 Paths Heavenly Bell, a divine bell. Entirely golden and inscribed with countless Dao runes, materialized from the void. Upon its surface, the sun, moon, and stars revolved, mountains and rivers floated, as if it bore an entire universe within. Dong! The sound of the bell resonated, shaking the ages. The formless sound waves transformed into tangible golden ripples, colliding violently with the beam of death. At the point where these two formidable powers clashed, space crumbled inch by inch, and time itself was thrown into disarray. Crack! The beam of death was shattered, dissipating into countless gray motes of light, while the residual might of the 10,000 Paths Heavenly Bell continued its advance towards the Yama Emperor. What? The Yama Emperor's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly urged the reincarnation disk to defend. The grayish will spun rapidly, forming a thick light barrier before him. Boom! The golden sound waves struck the barrier with tremendous force, producing a deafening roar. The reincarnation disk trembled violently, its surface fissures seeming to expand further. Thud! The Yama Emperor staggered backward, a trickle of dark blood spilling from his mouth. He stared intently at Jun Huaiyun, disbelief etched across his face. The Jun clan's artifact indeed lived up to its reputation. Jun Huaiyun stood with hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent, as the 10,000 Paths Heavenly Bell hovered above him, showering him in a cascade of golden light, making him appear like a descending deity. Yama Emperor, today I shall show you what true divine artifact power entails. As his voice fell, he formed hand seals, and the 10,000 Paths bell emitted a thunderous reverberation. Dong! 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 3 successive bell tolls, each sound wave transforming into a golden dragon, clawing its way toward the Yama Emperor, their roars shaking the heavens, exuding an astounding might. Reincarnation Shield. The Yama Emperor did not dare to delay, channeling all his strength into the reincarnation disk. The grayish light barrier solidified several times over, revealing countless hideous ghostly faces that wailed in anguish. Boom! The 3 golden dragons collided with the barrier in succession, unleashing blinding brilliance. With each impact, the light barrier of the reincarnation disk shook violently, causing the Yama Emperor's complexion to grow increasingly pale. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. His gaze shifted towards Jun Huaiyun in the distance. Jun Huaiyun, I shall remember this grudge today. With a sudden sweep of his robe, the reincarnation disk burst forth with a blinding gray light. When the radiance dissipated, his figure had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a lingering voice filled with resentment echoing throughout the heavens. Chapter 138. Future Foes, the Dark Jun Huaiyun? Jun Huaiyun nodded slightly at Jun Huaiyun. Just as Jun Huaiyun was about to inquire about his father's connection to Emperor Yin and Chu Yundao, the scene before him suddenly twisted and shattered. He found himself once again enveloped in the ethereal realm of the Destiny Mirror. His father's figure and the harrowing battlefield of the future vanished, as if everything that had just transpired was merely an exceedingly vivid dream. Yet he understood that these were events destined to unfold, their images indelibly imprinted within the depths of his soul. Destiny Mirror. Jun Huaiyun inhaled deeply, suppressing the turmoil within his heart, his gaze fixed upon the now smooth, profound surface of the vast mirror. You must reveal to me the true identity of Emperor Yin and his connection to my brother, Chu Yundao. The mirror's surface rippled, and a voice, ancient and indifferent, as if coalesced from time itself, resonated within Jun Huaiyun's consciousness. I am not permitted to answer your inquiries. Then permit me a glimpse into the future, for I wish to discern the identity of my ultimate foe. Jun Huaiyun pondered briefly, setting aside thoughts of Chu Yundao. His current desire was to uncover the identity of the final adversary. Based on his extensive reading of fantastical tales, the ultimate enemy posed the most daunting challenge for the protagonist, rendering all other threats, such as the will of the Netherworld or Emperor Yin, mere trifles. To trace the ultimate enemy, to touch the core of fate, to glimpse the forbidden truth, will require the expenditure of your remaining 2 opportunities for insight. Are you willing? 2 opportunities expended? Jun Huaiyun's gaze shifted, realizing the immense cost of uncovering the identity of this ultimate adversary. He would no longer be able to perceive any other fragments of the future through the Destiny Mirror. Yet, There was no hesitation within him. He needed to know who the final enemy was, to understand the roots of this chaos. I am willing, Jun Huaiyun affirmed with a nod. As you wish. With the mirror's pronouncement, its surface erupted into an unprecedented brilliance. The blinding light engulfed Jun Huaiyun's vision, even consuming his senses. This transmission was more intense than any prior experience. As the radiance faded and his senses returned, Jun Huaiyun found himself immersed in an absolute void of darkness. There was no light, no sound, no direction, and he could not sense the passage of time. Beneath him lay the abyss, above him was the abyss, and around him stretched an infinite expanse of pure blackness, as if this realm existed before the dawn of creation or after the end of all things. An indescribable, bone-chilling solitude surged within him. In this vastness, he seemed to be utterly alone. Absolute silence, absolute darkness, absolute loneliness. This solitude was more terrifying than any torment. Silently eroding his will, disintegrating his faith, compelling him to question the very meaning of his existence and fostering despair. He attempted to wield the 5 supreme powers within him, but found that in this void of darkness, he could stir not a ripple. The power remained, yet it seemed suppressed by the very essence of this space, unable to illuminate his surroundings. Is this the domain of the ultimate enemy? Jun Huaiyun furrowed his brow, resolutely enduring the icy discomfort rising from the depths of his soul, heightening his vigilance to its utmost. The destiny mirror would not have sent him here without cause. The enemy must be concealed within or be synonymous with this very darkness. He continued to advance. Passivity was not his nature. Time here lost its meaning. It could be but a moment or an eternity. At that moment, the all-consuming darkness ahead stirred without warning. Following this, a figure slowly materialized from the shadows. There was no grand entrance, no cataclysmic aura. The figure stood with its back to Jun Huaiyun, its silhouette identical to his own, tall and handsome. Clad in a dark robe of ancient style, it was more profound than the imperial garment Jun Huaiyun wore, as if absorbing all surrounding light, leaving only pure darkness. Merely this silhouette exuded an aura that resonated deeply within Jun Huaiyun's soul. It was not mere strength, rather, it conveyed a sense of shared origin yet extreme opposition. We finally meet. The voice was plain, devoid of emotional fluctuation, neither authoritative nor malevolent, yet it sent chills down Jun Huaiyun's spine. For this voice was identical to his own, stripped of all warmth, leaving only absolute indifference. As the voice echoed, the figure slowly turned. Upon catching sight of its features, Jun Huaiyun's heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, his pupils narrowing sharply. The face was unmistakably his own. Every detail of his features was precise, the only difference being the eyes, those eyes devoid of any human emotion. There was no anger, no joy, no sorrow, no compassion, only an icy void, an absolute indifference that regarded all living beings as mere fodder. Who are you? The 5 powers within Jun Huaiyun surged uncontrollably, colorful divine light flickering upon his skin, dazzling in the all-encompassing darkness, yet fiercely suppressed by the unending blackness. Who am I? The face, identical to Jun Huaiyun's, curled into a detached smile. I am you, and you are me. We are one. He slowly raised his right hand, mimicking Jun Huaiyun's habitual gesture. In his palm, there was no radiant 5-colored divine light. Instead, it was replaced by 5 deeper, purer shades of darkness, as if capable of devouring all light. The darkness of primordial beginnings, the abyss of chaos, the silence of the cosmos, the death of creation, the void of finality. These 5 powers, entirely corresponding to Jun Huaiyun's attributes, converged into an utterly opposing force of darkness, silently swirling within his palm, forming a miniature, continuously collapsing and vanishing dark universe. Within that dark universe, scenes began to emerge, those of the celestial ruins, depicting Chu Yundao diverting pursuers to save by Huang and other moments. Do you see? The voice of dark Jun Huaiyun remained flat, imbued with an icy comprehension of all. The friends you take pride in, the bonds you cherish, the guardianship you uphold, these are but shackles binding you from achieving true power. Emotions are weaknesses, guardianship is a burden, and friendships are mere encumbrances. Only by severing these ties and embracing this absolute darkness, this ultimate void, can you transcend this tedious cycle and become a true being that gazes down upon the heavens. Eternally indestructible, just like my future self. Come now, join me in embracing the darkness, severing all ties. Family, friends, and brothers are mere burdens, dragging you down. Only by cutting all ties can you achieve your own transcendence. And do not resist. I am you. You are me. You cannot kill me. We are interdependent. One and the same. Should I perish, you shall follow. At this point, a mysterious smile graced the lips of dark Jun Huaiyun.